Chapter 1. The Persuasion System and the Imperial Marriage. Brother, were you not always reluctant to marry the imperial daughter of the Gu family? What has suddenly prompted this change of heart? And what of your so-called gynophobia? Has it subsided? In the vast wilderness realm, the eternal life imperial clan, Yi family. At this moment, the atmosphere was jubilant, adorned with colorful lanterns and draped in red silk, an endless wave of festivity enveloping the surroundings. Within the chamber, a strikingly handsome youth, dressed in a resplendent new robe embroidered with golden dragon and phoenix patterns, stood before a mirror, diligently adjusting his attire. Beside him stood a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him. She gazed at her brother with sparkling eyes, filled with astonishment. "What do you know?" Yi Chongqing rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, "Though I am reluctant to wed, it is my duty to heed my parents' wishes. With them having only one son, I must honor them well. I am, after all, a dutiful son who listens to counsel." Upon hearing this, Yi Yao looked at him incredulously, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. A dutiful son who listens to counsel? Brother, could you please speak again while reflecting on your conscience? Previously, her brother had been adamantly opposed to the union with the Gu family, claiming to suffer from gynophobia. To avoid the marriage, he had even contemplated running away from home and had threatened self-harm. This matter had led to frequent quarrels between him and their parents. Had it not been for their formidable abilities, they might have succumbed to frustration long ago. Although her brother was not a rebellious son by nature, he was certainly no paragon of filial piety. And now, he dares to proclaim himself a dutiful son who listens to counsel? This was utterly absurd. Yi Chongqing raised an eyebrow at his sister's reaction. "What? You don't believe me?" Yi Yao nodded vigorously. "Fear not." Yi Chongqing patted his sister's shoulder with a mysterious smile. "In due time, you shall come to believe it. All right, the wedding feast is about to commence. Let us be on our way." With that, Yi Chongqing left the room, hands clasped behind his back, a broad smile adorning his face. Yi Yao was left in a state of disarray. Gazing at the hurried steps outside, she began to doubt whether her brother had taken leave of his senses. "What has become of your rebellious spirit?" On the way, Yi Chongqing looked at the system panel that only he could perceive, his heart brimming with excitement. Persuasion system. Suggestion from parents. Marry Gu Qingyi of the Gu family. Difficulty. Extremely easy. Danger level. None. Reward. Ordinary gift pack. Gift pack levels. Ordinary, advanced, rare, perfect, legendary, epic, mythical. An ordinary gift pack, I wonder what splendid items it might yield. Yi Chongqing mused with eager anticipation. In truth, he was a reincarnated individual, having inexplicably traversed into this vast and bizarre world due to an accident. He had become the young master of the Yi imperial clan. The Yi imperial clan, a lineage of eternal life, possessing immense power and profound ancient heritage. His father, the clan's leader, was a formidable being, unrivaled throughout the ages, whose might shook the heavens, unmatched by anyone. His mother was a princess of the divine Transmutation Mountain, the daughter of a great emperor. Not only was her status exalted, but she also possessed extraordinary cultivation and innate talent, being half a step into the realm of the emperor. At his birth, he had caused extraordinary phenomena, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was expected that he would inherit an unparalleled divine body, destined to become a future emperor. Yet, in an unfortunate twist, he was cursed with an ancient body incapable of cultivation. This physique, originating from a distant antiquity, was not born of the world, but crafted by an immensely powerful being. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, his physical form would be invincible, impervious to all methods, hailed as an unrivaled constitution. However, due to the overly defiant nature of the ancient body, it was suppressed after the ancient era. Coupled with the altered laws of heaven and earth, this once invincible physique had become a useless body. As a result, he became the subject of ridicule throughout the vast wilderness realm. Even within the Yi family, many secretly mocked him. Had it not been for his parents' formidable influence, he would have been cast out long ago. As for his reluctance to marry into the Gu family, it could only be said that the melodramatic experiences of his past life had stripped him of any hope regarding marriage, to the point where he developed a severe gynophobia. Since his rebirth, he had not interacted with any female aside from his family, let alone considered marriage. Yet, Due to the bloodline constraints of the Yi family, only one male heir could be born in each generation. Even though he was a body incapable of cultivation, the duty of continuing the family line fell squarely upon his shoulders. The Gu family, while also a part of the Eternal Life Imperial clan, was far less powerful than the Yi family. The engagement had been arranged long ago between both parties. His betrothed was none other than Gu Qingge, the imperial daughter of the Gu family. It was said that she possessed a congenital divine body, favored by the heavens, with extraordinary aptitude. At a tender age, she had shattered limitations, achieving the legendary 10 celestial domains. Her beauty was said to be unparalleled, a vision that captivated every man in the vast wilderness realm. Yet, Yi Changsheng regarded her as poison. Initially, upon learning of his betrothal, he had vehemently resisted, refusing with all his might. But unexpectedly, just days prior, he had awakened a persuasion system. By heeding suggestions, he could earn rewards. And the first suggestion he needed to fulfill was to marry into the Gu family. Thus, he altered his previous stance. Though he still harbored deep-seated aversion to the arrangement, he endured it for the sake of the system's rewards. In the great hall of the Yi family, the space was now teeming with people. Powerful beings from all races of the vast wilderness realm had gathered, creating a grand spectacle, the atmosphere resplendent. Red silk adorned the surroundings, an aura of joy permeated the air, and an endless flow of celestial energy enveloped the venue. The grandeur of the wedding was almost unparalleled. In the center stood a middle-aged couple of elegant bearing, their smiles growing increasingly radiant as they beheld the lively scene. Yet, thoughts of their son's previous demeanor filled them with concern. "Dear, are you certain everything is arranged? Rest assured, I have stationed 3,000 guardians to seal off the entire Yi estate. Should that boy dare to run away from the wedding, I shall break his legs. Even if he becomes a bedridden waste, he must fulfill this marriage. Phew, as long as he doesn't die, it will suffice." At that moment, a voice rose from the crowd. "Yi Changxing has arrived." All eyes instinctively turned toward a singular direction. So this is the scion of the Yi imperial clan? Truly remarkable in appearance. Who can say what the Gu family thinks, insisting on marrying their imperial daughter to such a waste? What's so strange about it? The Gu family and the Yi family have been long-standing friends. The Gu family owes its current achievements to the Yi family. Surely, they wouldn't let a mere marriage jeopardize their friendship? The ancient body of the vast wilderness. An invincible constitution from the ancient times. What a pity, born in the wrong era. I've heard that Yi Changsheng has been vehemently opposed to this union, constantly clamoring to break the engagement, even threatening self-harm. Yet today, why has he consented? Could it be the real fragrance theory? The crowd buzzed with speculation. In a hidden corner, a handsome youth clenched his fists, his face darkened with deep resentment as he cast a fierce glare at Yi Changsheng, an impulse to tear him to shreds surging within him. "Xiao Chun, remember your purpose for entering the Yi family. Do not let romantic entanglements distract you. Once your cultivation is complete, what woman cannot be had? Why suffer for an unrequited love?" A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, the youth took a deep breath, casting a lingering glance at Yi Changsheng before resolutely shaking his sleeve and departing. Chapter 2. The wedding completed. Reward of the indestructible golden body. Father, mother. Elsewhere, Yi Changxing approached his parents, offering a brief greeting. "The Gu family's representatives are nearly here. You are to remain in the hall and not wander off." Although they had prepared thoroughly, his parents still expressed concern for their son, issuing a cautionary reminder. "Rest assured, I shall not stray. I will remain right here." Yi Changsheng feigned obedience, leaving his parents momentarily taken aback. What has happened to our son lately? Why has he become so compliant? Perplexed, they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Time passed. A multitude of powerful figures from the Gu family arrived, bearing a wealth of bridal gifts to the Yi family. Gu Qingge's parents, also leaders of the Gu family, were sworn brothers with Yi Changxing's parents, having cultivated together since childhood. Upon meeting, pleasantries were exchanged, and Yi Changxing obediently followed his parents, occasionally engaging in brief conversation. Before long, the auspicious hour arrived. Both sets of parents took their seats, and the wedding ceremony commenced. The time has come. In an instant, the sound of bells and drums resounded. The divine sounds of the Tao soared into the sky, and auspicious signs erupted across the heavens. Under the gaze of countless witnesses, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gracefully entered the hall. She was adorned in a phoenix crown and a radiant bridal gown, similar to Yi Changsheng's attire, embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes. Her delicate feet glided gracefully, each movement exuding an endless allure. Though her face was partially obscured by a red veil, one could still faintly discern a visage of extraordinary beauty, captivating, breathtaking, and utterly mesmerizing. Moonlight on water, a fairy in a painting, perhaps this is the essence of beauty. The exquisite nine-orifices Linglong body, endowed with the laws of life, is the most supreme furnace physique in existence. Through dual cultivation with it, one can attain the ethereal essence of the Linglong saint, a mere thread of which can resurrect the dead, and by progressing to the Great Ascension, even reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Such a formidable divine body has been squandered on this worthless fool. Ah, who can blame it when one has a good father? Thus, the foremost goddess of the vast wasteland is destined to become a mere wife. In the same corner, the young man ground his teeth in frustration, nearly shattering them. However, he had significant matters yet to accomplish, otherwise he would have certainly interrupted the wedding. Wait, it won't be long before I rescue you from this sea of suffering, he vowed silently, convinced that Gu Qingyi was compelled by her family to marry Yi Changsheng. Little did he know, she was doing so of her own volition. In the grand hall, Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi stood side by side. From an exterior perspective, the handsome man and beautiful woman appeared like a celestial couple, perfectly matched as if crafted by the heavens. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an unnatural evasion flickering in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Internally, he felt a profound discomfort, perceiving the enchanting lady beside him not as his bride, but as a ferocious beast ready to consume him whole. Noticing the slight distance between them, Yi Changsheng subtly shifted away until the fragrance emanating from her dulled enough to ease his tension. Indeed, marriage was not suited for him. He yearned to expedite the wedding ceremony. He was nearing his breaking point. Subsequently, he exchanged a glance with the elderly officiant beside him. Upon noticing, the elder smiled warmly and stroked his beard. Heh, is our young master in such a hurry? Truly, no one can escape the law of irresistible allure. The elder wasted no time, stepping forward to announce, the wedding ceremony officially commences. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the high hall. Couple's mutual bow. The initial two rituals proceeded without incident. But as they performed the couple's mutual bow, their heads inadvertently collided. Gu Qingyi felt nothing amiss. Yet Yi Changsheng's hair stood on end. He was seized by an overwhelming anxiety and instinctively retreated 2 steps. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Are you serious about stepping back? And what does that expression of shock signify? Yi Changsheng soon recognized his excessive sensitivity, regaining composure and urging, continue. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat, then raised his voice passionately. Let us proceed to the bridal chamber. Ritual complete. Boom! A cacophony erupted. Festive red lights soared into the sky, and boundless blessings enveloped the newlyweds. At that moment, within Yi Changsheng's mind, the system's notification echoed. The suggestion to marry Gu Qingyi of the Gu family has been fulfilled. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an ordinary gift pack. Shall you open it? Open! Yi Changsheng exclaimed eagerly. Opening the ordinary gift pack. Indestructible golden body, a physical realm cultivation technique. As the voice resonated, a wave of mysterious power surged into Yi Changsheng's body. This force was overwhelmingly domineering, as if it possessed the might to transcend the heavens, permeating through countless cells, and suddenly, his limbs and meridians were cloaked in a layer of gold, an inexhaustible strength blossoming from within. Yi Changsheng clenched his fist, feeling the monumental power coursing through him. He sensed he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Truly, the indestructible golden body, coveted by myriad beings, is indeed terrifying. With a physical strength of 100,000 pounds, one reaches the pinnacle of the corporeal realm, and those at this pinnacle can shatter the shackles of heaven and earth to attain the path of creation, rendering them invincible among equals. Yet, above this corporeal pinnacle lies the realm of the indestructible golden body. It is said that the indestructible golden body ensures the immortality of the physical form. A drop of blood or a strand of hair can reconstruct the body, remaining eternal. It even grants understanding of the physical essence, rendering one immune to all forms of magical power. Most crucially, this indestructible golden body has a profound connection with his Tai Wang ancient Tao body, though the specifics of this connection are shrouded in mystery due to the ancient nature of the Tai Wang ancient Tao body. Earlier, he attempted to cultivate his family's techniques, yet the Tai Wang ancient Tao body remained as unyielding as a rock, showing no signs of change. This implies that his physique remains incapable of cultivation. However, it matters not. He possesses an external advantage. If the ordinary gift pack is this powerful, what might a mythical level gift pack yield? Yi Changsheng could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. I must find a way to glean benefits from my parents. Casting a glance around, he realized Gu Qingyi had already been escorted to the bridal chamber. Just as he was about to approach, his mother suddenly appeared before him. "You rascal! What are you still doing here?" "Ah!" The unexpected rebuke left Yi Changsheng momentarily stunned. It wasn't evening, yet where else could he be? By customary standards, shouldn't he be attending to the guests? His mother shot him a glare. "That is not your concern. Go and keep Qingyi company." A suggestion from his mother. Spend the night with his newlywed wife, Gu Qingyi, in the bridal chamber. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift pack. Chapter 3: New Suggestions. Accompanying my wife in the bridal chamber, the voice of the system ignited a spark in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Truly, the mention of Cao Cao summoned him forth. Thus, Yi Changsheng promptly acquiesced, declaring, "I shall go at once." However, just as he took his first step, his mother grasped him firmly. "What's the matter?" Yi Changsheng inquired, turning back with a puzzled expression. His mother leaned closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper tinged with admonition. "You naughty boy, let me tell you, although you have wed Qingyi, do not share a bed for the first year." "Why not? Aren't you always clamoring for a grandchild?" Yi Changsheng expressed his surprise. His mother had incessantly urged him to marry for the sake of the Yi family lineage, often mentioning her desire to cradle a grandchild. Now that he had followed her advice and married, why was he forbidden from consummating the marriage? Of course, he had never intended to share a bed with Gu Qingyi. Setting aside the absence of affection, his current mental state made even the thought of proximity to the opposite sex uncomfortable, let alone intimacy. His inquiry stemmed from sheer curiosity. Humphed, Ye's mother rolled her eyes, exhaling in exasperation. "Do you think I don't desire that? While I long for a grandchild, I do not wish to harm another. Qingyi's constitution requires a year to mature. If you rush into consummation, it may jeopardize her foundation." "I see." Why Yi Changsheng suddenly understood, his heart secretly rejoicing at the prospect of avoiding intimacy. This was indeed preferable. Initially, he had feared that his formidable mother would take matters into her own hands, forcing them to share a bed in her eagerness for a grandchild. "Rest assured, I promise I won't lay a finger on her," Yi Changsheng vowed, patting his chest. Fool! Yet, his mother did not exhibit the satisfaction he anticipated. Instead, she appeared as if she could hardly bear his ignorance, gritting her teeth as she remarked, "Not sharing a bed doesn't mean you can't do anything else." "Huh?" Yi Changsheng was taken aback. What kind of brazen words were these? There should be romance between a husband and wife, understand? Here, take this. His mother produced a booklet and thrust it into Yi Changsheng's arms, then waved her hand dismissively. "Now, go accompany Qingyi." Curious, Yi Changsheng opened the booklet to discover the sweet daily life with the overbearing empress. Fortunately, it wasn't what he had anticipated. But what use was it? Yi Changsheng remained perplexed by his mother's intentions and carelessly tucked it away before turning to leave. Completing his task was of utmost importance. In truth, Yi's mother was well aware that her son not only harbored a fear of women but was also a staunch straight man. Preventing him from sharing a bed meant he might not even dare to touch her hand. Were it not for Gu Qingyi's constitution, she would have gladly lent them a hand. Since she could not intervene, she decided to utilize this year to nurture their feelings, allowing nature to take its course. Thus, she had given Yi Changsheng the booklet, hoping this straightforward son would learn a thing or two. She had already perused the booklet herself. It contained not only lessons on romance, but also various techniques for driving. Though he could not yet drive, he could certainly ride along for her son. This devoted mother was indeed troubled beyond measure. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng lingered at the door of the bridal chamber, having arrived some time ago. Yet, his fear of the opposite sex kept him rooted to the spot. "Brother!" At that moment, a voice from behind startled him. He turned to see his sister bouncing towards him, her sparkling eyes glinting mischievously. Then, she raised her voice deliberately. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Yi Changsheng shot a glare at Yi Yao. Fully aware that she was teasing him, Yi Yao grinned as she approached him, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Mother sent me to get you. Hurry inside. Don't keep sister-in-law waiting." With that, she dashed away. Leaving no trace, Yi Changxing felt helpless. With such a commotion, Gu Qingyi must have noticed. Procrastinating further was futile. After all, it wasn't as if he were facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, adopting an expression of resignation, and pushed the door open. Inside the bridal chamber, the decor of red satin and golden embroidery exuded opulence. A beautifully carved rosewood bed, draped with auspicious patterns, swayed gently in the breeze. Jiu Qingyi sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her delicate jade-like hands resting demurely upon her lap, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Her fair, petite chin peeked out from beneath the veil, radiating a lustrous, jade-like glow that was tantalizingly inviting. Even with his fear of women, Yi Changxing found himself momentarily entranced. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he continuously reminded himself, "Women are like blades. Marriage a sweet poison." He averted his gaze, focusing on the table before him, sitting with his back to Gu Qingyi. Throughout this time, Gu Qingyi remained entirely still, without uttering a word or making a move. As moments dragged on, the sky gradually darkened. Unbeknownst to Yi Changxing, several clouds had mysteriously gathered above the bridal chamber, creating a stark contrast against the pitch-black sky. Has this foolish boy really sat there all day? Since he entered, he hasn't moved an inch. Doesn't his backside hurt? How could I have given birth to such a wooden child? Doesn't he see the book I provided? Such soft hands. Wouldn't he want to touch them? Such full lips. Wouldn't he want to steal a kiss? And yet, he just sits there. Sighs echoed through the clouds. Within the bridal chamber, Yi Changsheng gritted his teeth, subtly shifting his weight. Sitting motionless for an entire day had made his lower body feel as though it belonged to someone else. He stealthily glanced back, noting that Gu Qingyi, like him, had remained perfectly still. Perhaps I should say something? After all, it was their wedding night. He couldn't simply ignore his wife. But what could he say? Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to break the awkward silence. However, half an hour passed, and Yi Changxing despondently shook his head. Indeed, he was ill-suited for communication with the opposite sex, let alone marriage. Forget it, I might as well remain here. Once this night is over, I can complete my task. Thus, Yi Changxing returned to his silent vigil. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi lay upon the new bed, her heart filled with confusion. Mother had said that after marriage, the husband would lift the veil to kiss her and then hold her as they slept. She could sense Yi Changxing's presence in the room, yet why had her husband not moved? Was Mother mistaken? After much hesitation, she felt compelled to inquire of her husband. "Why haven't you lifted the veil to kiss me?" Her voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, was enchanting and delicate. Clang! Yi Changxing, upon hearing her words, was so startled that the hairs on his body stood on end, causing him to accidentally tumble from his chair. Landing unceremoniously on the floor, he sprawled on the ground, his handsome face a mask of bewilderment. Chapter 4. Physical and Spiritual Powers, the Great Wilderness. Star-plucking hands. What on earth? What is this woman saying? Kiss her? Yi Changxing felt as though his very soul had fled, his expression blank, his pupils wide with disbelief. Jiu Qingyi, hearing the commotion, instinctively lifted her veil. What lay beneath was a face so captivating, so flawless, it could enchant all. Her eyes, like pools of water, reflected boundless depth and wisdom. Her lips, resembling rose petals, were lush and inviting, the corners of her mouth curling into a naturally alluring smile, coupled with her ethereal grace. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, an exquisite beauty that was almost unreal. "Are you all right?" Gu Qingyi, swaying her delicate waist, approached Yi Changxing, reaching out to assist him. This gesture caused Yi Changxing to react with alarm. an unexplainable wave of resistance compelling him to instinctively retreat. In the next instant, he realized this was rather impolite. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he replied, "I'm fine, thank you." He then stood up. Jiu Qingyi observed every nuance of Yi Changxing's expression and movements with keen interest. She gazed at her own soft, fair hands, momentarily taken aback. Were her hands dangerous? Why was he so fearful? Gu Qingyi could not fathom the reason, but she was too indifferent to dwell on it. "Don't you want to rest?" Gu Qingyi inquired with curiosity. Yi Changxing was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain himself. He certainly couldn't admit to his severe fear of women. Ultimately, he offered a vague response. "I'm just thinking about some things. You should rest first." "All right then," Yu Qingyi took him at his word. "I'll rest now." Upon concluding her speech, she gracefully approached the bedside. Delightfully burrowing into the covers, she nestled a few times, seeking a comfortable position, and gently closed her eyes. Although she was a practitioner, she had developed a habitual fondness for sleep since childhood, and as night fell, weariness enveloped her like a familiar cloak. Yi Changxing, whose heart had been taut with tension, instantly relaxed. Reflecting on Gu Qingyi's demeanor and words, he suddenly recalled that his parents had pressured him into marriage. Previously discussing Gu Qingyi's attributes, an exquisite being with a 9-orifice exquisite physique, inherently pure and unblemished, possessing a transparent and untainted nature, coupled with an innocent and kind disposition. Furthermore, having spent her life secluded within the Gu family, she was largely unaware of worldly affections, akin to a blank canvas. Tio put it nicely, she was simply naive. To put it bluntly, she was rather simple-minded. Yet, this was preferable, as it was far easier to engage within those aloof and haughty women of power. Thus, Yi Changxing found himself seated alone at the dining table, lost in thought until dawn broke. At last, the system's notification chimed, instantly invigorating him. The suggestion to accompany his newlywed wife, Gu Qingyi, in their marital abode for the night had been fulfilled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a common gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Upon opening the common gift package, he received the physical divine ability, the Great Wilderness Star-Picking Hand, which had automatically elevated the host's divine powers to the Great Ascension. As the words echoed in his mind, a torrent of ancient and mysterious symbols surged within his consciousness. Deep within his awareness, he faintly glimpsed an imposing, immortal figure, reminiscent of a deity or demon, exuding an aura capable of suppressing the heavens, solemn and timeless, unrivaled in the world. Above the resplendent expanse of stars, the divine figure extended its hand. Despite the vast distance, it seemed to transcend time and space, enveloping the cosmos with a gentle grasp, annihilating all existence, causing the stars to shatter and the world to revert to chaos. A void of nothingness. As tranquility returned to his mind, Yi Changxing awoke, his eyes wide with astonishment and excitement. The arts of the world were classified into spiritual arts, minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, sage techniques, supreme techniques, and emperor techniques. Although the Great Wilderness Star-Picking Hand was a major divine physical technique, it was not exceedingly rare for one of the Yi clan. However, physical divine abilities were notoriously difficult to cultivate, and those who could comprehend such techniques to the level of great ascension were few and far between. Even if his father was a great emperor, the number of physical divine abilities he mastered was limited. This feeling of being overpowered is truly exhilarating. Yi Changxing mused inwardly. The levels of cultivation were categorized as blood refinement, spirit entry, divine transformation, spirit mansion, cave heaven, void return, Tao platform, tribulation transformation, sage, supreme, and emperor. Presently, he possessed the indestructible golden body at the blood refinement stage, combined with the great ascension technique of the Great Wilderness Star-Picking Hand, making him formidable enough that even an ordinary divine transformation practitioner would struggle against him. At that moment, Gu Qingyi on the bed stirred awake. The girl, just roused from slumber, radiated a hazy beauty. Her bare face aglow, features exquisite, with soft, rosy cheeks that were utterly enchanting. This sight momentarily captivated Yi Changxing. Yet, in the next instant, he was nearly overwhelmed by an unexpected scene. Due to her slumber, Gu Qingyi's attire had become somewhat disheveled. As she rose, her exquisite bridal gown slipped from her smooth shoulder, revealing a half of her fair and full form, with a deep, alluring neckline that could ensnare one's gaze. Noticing Yi Changxing's stare, Gu Qingyi glanced down and realized her modesty was gradually unveiled. Though she possessed a simple and innocent nature, as a woman, the ingrained sense of shame stirred within her, causing a blush to spread from her delicate face to her long neck. However, upon reflection, the man before her was her husband, destined to share her life. They would be sleeping together in the future. It was merely a moment of observation. What was the harm in that? Thus, she suppressed her embarrassment, refraining from adjusting her attire. This, however, left Yi Changxing astounded. What does this mean? You're not pulling your clothes up. Regardless of any fear of women, he was still a normally inclined man. Was this a test of his composure? With a heart as clear as ice, he maintained his composure. Fortunately, Yi Changxing's willpower was resolute. He struggled to avert his gaze, repeatedly calming his mind. Once the heat within him subsided, he stood up and exited the room, casting a backward glance as he said, "I'll head out first. You freshen up, and later join me in the main hall to serve tea to my parents." Gu Qingyi suddenly smiled, finding her husband quite amusing. He clearly enjoyed the view yet restrained himself. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if her body was genuinely that captivating. Wasn't every woman endowed with such features? She glanced down at her alluring neckline, puzzled. In the grand hall of the Yi family, Gu Qingyi had already prepared herself and, after serving tea to Yi Changxing's parents alongside him, they began their breakfast. Practitioners, blessed with extended lifespans, had long transcended the need for mundane sustenance, requiring only the essence of the heavens. The act of eating was merely to indulge in earthly desires. Moreover, the dishes served were not common fare. Every ingredient was a rare treasure of the world, consumption of which could elevate one's cultivation and replenish their essence. A form of training in its own right. Chapter 5. Xiao Chen. So I am the fool? The family of five, Ye's father and mother, along with Yi Changxing's younger sister, Yi Yao, and the newlyweds, dined quietly. Yi Yao casually picked at her food, her large eyes darting between her brother and sister-in-law. Seemingly trying to discern something, Ye's father remained as serious as ever, chewing deliberately and with precision, while Ye's mother tirelessly served her daughter-in-law, her smile unwavering. Yet, upon seeing her son, who was engrossed in his meal, her smile faded, replaced by a frustrated expression, as if she were contemplating the futility of her son's stubbornness. After a moment, she spoke up, "Since it's Gu Qingyi's first visit to the Yi family and she is still unfamiliar with our surroundings, you should take her for a stroll around the estate after breakfast." As expected, the system's notification chimed in response. From Mother's suggestion, accompany Gu Qingyi to familiarize her with the Yi family environment. Difficulty: extremely easy, danger level, low reward, advanced gift packaged. Yi Changxing inhaled sharply, excitement bubbling within him. If the common gift package yielded such substantial rewards, what might the advanced one contain? Yet, amidst his anticipation, a hint of confusion lingered. What did the low danger level entail? Was the entire Yi family not his own home? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that the danger stemmed from Gu Qingyi herself. After all, he had married the woman every man in the world longed for. With her stunning beauty, countless admirers were inevitable, and jealousy was to be expected. Caution is the mother of safety. I shall have the Yi family guardians discreetly follow us. Once breakfast concluded, Yi Changxing eagerly led Gu Qingyi away. This scene left Yi's parents and sister, Yi Yao, momentarily stunned. Why was their son so obedient? Wasn't he fearful of women? Even if he didn't outright refuse, one would expect him to display some semblance of dissatisfaction. Yet, what did his eager and excited gaze signify? The three exchanged glances, having grown increasingly perplexed by Yi Changxing since the day he agreed to the union. Could it be a change of heart? They speculated, deciding to stealthily follow the pair to observe. Yi Changxing accompanied Gu Qingyi as they traversed the Yi estate. Throughout, he deliberately maintained a distance, rarely speaking, only offering brief introductions at each location before moving on to the next. It felt less like a leisurely outing for a newlywed couple and more akin to accompanying a leader on an inspection. The 3,000 guardians concealed in the shadows looked upon their young master with expressions of helplessness, pondering when he would finally take the initiative to carry on the Yi family lineage. Ye's father and mother were at a loss for words, nearly rushing forward to reprimand their son. Truly, he was a stubborn block of wood. They wanted him to accompany her for a stroll, not play tour guide. Exhausted, they wished for the situation to resolve itself. Meanwhile, Yao regarded her brother with a contemplative expression, her inner thoughts spiraling into a bold conjecture. Could it be that her brother was just like her? While everyone's thoughts diverged, an unexpected cosmic phenomenon unfolded. In the void above, ancient wonders and boundless auspices descended upon the Yi family. Who summoned this spectacle? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and no longer concealed. Numerous powerful figures revealed themselves. Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi halted, both gazing upward at the sky. Golden clouds of merit transformed into blooming golden lotuses, filling the heavens with profound laws and resonant rhythms. Then, an immense, ancient pressure descended upon the world, heralding the arrival of a colossal bronze stele that appeared above the Yi family estate. What on earth is this? Yi Changxing wore a perplexed expression. Brat, I've told you to read more, yet you don't even recognize the heavenly Tao stele. Ye's mother materialized before him, explaining, the heavenly Tao stele can only be summoned by those who have broken through to the extreme realm. Each appearance lasts for 99 days. Should individuals of equal cultivation inscribe their names upon it within this time, they shall receive unparalleled fortune. The higher the ranking, the more generous the reward. 3 years prior, Qingyi unveiled the 10 celestial caves, causing the manifestation of the heavenly stele. In that year, countless prodigies inscribed their names upon the stele, securing innumerable fortuities. The current appearance of the heavenly stele is that of the physical stele, likely signifying that someone from the Yi clan has achieved a corporeal breakthrough to the ultimate realm. This thought crossed his mind. A change transpired upon the stele. A name, under the auspices of the grand laws, was inscribed upon it. Shao Chun. Upon seeing this name, the members of the Yi clan were taken aback. Shao Chun, one of the divine sons of the Yi clan by marriage, had entered the clan 2 years ago, forcefully consolidating the 9 celestial caves, and was subsequently designated as the 10th divine son of the Yi clan. Afterwards, in pursuit of uniting the 10 celestial caves, he even dispersed his energy to refine his corporeal body anew. Now, having emerged from his seclusion, he had triggered the manifestation of the physical stele, indicating that his recultivation had been successful. Shao Chun pays his respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders. At this moment, a young man clad in black, possessing striking features and an overwhelming aura, stood before the assembly. He bowed respectfully to each of the eminent figures. Upon encountering Yi Changxing, a fleeting glimmer of concealed coldness flashed in his eyes, which then transformed into a profound infatuation as he beheld Gu Qingyi. Although Shao Chun was a divine son, the Yi clan was an imperial lineage. Every divine son of the past had evoked the manifestation of the heavenly stele. Among the 3,000 guardians, having cultivated for countless years and possessing extensive experiences, the heavenly stele was not regarded as anything extraordinary in the eyes of these genuine powerhouses. Activate the protective formation of the clan. There is no need to pay heed to the heavenly stele. Allow any others to come forth and test it. Yi Fu commanded the assembly. Understood. The crowd responded and gradually dispersed. All right, you accompany Qingyi well. It is merely a heavenly stele, nothing to concern yourself with. Following this, Yimu also departed. In an instant, the once lively skies were left with only a bronze stele and Shao Chun. Miss Qingyi, we meet again. With no one around, Shao Chun could not resist approaching Gu Qingyi to greet her, while he entirely disregarded the Yi clan's noble son beside her. Why? Yi Changxing narrowed his eyes, seemingly sensing an indistinct inquiry between the two. Do we know each other? Gu Qingyi frowned, feeling an inexplicable aversion to Shao Chun's gaze. Shao Chun smiled and replied, 5 years ago, I was pursued in the Kanglin's secret realm, and it was thanks to Miss Qingyi's life-saving grace. Recalling something, Gu Qingyi blurted out, you were that man in black. Upon realizing that she remembered him, Shao Chun immediately felt a surge of excitement. However, just as he was about to speak, he was struck into silence by Gu Qingyi's next words. Wait, you're not dead? PFF. Yi Changxing could no longer contain his laughter. Shao Chun's expression became rigid. How could he discern a hint of a desire for his demise in her tone? Shao Chun chuckled awkwardly. Had it not been for your rescue, I likely would have perished that day, for which I am exceedingly grateful. You misunderstood. Gu Qingyi dismissed with a nonchalant tone. Back then, I needed something from the Kanglin's secret realm, and you were the key to it. If you had died, no one could have opened the secret realm, which is why I saved you. I thought you would perish in the realm, yet to my surprise, you are still alive. This revelation struck Xiao Chun like a thunderclap, leaving him paralyzed. The once fervent warmth within him turned to ice as the truth became increasingly unbearable. Chapter 6. Advanced Gift Pack by Ling Huachen. Grass. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Qing Yi's act of saving me be motivated solely by this reason? Xiao Qin's heart roared in denial, unwilling to accept that his 5-year infatuation was merely unreciprocated. Wei Chongqing shot him a peculiar glance, then turned to Gu Qingyi, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you to explore other places." Listening to my husband. Watching as the two were about to depart, Xiao Qin suddenly had a flash of insight. Of course, it must be Yi Chongqing, with Gu Qingyi's remarkable 9 orifices Linglong divine body. Destined for the imperial path, what reason would she have to marry such a useless person who cannot cultivate? If it were not for Yi Chongqing's scheming, the Gu clan would have to be foolish to marry such a talent into the Yi clan. Moreover, considering how invested the clan head and his wife are in this matter, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. Wait. Yi Chongqing halted, turning back with a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze towards Xiao Chen. He and this fellow were hardly familiar. The latter's persistence was somewhat presumptuous. Qingyi has already stated she is merely utilizing you. What more do you wish to pursue? Shut up, Xiao Chun suddenly roared in anger. Qingyi, the reason you agreed to marry him must be due to some unspeakable circumstance, right? The things you told me were likely due to unavoidable constraints. Am I correct? Observing Xiao Qin's agitated demeanor, Gu Qingyi appeared perplexed, feeling this individual was quite peculiar. Nevertheless, out of politeness, she decided to respond sincerely. What I said earlier was true. I saved you because you were the key. Without you, how could I unlock the Kanglin's secret realm? My marriage to my husband is without any hidden motives. I simply wish to. Gu Qingyi's earnest expression felt like a dagger piercing Xiao Qin's heart, leaving him in pain and breathless at this moment. Yi Chongqing finally comprehended the situation. It seemed this brat harbored feelings for his wife. Any normal man would find it intolerable. Tisk, Xiao Chun is a divine son of our Yi clan. Truly an extraordinary talent drawing everyone's attention, a figure of such caliber, who does not even regard me, yet he still clings to my wife. You are a future prodigy, destined to push through the realms. Shouldn't you be above such romantic entanglements? Although Yi Chongqing did not insult him, there was an underlying praise in his tone. Yet, Xiao Chun felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face, a burning pain radiating from his cheeks. Yi Chongqing dismissed the matter entirely, even reaching out to tug at Gu Qingyi's sleeve. Come, Qingyi, I will take you to see other places. All right, husband. Seeing Yi Chongqing take the initiative to engage with her, Gu Qingyi's face lit up with joy. PFF. Once more, Xiao Chun heard the sound of a knife plunging into his heart. I in the grand arena. You were the busiest. In Gotham City, you were the wildest. Who would have thought such a person truly existed? Yi Chongqing. The muttering faded into the distance as Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, each syllable dripping with animosity, as if he bore an irreconcilable grudge. Though he was unaware of the meaning behind Yi Chongqing's final 2 remarks, he sensed they were certainly not flattering. However, being a divine son, he managed to control his emotions. Xiao Chun, recognize what it is you truly desire. You are a child of destiny, fated to make your name known throughout the world and tread upon the imperial path. Do not be swayed by emotions. That useless body, though he speaks oddly, did not speak entirely in error. You are a prodigy and should not be entangled in such trivial romantic affairs. When the day arrives that your cultivation ascends to the heavens, no matter whether it be the Yi clan or Gu Qingyi, none shall dare to speak loudly in your presence. After comforting himself with these thoughts, Xiao Chun felt a significant relief. Watching the pair depart, their compatibility evident, he scoffed and swiftly left. As an imperial clan, the Yi family possessed immense depths of resources, boasting countless hidden treasures and caves. By the time evening fell, Yi Chongqing had only taken Gu Qingyi to explore a mere 10 locations. Husband, the day is drawing to a close. Qingyi is feeling somewhat weary. Shall we return? Yi Chongqing naturally had no objections, nodding, all right, as you wish. Upon returning to their marital chamber and taking a seat, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Task of familiarizing Gu Qingyi with the Yi clan environment has been completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an advanced gift pack. Would you like to open it? Opening gift pack. You have acquired a terrestrial-grade celestial plant by Ling Huaqing grass. Consuming it will cleanse the marrow and purge impurities, elevating your cultivation level. Would you like to use it? Yi Changxing's heart surged with excitement. It is known that celestial plants are generally categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The Yi clan, being so affluent, placed great significance on terrestrial-grade spiritual items, and they had powerful beings guarding the spiritual fields to prevent unforeseen occurrences, honoring their rarity and value. Use. As the thought crossed his mind, Yi Changxing beheld the verdant spiritual grass in his consciousness, transforming into a crystalline liquid. Gasp! A sudden chill coursed through his body, as if the coldness seeped into his very marrow. Subsequently, this icy sensation flowed through him like water, continuously washing over his limbs, sending tingling sensations throughout his being, compelling him to stifle a groan. "Husband, what are you doing?" Behind a curtain, Gu Qingyi, changing clothes in the bedroom, heard the commotion and curiously inquired. "Nothing, nothing, just a slight stomach discomfort." Yi Changxing hastily fabricated an excuse. Moments later, the peculiar sensations subsided, yet he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. It seemed to emanate from himself. Lowering his head in an instant, Yi Changxing was taken aback. From the pores of his body emerged numerous clumps of black impurities, caked like mud upon him, exuding a foul stench. "Goodness, is there this much filth within my body? It feels like a garbage dump." After a moment of silent grumbling, he hastily exited the room, instructing the servants to prepare the cleansing water, eager to rid himself of the grimy remnants. Late into the night, Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. "Husband, won't you join me in sleep?" Yi Changxing, seated by the table, glanced up briefly before quickly averting his gaze. This girl was astonishingly innocent, clad in form-fitting attire that left her fragrant shoulders partially exposed. A sight that quickened the heartbeat. "Ahem, not for the time being. You should rest. I have some matters to ponder." "Very well," she replied, though uncertain of his reasons for not resting. Yet Gu Qingyi, being a person of great courtesy, believed her husband must have his own considerations for his actions. Days later, "Son, are you truly not going to give it a try? What if the Heavenly Tao Monument reacts, moreover, with the talents from various clans arriving, all wishing to leave their names on the monument? Are you not even the slightest bit interested in such a spectacle? Surely, you can at least enjoy the view?" Chapter 7. Returning home to visit parents' mother. What is there to see in a bunch of young people vying for superiority? Besides, as someone who cannot cultivate, what could I possibly understand? Yi Changxing had no intention of revealing the progress he had made in his cultivation just yet. He needed to find a suitable reason and timing. Otherwise, such a sudden change might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing her son mention his inability to cultivate, Yi mother sighed inwardly, her tone softening. "Even so, you must not lose heart, understand? Rest assured, mother. After all these years, I am fine." Back in the room, Gu Qingyi observed Yi Changxing's sighs and asked curiously, "Husband, what troubles you? You look quite unhappy." "Alas, it is my parents who insist that I visit the Heavenly Tao Monument to seek fortune and make a name for myself. Yet, do they not know how useless it is since I cannot cultivate?" Understanding his concerns, Gu Qingyi blinked her autumn-like eyes and proposed a solution. "Why not tell father and mother that you wish to stay in the room to accompany me?" From Gu Qingyi's suggestion, staying in the room and refraining from participating in the naming at the Heavenly Tao Monument. Difficulty: very easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift packed. Yi Changxing froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Now I have no choice but to remain in the room, in the blink of an eye. 8 days had passed, and Yi Changxing and his wife were summoned to the main hall early in the morning. After paying respects to their elders, Yi mother looked at the well-matched couple and smiled, saying, "Qingyi, you have been married for 10 days now. It is time to visit your family. Thank you for your concern. Mother, I am immensely grateful," Gu Qingyi replied, performing a graceful bow. Yi Changxing, in truth, was reluctant to waste time on such matters. However, given that Gu Qingyi was his formally recognized wife, and she had done nothing to wrong him, he felt it necessary to observe the proper courtesies. "Son, will you accompany Qingyi to visit her family today? Is that all right?" Yi father inquired with a beaming smile, increasingly pleased with their compatibility. From father's suggestion, Accompany Gu Qingyi to visit her family. Difficulty, very easy. Danger level, low reward. Advanced gift pack. Yi Changxing's eyes brightened, his momentary hesitation dissipating. However, the low danger level suggested that this visit to the Gu family might not be entirely peaceful. 18 noon. On the floating white jade plaza, ethereal energy swirled as grand melodies resonated. 9 scaled, golden dragons lay coiled upon the ground, their whiskers flowing as if they were sculptures. Yi Changxing and his wife boarded the celestial sedan. The 9 golden dragons came to life, their roars reverberating through the heavens and earth. Their massive forms soared skyward, exceptionally dazzling. Behind the dragon sedan followed a procession of celestial birds and exotic beasts, showcasing countless formidable experts. Such a grand spectacle. Yi Changxing remarked with a grin, reflecting on his parents' extravagance. Half an hour later, the higher-ups of the Gu family gathered before the family's celestial mountain gate, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the ostentatious procession. Indeed, this is the Yi family. With the 9 dragon divine sedan leading the way, even the heads of holy lands do not receive such treatment, of course not. Any one of those exotic beasts could serve as a town guardian deity. Such a pity. Our Qingyi is also a prodigy, yet she has married that incapable waste. Alas, how tragic. When Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi descended from the dragon sedan, they were equally stunned by the grandeur of the Gu family. Your son-in-law Yi Changxing, accompanied by my wife Qingyi, pays respects to my esteemed father-in-law and all the respected elders and friends. In front of the crowd, the head of the Gu family approached with a beaming smile, hastily welcoming them. There is no need for formalities, my son-in-law. Please, come in. After exchanging pleasantries with the elders and friends of the Gu family, Yi Changxing finally managed to maintain a stiff smile as he took his seat. Please, my son-in-law, have a seat. After some polite back and forth, everyone finally settled. Aside from Yi Changxing and his wife, most at the table were strikingly beautiful women. Gu Qingyi secretly informed me that they are all concubines collected by her father. Truly a case of an old heart not growing old. Is it inappropriate for Qingyi to visit her husband's family? Not at all. Qingyi is exceptionally virtuous and intelligent. I, your son-in-law, have benefited greatly from her care, Yi Changxing replied jovially, while Gu Qingyi cast him a peculiar glance. Her husband had spent all this time either sitting at the table or sleeping on the floor, never sharing a bed with her, yet here he was, seemingly so concerned for her reputation in public. In the midst of casual conversation, a servant from the Gu family presented a list of gifts. The head of the Gu family glanced at it, stroking his beard with increasing delight. Why, son-in-law, you and your wife are a match made in heaven. You must live together in harmony. If time permits, do visit the Gu family more often so that our families may deepen their bonds. The head of the Gu family had quite a romantic view. Such visits would require genuine gold and silver. Yi Changxing privately scoffed, maintaining a beaming smile as he responded, By the way, my son-in-law, I have heard that the Yi family has produced a prodigy who has attracted the heavenly Tao monument. Might I inquire who it is? As soon as the head of the Gu family finished speaking, a young girl with 2 buns in her hair chimed in with a bright laugh. Hee, I know. It can't possibly be my brother-in-law. I heard from third sister that he is a born waste and cannot cultivate. The atmosphere at the banquet instantly turned solemn, and no matter how one viewed it, Yi Changxing was still the son of the Yi family. Even if everyone in the world knew it, uttering it in person was still a slap in the face. Silence! The head of the Gu family hastily reprimanded, glaring at the beautiful woman holding the little girl. Lianyu, see what a fine daughter you've raised. The beautiful woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth, her expression filled with grievance. Yes, I have failed in my guidance. I hope my husband will forgive me, but she soon murmured under her breath, but that was what third sister said. What does it have to do with the child? A slightly older woman sitting beside the head of the Gu family shot a cold glare at Lianyu. Forgive me, my husband. It was my indiscretion, father. As the head of this family, you are being somewhat too lenient. Changxing is my husband. It is not for our family to speak ill behind his back. Jiu Qingyi's expression turned frosty as she admonished her father. With so many people in the family, there are bound to be many affairs. Sometimes, you ought to keep a closer eye on things to prevent those who rely on their appearance and charm from overstepping their bounds, thinking themselves significant and bringing their petty matters to light. This statement was clearly aimed at the third and fourth sisters, instantly causing irritation among them. However, Gu Qingyi was now the pillar of the Gu family. Not to mention her exceptional talent, even her identity as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family made it so that no one dared to oppose her. Yi Changsheng looked at the assertive Gu Qingyi, surprised to discover that this usually innocent and cool wife of his possessed such a formidable side. Chapter 8. Each with their own thoughts at this moment. He realized that there was likely some underhandedness between the third and fourth sisters, resulting in their conflicts being brought to light, with the fourth sister seeking to embarrass the third sister using his name. Initially, Yi Changsheng felt somewhat angry. However, upon hearing Gu Qingyi stand up for him, his irritation lessened significantly. Though she usually appeared taciturn and even a bit foolishly innocent, when faced with the situation, she was far from weak. Yes, Qingyi is right. It is indeed my fault for not overseeing matters properly. I shall take the time to discipline the family and ensure they refrain from such talk. The head of the Gu family echoed his sentiments, reprimanding the two concubines lightly, then turned to Yi Changsheng with an apologetic tone. Dear nephew, please do not take it to heart. Children are often thoughtless and enjoy speaking out of turn. Their words are innocent, utterly innocent, haha. Yi Changsheng tugged at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to hold a grudge against them in light of Gu Qingyi's defense. Indeed, my father-in-law speaks wisely. I shall not take offense with the child. Haha, I knew my son-in-law had a broad heart and a capacity for forgiveness. Others may not understand, but I see it clearly. My son-in-law is a hidden dragon waiting to soar. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. Gu Jiazhu's flattery finally enlivened the atmosphere of the banquet, yet Yi Changsheng found the meal utterly tasteless, eager for it to conclude. The women engaged in a relentless battle of wits. Their words laced with barbs that could drive anyone to distraction. Gu Qingyi's furrowed brow had not relaxed for a moment. After finally bidding farewell to the Gu family and boarding the dragon carriage, Yi Changsheng leaned back against the soft couch with a contented sound. My husband, do not be angry. My father has raised so many women. It is inevitable that there will be some rivalry for affection. If you feel wronged, I shall return and teach them a lesson, avenging my husband. Gu Qingyi's voice, tinged with regret, elicited a smile from Yi Changsheng. There is no need for such formality, Qingyi. These are merely trifles. Nothing to be concerned about, indeed, as long as my husband is not upset. Gazing at her exquisite and radiant visage, Yi Changsheng was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion. Gu Qingyi had grown up in such an environment, enduring countless grievances to reach this day, which was no small feat. Though he preferred to avoid contact with women, having such a sensible and beautiful companion was indeed a delightful pleasure. The task of accompanying Gu Qingyi home was accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have received an advanced gift pack. Would you like to open it? Absolutely. Gift pack opening in progress. You have obtained the blood amber essence pill, which can enhance your physique. Would you like to use it? Yes. Yi Changsheng closed his eyes, reclining on the soft couch, feeling a wave of warmth radiate from his throat, like a rushing river flooding throughout his body. The sensation enveloped him, akin to being caught in a furnace. An intense burning sensation permeating everywhere. This experience was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an my husband. Why has your complexion suddenly turned so red? Gu Qingyi's curious voice made Yi Changsheng alert. It would be wiser to keep such matters concealed from others in the future. Upon returning home, Yi Mu inquired about the events at the Gu family. Why Yi Changsheng, disinterested in dwelling on it, offered vague responses, while Gu Qingyi earnestly recounted the events, specifically mentioning how he had been marginalized. Earning her mother's praise, in the following days, Yi Changsheng became even more reclusive, remaining indoors and avoiding the outside world. Rumors circulated that he was infatuated with beauty, but only Gu Qingyi knew that her husband was too reluctant to even touch her, preoccupied instead with peculiar games. Come, let us play another round of Go. Yi Changsheng exclaimed with enthusiasm, but Gu Qingyi, somewhat exasperated, replied, My husband, you have devised quite a number of games recently, Ludo, Monopoly, and Go, to name a few. While you may not be able to cultivate, you are still the son of the Yi family. If you were to apply that intelligence in a constructive manner, even assisting your parents with family matters would be commendable. But I possess no such ability, Yi Changsheng retorted casually, tossing aside the game pieces and reclining comfortably against the chair. Qingyi, consider this. My parents are formidable figures, living long and full of vitality. Why should I join in their affairs? You can cultivate, do so diligently, and when you become a master, simply lend your husband a hand. His languid demeanor left Gu Qingyi at a loss for words, and she could only sigh in agreement. Yet, on the other hand, she found his creations quite interesting, sparking her own curiosity. Moreover, although he did not share her bed, Gu Qingyi could feel his goodwill emanating towards her. "Young madam, the matriarch has sent for you." A maid's voice interrupted Gu Qingyi's thoughts. She turned to Yi Changsheng, saying, "Please wait. I shall be back shortly." "Go on. Just remember not to mention our games to my mother, lest she begin to nag us again." Once Gu Qingyi departed, Yi Changsheng straightened his posture, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. During this time, he had left no stone unturned, seizing every opportunity to complete tasks. His immortal body had reached the 4th layer, and he acquired 2 new divine abilities: Soul-Severing Finger and Mountain-Shaking Fist. One subtle and cunning, the other fierce and domineering, both extraordinarily lethal. With these divine abilities and his formidable physique combined, he would have no trouble dealing with cultivators at the transformation stage. As he mused, "Qingyi is quite a remarkable girl. Despite my lack of ambition, she remains patient with me, and her temperament is truly commendable." As Gu Qingyi approached the grand hall, she suddenly overheard voices behind a rockery engaged in gossip. "Our family's son is utterly finished. Lacking any talent for cultivation, he is now hopelessly infatuated with beauty. Such disgrace, indeed. Such a person should be abandoned at once to avoid wasting resources." Hearing these remarks, Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed in anger, and with a swift gesture, she shattered the rockery. "How dare you, as members of the Yi family, speak ill of our own son? You who benefit from the Yi family's generosity yet speak with such ingratitude are nothing but ungrateful wretches." Faced with Gu Qingyi's scolding, the 3 Yi family disciples hurriedly confessed their wrongdoing and, after apologizing, left in a disheartened state. Regardless of Yi Changsheng's shortcomings, he was still the son of the family, not someone they could insult or slander. "Such wicked hearts," Gu Qingyi muttered in frustration as she watched them depart before proceeding to the discussion hall. Little did she know, the matriarch had witnessed everything unfold. "Qingyi is quite commendable. She knows how to defend Changsheng. However, some within this household speak far too carelessly." Chapter 9. Yimu's concern. As soon as Gu Qingyi entered the hall, Yimu grasped her hand, showering her with praise. "Our Qingyi is truly a good girl, standing up for her husband in front of outsiders, and my unworthy son has many flaws. Please be more forgiving of him. Mother, you flatter me. My husband is quite good and takes great care of me." Gu Qingyi replied hastily, "Oh dear, do you truly believe that? I know exactly what kind of person my son is. He is hardly one to care for others." Yimu continued to voice her grievances, leaving Gu Qingyi somewhat at a loss for words. By the way, Qingyi, besides your daily cultivation, would you consider helping me manage some of the Yi family affairs? "Ah? I'm afraid I am not capable of such responsibilities." Yu Qingyi was taken aback, surprised that Yimu would think to entrust such duties to her. "Oh, do reconsider, Qingyi. Your father and I have only one child. You will inevitably need to take on the family matters in the future. With you as a capable assistant, I would feel much more at ease." "Mother, I truly lack that ability." "Oh dear," Yimu interrupted, her tone playful yet earnest. "Do not rush to a decision. Ponder it carefully before responding." Feeling embarrassed to outright refuse, Gu Qingyi hesitated before reluctantly agreeing. Once back in her room, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. "What troubles you, Qingyi?" Yi Changsheng, ever perceptive, noticed her disquiet and inquired. Yu Qingyi hesitated before saying, "Mother wishes for me to take over the family business, and I am unsure whether to agree. Is that all?" "If you do not wish to, feel free to tell her. No one will hold it against you," he reassured her. "While I may not feel pressured, I still think it is a significant responsibility." "What do you think I should do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Changsheng replied, "This matter is entirely up to you. If you wish to take it on, then do so. If not, then do not. If you feel burdened, I can speak with your mother on your behalf. Thank you, my husband. Let me consider it further." As they spoke, Gu Qingyi's gaze fell upon the table. "My husband. What is this?" "This is Go. Would you like to give it a try?" "Then please, teach me." From Gu Qingyi's suggestion, teach her how to play Go. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary. Gift pack. Yi Changsheng's eyes lit up, eagerly taking a seat at the table. "Come, let me show you how to play." After finishing a game, Gu Qingyi quickly grasped the rules and engaged in a lively match with Yi Changsheng. During their play, she managed to earn several small gift packs, significantly enhancing her abilities. 2 days later, Gu Qingyi finally made her decision to take on some family responsibilities. The couple resolved to consult Timu together, selecting simpler tasks to ease into the role. As they approached the hall's entrance, they overheard discussions within. Yi Chongqing is nothing but a useless waste, unable to cultivate. Yet the matriarch still lavishes resources upon him. It's puzzling what use he is. Indeed, such a person should be abandoned at once to avoid wasting resources. Yi Chongqing frowned, uninterested in engaging with those who would speak ill behind his back. Qingyi, perhaps we should wait a moment before seeking out Mother. Qingyi. He looked up in surprise as Gu Qingyi, filled with anger, strode decisively into the hall. What kind of talk is this? No matter how one may argue, my husband is still the scion of the Yi family. Even considering the hardships endured by our parents in protecting the Yi family for so many years, my husband rightfully deserves this. Upon recognizing the visitor, the expressions of several elders in the hall became subtly nuanced. Yi Chongqing, with a neutral countenance, softly remarked, Qingyi, there is no need to bicker with these individuals. The words of the young madam seem rather biased, interjected a slightly plump elder with a ruddy face. Reclining in his chair, a faint smile adorning his features, even before the young master, there are certain truths that must be spoken. The prosperity of the Yi family today is the fruit of the hard work of every clan member. Certainly, the contributions of the family head and matriarch are immense, but without the efforts of others, how could the Yi family thrive? As the young master of the Yi family, one must surely excel in either cultivation or family affairs. Mustn't one? Yet now, with the young master lacking in cultivation and neglecting clan matters, does this not seem somewhat undeserving? No sooner had he finished speaking than another elder chimed in, Indeed, young madam, do not mean to disparage the young master. Look at Xiao Chun, who not only assists with clan affairs but also surpasses others in his cultivation. As our family's divine son, he has summoned the heavenly path tablet and attracted numerous prodigies, enhancing the prestige of the Yi family. Such a person is truly deserving of cultivation resources. Precisely, this Xiao Qian is commendable. Compared to Yi Chongqing, he is far more suited to the position of young master. Yi Chongqing's expression turned cold, a fleeting glimmer of icy light in his eyes. These individuals were deliberately comparing him to Xiao Qian, merely to elevate one while belittling the other. Although he preferred not to engage with them, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingyi's clear voice preempted him. What qualifications do you have to speak of my husband in such a manner? So what if he cannot cultivate? He has not caused any trouble for the clan, so why should he not be allowed to live? Furthermore, our parents have merely offered him gifts from their own contributions. Why should they be subjected to your reproach? Those are our parents' possessions, and they may handle them as they see fit. Her words were resolute, causing the expressions of several elders to shift uncomfortably. Yi Chongqing looked at the fierce Gu Qingyi, warmth blossoming within him. Despite his esteemed position within the family due to his parents, the inability to cultivate was indeed a significant flaw. His parents had devoted considerable resources to him over the years, all earned through their contributions, with no acts of personal gain involved. The elders' comments were likely motivated more by envy of these benefits than by any genuine concern. Humph, what of it? Is it truly a better choice to allocate resources to a good-for-nothing? A talent like Xiao Qian deserves far more attention and cultivation. The elders continued their discourse, seemingly oblivious to Yi Chongqing's presence. Gu Qingyi was about to retort further when a voice filled with fury erupted in the hall. You old rascals, are you so idle that you come to bully my son? The elders' expressions changed drastically, hastily rising to pay their respects. In a flash of celestial light, the majestic Yi matriarch appeared in the hall. Get out, you shameless old fools. Chapter 10. Xiao Chen breaks through. The heavenly path tablet stirs. The elders exchanged glances. The ruddy-faced elder tentatively ventured, Matriarch, regarding Xiao Chen's need for the spirit-nurturing fruit. Leave. Yes, yes. Seeing the Yi matriarch genuinely enraged, they dared not linger, leaving the council hall in a rather disheveled manner. Chongqing, do not take their words to heart, the Yi matriarch said, offering a worried comfort to Yi Chongqing, who smiled in response. Mother, it is nothing. I have not taken it to heart. By the way, Qingyi and I came to discuss her involvement in family management. The Yi matriarch's eyes brightened instantly. What have you decided? Yi Changsheng answered on Gu Qingyi's behalf. After some contemplation, Qingyi believes it is appropriate to assist you with certain responsibilities. She is willing to take on some family matters, starting with simpler tasks. Good, good, good. I knew Qingyi was a good girl. Someone, take her to the spirit fields for the handover. From now on, that area will be under her purview. Both of them were taken aback, not expecting the Yi matriarch to be so decisive. Mother, is this not a bit too hasty? What haste? This is quite simple. The sooner she engages, the sooner she becomes familiar with it. Saying this, the Yi matriarch urged the maid to escort Gu Qingyi away. After they left, she turned to Yi Changsheng. Son, you must treat Qingyi well, do you understand? Do not worry, mother, I hold Qingyi in high regard. The Yi matriarch chuckled. That is good. Qingyi has defended you so fervently. She is indeed a remarkable person. You should grow closer to her. For Mother S suggestion, grow closer to Gu Qingyi. Difficulty, relatively easy danger level, none reward. Advanced gift pack. Yi Changsheng hesitated for a moment. Since his betrayal by his girlfriend in his previous life, he had developed an innate fear of love and marriage, even cultivating a fear of women. Being asked to grow closer to Gu Qingyi felt somewhat daunting. Damn, bringing past issues into the present. What a stroke of misfortune. If it weren't for that woman, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. After all, it is an advanced gift pack. Internally lamenting, Yi Changsheng involuntarily recalled Gu Qingyi. She was indeed quite a good person, not only accepting him despite his shortcomings, but also often encouraging him, keeping him company to pass the time, and defending him before others. If he were to grow closer to her, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Changsheng ultimately chose to accept the task. When Gu Qingyi returned home that evening, Yi Changsheng proactively inquired about her experiences of the day. The matters at the spirit fields were few and transitioned smoothly. With Mother S support, I encountered no difficulties. Upon hearing her recounting, Yi Changsheng suddenly stood up and approached Gu Qingyi. In her bewildered gaze, Yi Changsheng took a deep breath, trembling slightly as he gently patted her shoulder. Good luck. Task of growing closer to Gu Qingyi completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an advanced gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open, gift pack opening. Obtained a 4th order magical artifact, Breaking Cloud Spirit Dispersing Spear. Yi Changsheng's excitement surged. Magical artifacts are ranked up to the 9th order, and a 4th order artifact is already more than sufficient for him at this stage. For a cultivator, a well-suited magical artifact can greatly enhance one's strength. More importantly, the items awarded by the system are exceptionally fitting for his robust physique, amplifying his capabilities. Husband, did you just pat me? Gu Qingyi asked softly, bringing Yi Changsheng back to reality. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he cleared his throat and nodded. Indeed, it was merely encouragement. I believe you will excel in this matter. Thank you, husband. Watching Gu Qingyi break into a radiant smile, Yi Changsheng felt a peculiar emotion stir within him. It seemed that spending time with such a girl was not so bad after all. Time flew by, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Changsheng continuously accepted tasks and received numerous valuable items from the system. Although he still could not cultivate, his physical refinement had already surpassed that of spirit transformation cultivators. It was time to venture out. Muttering to himself, he stepped out of his room for the first time in over 10 days. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light and resplendent clouds rose from the distance, immediately capturing his attention. Narrowing his eyes to gaze, he saw many skilled members of the Yi family darting through the air, hastening toward that direction. Just as he wondered what was happening, Gu Qingyi gracefully approached. Qingyi, what is occurring over there? Turning to glance back, Gu Qingyi replied calmly, it is said that Xiao Qian has broken through in his cultivation, having condensed half of an indestructible golden body, now ranking first on the Heavenly Path tablet. Those people are probably going to congratulate him. I see. Yi Changsheng nodded, inwardly feeling a twinge of disdain. To achieve first place on the Heavenly Path tablet with only half of an indestructible golden body. It seems the standards of this ranking are not particularly high. Beside the Heavenly Path tablet, Xiao Chun stood in white robes, hands clasped behind his back, a faint golden glow enveloping him. Congratulations to Divine Sun Xiao for achieving the indestructible golden body, a talent of unparalleled gifts. Destined to tread the imperial path and reign supreme. Various congratulatory voices rang in his ears, causing Xiao Chun to struggle to suppress a smile. Thank you all for your kind words. What I have achieved today is inseparable from the care and support of my family. I shall strive diligently to repay the clan as soon as possible. After a moment of humility, a continuous wave of flattery erupted around him. Look, look, this is the true demeanor of a divine son. In contrast, that waste Yi Chongqing just stays cooped up indoors all day, merely lounging with women. He brings nothing but shame to his parents. Is it truly his parents' shame? It is the face of the Yi family that is at stake. Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's name, Xiao Qin's smile faded slightly. Humph. Now that I have achieved the indestructible golden body, I will certainly gain the family's favor. Even if he relies on his parents' protection, I shall have no reason to fear him. Perhaps it is time to approach Qingyi. Perhaps she would accept me now. Upon contemplating the enchanting beauty of Gu Qingyi, Xiao Chun felt a surge of warmth within his heart. Soon, the fluctuations of the heavenly Dao steel attracted the attention of various factions. The news of Xiao Chen achieving half of the immortal golden body spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of myriad races and sacred lands. Historically, the first person to inscribe their name on the heavenly Dao steel has always been bestowed with great fortune and opportunities. Indeed, some individuals have received treasures that significantly aided their paths to becoming emperors, igniting envy and desire among many. With Xiao Chun currently leading the charge, he too would undoubtedly reap the benefits bestowed by the heavenly Dao steel. Discussions abounded among various powers, including the Yi family, speculating on the astonishing fortunes Xiao Chun might acquire. Chapter 11. Yi Chongqing's heart stirred. After a leisurely stroll, Yi Chongqing discovered that the topic of Xiao Chun was the subject of conversation everywhere. He received quite a few disdainful glances and decided to abandon his outing. Qingyi, is the reward from the heavenly Dao steel truly so bountiful? Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Chongqing curiously inquired. Gu Qingyi's autumn-like eyes flickered as she pondered and replied, "It is said that the top 3 on the heavenly Dao steel receive a brief segment of the Dao principles suitable for those who wish to leave their names, which can cleanse their minds and souls, greatly aiding their future paths. Moreover, the reward for the first place is even more generous, with a significant chance of obtaining a Dao fruits phantom, allowing them to grasp a portion of their own Dao principles in advance." To grasp the Dao principles, Yi Chongqing mused, a glimmer of yearning evident in his eyes. Dao principles are the domain of those in the cave heaven realm, and to master even a trace of it would be an unattainable dream for anyone beneath the returning void realm. Even a mere hint of the Dao principles would render those below the returning void utterly powerless. Such a remarkable opportunity would tempt anyone, even someone with a system by their side. If he could touch or even grasp a wisp of the Dao principles, combined with his formidable physique, perhaps he could contend against returning void cultivators. Contemplating this, Yi Chongqing swiftly continued, "Qingyi, when will the rewards from the heavenly Dao steel be distributed? If I calculate correctly, it should be tomorrow. The heavenly Dao steel will remain for 99 days, and on the final day, opportunities will be granted according to the rankings before it dissipates into the cosmos." My dear, are you very curious about the heavenly Dao steel? A bit. With Xiao Qin achieving half of the immortal golden body to secure first place, wouldn't his complete immortal golden body ensure a guaranteed victory? Pondering this, he felt a stirring excitement. All right, let us try our luck tomorrow. The following day, on the floating square, prodigies from all corners gathered. The elite of myriad races stood tall. Today marked the day of the heavenly Dao steel's opportunity distribution, and they were eager to witness what fortunes the top 3 would acquire. The first place on the heavenly Dao steel should undoubtedly be Xiao Qin. I think so too. With his advantage of half an immortal golden body. It is certainly well-deserved. By the way, isn't there another from the Yi family who ranks on the list? Indeed, that would be the so-called waste prince's wife, Gu Qingyi. She is a 9-aperture exquisite sacred body. Equally gifted, ranking second on the heavenly Dao steel. It is such a pity for such an exceptional cauldron to be wasted on that waste. It truly is a squandering of talent. Such discussions echoed incessantly, causing Gu Qingyi to furrow her delicate brows. "Qingyi, you've arrived." Xiao Chun approached, wearing what he considered an elegant smile. Gu Qingyi cast him a sidelong glance, subtly distancing herself. Xiao Chen's smile immediately faltered. This woman? He clenched his teeth in silence, seething with anger. What kind of enchantment had Yi Chongqing cast upon her to make her so devoted? Suddenly, a stir arose in the crowd. Yi Chongqing, hands tucked casually into his sleeves, ambled towards the heavenly Dao steel, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. Isn't that the Yi family's waste? What is he doing here? Who knows? Perhaps he feels compelled to show his face because Gu Qingyi is on the list? Show his face? Is there truly someone so shameless? Look at your words. If he had any sense of shame, he would have firmly rejected the marriage proposal back then. Wei Changxing glanced up at the heavenly Dao stele, which loomed majestically in the sky, emanating an ancient and profound aura. My dear husband, you've come. Gu Qingyi appeared beside him, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Wei Changxing couldn't help but smile. Yes, I came to see what this is all about. Rest assured, husband, once Qingyi receives her fortune, I will attempt to use the Dao principles to nourish your body. Perhaps it will yield some effect. Observing Gu Qingyi's excited expression, Yi Changxing chuckled and shook his head. This silly girl truly possesses a heart of gold. However, just as the two were conversing, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Why, Yi Changxing, what are you doing here? Xiao Chen hovered in the air, looking down at Yi Changxing with indifference. Is it not permissible for me to come and enjoy the spectacle? Yi Changxing shot a sideways glance at Xiao Chen, deeply displeased with his condescending demeanor. Ha ha ha, you, a useless being devoid of cultivation. What do you hope to gain from being here? I suggest you heed my advice and return to your quarters to rest. The brilliance of these prodigies might be too much for your fragile heart to bear. Yi Changxing rolled his eyes. No need for your concern. You should focus on your own situation. Floating high in the sky like a balloon, are you not afraid of being punctured? Although the latter part of his statement was uttered softly, Xiao Chen's keen hearing caught every word. Humph, a powerless wretch, relying solely on parental favor to spew nonsense. Speaking with someone like you is a waste of my breath. In the heavens above, a few clouds hung motionless. Yes, mother, observing the scene below, wore a fierce expression. That little brat Xiao Chen dares to speak to Changxing like that. I shall deal with him later. Yes, father gently shook his head. As the head of our clan, we must conduct ourselves with fairness and integrity. We cannot resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, what would we become? Humph, yes, you are the revered Yi Emperor. I am but a petty woman. It seems below. Yi Changxing ignored Xiao Chen and turned to Gu Qingyi. Qingyi, let us move a bit further away. Some people speak with such foulness that the air reeks. I will follow your lead. My husband, he strode to the side, and Gu Qingyi followed closely behind. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Changxing's retreating figure, filled with murderous intent. This waste truly lacks self-awareness. Were it not for his parents' protection, he would be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed underfoot. Yet he dares to speak so boldly. Humph, a waste is a waste, forever hiding behind a woman's skirts. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, casting one last remark before attempting to leave. But just then, Gu Qingyi's furious voice rang out. You, apologize to my husband. Gu Qingyi's anger was palpable, while Yi Changxing appeared somewhat helpless. He had no intention of stooping to the level of someone like Xiao Chen, much like one would not bite a dog that barked at them. Yet, his wife was fiercely protective, unable to tolerate any insult directed at him. Xiao Chen paused, slowly turning back. Qingyi, were you addressing me just now? Gu Qingyi soared into the air, standing at the same height as Xiao Chen. Who else would I be speaking to? My husband has never wronged you. Why do you continue to bully him? Apologize to him now. Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly frigid. Qingyi, do not jest. Apologizing to this waste? Ask him if he even feels worthy. Chapter 12. Ye father's authority. Gu Qingyi, her teeth clenched in fury, radiated powerful energy. Apologize to my husband. The overwhelming aura erupted, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively retreat. Her current cultivation must surely be at the cave heaven realm. One spectator exclaimed, astonished by Gu Qingyi's striking figure. Indeed, I have only felt such pressure from elders at the cave heaven realm. Miss Qingyi is undoubtedly of that level. What a pity for such a talent to be married to. The murmurs of the crowd echoed clearly in the air, eliciting a cold smile from Xiao Chen. Qingyi, do you still not see clearly? Continuing to defend that incapable waste will only dim your own future. I have now achieved the immortal golden body, and my status within the family will undoubtedly rise. If you have any unspoken concerns, feel free to confide in me. Perhaps I could assist you. His demeanor was exceedingly sincere, seemingly eager to help Gu Qingyi. Spare me your meaningless words. Hurry and apologize to my husband, or do not blame me for being unkind. Gu Qingyi was impervious to Xiao Chen's attempts at persuasion, steadfast in her demand for an apology for Yi Changxing. You, Xiao Qian, incensed, released the pent-up energy within him, and the immortal golden body began to shimmer with resplendent golden light. Below, Yi Changxing observed the escalating tension between the two and urgently called out to Gu Qingyi to cease her confrontation. Although Xiao Qian's words were venomous, his cultivation was genuine. With the support of the immortal golden body, Yi Changxing feared for Gu Qingyi's safety. Qingyi, listen to your husband. Do not engage with him. Yi Changxing cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the sky. Gu Qingyi could not help but lower her head to look. But my lord, he speaks of you in such a manner. Trust me, Qingyi, it is nothing. Just come over first. Seeing Yi Changxing's unwavering demeanor, Gu Qingyi, unwilling to defy his wishes, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Qian and turned to descend. Humph, a waste is simply a waste. He possesses even less courage than a woman. As soon as these words were uttered, Gu Qingyi abruptly turned around, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with murderous intent, ready to unleash her spiritual power upon Xiao Qian. Stop! A resounding voice, filled with grandeur and authority, echoed from the heavens, as the sound resonated. Gu Qingyi and Xiao Qian felt their spiritual energy being restrained, slowly descending to the ground. The imposing figure of Ye's father stood suspended in the air, appearing before the heavenly Tao monument without a discernible motion. You two are family. Let us not harm the harmony of our kin. The onlookers in the square bowed in respect to this contemporary emperor, expressing their admiration. Jiu Qingyi glared fiercely at Xiao Qian. Her anger still palpable. Xiao Qian, however, quickly adjusted his stance, bowing deeply to Ye's father. Junior pays respects to the family head. You possess commendable qualities. To disperse your power and reconstruct an indestructible body, ranking first on the heavenly Tao monument. Your talent is indeed exceptional. Hearing such praise, a smile involuntarily crept upon Xiao Qian's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the composed Yi Changxing in the corner. Your father holds me in high regard. What gives you the right to contest with me? Naturally, this thought only dared to linger in his mind. Why Yi Changxing, keenly sensing Xiao Qian's gaze, rubbed his hands together in irritation. This rascal had provoked him time and again. Even a clay figurine would possess some temper, and he needed to find a way to teach him a lesson. However, contemplating the actions he was about to undertake, Yi Changxing's anger suddenly dissipated significantly. If he were to seize the first place on the heavenly Tao monument before his very eyes, the expression on that fellow's face would surely be magnificent. At this thought, he couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle softly. However, while your talent is commendable and your cultivation noteworthy, your temperament requires further refinement. Ye's father's tone suddenly shifted, leaving Xiao Qian momentarily stunned. Though Changsheng cannot cultivate, he does not belittle himself. He faces the world with kindness. You possess great strength, yet you must understand that a strong heart must advance unwaveringly, as solid as a rock. If you divert your thoughts towards trivial pursuits, you will inevitably stray from the path. Do you understand? Though Ye's father's words were not heavy, his tone was remarkably gentle, yet a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Qian's forehead. The figure before him was no less than Yi Changxing himself, the true master of unparalleled cultivation in this era. His words could be regarded as the voice of the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to disregard them? Thank you, family head, for your guidance. I shall remember your teachings and not dare to slacken my efforts in the slightest. Ye's father nodded and ceased to pay him further attention. Upon reaching Yi Changxing's side, a smile appeared on his face. What brings you here? Yi Changxing sighed and shook his head. I was simply feeling a bit restless and wanted to see the commotion. Haha, earlier your mother mentioned that you were reluctant to venture out. I was concerned that you might have been affected by something. It seems you are rather calm now. Do not worry, father. I am perfectly fine. Yi Changxing spoke lightly, devoid of any pretense. Good, that is my son. Regardless of what lies ahead, your heart must remain steady and resolute. Nearby, observing the harmonious exchange between Ye's father and Yi Changxing, Xiao Qian's expression darkened slightly, jealousy flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for such good parents, how could this waste marry Qingyi? What gives him the right to monopolize the family's resources? One day, I will surely trample him underfoot. While his heart roared with anger, Xiao Qian's gaze grew colder. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Calm yourself. You are a prodigy. How can your thoughts be so muddled? Focus on your cultivation and do not scatter your attention. Xiao Qian was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and silently vowed, "Thank you, Senior Kanglin, for your reminder. I was reckless. It is good that you understand. That ye Emperor speaks true. A strong heart must advance unwaveringly, and one must not allow their energy to be diminished midway." Yes. The ancient voice faded away, and Xiao Qin's mindset stabilized considerably. For some reason, he sensed that Ye's father's gaze lingered on him for a few moments longer. "Changsheng, since you are here, would you like to try leaving your name on the heavenly Tao monument?" Ye's father withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled warmly at Yi Changsheng. Although Yi Changsheng had originally intended to do so, hearing it come from Yimu's lips caught him off guard at a suggestion from parents. "Leave your name on the heavenly Tao monument. Difficulty: relatively easy. Danger level: low. Reward: high-level gift." As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Yi Changsheng was filled with unexpected joy. He had not anticipated that his father's seemingly random remark would allow him to seize an opportunity before taking action. Chapter 13. Leaving a name on the heavenly Tao monument. Noticing Yi Changsheng's silence, Ye's father assumed he was feeling conflicted. "Changsheng, do not be nervous. While leaving a name on the heavenly Tao monument is related to cultivation, it also emphasizes one's temperament and Tao heart. Give it a try. You might truly gain some benefits." "All right, I shall give it a try," Yi Changsheng suddenly declared, surprising Ye's father, who had been preparing to offer comforting words. However, upon seeing the smile on his face, Ye's father felt a surge of satisfaction. "Good, that is the spirit of a true man. Go forth and give it a shot." At this moment, the time approached noon, and the heavenly Tao monument radiated with myriad rays of light. With names shimmering upon its surface, by the hour of the rat, the names would be permanently inscribed, and opportunities for rewards would commence. Yi Changsheng stepped out from between Ye's father and Gu Qingyi. Advancing step by step toward the heavenly Tao monument, Xiao Chun immediately took notice, his brows furrowing slightly. What scheme does this waste intend to concoct now? As his figure drew closer to the heavenly Tao monument, the assembled prodigies and powerful figures from various clans also turned their attention to Yi Changsheng. Isn't that the lad from the Yi family? What does he intend to do? Who knows? Perhaps he, being a mere mortal, wishes to approach and gaze upon the heavenly Tao monument. That statement is misguided. His father is the Yi Emperor. If he wishes to gaze upon it, he can simply speak. The onlookers murmured among themselves, perplexed by the boy's strange behavior. This was a gathering place for the elites of various clans. If it were not for his father's influence, he wouldn't even qualify to observe from a distance, let alone approach the heavenly Tao monument. Yi Changsheng lifted his head. The heavenly Tao monument stood tall in the air, emanating a profound and distant aura that commanded respect. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly called out with a loud voice, "I, Yi Changsheng, humbly request to leave my name on the heavenly Tao monument." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent. Countless individuals stared in astonishment at Yi Changsheng, who gazed upward, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. A waste who cannot cultivate wishes to leave his name on the heavenly Tao monument. No, I must not have heard incorrectly. That waste? I too am questioning whether I heard wrong. He actually said he wants to leave his name on the heavenly Tao monument. He possesses no cultivation whatsoever. How could he even approach the heavenly Tao monument, let alone leave a name? The surrounding discussions buzzed chaotically, yet they failed to disturb Yi Changsheng's heart even slightly. That fellow, Xiao Chun, could achieve first place with half of an indestructible body. I possess a complete one, so surely I can obtain some reward. Buzz! The heavenly Tao monument trembled lightly, and a ray of light descended upon him, signifying its recognition of Yi Changsheng's challenge. What? The heavenly Tao monument actually responded. How could this be possible? Such a result was unforeseen for everyone, including Ye's father. To leave one's name on the heavenly Tao monument, one must first be assessed and deemed qualified. Otherwise, forceful attempts would only result in severe backlash. Yet now, Yi Changsheng had received the ray of light, indicating that the heavenly Tao monument acknowledged his capability. Amidst the gasps and doubts, Yi Changsheng took a slow breath, and his gaze transformed into one of unyielding sharpness. With his legs slightly bent, his powerful sinews surged forth like a ferocious beast. In an instant, his figure vanished and reappeared as he soared into the air before the heavenly Tao monument. Great desolation, star-plucking hand! Yi Changsheng shouted, his physical vitality surging as he activated the divine ability he had acquired from the system. His right arm instantly radiated with a deep, dark golden glow, though not as resplendent as Xiao Qian's. It was evident that it had been refined and solidified many times over. Ha! With a low shout, Yi Changsheng clenched his fist and struck down fiercely towards the heavenly Tao monument. This powerful blow, embodying all his current strength, caused his arm to leave behind trails of afterimages. Boom! The collision between fist and monument erupted into a deafening roar that momentarily left everyone present with ringing ears. Ye's father's expression suddenly turned serious. With just a brief release of his aura, the overwhelming aftermath dissipated within a few yards of the heavenly Tao monument. As the blinding light faded, Yi Changsheng found himself suspended in the air. His expression frozen in disbelief. Before him, the heavenly Tao monument had shattered into several pieces, slowly floating away. How did it break? Yi Changsheng found himself in an utterly embarrassing predicament, his fist clenched in bewilderment. He had merely wished to leave his name upon the monument, yet how had he inadvertently shattered the heavenly Tao steel with a single blow? After a brief moment, the dazed audience finally regained their composure, collectively inhaling sharply, nearly draining the air from the vicinity. How could this be? The heavenly Tao steel, shattered, obliterated? A voice trembled in disbelief, hardly able to trust their own eyes. This utterance served as a signal, instantly igniting a cacophony across the square. Am I under an illusion? What have I witnessed? Someone has indeed pulverized the heavenly Tao steel with a mere punch. How is this conceivable? The heavenly Tao steel is the embodiment of the principles of the Tao. For cultivators beneath the void return stage, not only is it impossible to shatter it, but even leaving a mark is unthinkable. How could this happen? Indeed. Moreover, this was the very individual deemed a waste, incapable of cultivation. Could it be he possesses strength comparable to a void return powerhouse? The murmurs and exclamations surged like waves, each more incredulous than the last, as no one dared accept the reality before them. Even Yi Dadi, a veteran of countless tribulations, was momentarily stunned. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. An intense brilliance sparked in his eyes as an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing upon the crowd, rendering them breathless. Silence! His voice resonated like a celestial decree, instantly quelling the din of discussion. Yi Fu raised a hand lightly, and the beleaguered Yi Changsheng, along with the fragmented remnants of the heavenly Tao steel, descended to the ground. Changsheng, did you do this? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Yi Changsheng felt an overwhelming desire to bash his head against a stone. He truly had not anticipated the magnitude of his punch, which had obliterated the heavenly Tao steel. Had he known, he would have tempered his strength. Now, the opportunity that had almost been within his grasp had vanished into thin air. I suppose it was me, he replied with a hint of sorrow, gazing mournfully at the fragments of the heavenly Tao steel as they gradually faded away. How do you possess such strength? Yi Fu's gaze was piercing, his fervent eyes seemingly wishing to dissect Yi Changsheng for further study. At this moment, the once dazed elite and prodigies of various clans, now fully aware, could only reluctantly accept one undeniable truth. The rumored waste who could not cultivate had, with a single punch, shattered the heavenly Tao steel. Xiao Qian stared blankly at the Yi father and son from a distance, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this cannot be. How could a waste accomplish such a feat? Even I could only inscribe my name upon it through the aid of half an indestructible body. Why? Why?" Chapter 14. The shock of the Yi clan. How could a mere waste accomplish such an astonishing and unprecedented act? In the face of this immense disparity, Xiao Qian could hardly maintain his composure, letting out a feral roar of frustration. This commotion drew the attention of those around him, many feeling a twinge of sympathy for his tortured expression. Now, someone had shattered the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch, effectively obliterating Xiao Shenxi's rewards. Indeed, he had painstakingly rebuilt his indestructible body and ranked first on the heavenly Tao steel, only to gain nothing now. Alas, what dreadful luck to encounter such a turn of events. Yet, it must be noted that previously, Xiao Shenxi had looked down upon Yi Changsheng. Now, he would likely think twice before speaking so boldly. Such discussions flowed ceaselessly, igniting a burning rage within Xiao Qian. Damn Yi Changsheng, damn the waste. It is all his doing. My opportunities, my Tao fruit, all gone. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng was mired in regret, sighing as he watched the remnants of the heavenly Tao steel vanish completely. How could he have acted so rashly? Had he secured the first position, his strength would surely have surged significantly with the principles of the Tao at his side. Now, not only had he squandered his effort, but his true capabilities were laid bare, unnecessarily heightening his risks. Changsheng, tell me honestly, how did you achieve this? Yi Fu's voice rang out once more, finally drawing Yi Changsheng back to reality. Before he could utter a word, dozens of formidable presences suddenly appeared, encircling him. These were the elders of the Yi family, their faces painted with astonishment as they regarded Yi Changsheng. Patriarch, the heavenly Tao steel has shattered. This is, Yi Fu nodded, a hint of pride gracing his features as he gestured towards Yi Changsheng. Indeed, it was my son. What? How is this possible? He is, after all, the one unable to cultivate the Taihuanga Tao body. The elders could hardly contain their disbelief, struggling to fathom that the waste they had previously scorned could perform such an extraordinary feat. Yi Fu himself was taken aback. Patriarch, we should quickly conduct a thorough examination for the young master. You are aware that the Taihuanga Tao body cannot cultivate. How could the young master possess such astonishing combat prowess? Indeed, indeed. The elders chimed in agreement, urging the need for an investigation. Yi Fu hesitated, glancing at Yi Changsheng as he softly inquired, Son, would you be willing to allow your father to check your body? Yi Changsheng had anticipated this moment. He knew that once he revealed his strength, such scrutiny was inevitable. Very well, I have no objections. As the anxious elders began their examination, Xiao Chun was on the brink of madness not far away. This should not be. It cannot be like this. I must kill him. I must kill him. His expression contorted in rage. The spiritual energy within him began to surge. At that moment, a quaint ring on his finger emitted a faint glow, easily overlooked by those not paying close attention. Xiao Chen! A commanding voice echoed in his mind, breaking through the haze of anger and hatred that clouded his thoughts. Regain your clarity. Do not allow hatred to shroud your mind. The elderly voice bore an urgency, imbued with a peculiar power that soothed and calmed Xiao Chen's spirit. The heavenly Tao steel is merely an opportunity. If lost, it is lost in the grand scheme of the path to becoming an emperor. What does it signify? In my youth, I missed countless opportunities, yet I still persevered step by step to reach the saint realm. Even now, as a remnant soul, I harbor no thoughts of self-destruction. Will you allow a momentary setback to defeat you? The elderly voice grew increasingly resolute, eventually shaking Xiao Chen's consciousness back to clarity. Senior Kanglin, he whispered softly, his expression gradually calming. Yes, you are correct. I should not be swayed by fleeting gains and losses. The path to becoming an emperor is of utmost importance. If you, a venerable Saint Kanglin, can start anew, then so can I. The elderly voice finally expressed satisfaction. Excellent, this is the mindset that I value in you. However, to shatter the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch, that young master is no ordinary individual. Could it be that he has discovered the cultivation method for the Taihuanga Tao body? This question permeated the minds of all present. The Yi family's young master was a Taihuanga Tao body, a fact that had spread far and wide since his birth. Over the years, Yi Fu and his wife had exerted tremendous effort to prevent their son from embarking on the path of cultivation. But how, all of a sudden, could this waste possess such power? As the crowd pondered, the most plausible explanation emerged. Perhaps the Yi family had uncovered the cultivation method for the Taihuanga Tao body. If this were indeed the case, various factions would need to reconsider, potentially reclassifying this physique as a talent. Spiritual consciousness washed over Yi Changsheng repeatedly, as if he were a lab rat subjected to meticulous examination by the elders. The fervent gazes of the old men made him feel as though they were trying to peer through him, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. However, with each examination, the elders grew more perplexed. Something is amiss. The young master still exhibits no trace of spiritual energy. He remains unable to cultivate, and findings concur. Impossible. There must be something we have overlooked. Let us investigate further. After nearly half an hour of such confusion, even Yi Fu, the great emperor, had conducted numerous checks. Ultimately, they were forced to acknowledge one undeniable truth. Yi Changsheng could not cultivate, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy within him. The elder's shock gradually morphed into profound bewilderment. This cannot be. If he is unable to cultivate, how could the young master shatter the heavenly Tao steel? One elder voiced his confusion, thoroughly perplexed. Yi Fu took it upon himself to respond. Although Changsheng cannot cultivate, his physique is exceptionally robust. Changsheng, do you possess any extraordinary experiences? Yi Changsheng had already contemplated this matter. He had previously acquired a silent spirit jade pendant from the system, which could completely conceal his cultivation traces. Even someone of his father's caliber would find it difficult to detect any anomalies without a thorough investigation, which is why he had dared to showcase his strength without fear of exposing his true abilities. This matter may relate to a peculiar encounter I had a few years ago. I ventured to the back mountain for leisure, and in a moment of desperation, I consumed a red fruit found in a cave I fell into, which significantly enhanced my physique. Yi Changsheng spoke with reckless abandon, for he was the son of an emperor, with his esteemed parents standing behind him. Thus, no one could compel him to seek verification. This explanation left the clan elders exchanging glances. They were not fools, and it was indeed strange for them to easily believe such claims. Chapter 15. An unvarnished target, all right, since Changsheng has said so. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck, remarked Ye's father, establishing the tone for the matter. The elders lacked the courage to counter his opinion. Just then, however, the heavens above began to shift unexpectedly. Clouds gathered, and the sound of the Tao rippled through the air. The area where the heavenly Tao steel had once stood suddenly radiated a hazy celestial light, gradually coalescing into a brilliant golden orb. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the transformation above, rife with speculation. Whoosh! As the golden light took form, it suddenly plummeted like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the despondent head of Yi Changsheng. Ye's father's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of imperial aura emanating from him, causing those nearby to retreat in alarm. Xiao Qian, witnessing the scene, couldn't he help but revel in the misfortune. Ha ha ha, the heavenly Tao has eyes. This brat shattered the heavenly Tao steel. Now he's in trouble. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he heard the voice of the Kanglan sage resonating in his mind. This youth is extraordinary. With his Taihuang ancient Tao body, his current combat prowess suggests he has encountered some unique fortuity. Although he possesses no cultivation at present, his innate strength is indeed remarkable. You should focus on your own cultivation and avoid unnecessary complications. Listening to the Kanglan sage's counsel, Xiao Qian, though still vexed, managed to distinguish the gravity of the situation and murmured in agreement. Rest assured, though he may currently surpass you in strength, ultimately his inability to cultivate will be a limitation. Given time, you shall surely surpass him. These words brought some comfort to Xiao Qian, allowing him to quell his tumultuous thoughts. Noticing Yi Changsheng in silence, Gu Qingyi expressed her concern. Father, is my husband all right? Ye's father nodded. There should be no significant issue. That golden light carried the essence of the heavenly Tao. It posed no threat to Changsheng. As he spoke, Yi Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Darling, Changsheng, how do you fare? The two voices echoed simultaneously, jolting Yi Changsheng back to reality. He then remarked with an odd expression, I'm fine. But what was that golden light? Ye's father inquired, a hint of worry in his heart. It appears that after I shattered the heavenly Tao steel, the Tao has gifted me with a cultivation technique? Cultivation technique? The crowd erupted in disbelief. The Tao bestowed a technique? How could this be possible? Such rare occurrences were astonishing. Anyone capable of shattering the heavenly Tao steel would undoubtedly be recognized as a genius by the Tao. Was it so strange for them to receive such fortune? Yet, it was unfortunate that he could not cultivate, for the technique gifted by the Tao was surely a treasure. Amidst the clamor, Ye's father narrowed his eyes slightly. Changsheng, what exactly did the Tao give you? It seems to be a technique for physical cultivation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were instantly in an uproar. Techniques for physical cultivation were scarce among the myriad races and far more precious than ordinary techniques. Moreover, being a gift from the Tao, it was bound to be extraordinary. Xiao Qian, who had managed to calm himself, nearly choked on his own indignation upon hearing this. After all his efforts to disperse his cultivation and start anew, he had expected to earn a reward from the heavenly Tao steel, only to come away empty-handed. Meanwhile, this fool had reaped immense benefits. How could he not feel jealousy and fury? Ye's father laughed heartily. Choosing not to delve into specifics, and with a wave of his robe, he enveloped Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi in a cloud. Handle this matter. Let our esteemed guests disperse. The clan elders exchanged glances before reluctantly complying with Ye's father's command. With so many witnesses to the event, it was certain that Yi Chongqing's name would soon spread far and wide. Above the clouds, Ye's mother inquired with a beaming smile, "Chongqing, what is the name of the technique you received?" I knew our Chongqing was no ordinary child. To shatter the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch is simply remarkable. Yi Chongqing felt as though his head was being kneaded into a mess. And shaking off his mother's affection, he replied, "It's called the Wanjie Xianxian, essentially a method to draw upon heavenly lightning to refine the body, continuously enhancing one's physical form." That sounds like a commendable technique. Ye's father nodded, his expression equally warm. Now that you have received this divine technique, focus on your cultivation and do not waste any more time. Understood? From his parents, he received the suggestion. Cultivate the Wuxiang Jieshan. Danger level, moderate difficulty, relatively low reward, high-level gift package. Hearing the cold voice of the system, Yi Chongqing's heart skipped a beat. This Wuxiang Jieshan seemed rather formidable. Even the act of cultivation carried a moderate level of danger. Yet, this also indirectly affirmed that it was indeed an extraordinary technique. Anything deemed worthy by the system was certainly not simple. With the reward from the heavenly Tao steel regained, Yi Chongqing's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, revealing a genuine smile of joy. All right, I will definitely cultivate diligently. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Yi Chongqing's actions at the floating square had spread throughout the land, and everyone knew he had obtained a physical cultivation technique. However, as the young master of the Yi family, along with the protection of his formidable parents, no one dared to test his limits. Yi Chongqing soon immersed himself in the practice of the Wuxiang Jieshan, leaving no room for distractions. Yet, in this world, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Xiao Qian sat cross-legged in his room, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and flickering golden light. Yet, his brow was tightly furrowed, as if he had encountered some dilemma. After a while, Xiao Qian opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. This brat Yi Chongqing not only caused me to lose my reward from the heavenly Tao steel, but he also obtained a physical cultivation technique. He truly deserves to be cursed. Now his mental state was somewhat unstable, all due to this scoundrel. Young Master Yi Tu has arrived." The servant's voice drifted in from outside, prompting Xiao Qian to take a deep breath and rise. "I see." Moments later, sitting before Xiao Qian was a young man with a defiant demeanor, appearing to be of similar age. "Brother Qin, are you really going to tolerate this?" Hearing this, Xiao Qian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yi Tu. What do you mean by that? The youth named Yi Tu snorted coldly, his face filled with indignation. "Brother Qin, you are the divine son of our Yi family, and you have cultivated the indestructible golden body. That waste Yi Chongqing does not deserve the technique he received. It should have been yours." Xiao Qian had been preoccupied with this matter, and hearing Yi Tu's words reignited his frustration. Though he was deemed a waste, he had the backing of good parents. What could he do? Was he simply to swallow this bitter defeat? Chapter 16. Rumors and whispers. Xiao Qian, feeling irritable, could not help but stand up and pace back and forth. What can I do? I hardly leave my house. Even if I wanted to retaliate, I cannot find the opportunity. After cursing under his breath, he turned to glance at Yi Tu, who was cradling a teacup, and suddenly had a bright idea. This individual hailed from a collateral branch of the Yi family, lacking in talent and struggling in his cultivation, stuck at the blood-refining stage for years with no progress. In his youth, they had a conflict, but after giving him a beating, Yi Tu seemed to transform entirely, treating Xiao Qian with newfound respect, almost like a sycophant. There were certain matters that could be conveniently executed through his collateral lineage without raising any suspicions. Moreover, this fool was so dim-witted that any words he spoke would draw far less scrutiny. With this thought in mind, a smile spread across Xiao Qian's face. "Come here. I have a few words to share with you." He leaned closer to Yi Tu, whispering conspiratorially. After some time had passed uneventfully, within the elder hall, a dozen or so clan elders of the Yi family gathered, each wearing a somewhat peculiar expression. The third elder, seated at the head, spoke. "As you all have investigated, it is indeed true that the young master shows no signs of cultivation. Yet, if that is the case, How could he possibly possess the ability to shatter the heavenly Tao steel? A clan elder posed this question, plunging the atmosphere into silence once more. Another elder scoffed, regardless of how it came to be, there is no way it could be attributed to that boy's fanciful tale of encountering some fortuitous event. We have thoroughly investigated that area behind the mountain. Even the location of yellow-grade spiritual objects has been marked. Where could he have stumbled upon some unknown opportunity? This sentiment resonated with the elders. They were fundamentally disinclined to believe Yi Changxing's outlandish claims. However, given that he was supported by the head of the Yi family, probing the truth through forceful means was utterly impossible, in the midst of their silence. A voice tinged with hoarseness cautiously spoke up, "Have you heard the recent rumors among the clan members? They say the young master is a natural-born calamity, loathed by heaven and earth. His visit to the heavenly Tao steel was merely to provoke heavenly retribution, and by sheer luck, he shattered the steel. Though you honestly believe such nonsense? Have you lost your senses?" As soon as the elder's words fell, someone immediately began to curse. That day, we were all present. Where did this so-called divine punishment come from? If there were truly a divine retribution, how could the young master have received the cultivation methods bestowed by the heavens? The elder who posed these two questions fell silent, letting out a cold snort and refraining from further comment. The third elder sighed softly, shaking his head as he remarked, "Enough of this. After all, the young master is the son of the family head and matriarch. With them watching over him, there shouldn't be any major troubles, so we need not worry too much." Despite the indifference of the clan's higher-ups towards the rumors, they could not withstand the whispers from those below. Coupled with the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the notion of Yi Changxing being a sinister body spread not only within the Yi family, but also to other great clans and sacred lands. The belief that he was indeed a sinister body, which provoked divine punishment that shattered the heavenly steel, was gaining traction among an ever-increasing number of people. If such rumors were allowed to proliferate unchecked, who knew what consequences might ensue? As the subject of this storm, Yi Changxing sat in his room, drenched in sweat. His gaze was fixed intently on the items on the table, hands pressed together, gritting his teeth. "May all deities and celestial beings bless me. 3. It must be 3. Chanting these nonsensical phrases, he tossed the dice onto the table, his eyes locked on them. After a brief spin, the dice appeared to be on the verge of landing on 3. Damn it! Yi Changxing could not help but bang his fist on the table, muttering in frustration, "What a stroke of bad luck!" On the table, the dice lay still, showing 4 dots facing upwards, across from him. Gu Qingyi could not stifle a laugh and gently consoled him. "Husband, there's no need to be upset. Perhaps my luck is poor as well." Saying this, she picked up the dice and tossed them casually. Landing on a 5, counting her own spaces, Gu Qingyi placed her last game piece at the finish line. Expressing a hint of exasperation, "Husband, I didn't do it on purpose." Leaning back in his chair, Yi Changxing sighed and shook his head, resignedly stating, forget it. I'm done with this game. I've realized that my luck pales in comparison to yours." Gu Qingyi nodded and efficiently packed away the game pieces, then sat down, seemingly hesitant to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it," he urged. Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before sighing softly, "Husband, there are rumors circulating outside that you are a naturally sinister body, and that the shattering of the heavenly steel was a result of divine punishment. Aren't you worried?" Yi Changxing rolled his eyes and scoffed. "I wonder which fool with nothing better to do concocted such nonsense. If it were truly divine punishment, why would the heavens bestow upon me cultivation methods? Is it a slap followed by a sweet date? Ignore those things. Rumors are merely whispers, and they will dissipate with time." Noticing that Yi Changxing seemed unconcerned about the matter, Gu Qingyi could not help but sigh. "Husband, this is something that deserves some attention. The rumors have spread, and there are even whispers suggesting that your acquisition of the cultivation method is unmerited, urging you to relinquish it." "Ha ha ha!" Yi Changxing suddenly laughed, not a trace of worry on his face. "These people only resort to such despicable tactics. It seems someone covets the cultivation method I've obtained and is spreading these rumors to pressure me. I won't pay them any mind. With my parents around, I won't surrender it. Let's see what they can do to me." Observing the calm and composed Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a different light. Her husband, who usually appeared carefree, possessed a sharp wit, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. He was right. As long as Ye's father and mother were present, no one would truly dare to harm him. Yi Changxing yawned suddenly and stood up, saying, "Qingyi, let's go check on the spirit garden and pick some fruits to eat." Jiu Qingyi was momentarily speechless. It sounded as if he were asking her to tend to the vegetable garden like an old farmer. However, since it was rare for Yi Changxing to have the desire to go out, she certainly would not decline. Moments later, the couple landed on a vast floating celestial island. The mountains were beautiful, and the ethereal aura swirled around, making the air much fresher than other places. Yi Changxing felt his spirits lift considerably as he gazed at the neatly arranged spirit fields, cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us go find something fresh to eat." Meanwhile, on the other side of the spirit field island chain, Xiao Chen floated in. He had reached a bottleneck in his golden body cultivation and needed several spirit herbs to assist him. However, after taking just a few steps, he faintly heard voices from afar. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and glanced in the direction of the sound. Chapter 17. The Shattering of the Golden Body. As he recognized the figures of the two people, his gaze froze instantly. "Come, open your mouth," Yi Changxing, holding a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits, cheerfully tossed one into Gu Qingyi's mouth. "How does it taste?" "Sour and sweet, very delicious." "Haha, although these fruits may not look impressive, they truly taste delightful. After I discovered them, I kept it to myself and secretly picked them to eat." Seeing Yi Changxing's triumphant demeanor, Gu Qingyi could not help but laugh. Suddenly, she noticed something and softly said, "Husband, don't move for a moment." "What is it?" A fragrant scent wafted over, and Yi Changxing awkwardly stood with his arms outstretched. Gu Qingyi's beautiful and cold face drew nearer, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. The fear hidden deep within him made his body tremble, and he instinctively wished to retreat from such close proximity. It's all right. Qingyi is a good girl, unlike that scoundrel from my past life. Steady. I can definitely overcome this." Yi Changxing continuously encouraged himself in his heart, but the physiological urge to escape became increasingly difficult to suppress. Gu Qingyi raised her hand, slowly approaching his cheek. In his mind, a moment of blankness struck him, and he dared not contemplate what would happen if their skin touched. The icy, soft sensation was fleeting. Before the feeling of aversion could surge within Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi stepped back a few paces. "Husband, you have fruit pulp at the corner of your mouth." "Oh, I see. Yi Changxing replied, somewhat dazed, lowering his arms with a hint of embarrassment. "Ahem, thank you for that, Qingyi." Gu Qingyi smiled radiantly, gently responding, "Husband, you flatter me." This is merely what Qingyi should do. In the midst of this silent intimacy, someone was nearly grinding their teeth in fury. Xiao Chen, not far away, watched this scene with his teeth clenched, a sound of grinding echoing as he muttered, They are shameless." The goddess of his dreams was smiling sweetly at the waste in his eyes, causing the last thread of restraint in his heart to nearly snap. Watching as the two figures grew more distant, his breathing became increasingly labored, bloodshot eyes gradually emerging. Xiao Chen, the Kanglan saint within the ring, finally sensed something amiss and urgently shouted within Xiao Chen's mind. Startled by the elderly voice, a flicker of struggle crossed Xiao Chen's face, his gaze regaining some clarity. "Kanglan Sr., maintain your original intent. Do not allow any stray thoughts to arise." Subconsciously obeying, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged upon the ridge of the field. The spirit energy within him was on the verge of going berserk, causing immense pressure on his meridians, with pain radiating throughout his body. Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi remained oblivious to Xiao Chen's presence nearby. After experiencing that moment earlier, his heart was still racing. The soft, smooth touch of Gu Qingyi's fingers left a profound impression on Yi Changxing. He suddenly realized that it seemed he had overcome his inherent fear of women. The atmosphere between the two was peculiar, and Gu Qingyi was also uncertain about her thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Changxing before quickly averting her gaze. "Qingyi is truly a wonderful girl, pure and kind, am I?" Yet, with this affliction upon him, Yi Changxing felt an immense inner conflict, desiring to grow closer to Gu Qingyi but fearing that his illness would make it difficult to cope. In his contemplation, he inadvertently became distracted. "Husband, be careful." Gu Qingyi suddenly cried out, instinctively grasping Yi Changxing's wrist. Yi Changxing snapped back to reality, realizing he had unknowingly veered off course and nearly stepped into a void. However, as he turned back, his eyes widened involuntarily. Gu Qingyi's delicate hand now held his wrist, Yet her heart did not feel as repulsed as before. "Qingyi, you?" Yi Changxing opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Jiu Qingyi had also noticed her husband's peculiar condition during this time and quickly released her grip when she saw his gaze fall upon her arm. "Husband, I didn't mean to. I'm not upset with you. I just... Yi Changxing's feelings were incredibly complex, and he found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, his affliction was serious. How was it that with Gu Qingyi, it seemed to transform? As his thoughts raced, he swiftly buried those complicated feelings deep within his heart. "Let us go. We should head back." Jiu Qingyi merely nodded, but suddenly felt someone grasp her hand. As she momentarily lost her focus, Yi Changxing tensed, pulling her forward. A smile unexpectedly blossomed on Gu Qingyi's face. Her husband was truly amusing, in the distance, as Xiao Chun finally managed to calm the turbulent energy within him and prepared to return to his room for further meditation. He opened his eyes to witness the scene of Yi Changxing taking Gu Qingyi's hand. In an instant, Xiao Chen's eyes widened with disbelief. The genuine smile radiating from Gu Qingyi pierced through his heart like a sharp thorn, chilling his worries to the core. If he couldn't see that she was willing, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. How could this be? Xiao Chen murmured to himself. The brilliance in his gaze slowly fading away. I believe that Qingyi was coerced by the Gu family, forced into marriage by her worthless parents. I thought that the favor I showed her 5 years ago had left some impression on her heart. I believed that if I was just excellent enough, she would regard me with new eyes. But why? Why? Why has she never shown any reluctance? One question after another surged within him, clawing at his heart like sharp talons, leaving deeper wounds. Xiao Chen, snap out of it. Stop thinking about these things. Your mind is in turmoil, and the energy within you is spiraling out of control. Remaining lost in confusion might cause your blood to reverse. The anxious voice of Kanglin echoed in his mind like a resounding bell, yet, the methods that had once proven effective now failed to yield the desired results. A trickle of blood slowly slid from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He was a prodigy, cherished and regarded since childhood, always held in high esteem. Yet, he had suffered several humiliations at the hands of that incapable body. The woman he admired married him. He had thought it was a case of hero saving the beauty, only to find that it was merely his own delusion. Even the reward from the Taoist steel, which should have been a sure thing, was completely ruined at the last moment by that worthless body, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. How could such repeated failures be borne by someone as proud as him? The energy within him began to spiral uncontrollably, and droplets of blood began to seep from him, accompanied by the turmoil of his vital essence. Chapter 18. The unbreakable golden body shatters. Xiao Chun, you must wake up. If this continues, your unbreakable golden body will be in danger. But in this circumstance, the more one fears, the more it comes to pass. Xiao Chun, lost in his thoughts, could not control his energy and could only let it crash about recklessly. His unbreakable golden body was only half formed. Though outwardly impervious, it had not yet been refined down to the bone and sinew. Consequently, as the chaotic energy within him clashed, his unbreakable golden body began to tremble from the inside out. To an outsider, the golden light enveloping Xiao Chun flickered like a faulty light bulb, unstable and erratic. Xiao Chun, if you do not wake up, it will be too late. All your previous efforts will be in vain. The anxious and irate voice of Kanglin echoed repeatedly, attempting to salvage the situation at the last moment. Yet, how could a person deeply ensnared in confusion be roused by a mere remnant of a soul? At last, in a moment of clarity, crack, a faint but distinct sound resonated, followed by the sudden silence of Kanglin. Crack, cracked out a series of tiny, crisp sounds continued, accompanied by Kanglin's helpless sigh. Alas, crack, a sound clearer than before rang out, akin to a glass cup shattering. The pain piercing his soul jolted Xiao Chun back to lucidity for an instant. He stood in shock, suddenly aware of his predicament. What is happening? Your unbreakable golden body has cracked. Kanglin's voice, tinged with a mix of resignation and helplessness, made Xiao Chen's expression freeze in disbelief. How could this be possible? No sooner had he spoken than a burst of golden light erupted from his body. Ah! A scream of excruciating pain suddenly echoed from his dantian, drawing the attention of the powerful guardians stationed nearby. As someone flew over, they discovered Xiao Chen of the Yi family, weak and pale, collapsed in a pool of blood. Simultaneously, Yi Changsheng turned back, puzzled, and looked at Spirit Rice Island, asking Gu Qingyi, "Qingyi, did you hear a scream just now?" "A scream?" Gu Qingyi, somewhat bewildered, listened intently before shaking her head. "I didn't hear anything." Yi Changsheng wondered if he had imagined it, dismissing the thought with a smile. "Come, let us return to our room. I shall teach you something new called chess." "Very well, I shall heed my husband's wishes." Half a day later, many powerful figures of the Yi family gathered in the grand hall. The expression of the elders was grave, and the atmosphere in the hall felt heavy. The patriarch, seated at the head, wore a cold demeanor, his voice laced with an undertone of anger. "What transpired with Xiao Chun? Have we clarified the matter?" Immediately, someone spoke up. Reporting to the elder, the investigation yielded clear results. At that time, the divine son Xiao Chun required several spiritual herbs to advance his unbreakable golden body, so he went to Spirit Rice Island to seek them. However, upon arriving at the island, for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest and became disoriented, causing the energy and blood within him to spiral out of control, ultimately shattering his unbreakable golden body from within. The 17th elder, stationed at Spirit Rice Island, arrived 5 breaths later and found no external threats. Only Xiao Chun remained at the scene. Xiao Chen himself corroborated this, and our investigation found no other traces, effectively ruling out the possibility of external interference. Upon hearing the result, the patriarch's brow furrowed. "So, you mean to say that this incident was truly just an accident?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately retorted in anger. "How can this possibly be just an accident? Xiao Qian is a prodigy of our Yi family's younger generation, a standout among the 10 divine sons. To put it bluntly, he is destined to be a pillar of our family's future. How can we accept that such an important figure suddenly falls into calamity? Do you intend to tell the clan that our divine son cannot even control his blood and energy?" This line of reasoning struck a chord, prompting many to voice their agreement. The patriarch fell into deep thought as disputes arose within the hall. There is no evidence proving that this was the work of another. What can we do? We cannot claim that it is merely unproven. If such a significant prodigy as Xiao Chun can encounter an unforeseen incident, resulting in the shattering of his unbreakable golden body, how can our Yi family maintain its reputation? Indeed, especially considering Xiao Chun is the family's divine son and one of the powerful protectors of the Yi family's future, how can we so easily label this as an accident? Precisely, I share the same sentiment. The hall erupted in a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. However, overall, the majority felt that this matter must be thoroughly investigated and not be dismissed lightly. After a quarter of an hour, the elder, as still as a statue, finally spoke. Silenced, as soon as he began to speak, the hall fell silent. Xiao Chen's status is unique. He is a rare talent for our Yi family. This matter must be investigated further, for both emotional and logical reasons. We cannot simply let it go. You all must contribute and leave no stone unturned. If, in the end, we truly find nothing, we can classify it as an accident then. If it comes to that, even if Xiao Chen's mishap was not accidental, we must swallow our pride. We cannot afford to offend someone who can move freely amidst the layers of protection within our Yi family. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone became serious. He had already considered the worst-case scenario. Even if the likelihood was only 1 in 10,000, it deserved careful attention. We should enhance our family's defenses in the coming days to prevent further incidents. The elders all agreed. The elder suddenly turned to the one who had reported the investigation and asked again, "Think carefully. Is there any clue you might have overlooked?" The elder furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. "There is something I am unsure whether to mention." The other elders immediately perked up. Point 19. "You old rascal. Why didn't you say this important matter earlier?" Indeed. Why hide such a clue?" Elder 19 waved his hands hurriedly, sighing in resignation. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but the matter is rather complex." Amidst the crowd's insistence, he finally revealed. On the day Xiao Chun encountered his mishap, the young master and his wife had just departed Spirit Rice Island. At this revelation, the air fell silent. Nearly everyone was caught off guard, realizing that this incident could involve their young master. After a long moment, someone quietly asked, 19, "Are you suggesting that Xiao Qin's incident might be related to young Master Changsheng?" Elder 19 quickly waved his hands. "I never said that. I am merely providing you with a clue." Chapter 19. A visit to Shaoqian. As the elder of the 19 clans divulged this information, the expressions of the clan elders within the Grand Hall became subtly intricate. Logically speaking, all those who had ventured to Ling Tian Island on that fateful day were under suspicion. Every avenue of inquiry should be meticulously explored, and none should be let off lightly. However, Yi Changxing was the young master of the family, which rendered the situation rather delicate. Above them loomed the presence of a patriarch. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke. For the time being, let us refrain from disseminating this matter. Focus on investigating the others. The situation concerning the young master is not urgent. I shall confer with the patriarch before we reach a decision. With the Grand Elder's pronouncement, the others had little dissent. Nevertheless, this incident had finally piqued the clan elders' concern, and their attitude towards Yi Changxing grew ambiguous. After all, there had been rumors suggesting that the relationship between the two was far from cordial. Should tempers flare, it would not be entirely incomprehensible for something to transpire. Although the Yi family had acted swiftly to mitigate the situation, news of Shaoqian's injury inevitably spread. The higher-ups were also acutely aware that this was no mere injury. His indestructible golden body had been shattered, signifying a grave predicament. When Yi Changxing received this distressing news from his parents, he could not suppress his astonishment. "Mother, you mean Shaoqian's indestructible golden body has been shattered?" Ye's mother sighed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, on that day at Ling Tian Island, for reasons unknown, his vital energy surged uncontrollably, causing his indestructible golden body to rupture from within, since it was not fully developed to begin with. Such a severe blow poses considerable risks. Such a fate is hardly surprising. Those who do not engage in virtuous deeds eventually face retribution. Yi Changxing harbored no semblance of sympathy. In fact, he was nearly overcome with mirth. The very same scoundrel had repeatedly sought trouble with him while secretly coveting Qingyi. Had it not been for Yi Changxing's desire to conceal his true strength, coupled with the fact that the other was a prodigy of the clan, he would have relished the opportunity to confront him. Yet now, fate had intervened, allowing this scoundrel to reap the consequences of his own misdeeds, thus sparing Yi Changxing the trouble of intervening. Ye's mother cast him a disapproving glance. "My child, you ought to cultivate a modicum of compassion. Regardless of the circumstances, Shaoqian is still a prodigy of the Yi family. Even if you do not feel sympathy, you should refrain from mocking him. Do you understand?" "Understood, mother," Yi Changxing replied, secretly reveling in the situation. After exchanging some idle chatter and inquiring about Yi Changxing's cultivation progress, Ye's mother rose to take her leave. Just before exiting, she suddenly turned back and said, "Son, as the young master of the Yi family, you must exhibit a capacity for magnanimity. Do you comprehend?" Yi Changxing paused, seeming to grasp her implication. "With nothing pressing to attend to, perhaps I should pay a visit to Shaoqian." No sooner had he spoken than Ye's mother vanished from sight. From his parents' suggestion, visit Shaoqian. Danger level, none difficulty. Extremely easy reward. Ordinary gift package. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingyi shut the door and, with a look of curiosity, asked, "Husband, should we go visit that Shaoqian?" "Indeed. Why not?" he cheerfully replied, accepting the task from the system. Within the courtyard, Shaoqian sat cross-legged on a soft couch, surrounded by several solemn-faced clan elders. As he activated his indestructible golden body, dim golden light emanated, revealing several conspicuous cracks on his form. Sighing, one elder lamented, "These cracks are no trivial issue. The key concern is that they have ruptured from within. Repairing them will require significant time and effort. Moreover, even if repaired, the indestructible golden body, which should be seamless, will bear hidden injuries, making it difficult to achieve perfection." Another elder interjected, casting a somber look. After a moment, Shaoqian opened his eyes, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. "Shaoqian, how do you feel?" Shaoqian slowly shook his head, a faintly tragic smile gracing his pale visage. "The recovery is slow. It will likely take a considerable amount of time." The elders exchanged glances, rising to offer words of comfort. "There is no need to rush. Take it one step at a time. You possess exceptional talent. Perhaps one day you will restore your golden body to its former glory." After reassuring Shaoqian, the elders departed the room. He sat in silence for a moment before grinding his teeth and growling. "Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi, you shall pay the price, young man. Focus on the present." The voice of the Saint of Kanglin resonated in his mind. suppressing Xiao Qin's inner fury. Though your golden body is fractured, I am aware of some methods for repair that can minimize the impact. You must adjust your mindset. Such occurrences must not happen again. In the coming days, refrain from venturing out to avoid encountering that young man. I have a strong feeling he is concealing something extraordinary. Xiao Qian took a deep breath and nodded fiercely. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, voices were heard from outside, prompting the Saint of Kanglan to cease speaking. Young master, the young master and young mistress have come to see you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin's gaze froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Outside, Yi Chongqing and his wife awaited with a composed demeanor, exchanging quiet words. After a brief silence within the room, Xiao Qin's deep voice finally called out, "Please enter." A servant opened the door, and Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi entered together. Upon seeing the weak and frail Xiao Qin seated on the soft couch, Yi Chongqing's heart swelled with glee, though his countenance displayed a facade of sorrow. "Brother Xiao, I have heard of your plight. Life is fraught with difficulties. May you find solace in your misfortune." This statement caused Xiao Qin's eyelid to twitch violently, his anger flaring up. "Why, Yi Chongqing? I have merely suffered a rupture of my golden body, not a death sentence." Feigning surprise, Yi Chongqing quickly slapped his forehead, apologizing. "Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. I seem to have lost my way with words. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, we are family, and I am genuinely concerned about your well-being." "Qingyi?" Gu Qingyi replied affirmatively. "I shall leave some medicinal pills for Brother Xiao." With a wave of her hand, several small jade vials appeared on the table. Yi Chongqing smiled broadly. "Brother Xiao, these vials contain pills for replenishing vital energy, which I procured at great expense. I hope they prove beneficial to you." Xiao Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to smash his fist into that infuriatingly cheerful face. He nodded coldly. "I appreciate your kindness. This prodigy is not in dire straits. Is there anything else?" "Nothing at all. We merely came to check on you. The thought of your golden body shattering fills me with profound sorrow." Xiao Qian could hardly contain his disgust at the exaggerated demeanor of Yi Chongqing. "Humph. Then I must extend my gratitude for your concern." Chapter 20. The Battle of Wits. Ha ha ha. "Brother Xiao, you are too modest. Now that I see you are well, my wife and I shall take our leave and not disturb your recovery any longer." Despite his animosity towards Xiao Qian, Yi Chongqing chose not to further rub salt into the wound, opting instead to depart. "We shall not see you out. Qingyi, let us go." Just as they were about to rise, an elderly voice echoed from outside. "Young master and young mistress are here to visit Xiao Qian?" The Grand Elder entered with a smile, carrying a vial of medicine that he placed on the table. "Grand Elder." After the trio exchanged greetings, the Grand Elder addressed the couple. "Please do not rush to leave. Let us depart together shortly." As a high-ranking member of the clan, the Grand Elder's status was only subordinate to the Yi couple, prompting Yi Chongqing to show him due respect. He and Gu Qingyi took their seats once more. "Xiao Qian, this is a dragon blood body refining pill, containing a trace of the blood of a great demon. It may aid in your recovery." Xiao Qian's eyes brightened, and a genuine smile finally graced his face. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Your kindness will not be forgotten." The Grand Elder nodded approvingly. "Your injuries are severe. Avoid overexertion and ensure you recuperate well to mend the fractures in your golden body." "Understood." After offering a few more words of advice, the Grand Elder rose. "Now, rest well. We shall take our leave." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi followed the Grand Elder as they exited Xiao Qin's courtyard. Yi Chongqing felt perplexed. His interactions with the Grand Elder had been infrequent, so why had he specifically asked them to remain today? "Young mistress, what are your thoughts on Xiao Qin's situation?" Gu Qingyi was taken aback, glancing at Yi Chongqing. She had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would first seek her opinion. Yi Chongqing remained silent, smiling gently at her and nodding slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qingyi resolved to express her genuine thoughts. "Xiao Qin's golden body has sustained damage, yet it is said that he encountered no external foes. Thus, I can only surmise that he may have experienced instability in his Dao heart, causing him to lose control over his internal cultivation energy, which subsequently led to the rupture of his golden body." The Grand Elder slowed his pace, responding softly. "Indeed, given the current circumstances, this appears to be the only plausible explanation. It is a pity for such a remarkably gifted individual to cultivate an indestructible golden body at such a young age. He was destined to become a pillar of our Yi family." Yi Changsheng could not help but curl his lip. If half of an indestructible golden body could be referred to as the pillar of the Yi family, then what could be said of his complete indestructible golden body? That young man was clearly not virtuous. If one were to wait until he achieved his cultivation, who could predict the outcome? Elder, I believe that the matter of Xiao Qin's injury may, in fact, be beneficial to the Yi family. The Grand Elder paused momentarily, gazing at Gu Qingyi with surprise. Young mistress, what do you mean by that? Gu Qingyi replied earnestly. Xiao Qian is narrow-minded and lacks tolerance. He has troubled my husband on several occasions. It is not surprising that someone with such a rebellious disposition would face a backlash due to an unstable Dao heart. While he has insulted and belittled my husband multiple times, my husband has shown great magnanimity by not retaliating, considering they are both members of the Yi family. Should Xiao Qin ever attain profound cultivation? With his temperament, it is uncertain what actions he might take. If he cannot let go of his grievances against my husband, it could lead to internal strife within the Yi family. Moreover, with such a character, one cannot predict what formidable enemies he might attract from the outside. Gu Qingyi's reasoning resonated deeply with Yi Changsheng, who felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, she was his wife, and it brought him immense joy to hear her defend him. After listening to Gu Qingyi's analysis, the Grand Elder remained non-committal, stating that the consequences of this matter required time to unfold. You two have done well to visit Xiao Qian. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell, Elder. Once the Grand Elder departed, Yi Changsheng regarded Gu Qingyi with admiration. Qingyi, how did you come to think of this perspective? It's simply how I feel, she replied modestly. Haha, you truly are a wise woman. Yi Changsheng praised her without reservation, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. Not long after the couple left, a figure emerged from a nearby path. Yi Tu's expression darkened as he watched their retreating backs, and he spat on the ground in disgust. Humph! A pair of shameless adulterers, speaking ill of Chen Gu behind his back. Before long, he arrived at a separate courtyard. Chen Gu, we really ought to find a way to deal with that couple, Yi Tu exclaimed as he entered, prompting Xiao Chen to frown. What do you mean? You may not be aware, but the Grand Elder just left with them. He asked Gu Qingyi how she viewed your injury. Can you guess what that wretched woman said? Xiao Chen's frown deepened. What did she say? Yi Tu replied indignantly. That wretched woman actually said your injury is a good thing. She went on to say that your narrow-mindedness and small-mindedness caused the backlash due to an unstable Dao heart. And she had the audacity to praise that waste of space, Yi Changsheng, for his broad-mindedness, claiming he came to see you despite your injury. Can you believe it? Do they have no shame? That shameless couple clearly came to gloat over your misfortune, yet they shamelessly embellish their own image. Yi Tu continued to rant, oblivious to the abnormal flush that crept onto Xiao Qin's face. If it were not for the fact that this situation had some truth to it, his Dao heart had indeed been destabilized due to envy and jealousy, he would have preferred to dismiss it entirely. The humiliation of being seen through by others only fueled his anger, in a surge of emotion. His blood qi became unstable once more. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Xiao Qian trembled and sank onto the soft couch. Yi Tu was taken aback and rushed to support him. Chen Gu, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Qian pushed away Yi Tu's support, his eyes blazing with fury. What kind of sorcery has that damned Yi Changsheng cast on Gu Qingyi? Why does she always defend him? Waste. If it weren't for his parents, I would have, cough. Xiao Qian cursed vehemently, his chest heaving with rage. Suddenly, Yi Tu smirked and leaned closer to Xiao Qian, whispering, Qiang Gu, I have an idea that might make them suffer. Chapter 21. New rumors. Xiao Qian turned to him, skepticism evident in his eyes. This fellow was hardly known for his cleverness. Surely his idea would not be foolish. However, in his current state of confusion, he was willing to listen. Speak. Dio, you remember the rumors we spread when the heavenly Dao steel shattered? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that waste is a natural calamity body? Exactly, Yi Tu exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Chun was momentarily speechless. He had expected something clever, but this was the best he could come up with. Have you lost your mind? First of all, he is not a calamity body. And second, how credible do you think our rumor was? That kid received the heavenly Dao's bestowed technique in front of so many witnesses. Would the heavens go out of their way to give something to someone they find bothersome? As he spoke the last two sentences, he cautiously glanced out the window, feeling somewhat guilty. Yi Tu, however, clapped his hands. Ah, but Chenggu, you are mistaken. Did Yi Changxing not shatter the heavenly Dao steel upon his arrival? Indeed. And is it not true that he cannot cultivate the ancient Dao body? Correct. Then tell me, how could he have shattered the heavenly Dao steel, just based on some unverifiable stroke of luck? Xiao Chun began to see the logic. The incident of the heavenly Dao steel shattering is indeed dubious. Coupled with the rumor we spread about him being a calamity body, it could leave an impression on the clan members. Exactly, Yi Tu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Now that your golden body has shattered just as that couple left Lingtian Island, could there not be a connection? As he observed the sly smile on Yi Tu's face, Xiao Qin's eyes began to shine with realization. Indeed, they left just as my golden body shattered. They should be among the suspects. Given the prior incidents, they cannot easily extricate themselves from suspicion. Precisely, Yi Tu cheered, clapping his hands in delight. By combining these two events and spreading the rumors, won't it further substantiate that he is the calamity body? Absolutely. Even if he has the support of the family head and matriarch, the clan elders would certainly not let him off easily. Even if not reduced to a mere prisoner, he will surely find himself in a predicament. Excellent, Xiao Chen shouted, his demeanor transforming as he felt invigorated. This is the plan. As long as the rumors spread, for the sake of the clan's future, even if they know it is false, the clan members will have to take it seriously. Yi Tu? I never realized you were such a talent. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, praising him. Why? Yi Tu grinned widely, saying, wasn't it your protection that kept me from worrying? Now that you're in such great trouble, how could I not help you seek revenge? Very well. You are my brother for life. Come visit often, and if you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to ask. Having received Xiao Qin's promise, Yi Tu beamed with joy. Thank you, Chenggu. After their conversation, the two spent a while discussing the specifics of their plan before Yi Tu left the courtyard. Xiao Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Humph! Let us see how you, a mere waste, will respond this time. After visiting Xiao Chen, Yi Changxing was rewarded with a spiritual pill, allowing his indestructible golden body to make significant progress. His sole focus now was on enhancing his power, disinterested in other matters. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his fear of women seemed to have improved slightly. Interactions with Gu Qingyi no longer elicited extreme reactions. If only life could remain this tranquil. But alas, fate had other plans. 5 days later, within the Yi family's council hall, 20 elders responsible for various clan affairs gathered. The Yi couple sat at the head of the table, their expressions grave, indicating their displeasure. The atmosphere was heavy, as if they were deliberating over a grave matter. Head of the family, regardless of whether this matter is indeed a rumor, we must treat it with caution. It concerns the future of the Yi family, and we cannot afford to be careless, the fifth elder asserted. And no sooner had he spoken than Yi mother shot him a fierce glare. Nonsense. Are you truly going to believe a rumor that sprang from who knows where? Changxing is my child. I know him better than anyone. You have all watched him grow up. You know he is the ancient Dao body. How could he possibly be a natural calamity body? Would you rather believe some unknown scoundrel's gossip than trust a descendant raised before your very eyes? Mother Ye's pointed inquiries left Elder 5 feeling exceptionally awkward, struggling to find a graceful exit. Mother, Elder 5 did not mean it that way, Elder 3 interjected hastily, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Although everyone understood that the rumors were mere fabrications, the implications for the Yi family's future warranted some concern. Please do not be upset. Elder 5's intentions are for the good of our Yi family. Let us discuss this amicably. With a disdainful snort, Mother Ye's imposing presence, akin to that of a half-step emperor, instilled a palpable pressure among the clan elders. Let me make this clear. Even if my son cannot cultivate, it does not mean he is to be bullied. Such foolish and absurd rumors should not be entertained. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences. Though her words were few, they resonated deeply with the elders. Mother Yi was no petty tyrant. Her strength and cunning were formidable, and it was precisely these qualities that had allowed her to retain her position for so many years. To provoke her could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Mother speaks rightly. It is I who have acted rashly, Elder 5 conceded with a sigh, choosing to admit fault. Just then, Elder 1 finally spoke up, head of the family. What is your perspective on this matter? Ye father, who had remained silent until now, surveyed the crowd before responding calmly, "This is merely the prattle of insignificant individuals." Upon closer examination, it becomes apparent that they are targeting Changsheng. Perhaps they wish to thwart the rise of another genius in the Yi family due to his previous remarkable performance before the heavenly tablet, employing such underhanded tactics instead. This matter is of little consequence. Rumors are ultimately just that, rumors. Elder One, I trust you to investigate further and ascertain who is behind the dissemination of these tales. As you command, head of the family. I shall do my utmost. Indeed, I shall also instruct the clan members to refrain from spreading these rumors, lest they tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Chapter 22. The pressure of the Elders' Council, just as it seemed a resolution was at hand. A frail voice echoed from outside the hall, "Head of the family, is it not a tad hasty to make this decision?" Yi Father's eyes narrowed instantly as an elderly man with a grizzled beard entered, followed by several similarly aged companions. The clan elders were taken aback. The Elders' Council. What brings them out of seclusion? Generally, they remained in closed-door retreats unless a matter of life and death for the Yi family arose. Was a calamity truly looming? The newcomers represented the Yi family's most deeply concealed strength, only emerging during times of crisis. They were seasoned elders, fiercely loyal to the clan. "Uncle, what has compelled you to make an appearance?" Yi Father greeted, revealing the elder's identity. The elder, accompanied by his companions, made their way into the great hall. Elder One and the others immediately rose to offer their seats. The head of the family still remembers his humble uncle? The elder's words darkened Mother Ye's expression. Yi Father remained unfazed by the veiled sarcasm, responding with quiet composure, "Uncle, what do you mean? I have always held you in regard. Hmph. If you truly valued my counsel, such a significant matter as the Sunluo evil body would have been addressed long ago." The elder's words clarified his stance, referencing the troubling rumors surrounding Yi Changsheng. Mother Yi furrowed her brow. Displeased, "Uncle, you have sequestered yourself for years, and your grasp of current events may be somewhat tenuous. The so-called evil body is merely a rumor, likely propagated by those coveting our Yi family, hoping to sow discord and undermine our genius." "Rumor?" The elder scoffed, showing no respect for Mother Yi. "Surely you understand that the evil body does not merely endanger one individual. It can imperil the very fortunes of an entire clan. Such a threat to our Yi family's future cannot be dismissed as mere hearsay." "You?" Mother Ye's temper flared, ready to retort, but the voice of her husband whispered in her ear, reminding her of the elder's status. Conflict with him would yield no favorable outcome. Yi Father maintained his unwavering gaze, discreetly conveying his advice through a silent communication. Recognizing her husband's wisdom, Mother Yi refrained from further confrontation, acknowledging that challenging an elder could lead to unfavorable implications. "Uncle, do you not find this assertion somewhat absurd? We have known since Changsheng's childhood that he embodies the primordial ancient Tao body. While he may not cultivate, he is certainly not an evil body. Moreover, he has grown under our watchful eyes. If he were truly such a threat, why has there been no indication of it until recently? Could it be that you wish to imply that all the formidable members of the Yi family have been deceived?" Yi Father's logical reasoning garnered some tacit agreement from the elders present. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the elder's countenance darkened. "Head of the family, your words are rather biased, are they not? The reason the evil body is so formidable is precisely because it is difficult to detect. If it were easily discernible, how could it possibly influence the fortunes of a clan? Furthermore, the primordial ancient Tao body is exceedingly rare. In nearly 10,000 years, no one has managed to cultivate it. So it naturally would not be a concern for many. Who can truly ascertain the specifics of such a body, or whether it differs from the young masters?" Yi Father could not help but frown. "Uncle, you are being rather unreasonable. The primordial ancient Tao body is clearly documented in ancient texts as an exceptional constitution. Although it cannot cultivate under the current heavenly regulations, it bears no resemblance to the evil body. If you claim that the ancient texts and the investigations of our esteemed elders are unreliable, then what purpose does cultivation serve? Do you not question the potential hidden dangers within the talents of those divine sons? Do you not doubt your own gifts?" Such a line of thought, in Yi Changsheng's past life, was termed historical nihilism. Yi Father's incisive rebuttal caused the elder's expression to darken further. "Head of the family, are you truly so intent on shielding your son? Humph. Your words are heavy, uncle. The absurd rumors that even the elders and the council believe should not be taken lightly. Do you not fear the ridicule it may invite? All present have weathered their share of storms. Could you truly be so naive? The term naive dripped with sarcasm, causing several attendees to lower their heads in embarrassment. Humph! The head of the family certainly knows how to wield his tongue. The elder huffed angrily, his face suffused with indignation. Do you not realize that if the evil body is indeed real, it could jeopardize the very fortunes of the Yi family? Do you truly wish to sacrifice our lineage for the sake of your one son? First, the heavenly tablet shattered. Next, a talented younger generation member suffered inexplicable injuries. Do you not see the connection? This is clearly the evil body beginning to affect our clan's fortunes, manifesting in tangible backlash against our kin. Such a significant issue cannot be brushed aside with mere claims of rumor, especially when it concerns Yi Chongqing, your son. Consider what the heavenly tablet represents. It is an artifact born of the heavenly Tao. Heaven has virtue, illuminating the world, providing opportunities for all races to thrive. It is a divine gift from the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of goodwill towards all living beings. How could it possibly be shattered by a mere youth? As the topic of the heavenly Tao arose, the elder's fervor was palpable, his companions similarly animated. As they aged, their desire to endure and grow stronger until they achieved longevity intensified their reverence for the heavenly Tao. Thus, their respect for it transcended that of ordinary individuals. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The heavenly Tao is formless yet gives rise to all things. All in the world operates according to its principles. Is it conceivable that such a force could be shattered by a mere boy's fist? As the elder spoke of the heavenly Tao, his face was somber, filled with a fervent reverence. Yi Father let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger crossing his usually composed features. The heavenly Tao is luminous, encompassing all. How could you wield such a shallow understanding of it? It exists in the ethereal, sustaining the cosmos. If it were truly, as you suggest, possessing thoughts of good and evil, that would be the height of absurdity. Head of the family, tread carefully. Do not disrespect the heavenly Tao. Do not mislead yourself. Chapter 23. A rift between father and son. Yi Father's cold laugh turned his demeanor abruptly hard. You are older than I, and your cultivation may surpass mine. Yet have you ever received any acknowledgement from the heavenly Tao in your pursuits? With these two questions posed, the hall fell into stunned silence. The elder's expression grew grim. And he forced a retort, even so, did you not rise to this position solely through the support of the Yi family? Now that you have achieved your status, do you intend to forget your roots? Upon hearing this, Yi Father's eyes narrowed dangerously. Uncle, think before you speak. Do not allow your words to flow thoughtlessly. If I were to truly forget my roots, why would I take on the role of head of the family? I believe that everyone present has some understanding of whether I have contributed to the Yi family, and it is not something that can be easily dismissed with mere words. Faced with such a rebuttal, the expression on my second uncle's face instantly darkened. Even if you have made contributions to the Yi family in the past, if you now choose to shield something like the calamity body, which can significantly affect the family's fortunes, are you truly willing to watch the Yi family decline? Utter nonsense. Yi Father exclaimed in anger, his formidable aura sweeping through the grand hall like a tempest. You dare to point fingers at my son based on an unfounded rumor? Does that mean I can also spread the word that my second uncle is the calamity of the Yi family, and that it is precisely because of him that the family faces a crisis? Absurd. My second uncle slammed the table, his grizzled beard bristling with fury. Is this how you, as the head of the family, speak to your elders? Ha! Yi Father let out a cold laugh, showing no signs of fear. A virtuous elder is deserving of respect, but an old fool who slanders the innocent is not worthy of my esteem. This is insurrection. My second uncle was greatly enraged, glaring with his sunken eyes, panting heavily, disrespecting elders and shielding a calamity. Do you have any semblance of a family head? The heavens have summoned you, and you dare to defy fate. Do you not feel any trepidation standing next to me? Is that not a fact? I suggest you relinquish the position of family head, for allowing such a person to lead the Yi family will inevitably lead to disaster. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed dramatically. Yi Father is a formidable figure, a true pillar of the Yi family. Since his ascension, The family's power has flourished without significant error. The fact that my second uncle would even contemplate dethroning him is truly shocking. As expected, upon hearing the old man's words, instead of becoming enraged, ye father's face manifested a hint of derision. Ha ha ha, my second uncle is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. I initially thought you were merely stubborn and decrepit, yet it turns out you are such a fool. Not to mention how nebulous the concept of destiny is. You dare to assign blame to my son based solely on the shattering of the heavenly Tao monument. With such unfounded and insipid gossip, do you truly believe you can compel me to forsake my own son? Where does your confidence stem from? Destiny, destiny. If destiny is as unreasonable as you old curmudgeons claim, then this world is indeed a lamentable place. You wish for me to relinquish the position of family head? Very well, I shall grant your wish. This position, whoever wishes to sit in it may do so. Ye father abruptly stood, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the assembly with disdain. I shall see, after I, ye, have departed, if there remains anyone in this ye family worthy of the title of family head. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to ye mother and said, My lady, let us depart. Ye mother shot a fierce glare at the second uncle before walking alongside ye father out of the council hall. After their departure, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall, with no one daring to speak. The grand elder glanced around and sighed. Second elder, how shall we conclude this matter? My second uncle looked as if he had swallowed a fly, incredulous that ye father would simply walk away. Humph! I refuse to believe that the Yi family cannot survive without him, Grand Elder. You shall temporarily take on the role of family head and manage the affairs of the clan. The Grand Elder appeared troubled, hesitatingly responding. Second Elder, this may be somewhat rash. I fear I lack the capability for this. You are the Grand Elder. In this critical moment, if you do not take charge, who will? Thus it is decided. Observing the Second Elder's fierce demeanor, the Grand Elder could only sigh in resignation, inwardly cursing this old fool. It was his conflict with the family head. Yet now he was left to carry the burden. At this moment, the elders in the hall regained their composure, murmuring amongst themselves. The family head is the mightiest warrior of our Yi family. Without him, we do not know how much trouble we would face. Indeed, the second elder has been somewhat impulsive. Alas, if the family head truly abdicates, it appears no one is capable of shouldering that responsibility. Listening to the whispers around him, my second uncle, filled with indignation, bellowed, Silence! He shields his own son. Do you truly wish for such a person to remain as family head? When the calamity body erupts, if the Yi family encounters peril, you will see if I acted for the family's benefit. I, too, am solely concerned for the Yi family's welfare, applying pressure to ensure he does not shield his son. Who would have thought he would be this impulsive? Truly unreasonable. We shall depart. My second uncle waved his sleeve and led the accompanying elders out. Once they left, a wave of complaints echoed among the elders. This second elder is truly something. He arrived and immediately clashed with the family head. Now that the family head wishes to abdicate, are we truly to let the grand elder shoulder the family's burden? Who can say? The family head does have a point. It is merely an unverified rumor, and the second elder is indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. Sigh, let us wait and see. Various murmurs filled the air, causing the grand elder to feel increasingly agitated. Enough, enough. Let us speak less. Later, elders 2, 3, 4, and 5, you will accompany me to persuade the family head. The rest of you, attend to your own matters. Dismissed? The grand elder's words were met with no opposition, and thus the family meeting concluded rather hastily. Following this incident, the grand elder attempted to mediate, running between both sides. Yet he could not ease the tensions. Why father was indeed true to his word. Since he declared his intention to abdicate, he has ceased to involve himself in family affairs, allowing many matters to accumulate, placing considerable pressure on the elders managing the clan. Upon hearing of this situation, Yi Changsheng, rarely leaving his quarters, took Gu Qingyi to visit his parents. Chapter 24. The Crisis of the Yi Family. Although due to his physical condition, the clan members had their grievances against him to varying degrees, the love of his parents remained unchanged. This affection was something that Yi Changsheng quietly cherished, never forgetting, Father, Mother, your child and Qingyi have come to see you. Upon entering, he greeted them, and a kind smile immediately lit up Yi father's and Yi mother's faces. Changsheng and Qingyi, what brings you here today? Yi father inquired cheerfully, while Yi Changsheng blinked earnestly. Naturally, it is because I miss you both. Hee, do you think I believe that, you rascal? Yi mother rolled her eyes, beckoning him closer, then suddenly grabbed one of his ears. You little scamp, you are becoming increasingly outrageous, staying cooped up in your room all day, with so many rumors outside. Are you not the least bit worried? I know you and Qingyi share a good rapport. But a man must not dwell solely on romantic affairs, right? Ouch, 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 mother. Please let go. Yi Changxing exclaimed, calling out several times before Yi mother finally released him with a huff. Humph, you little brat, becoming more heartless by the day. Mother, your words are quite unjust, I assure you. My relationship with Qingyi, cough, is not mere infatuation. We are diligently practicing that technique. Yi mother, somewhat skeptical, inquired. Really? Of course it is true. How would I dare deceive you? Yi Changxing insisted, finally managing to persuade Yi mother to believe he was engaged in serious matters. Jiyu Qingyi's cheeks flushed, still lost in the playful banter from earlier, not yet fully present. So, what exactly is the purpose of your visit today? Once they were seated, Yi mother asked. Why? Yi Changxing chuckled and quietly inquired. Father, I heard that you had a quarrel with second uncle in the council hall. Yi father shook his head helplessly. Yes? Those old fogies are simply unreasonable, insisting on believing a bizarre rumor that you are some calamity body, which would affect the fortunes of the Yi family. They wish to expel you from the Yi family. Naturally, I cannot allow that. Yi Changxing felt warmth in his heart, sincerely expressing. Father, mother, you have worked hard. This foolish child, what are you saying? Yi mother shot him a reproachful look, half-jokingly saying, You are our child. Who else would we protect if not you? Yes, I understand. But there are rumors that you intend to resign from the position of family head. Are you truly going to do that? Yi father snorted lightly, his demeanor exuding confidence. Those old fogies insist on clinging to this matter, but I cannot yield to their will. Do not worry about this. Your mother and I have managed the Yi family for many years, contributing immensely. I am merely applying some pressure, and those old fogies cannot shake your mother's and my position. Hearing his father's words, Yi Changxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is good. I was worried that my presence might force you both to relinquish the family head position. Yi mother chuckled softly, patting Yi Changxing's shoulder, her face radiating a sense of pride. Oh, not worry. Foolish child. Your parents have been at the helm of the Yi family for so long. Without some strength, how could that be possible? Could you contemplate these matters, as they indeed reflect considerable growth? Rest assured, as long as your parents are here, you may focus solely on your own affairs without excessive concern. Yi Changxing nodded, feeling significantly relieved of his parents' worries. Well, since you both have confidence, that suffices. I have come to inform you that if those old bastards continue to be a nuisance, I can simply leave the Yi family. We need not endure their vexations. Upon hearing this, Yi father and Yi mother beamed with smiles, praising Yi Changxing for his growth and his awareness of responsibility towards others. Yi Changxing felt a slight flush on his face, as he had not previously considered such matters. Just as they were conversing, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang from outside. Brother, sister-in-law, dressed in a delicate yellow gown, Yi Yao rushed in, a sheen of sweat glimmering on her forehead. You reckless girl, where have you been running wild? Yi mother scolded with narrowed eyes. Raising her hand as if to strike, Yi Yao immediately ducked her head and darted through the side door, calling out as she fled. I know I was wrong, brother, sister-in-law, hold me back. I must go train. This girl, Yi father sighed with a smile, then earnestly said, Changxing, Qingyi, you need not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Focus on enhancing your own cultivation. Let it be known that with my abilities, even if the Yi family were to fall, your mother and I could ensure your safety for a lifetime. Hearing his father's serious words, Yi Changxing felt a surge of confidence. Very well, then I shall rest easy. Days later, the rift among the higher-ups of the Yi family gradually eased. As Yi father had asserted, he was indeed the crucial pillar and leader of the Yi family, unparalleled by those ancient figures who seldom emerged. Ultimately, the second uncle capitulated, agreeing to cease meddling in Yi Changxing's affairs, allowing Yi father to reclaim his position as head of the family. Under Yi father's strong suppression, the rumors regarding Yi Changxing's Sinluo Shadi gradually dissipated. This outcome infuriated Xiao Qian and Yi Tu, who had meticulously prepared for so long, intending to use this matter to expel Yi Chongqing, only to find their expectations thwarted. However, despite the suppression of rumors within the Yi family, this news began to circulate among other factions. Propelled by those with ulterior motives, a month later, the higher-ups of the Yi family convened in the council hall. Ever since the rumors of Yi Chongqing being a Sanluo Shadi spread, inexplicably, other factions appeared to believe this claim, significantly reducing their interactions with the Yi family. Even business partners diminished by nearly 50% within a month. This predicament posed a grave challenge for the Yi family, and after thorough investigation, a clear understanding emerged in the council hall. The elder high-ranking officials bore serious expressions, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Yi father calmly inquired, "Elder Wu, what have you discovered regarding the dissolution of cooperation with various factions?" Elder Wu immediately rose, "Head of the family, there are some preliminary findings. Speak." After a brief silence, Elder Wu organized his thoughts and said, "The most direct cause of this situation seems to be related to the young master. The rumor that he is a Sanluo Shadi has circulated within the clan, affecting the fortunes of those who associate with him. Strangely, while we did not believe it, other factions seem to have taken it seriously. According to them, they fear that the young master's Sanluo Shadi might adversely affect their own fortunes, hence their reluctance to continue cooperating with our Yi family." Chapter 25. An even more severe situation. Just as Elder Wu finished speaking, someone erupted in fury. "Nonsense. We, the Yi family, do not believe such things, yet they take it to heart. Are they not capable of rational thought? Indeed, these individuals are not genuinely wary of the young master. They are simply waiting to see the Yi family's downfall." The crowd was highly agitated, vociferously denouncing those who had severed ties. The Grand Elder frowned. "Please, refrain from the uproar." Once the hall quieted, he thoughtfully analyzed. "What these people claim as fear of the Shadi is likely just a pretense. They are genuinely waiting to see the Yi family's performance. I have also heard some external rumors. Various factions seem to be adopting a spectator's attitude, hoping to witness the young master's Sanluo Shadi diminish the Yi family's fortunes, allowing them to take advantage." This statement incited further discord. What a shameless group of people, indeed, when we cooperated with them. Our goods were offered at fair prices. Now they have the audacity to covet our assets. The high-ranking officials were fervently condemning those treacherous factions. Yet, Yi father sat in the main seat, contemplating another matter. It is well known that the Yi family stands atop the pyramid of power in the eastern continent, controlling vast resources. Any faction wishing to survive in the eastern continent would desire to maintain a good relationship with the Yi family. With an abundance of spiritual mines, rare treasures, and elixirs, the Yi family could be said to possess the most substantial reserves. Thus, why would those factions dare to terminate their cooperation with the Yi family? Knowing its significance, until this question was resolved, the Yi family's troubles could not be genuinely addressed. "Head of the family, what is your perspective on this matter?" The Grand Elder's voice drew Yi father from his reverie. He surveyed the room, contemplating before deciding to voice his concerns. "Everyone, I understand your sentiments. As the head of the family, I, too, must devise ways to resolve these issues swiftly. However, consider this. Our Yi family is one of the most powerful forces in the eastern continent, controlling countless resources. Other factions seeking development inevitably rely on our material support, so why would they suddenly choose to abandon us?" Yi father's words prompted the higher-ups to ponder deeply. Indeed, the head of the family had pinpointed the crux of the matter. The emotions among the clan elders began to settle, and they contemplated the implications hidden beneath this betrayal. "Head of the family, what do you believe motivates their actions?" an elder inquired. Yi father shook his head. "I am uncertain. We must investigate further." At this moment, an elder hesitated before speaking. "Head of the family, there is something I am unsure if it relates to our current predicament." Yi father became intrigued. "What is it? Please share." After the shattering of the heavenly Dao steel, rumors spread that cracks have appeared in the rock wall between our eastern continent and the central continent, suggesting that some individuals from the central continent have crossed over. Upon hearing this, everyone was both astonished and bewildered. Cracks in the rock wall? This is a significant matter. Why has there been so little news until now? It was no wonder the elders were astonished. This world is called the Wanyuan continent, divided into 5 major continents: East, South, West, North, and Central. separated by a natural barrier known as the source wall. This barrier is naturally formed, and only those of profound strength can breach it. As a result, the 5 continents have maintained a relatively peaceful state, avoiding conflicts over resources. However, among the 5 continents, the central continent is the most affluent and powerful. Even the Yi family, as a top force in the eastern continent, would be considered merely a middling force in the central continent. If individuals from the central continent were to ally with other families, the Yi family would indeed lack competitive strength. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yi father's expression grew exceedingly grave. What is the credibility of this information? The elder pondered before replying. I received this news from an old friend whose family's residence is near the border. They are more aware of the happenings on the other side and should have some credibility. Yi father nodded and immediately commanded, this matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. Grand Elder, head of the family, assign someone to investigate this situation, to ascertain whether individuals from the central continent have truly arrived in our eastern continent. Additionally, look into those families that have severed ties with us to see if they have formed any agreements with the central continent. Understood. After issuing the command, Yi father couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If this were the case, it would be no wonder those factions dared to disregard the Yi family in comparison to the powers of Zhongzhou. Our Yi family indeed finds itself somewhat lacking in stature. Upon the emergence of this news, the upper echelons of the Yi family were instantly put on high alert, hastily gearing up for what could potentially be a dire situation. Should the forces of Zhongzhou truly intervene, the Yi family would inevitably face a most precarious predicament, necessitating a prompt response. Otherwise, in a state of complacency, decline would soon follow. This palpable tension reverberated throughout the entirety of the Yi family. Even the servants below sensed the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm. As the son of God, Shao Qian was naturally privy to these undercurrents. The previous rumors surrounding the Shura body had not ousted Yi Chongqing from the Yi family, leaving him with a sense of lingering dissatisfaction. However, the sudden involvement of individuals from Zhongzhou might present a new opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Yi Tu to his side. Brother Chen? Yi Tu greeted, and Shao Qian, with a beaming smile, urged, please, take a seat, take a seat. Such a courteous demeanor left Yi Tu somewhat flabbergasted, prompting him to inquire softly, Brother Chen, is there something you wish for me to do? Chapter 26. The talents of Zhongzhou. Shao Qian's smile broadened, clearly pleased with Yi Tu's response. Brother, you are a perceptive individual. You are the only one I can trust in this Yi family. You guessed correctly. I indeed have a most important task for you. Yi Tu immediately affirmed, Brother Chen, just say the word. I am prepared to face any danger. Ah, it's not that severe, Shao Qian reassured him with a chuckle, leaning in slightly to whisper, you must have heard about the recent happenings within the clan, have you not? Is it regarding those forces severing ties with our Yi family? Indeed, Shao Qian nodded, his eyes narrowing. Behind this matter lies a significant reason, as speculated by the elders. Given Yi Tu's status as a collateral branch of the Yi family, there were certain matters beyond his knowledge. Brother Chen, what is the reason? It is said that following the shattering of the heavenly Dao steel, it affected the rock wall between our Dongzhou and Zhongzhou, creating some fissures. Subsequently, individuals from certain powers in Zhongzhou seized the opportunity to approach. And those families forged alliances with them. It is precisely because of this backing from Zhongzhou that these forces have the audacity to turn against our Yi family. Is that so? Yi Tu exclaimed. Realization dawning upon him, in comparison to the powers of Zhongzhou, our Yi family indeed seems somewhat inconsequential. Quite so. What I require of you is to discreetly engage with these individuals from Zhongzhou. To see if we can establish contact, be sure to gather information about their circumstances, and under no circumstances should there be any conflict, understood? Yi Tu immediately thumped his chest, declaring, Brother Chen, rest assured, I am no fool. I will not provoke them. Good, then I entrust this matter to you. Shao Qian expressed his gratitude sincerely. With a wave of his hand, several small jade vials appeared on the table. These 3 vials contain spirit-nourishing pills, dust-cleansing pills, and spirit-calming pills, each beneficial for cultivation, physique, and spirit. I have little of value to offer, but consider these as a token of my sincerity. Yi Tu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He knew well the immense worth of these 3 types of pills. Even within the Yi family, only the higher-ups and sons of God could afford them. Individuals like him from collateral branches rarely even had the chance to glimpse such treasures. Now, with Xiao Chun presenting 3 vials at once, it was indeed a generous reward. Brother Qin, fear not. I shall undoubtedly fulfill your request without fail, and there shall be no mishaps between brothers. Your matters are my matters. Xiao Qin chuckled, pushing the 3 vials toward Yi Tuesday. Put them away, and do not let others see. Understood. Once Yi Tu departed, Xiao Qin sat in his chamber, deep in thought. If he could establish a connection with those from Zhongzhou, he would gain a new ally. Dealing with Yi Changxing would then become considerably easier, as the members of the Yi family would inevitably prioritize their own future. Humph. I am eager to see if your parents can still protect you in the face of the formidable powers of Zhongzhou. As time passed, the Yi family's predicament became increasingly apparent. Simultaneously, the earlier rumors regained their potency. Many uninformed family members truly believed that those forces had severed ties with the Yi family out of fear of being affected by Yi Changxing's Shurabadi. Even with Yi father exerting strong pressure within the clan, the rumors grew more rampant by the day. In a separate courtyard, Yi Changxing lay on the table, his face etched with worry, occasionally letting out a deep sigh. Gu Qingyi poured him a cup of tea and sat beside him, concerned. Husband, are you troubled by those rumors outside? Yi Changxing fiddled with the teacup, his gaze somewhat vacant. Indeed, I am troubled by these matters. As for the Shurabadi rumors, I am well aware that I do not possess such a physique. Yet, with the fissures in the rock wall and the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, if it is indeed due to the shattering of the heavenly Tao steel, and someone maliciously connects the two, I will find myself at a loss for words. A flicker of concern crossed Gu Qingyi's eyes. But she smiled gently and reassured him, do not worry, husband. This is not a significant issue. The rock wall is a natural formation and will gradually mend itself over time. Once the fissures disappear, those from Zhongzhou will naturally return. The forces that had clung to them will lose their backing and will have to come back to cooperate with the Yi family, will they not? At that point, you need not do anything, and our family's crisis will resolve itself. Let us hope for that, Yi Changxing replied, though his heart was laden with greater anxiety. If the fissures truly resulted from the heavenly Tao steel, then having shattered the steel, it remained uncertain if those fissures would ever close. Should this situation persist for an extended period, the continuous exchanges between Zhongzhou and Dongzhou would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the Yi family's standing. Eventually, the pressure from within the clan would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. Even his parents would likely find it increasingly difficult to endure such pervasive criticism over time. The tension within the Yi family escalated, and the burden on Yi father and Yi mother grew heavier. Most of the clan members had completely branded Yi Changxing as a harbinger of misfortune, incessantly urging the higher-ups to expel him from the Yi family. Under such prolonged bombardment, even the higher-ups began to waver in their stance, and their perception of Yi Changxing gradually shifted. The upper echelons of the clan gathered daily in the council hall to deliberate over the current difficult circumstances. Yi father was acutely aware that to safeguard Yi Changxing and resolve the ongoing crisis, only 2 avenues remained. The first was to facilitate the healing of the fissures in the rock wall. As long as this trend emerged, those from Zhongzhou, not wishing to remain in Dongzhou indefinitely, would have to return forthwith, thus bringing an end to the interactions with various factions, and naturally, the issues facing the Yi family would resolve themselves. However, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was rather slim. The rock wall was a natural formation, and mending the fissures through human effort was no simple task. Without profound cultivation and precious materials, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. The second approach involved procuring some rare and valuable materials that were in short supply even in Zhongzhou, thereby enticing various factions to re-establish cooperation with the Yi family. This way, the Yi family would be able to escape the predicament of isolation, and the rumors surrounding Yi Changxing's Shurabadi would naturally dissipate. Yet, it must be said, obtaining these resources was also no easy feat. Zhongzhou was already immensely prosperous, rich in both spiritual energy and materials, far surpassing the backward lands of Dongzhou. Finding items that Zhongzhou considered precious would not be straightforward. Both options presented considerable challenges, and it seemed unlikely that the Yi family's predicament would be resolved anytime soon. However, if this issue remained unresolved, Yi Changxing's situation would only worsen. Chapter 27. The escalating tension. Half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Yi family's business had suffered severe repercussions. With revenues plummeting across the board in such a strained environment, the pressure from within the clan intensified. Yi father found it increasingly difficult to delay action and decided to convene the family elders at a chosen time, bringing the matter to the forefront for discussion. Early that day, all the higher-ups who were not preoccupied with urgent matters gathered in the council hall. Once nearly everyone had arrived, Yi father spoke in a grave tone. I have summoned you all here today to deliberate on the predicament our Yi family currently faces. Please feel free to express your thoughts candidly. Do not hold back due to status, as long as your words are reasonable. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak freely. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who broke the silence. In that case, allow me to speak first. Presently, our Yi family finds itself in a precarious position. Due to the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, various factions have essentially found new patrons. This is particularly lethal for us, as they have discovered superior alternatives and will no longer require the Yi family's support. Furthermore, our Yi family has stood in Dongzhou for many years. There are many who secretly covet our position. Eager to usurp us to resolve the current troubles, it seems we have only two possible solutions. The first is to facilitate the healing of the fissures in the rock wall. This would compel the individuals from Zhongzhou to return, and any interactions with various factions would naturally cease, thus resolving our Yi family's issues. However, everyone is well aware that relying solely on human effort to effect change is exceedingly difficult. We can only act according to the will of fate. As for the second approach, our Yi family must offer some exceedingly precious resources, for those in Zhongzhou possess exceedingly scarce commodities. Only in this manner can we rekindle the interest of various factions and restore cooperation with the Yi family. After speaking, the Grand Elder surveyed the solemn faces of the senior members present and sighed, saying, I understand that the current situation is dire and everyone is anxious. However, our Yi family has withstood countless tempests over the millennia. By pooling our wisdom, we can undoubtedly weather this storm. Yet those present were acutely aware that the feasibility of these two methods was, in fact, quite limited. Therefore, it would be far simpler to consider another angle. Head of the family, Grand Elder, you are both intelligent individuals. You must realize that these two methods are exceedingly difficult to implement. If we truly wish to resolve this predicament, there exists a far simpler solution. What solution? Yi father narrowed his eyes, already harboring suspicions. Why must the head of the family feign ignorance? A senior member chuckled, his expression somewhat peculiar. We all know that the reason those families refrain from cooperating with us likely stems from the Sinluo Shidi of our young master. Had it not been for the Shadi causing the heavenly path tablet to shatter, the cliffside would not have cracked, and those from Zhongzhou would not have been unable to come, thus sparing us from numerous troubles. Even the incident involving the former divine son, Xiao Qian, and the shattering of his golden body, was also due to the young master and the young mistress venturing to Spirit Field Island, which led to this calamity. Can we truly claim that this is unrelated to them? Upon hearing these words, the faces of all present changed dramatically. Although most harbored similar thoughts, they dared not voice them in front of Yi father. The head of the family, silence, do not speak such words recklessly. The Grand Elder hastily interjected, wishing to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Grand Elder, Yi Chongsheng is the head of the family's son. If he shows favoritism, that is to be expected. But must you also align yourself with the head of the family's wishes? You are the Grand Elder of the Yi family, not merely the Grand Elder of the head of the family. Such pointed remarks rendered the Grand Elder's expression exceedingly grim. Yi father narrowed his eyes, revealing no discernible change in his demeanor. Then, according to your perspective, what should this head of the family do? What you have said, head of the family, is rather misleading. It should be a question of what we ought to do. Everyone, you have all heard the rumors circulating outside. They claim to fear our family's Sinluo Shadi. Coupled with so many corroborating phenomena, is that not sufficient to prompt you to make a decisive choice? Yi father remained silent, scanning the crowd. It was evident that many concurred with this individual's perspective. Then, what do you propose we do? The individual sneered loudly, declaring, Isn't it simple? Of course, we should expel Yi Chongsheng from the family. The assembly hall fell into a profound silence, and many gazes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, I also find this method quite agreeable. It is better to err on the side of caution when it comes to such matters. Decisive action must be taken when necessary. I concur that the previous two methods are utterly implausible. Perhaps expelling Yi Chongsheng from the family might indeed resolve our current crisis. The senior members exchanged comments, voicing their agreement with this individual's proposal. In truth, those who had reached this point within the Yi family, a leading family in Dongzhou, were not foolish. The intricacies underlying this matter were not difficult to discern. However, even those who recognized the situation would not stand in support of Yi Changsheng. The reason was painfully simple: interests. As long as Yi Changsheng were expelled, the vacancy for the position of young master would signify greater power and more benefits for these individuals within the clan. In light of these considerations, whether Yi Changsheng was wrong became insignificant. Yi father, too, felt the immense pressure from within the clan. If he wished to protect Yi Changsheng, the clan would inevitably become divided, and no one would stand by his side. Head of the family, please speak impartially and set a good example for our Yi family. The speaker continued, adorning Yi father with flattery. Yi father's expression turned cold, and he had already made his decision. To expect him to abandon his own son was utterly out of the question. The position of head of the family could be relinquished. With his capabilities, he could be revered anywhere as a guest of honor. In that case, let us vote. Those in favor of expelling my son Changsheng from the family, please raise your hands. As Yi father's voice fell, the senior members began to raise their hands one by one. With only a few loyal to Yi father glaring in anger and remaining still, it seemed that today, Yi Changsheng could not escape the fate of expulsion. Yet at that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly reverberated from above the Yi family's territory. Immediately thereafter, a young man's voice echoed through the AI, "Is this truly the Yi family, the foremost clan of Dongzhou?" The expressions of those in the assembly hall changed drastically, and without regard for prior matters, they hurriedly soared into the air to ascertain who possessed the audacity to act so recklessly within the Yi family's domain. Beneath the clouds, the sun shone brilliantly. A cerulean dragon spiraled through the air, exuding an overwhelming and fierce presence. Chapter 28. A visitor from Zhengzhou. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Yi family? Do you wish to court death? Within the territory of my Yi family, the skies are forbidden. Do you not hurry to descend? Shouts of anger erupted as the formidable members of the Yi family soared into the air, their faces filled with fury. Is that a dragon? It doesn't seem quite like ours, does it? That is not a dragon. How could a true dragon race willingly accept being a steed? But don't we also have dragons? 9 azure dragons? To be precise, you are merely lacking in knowledge. While those few behemoths in our family are indeed impressive, they are merely hybrid subspecies of serpentine dragons, not even true serpents, let alone true dragons. Look at this azure dragon. Its bloodline is pure and formidable, and it is already on the cusp of developing horns. It may truly transform from a serpent into a dragon in the future. As the members of the Yi family whispered among themselves, atop the azure dragon, a young man clad in dark armor, with long hair and a haughty demeanor, sat cross-legged, showing no signs of nervousness in the face of the encircling Yi family warriors. Young man, regardless of who you are, to provoke my Yi family in Dongzhou, whether it is you or the forces behind you, I fear you will both pay a hefty price for this. The fifth elder questioned sternly, unusually refraining from immediately attacking it. Must be noted that the Yi family, as a premier family of Dongzhou, had never encountered anyone so brazen as to flout their rules. Even in the past, when a sovereign from another region or the head of a prominent family visited, they were met with courtesy. In a corner, Xiao Qian and Yi Tu stood side by side. The person actually came down. Yi Tu rubbed his hands in excitement, grinning malevolently. Brother Chun, with him taking action, that scoundrel Yi Changsheng will surely be unable to act arrogantly. Xiao Qian nodded, glancing at the azure dragon above, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. After all, he, too, belonged to the Yi family. The other party's arrogance left him feeling somewhat shamed. However, for the sake of his own plans, patience was necessary. In the air. After the fifth elder posed his question, the cold-faced young man slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze. He did not answer the fifth elder's inquiry, but instead fixed his gaze upon Yi father, who stood at the entrance of the assembly hall. I am Wuji from Zhengzhou, here to pay my respects to the Yi family's emperor. His resonant voice echoed across the miles, ensuring that every member of the Yi family could hear his words. The expressions of the Yi family's powerful members shifted dramatically. A person from Zhengzhou? Our Yi family has had no dealings with individuals from Zhengzhou. Why would he suddenly seek us out? Below, Xiao Qian and Yi Tu exchanged knowing smiles. They were well aware of the reason behind this encounter. After Yi Tu's departure, he had learned through inquiries that among those who had passed through the rift to reach Dongzhou, There was a remarkably powerful and noble genius, a prince of the great Qing dynasty in Zhengzhou. Though the Yi family was a top force in Dongzhou, they paled in comparison to the great Qing dynasty, which ranked among the top three after the rift in the cliff wall opened. Due to its unique nature, it was difficult for individuals of great power to pass through, so those who came to Dongzhou were mostly young geniuses. Furthermore, due to the Yi family's peculiar circumstances, these individuals knew that the Yi family would not welcome them, so they generally preferred to collaborate with weaker factions. However, it was precisely because Yi Tu had previously approached Ing Wuji with some clever ideas that the latter had chosen to come to the Yi family. Yi father, being a man of profound insight, immediately deduced the significance of the surname upon hearing it. A prince from the great Qing dynasty in Zhengzhou? Ing Wuji's expression shifted with surprise. He had not anticipated that this Yi emperor would recognize his family name. Indeed, I am indeed from the great Qing dynasty. As Yi Fu's heart stirred, he pondered the stark difference in magnitude between the great Qing dynasty and the Yi family. They had previously had no interactions with this prince. So what could his sudden arrival signify? Ah, he is indeed a prince of the great Qing dynasty. Born into privilege, did your elders not teach you the proper etiquette for visiting others? Regardless of who you are. Anyone who comes to the Yi family must adhere to our customs. I, as a junior, was merely hasty and neglected my manners. I hope the esteemed Yi emperor can forgive my offense. During my time in Zhengzhou, I heard tales of a great emperor from the Yi family in Dongzhou. With the recent fissures in the cliffs, I thought it opportune to visit and pay my respects to the grandeur of the emperor. Although Ing Wuji's demeanor was quite arrogant, his speech contained a semblance of decorum, which alleviated some discomfort among the powerful figures of the Yi family. Since that is the case, please come inside for a discussion. Remember, the Yi family does not extend courtesy to just anyone. Logically speaking, with Yi Fu's attitude being so courteous, Ing Wuji ought to show some respect to this great emperor. However, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as Yi Fu's words fell, Ing Wuji smiled and replied, "This prince has limited time and shall not visit the Yi family. If the emperor is not too busy, perhaps he could come and speak with me." These words. Everyone was taken aback. Yi Fu, after all, was a figure of unparalleled stature among emperors. Ing Wuji, despite his powerful lineage, was still a junior and should have shown more deference. Yet, he audaciously demanded that Yi Fu approach him to converse, clearly disregarding the elder. Furthermore, his earlier brash proclamations above the Yi family only inflamed the anger of many present. This individual harbored a deep-seated contempt for the Yi family. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he scoffed. Ing Wuji is indeed exceedingly arrogant, expecting an emperor to approach him. Does he not realize his own insignificance? Beside him, Yi Tu quickly chimed in, "Brother Chen speaks the truth. This person is indeed presumptuous. However, I have inquired into his background, and his arrogance is not without foundation. Among the talented individuals from Zhengzhou visiting Dongzhou, Ing Wuji possesses the strongest cultivation, being backed by the immense power of the great Qing dynasty. A bit of pride is to be expected." After saying this, he furtively glanced around and leaned closer to whisper, "Moreover, I have discovered that although this person is the third prince of the dynasty, he lacks significant competition for the throne and is not particularly valued within the royal family. Additionally, he harbors a peculiar penchant for collecting women with unique physiques, truly a ravenous fiend for beauty. I merely hinted at Gu Qingyi's existence, and he immediately took an interest. If Yi Changxing refuses to hand her over, he will offend the third prince. Yet, his influence is insufficient to pose a serious threat to our Yi family. All that is required is for that brat Yi Changxing to take the fall. If he were to comply, how would the clan view him? After all, Gu Qingyi has the Gu family backing her. How would he then explain himself to them?" Chapter 29. The Might of the Yi Emperor. This discourse elicited delight from Xiao Chen, who seemed to envision Yi Changxing's imminent downfall. "Ha, splendid. You have executed this matter remarkably well." Just as the two were engaged in their whispered plotting, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Yi Fu's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from him. Caught off guard, Ing Wuji and his steed, the azure flood dragon, were swiftly brought crashing down as if swatted like a fly. "Disrespecting your elders, you shall leave and speak." Boom. The preceding loud noise reverberated as the azure flood dragon crashed to the ground, blood seeping between its scales. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Yi family astonished. They had not anticipated that their patriarch would display such firmness in the face of a prince from the great Qing dynasty. The might of the emperor was indeed terrifying. The azure flood dragon, now pinned to the ground, emitted mournful cries, no longer resembling the fierce creature it had been moments before, as the dust settled. The somewhat disheveled Ingwuji rose abruptly from atop the azure flood dragon, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. "Ye Emperor, what do you think the consequences of your disrespect towards me will be? What repercussions will there be for disrespecting the great Qing dynasty?" Yifu cast a nonchalant glance at him, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. "Ignorant youth, even if your father were here, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. What makes you think you can be so presumptuous, father?" Ingwuji's gaze sharpened, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. While he was aware that the current head of the Yi family was an emperor, he was unclear about the extent of his power. Now, witnessing the confidence with which Yifu addressed his own father, the ruler of the great Qing dynasty, he could not help but contemplate further. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that his father had vaguely mentioned the emperor of the Yi family in Dongzhou, who was said to be of comparable strength to him. Yes, his thoughts shifted. Ingwuji became somewhat more subdued. "Ye uncle, I humbly request forgiveness for my earlier transgressions. Before my departure, my father instructed me to ensure I meet with you during my visit to Dongzhou. He has long held you in high regard and sends his regards through me." Yi Fu regarded him with a cool glance but remained silent, instead gazing into the distant void. "Everyone, once the spectacle is concluded, those who ought to leave should do so. Do not linger here and be an eyesore. Those who have severed ties with my Yi family, I hope you will remain steadfast in your decisions and not become the fickle, treacherous sort. Yi family does not seek trouble, yet we are not to be easily trifled with." As his words fell, Yifu suddenly waved his sleeve. The very heavens seemed to ripple as if the surface of the water had been disturbed. A peculiar aura spread forth, causing those hidden within the void to tremble, a mouthful of blood rising in their throats. The Yi family patriarch had not taken action in quite some time, and many had forgotten just how terrifying an emperor's might could be. Ingwuji's expression grew increasingly solemn, his previous arrogance dissipating. Given Yifu's status and strength, even if he were to strike Ingwuji dead on the spot, it was unlikely that the great Qing dynasty would risk offending a true emperor over a mere prince. "Ye Emperor, please show mercy. We acknowledge our mistakes. Indeed, Ye Emperor, as fellow inhabitants of Dongzhou, we hope for your forgiveness for any offenses." The various forces that had come to spectate were now thoroughly intimidated by Yifu's display, no longer daring to treat him with disdain. They had come to realize one undeniable truth. As long as the Yi family had this emperor in their ranks, their petty schemes would not budge the foundation of such power. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the void, and from the chaotic currents of space, a figure gracefully emerged. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, you truly have reason to rejoice." To those short-sighted fence-sitters, one should not afford them any goodwill. Yi Fu's face broke into a smile as he acknowledged the newcomer. "Brother Gu has arrived. Let us proceed inside to converse." The newcomer was none other than Gu Jingshan, the patriarch of the Gu family and the father of Gu Qingyi, Yi Changxing's father-in-law. "Brother Yi is too courteous, merely wished to see, with your presence here, who would dare to wreak havoc in the Yi family." He then turned to facing Wuji, who had just descended from the azure flood dragon. "And who might this be?" "This junior is Ingwuji. I presume you are the esteemed patriarch of the Gu family from the imperial lineage of Dongzhou?" Gu Jingshan was momentarily taken aback. He had been listening for a while and had gathered enough understanding of Ingwuji's identity. However, he was puzzled why this young man was aware of who he was. He considered himself to lack the cultivation and renown of Yifu, so why would a prince from the great Qing dynasty know him? I never expected the third prince to recognize me. I am truly flattered. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Gu, you are being too modest. You are a renowned figure throughout Dongzhou, and your name, 3 Gu Lu Shinchong, is known far and wide. Who would not be acquainted with such a thunderous reputation? Gu Jingshan offered a few pleasantries, yet internally he grew increasingly puzzled. His reputation had waned considerably over the past century, and even among the people of Dongzhou, not many were aware of it. Why would a prince from Zhongzhou be familiar with his name? Unless, of course, this young man had investigated him beforehand. As an experienced fox in the world of intrigue, Gu Jingshan instantly became wary of Ingwuji. "The prince is too kind," he offered a polite response, intending to probe Ing Wuji's motives. However, before he could proceed, Ing Wuji spoke up directly. I have long admired Uncle Gu, and upon learning of your illustrious past, I came across a piece of news. Oh, what news? It is said that Uncle Gu has a remarkable daughter, a natural-born 7-aperture Linglong sacred body. Is this true? If Uncle Gu does not mind, I would like to meet this young lady. Perhaps we could become close friends. Ing Wuji believed he had spoken with utmost politeness, yet to his astonishment, Yi Fu's countenance suddenly turned stern. Impudence, ignorant youth. How dare you utter such wild claims? As Ye's father truly became enraged, the emperor's aura instantaneously stirred the heavens and earth, causing the sky to darken and the winds to howl, accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder, rendering the surrounding 10,000 miles as if it were the end of days. Ing Wuji was taken aback, uncertain as to why this esteemed figure was suddenly so furious. Jiyu Jingshan's expression was equally grim. Ing Wuji had audaciously brought up Qingyi, which not only struck a blow to the Yi family's dignity, but also undermined the reputation of the Gu family. It was well known that Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi were lawfully wed, celebrated in front of countless influential guests from the eastern continent. Everyone was aware of their marital bond. Yet, here was Ing Wuji, brazenly uttering such lewd remarks, as if he were openly insulting Gu Jingshan himself. Should this become public, would it not lead others to believe he had failed to raise his daughter properly, with rumors surfacing post-marriage? Gazing at the bewildered Ing Wuji, Gu Jingshan, with a voice laced with anger, remarked, "Third prince, do not jest on my daughter has already wed the son of Yi, a fact well known among the people of the eastern continent. They share a profound love, and I hope you refrain from making such distasteful comments." Upon hearing Gu Jingshan's explanation, Ing Wuji burst into laughter. "Senior Gu, I have heard that the Yi family's descendant is a waste incapable of cultivation. Have you not thrown a pearl into the mire by marrying your daughter to such a person?" Chapter 30. Arrogance Unbridled. Senior Gu, do you truly believe that a waste incapable of cultivation deserves the title of son of the emperor? Silence. Gu Jingshan shot a glance at the grim-faced Yi father, hastily interjecting to halt him. However, Ing Wuji not only failed to restrain himself but became even more brazen in his words. "Uncle Yi, I bear no ill will towards you, but in my middle continent, the term son of the emperor is reserved for those of extraordinary talent, destined to tread the path of the emperor. Even if they are offspring of a powerful figure, if their talent is mediocre and their strength lacking, they would not dare to claim such a title. Your child cannot even cultivate. By what right does he presume to bear this name so shamelessly?" Yi father's expression turned cold, and he snorted lightly, releasing a hint of imperial might. Ing Wuji's face flushed crimson, as if he bore an immense weight upon his shoulders. "What I choose to do is my own affair, a matter for the Yi family. And it is not for an outsider like you to dictate," he continued. "For the sake of your father, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to speak so recklessly again, you may test the waters." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth abruptly fell silent. Even the air seemed to harbor danger. This was the emperor, each gesture and word entwined with the power of the cosmos. The mere act of speaking brought enough pressure to compel submission. Ing Wuji gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the urge to kneel. "Uncle Yi, what I say is the truth. Be silent." A sharp reprimand suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of all present. Ing Wuji turned to see Gu Qingyi approaching, accompanied by Yi Chongqing. The words that had just silenced him were spoken by Gu Qingyi in furious admonition. Yi Chongqing guided her to stand before Yi father and Gu Jingshan. Father-in-law. Gu Jingshan quickly forced a smile, warmly remarking, "Ah, my son-in-law and Qingyi have arrived." Yi father raised an eyebrow. "Chongqing, what brings you here? If there is nothing urgent, you should return." Yi Chongqing shrugged helplessly. "The commotion you caused was so great that it would be hard for me not to notice. Moreover, someone here has been speaking ill of your son. I felt it necessary to ascertain who was so brazen." Yi father's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Ing Wuji, whose gaze was almost glued to Gu Qingyi. A flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "It is this ill-mannered junior." Yi Chongqing turned to Ing Wuji and chuckled. "You are the third prince of the Dang dynasty?" Ing Wuji ignored him, his eyes fixated on Gu Qingyi. He had initially been drawn to the 9 apertures exquisite holy body of the Gu family daughter. Such a physique, when united with another, would greatly benefit cultivation, aiding in rapid advancement. Although he was overlooked within the dynasty, lacking the talent of his 2 brothers, who would not covet the throne of the emperor given such a background, yet his innate talent paled in comparison to his brothers. Suppressing his ambitions until now, if he could obtain the nourishment of the 9 apertures exquisite holy body, perhaps he could indeed aspire to the throne. Moreover, now that he had laid eyes on this legendary physique, which belonged to an extraordinarily beautiful woman, his greed ignited like a wildfire. Jiu Qingyi was thoroughly displeased with Ing Wujia's unabashed gaze, her face icy as she rebuked, "Shameless wretch, put away your disgusting eyes. Did you not hear my husband addressing you?" Her sharp rebuke snapped Ing Wujia back to reality, his attention finally shifting to Yi Changsheng, who was holding Gu Qingyi's hand. In an instant, he felt an anger akin to that of a treasure snatched away. "Who are you?" Ing Wujia coldly inquired, displaying no regard for him whatsoever. Why Yi Changsheng could not help but respond with exasperation. "You claim to wish to meet Qingyi, yet you do not even know what her husband looks like?" Feigning realization, Ing Wujia retorted, "Oh, so you are the so-called waste of the Yi family who is famed throughout the world. What is there about a person like you that could possibly intrigue me?" Before Yi Changsheng could respond, Gu Qingyi could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming, "Be quiet. You are merely a paltry spirit mansion cultivator. What right do you have to speak disrespectfully to my husband? Should you dare to continue with such insolence, do not blame me for being unkind." After spending time together, Gu Qingyi felt an undeniable attachment to Yi Changsheng, leaving no room for others to disparage him. Yet, Ing Wujia dismissed her, turning directly to Gu Jingshan and saying, "Master Gu, you are well aware that Yi Changsheng is but a waste incapable of cultivation. Can marrying Miss Qingyi to him truly benefit the Gu family? Bear in mind, on the Wanyuan continent, the law of the jungle prevails. In terms of status, I am the 3rd prince. How could he, a mere waste, compare to me? In terms of strength, the Dang dynasty ranks among the top in the middle continent. Compared to the Yi family, it is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Should Master Gu be willing, why not consider marrying Miss Qingyi to me? I could speak to my father, facilitating a partnership between the Gu family and the Dang dynasty, which would yield far greater benefits than an alliance with a mere Yi family." Jiu Jingshan's eyes flickered, his expression remaining dark, yet he could not deny that he felt a slight temptation. The primary reason he had agreed to let Gu Qingyi marry Yi Changsheng was due to the Yi family's status as a leading force in the eastern continent, which could provide significant assistance to the Gu family, as well as the presence of this unrivaled figure of imperial caliber. However, when compared to the Dang dynasty, the Yi family appeared rather insignificant. Even Yi father, this imperial powerhouse, had counterparts within the dynasty. Seeing Gu Jingshan fall silent, a smile spread across Ing Wujia's face. "Master Gu, think carefully. If Miss Qingyi were to marry me, the resources offered by the Dang dynasty would far surpass those of the Yi family. If she could assist me in ascending to the throne, the rewards for the Gu family would exceed your imagination. Even disregarding these benefits, with Miss Qingyi's talent and the resources of the Dang dynasty, the Gu family could at least produce a formidable figure at the quasi-emperor level. Such monumental advantages, do they require contemplation?" Ing Wujia was brimming with confidence in the offer he presented, even fantasizing about the scene where he would surpass his brothers and astonish his father after obtaining the 9 apertures exquisite holy body. Yet, at this moment, Gu Jingshan remained composed. He had encountered numerous trials, no longer the naive youth he once was. Ing Wujia's proposal, while seemingly generous, amounted to mere empty promises, little different from a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, the treachery associated with vying for the throne was fraught with peril. A small family like the Gu's could find itself ensnared in unforeseen troubles, should they fail in their ambitions. It would be a stroke of luck if the Gu family was not exterminated. Glancing at Ing Wujia, Gu Jingshan could not help but shake his head slightly. With this 3rd prince's arrogant and impulsive nature, and his reportedly inferior talent compared to his brothers, the prospect of him claiming the emperor's throne seemed as unlikely as ascending to the heavens. "Ho ho, 3rd prince, perhaps you should tread carefully. Qingyi is already married to Changsheng. I do not possess the audacity to demand she remarry, though do so would invite scorn from the world, would it not? 3rd prince, let us not jest." Yu Jingshan quickly quelled the wavering thoughts within. decisively rejecting Ing Wujie's offer. To collaborate with such a reckless individual would be akin to placing the future of the Gu family upon the flames. Ing Wujie's expression faltered, his demeanor shifting to one of chilling anger. Master Gu, you must think this through. Ha ha. I have considered it thoroughly. Qingyi and Changxing are a match made in heaven, a pair destined for one another. Confronted by a junior with such audacity, even a clay figure would harbor a hint of indignation, let alone the head of the Gu family, Yi Changxing, who looked on with keen interest as the two engaged in a verbal duel. He was astounded by the boldness of this third prince of the Dang dynasty, who dared to trespass onto another's territory to seize a woman and brazenly boast before her father. Such a mindless fool, if not for the backing of the Dang dynasty, would have met his demise countless times by now. Just then, a suggestion from the system echoed in his mind. Defeat the third prince of the Dang dynasty. Danger level, moderate. Difficulty, quite challenging. Reward, Supreme Gift Pack. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Changxing's expression shifted dramatically. Since acquiring the system, this was the first time he had received a direct suggestion from it. The mere mention of Supreme Gift Pack sent waves of excitement coursing through his mind. To be recognized by the system as a Supreme Gift Pack meant that whatever it contained would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Contemplating his inability to cultivate due to his ancient body, a daring conjecture suddenly emerged in his heart. Could it be that this Supreme Gift Pack would bestow upon him the cultivation method for the Tai Huang ancient body? The thought of it made his heart race like a drum. Regardless of what this gift pack contained, it would be an immense boon for him. With such a golden opportunity before him, to let it slip away would surely lead to regret. Winning Wuji's derisive laughter continued unabated. Ha ha, the head of the Gu family truly has poor judgment. To reject this prince's offer for a useless body? I cannot fathom your reasoning. Jiyu Qingyi abruptly turned her head, anxiously regarding Yi Changxing. She sensed that he had loosened his grip on her hand. Husband, please don't act impulsively. That Winning Wuji is a practitioner in the spirit mansion realm. Yet, Yi Changxing gently patted her hand, smiling as he reassured her, do not worry. I shall not act recklessly. After releasing Gu Qingyi, he took measured steps toward Winning Wuji. Your words have truly displeased me. As Yi Changxing approached, a glint of excitement flickered in Winning Wuji's eyes. The insults he had hurled at Yi Changxing were intended to provoke him. With Ye's father and the numerous powerful members of the Yi family present, he had no means to deal with this useless individual. However, should he take the initiative to confront him, the outcome would be entirely different. He could seize the opportunity to thoroughly humiliate this waste, showcasing the vast chasm between himself and the talents of Zhongzhou. Perhaps then, Gu Jingxin would reconsider and arrange for Gu Qingyi to be married to him instead. With this thought flashing through his mind, before Yi Changxing could reach him, Winning Wuji suddenly unleashed the aura of the spirit mansion realm. A formidable pressure surged forth, directly aimed at Yi Changxing. Behind them, Gu Qingyi's expression turned tense. Her husband could not cultivate, and she feared he would struggle to withstand it. Yet, before the eyes of the Yi family and various factions, Yi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed by the overwhelming pressure. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, steadily approaching Winning Wuji step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Winning Wuji's mocking smile gradually morphed into disbelief, then suspicion. Logically, a waste incapable of cultivation should not be able to resist his pressure. Yet, why did Yi Changxing seem unaffected? His skeptical consciousness swept over Yi Changxing repeatedly, but he found no trace of cultivated energy. How was he managing this? As Winning Wuji grappled with his astonishment, Yi Changxing had already closed the distance to within 5 or 6 steps. Third Prince, your arrogance is truly off-putting. Winning Wuji's expression hardened, and he feigned inquiry, who are you to speak to this prince in such a manner? Yi Changxing shrugged, Third Prince, feigning ignorance is rather tiresome. I am Yi Changxing, Qingyi's husband. The useless individual you speak of, it is you. This prince thought you would cower beneath the protection of your family's elders and the wings of women. I did not expect you to dare to appear before me. Yi Changxing chuckled lightly, expressing nonchalance. Oh, come now. Though I may be weak, I am not as disgraceful as the third prince. Go enter another's domain without decorum and covet a married woman. Such barbarity and shamelessness are beyond my capacity. In the realm of shamelessness, you are indeed the elder. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding young talents who were displeased with Winning Wuji immediately echoed in agreement. Indeed. I thought the third prince of the Dang dynasty was someone of substance. Yet he turns out to be nothing but a lecherous scoundrel, if I may add. Not only is he a scoundrel, but a brazen one at that. He seems utterly unashamed. Ha ha ha, Su Xiong speaks truth. Is this person truly from Zhongzhou? Surely, not all from Zhongzhou are of such lacking moral fiber. The proud young elites of Dongzhou, having been humiliated by the talents of Zhongzhou, felt a surge of resentment as Winning Wuji's arrogance belittled the esteemed Yi family, which in turn demeaned them as well as they listened to the sarcastic remarks surrounding him. A murderous intent began to coalesce in Winning Wuji's gaze. Brat, it seems you seek death. Yi Changxing displayed no sign of fear. Smiling as he replied, the third prince is indeed domineering. To decree life and death on a whim. Are all of you from Zhongzhou so unyielding? Chapter 32. The bet upon hearing Yi Changxing's words. Winning Wuji's eyes narrowed. This individual appeared soft and cowardly, yet his words were sharp, casting the talents of Zhongzhou in a negative light. If he continued his previous arrogance, he might incite the ire of the crowd. Though you are a waste, it seems you possess a sharp tongue, Winning Wuji scoffed, stepping forward slightly. However, this prince cannot be bothered to argue with an ant. Kneel and speak. Before his words even settled, a faint dragon's roar emanated from Winning Wuji's body. His robe billowed as an even more formidable aura erupted, vaguely reminiscent of the blue dragon from earlier. Humph, let us see how you can still speak defiantly now. Winning Wuji thought with a sneer, envisioning Yi Changxing collapsing in defeat. However, moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Changxing remained smiling and standing at a distance, as if the overwhelming pressure that had crushed the talents of Dongzhou were merely a gentle breeze. Is this the blue dragon-shattering god realm? Gu Jingshan suddenly recalled something, an expression of surprise crossing his face. The surrounding talents from Dongzhou looked on curiously. Jiu family head. What is this blue dragon-shattering god realm? Gu Jingshan quickly explained. It is said that the Dang dynasty possesses a technique that can refine spiritual power using the blood of the raised blue dragon, infusing it with the unique oppressive force that subdues all races. If mastered to a profound level, it can grant certain traits of the blue dragon race, such as easily tearing apart protective spiritual shields and inflicting damage on consciousness. Tio think that Winning Wuji has actually mastered this technique. The talents of Zhongzhou are indeed formidable. The crowd gasped, their hearts trembling. Techniques capable of injuring consciousness were exceedingly rare. Hardly any existed in all of Dongzhou. Only a powerful force such as the Dang dynasty might possess a few. The effects of such a powerful technique rendered its wielder nearly invincible among peers. For Winning Wuji to use this technique against someone without cultivation was akin to wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, Yi Changxing appeared utterly unaffected, not even altering his expression. Winning Wuji's heart brimmed with confusion. He repeatedly scrutinized Yi Changxing's body, finding no trace of spiritual power, proof that he truly was a waste incapable of cultivation. But how could a waste withstand the blue dragon-shattering god realm? As doubt flooded his mind, Winning Wuji's imposing aura diminished slightly. How did you evade my blue dragon-shattering god realm? Yi Changxing, maintaining a placid demeanor, slightly curled his lip. Blue dragon-shattering god realm? Is it truly impressive? If even I, a non-cultivator, cannot handle it, perhaps you should return to your father and request a better technique. Winning Wuji's murderous intent surged dramatically. Arrogant fool, do you truly believe this prince cannot deal with you? Oh dear, third prince, please do not be angry. A mere non-cultivator like me could never be your opponent. Yi Changxing replied, feigning submission before immediately retorting, but our third prince, a talent of Zhongzhou, should not vent his frustrations on a waste like me. Are you not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the Dang dynasty? Humph, it's good that you recognize your status. Out of respect for Yi Shu, I cannot be bothered to quibble with you, but you must understand your place. Ing Wuji's anger flared, and he no longer held back his disdain. You worthless fool, how dare you criticize this prince? If it weren't for your reliance on the Yi family and your father, how could someone as extraordinary as Gu Qingyi be wed to a good-for-nothing like you, who lacks the ability to cultivate? You, who shamelessly rely on your family's power, have the audacity to reproach this prince? You exhibit a complete lack of shame. As these words escaped his lips, Gu Jingshan's countenance darkened significantly. Although he had initially agreed to the marriage alliance with the Yi family out of a desire to elevate his family's status, It was also rooted in a long-standing engagement between their families, with his daughter in agreement. Yet, hearing Ing Wuji's words made it seem as though his family was utterly impotent, incapable of protecting even their own daughter. It appeared that everyone had underestimated Yi Chongqing's sharp tongue. Ha ha ha, third prince, your words are so absurd they could make one laugh to death. Coercion and enticement? To hear such a thing from your mouth is laughable. Do you mean to suggest that all those 100 women in the Wangfu willingly followed you back? Little do you know, your notorious reputation for coercing virtuous women has already spread to the eastern continent. I truly never expected someone as devoid of dignity as you would dare to speak such words publicly. This statement struck a nerve with Ing Wuji, causing him to glare at Yi Chongqing with gritted teeth. There's no need to rush. You claimed I relied on my family to pressure Qingyi into marriage. Did you not? Interestingly, our clan's divine child, Xiao Chun, had his doubts about this matter as well. Now that King Ai is here, come forth and tell them, did you willingly marry me? In the corner, Xiao Chun had been enjoying the spectacle. But suddenly being called out by Yi Chongqing left his expression as dark as a pot's bottom. He had already been troubled by this matter, and now this scoundrel had publicly brought it up. Was he not intentionally stabbing him in the back? With so many witnesses, he refrained from lashing out, merely letting out a soft hum of discontent and remaining silent. Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's summons, Gu Qingyi approached him. Her celestial-like serene countenance was remarkably calm as she took the initiative to grasp one of Yi Chongqing's hands. The gentle warmth of her touch sent a ripple through Yi Chongqing's heart. Third prince, you mustn't spread further rumors. My marriage to my husband was entirely out of my own volition, and I have not been coerced in any way. My family has never faced any duress from the Yi family regarding this matter. Father, would you not agree? Gu Jingshan paused for a moment before clearing his throat and nodding. Indeed, what Qingyi says is the truth. I was once good friends with Brother Yi, and we arranged a marriage contract for our children long ago. When Qingyi and Chongqing came of age, we simply brought it to fruition. This matter has always been one of mutual consent between the two children, untouched by any sordid motives. Third prince, you should cease your unfounded rumors. Chapter 33. Unexpected revelations. Did you hear that? What else do you have to say? Yi Chongqing spoke with an air of nonchalance, a hint of mockery gracing his features. In the corner, Xiao Qin's eyes glinted like blades as he ground his teeth, muttering under his breath, this scoundrel. What could the Gu family and Qingyi possibly see in him? The head of the Gu family, having spoken publicly, utterly shattered the rumors surrounding the matter. Ing Wuji cast a deep glance at the composed Gu King Ai before proclaiming, since this is a matter of mutual consent, this prince has no objections. I merely heard that Miss Qingyi had been coerced, and I acted out of a sense of justice. Now that it's clear there are no hidden agendas, I shall withdraw from the matter. Do not attempt to twist the truth here. This prince would never resort to such underhanded tactics as abducting a wife. Do not tarnish the reputation of the great Ing dynasty. With that, he turned to depart towards the distant Qingjiao lying prostrate on the ground. Yi Chongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, this brat was just so arrogant. How can he leave now? With his departure, what of the prestigious rewards that awaited him? Panic surged within him. He could not allow this. Ha ha ha, third prince, how easily you speak. First, you flaunt your power in the Yi family, disrespecting your elders and coveting my wife. Now you wish to leave as if dismissing me and the Yi family altogether. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned, gazing at Yi Chongqing in shock. This so-called worthless body dared to speak thus to Ing Wuji? The head of the Yi family revealed a smile, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Though his son could not cultivate, he had not lost his pride or spirit. Oh, what do you intend? Ing Wuji halted, turning back to Yi Chongqing with a bemused expression. Yi Chongqing replied with a smile. I have heard that the great Ing dynasty and the third prince have conducted extensive research on various special physiques. Coincidentally, I have dabbled in this area as well. If the third prince is willing, why don't we engage in a discussion? His words struck like thunder, leaving the crowd reeling. Wait, did I just hear correctly? That worthless Yi family disciple is actively provoking Ing Wuji? It seemed indeed that was his intention. Had he lost his mind? That was the third prince of the great Ing dynasty, a cultivator at the Spirit Mansion realm, a peerless talent of the Middle Continent. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, speculating whether Yi Chongqing had truly lost his senses. He possessed no cultivation. Challenging such a genius was akin to courting death. In the corner, Xiao Qin's eyes lit up, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fist. Ha ha, this fool truly knows no bounds. He dares to provoking Wuji. This time, he's as good as dead. Indeed, Brother Qin, we are in for a show. Yi Tu was equally thrilled, never anticipating that Yi Changxing would so willingly court danger. Jiu Qingyi looked on in surprise, her husband's actions unexpected. Yet, a moment later, a smile graced her enchanting face. It seemed her husband had become somewhat different. Gu Jingshan nodded with a smile, thoroughly impressed by Yi Changxing's display of masculinity. Brother Yi, you have raised Changxing well. Ha ha, you flatter me, Brother Gu. This lad has simply found his own resolve. Why Yi Changxing had always presented a jaded demeanor, and coupled with his inability to cultivate, the members of the Yi family had often criticized him. Yet now, with Ing Wuji's arrogance provoking the ire of the Yi family, many were rallying behind the once timid young master who now boldly stood up. In response to Ing Wuji's retort, Yi Changxing smiled. Third Prince, I hear you have considerable knowledge of these special physiques. Might I inquire if you have any understanding of my archaic physique? A worthless body. What merit is there to explore? Ing Wuji scoffed, clearly dismissing him. Did you not seek knowledge? What do you wish for me to teach you? Feigning sorrow, Yi Changxing sighed. Ah, as you know, I cannot cultivate due to my archaic physique. Perhaps we could spar, relying solely on our physical abilities? At this, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Jiu Qingyi furrowed her brow, casting a concerned glance at her husband. While she knew he had been practicing the physical technique rewarded by the heavenly Tao tablet, she was uncertain of his progress. Moreover, Ing Wuji had cultivated the Qingjiao shattered spirit technique, his physique enhanced by the blood of fierce beasts, making him formidable in physical combat. Was her husband being reckless? Gu Jingshan's eyes also flickered with worry. He was thrilled to see his son stand up, yet he feared that challenging a genius like Ing Wuji might be beyond his capabilities. Initially, he had intended to leverage the situation to compel Ing Wuji to apologize. But with his son's unexpected declaration, he felt a mix of concern and resolve. If the need arose, he would intervene to protect Yi Changxing. After all, the world knew of Yi Changxing's inability to cultivate. Daring to challenge Ing Wuji was already enough to earn him a different kind of respect. Even if he lost, no one would cast blame. With thoughts swirling, the crowd awaited Ing Wuji's response. Observing the calm Yi Changxing, Ing Wuji's heart soared with delight. Originally, following the head of the Gu family's intervention, the matter should have come to an end. After all, the majesty of the emperor was not something he could provoke as a junior. Yet now, this oblivious Yi Changxing had thrown himself into the fray. He could hardly be blamed. Ha ha, what audacity you have! Are you implying that you wish to challenge this prince? Are you perhaps afraid? Ing Wuji's laughter echoed, accompanied by a dragon's roar, reverberating through the air. Very well, I thought you merely a coward hiding behind the protection of your elders, but it seems you possess some courage. However, to suggest that this prince fears you, for that alone, I shall teach you a lesson today. As the words fell, he turned to Ye's father and remarked, Uncle Yi, this is a challenge he initiated himself. Surely, this prince will not be blamed for being too harsh. Before Ye's father could respond, Yi Changxing interjected, this matter is one I willingly engaged in. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Let me see whether the famed Qingjiao shattered divine force of the Dang dynasty is truly as formidable as its reputation suggests. Gu Qingyi anxiously wrung her hands, her gaze fixed on Ye's father, hoping he would intervene to halt this impending conflict. Chapter 34. Yi Changxing's confidence? Yi Changxing glanced back at his father, who was momentarily at a loss for words, as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat. The usually carefree and reckless young man had unexpectedly adopted a serious demeanor and slightly shook his head at his father. In that instant, Ye's father seemed to lose himself, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he slowly spoke, if you are eager to spar, this master of the house shall not impede you. However, I advise you to restrain yourselves. Do not take a life. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere erupted. Ye's father had not stopped the contest. Would he truly allow his precious son to be mercilessly beaten? Gu Qingyi had intended to dissuade them further, but realizing that both her husband and father-in-law had consented, she hesitated, fearing that to retract her stance would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Thus, this seemingly uneven duel was set in motion. Yi Changxing, with an air of grace, extended his hand towards Ing Wuji. saying, "After you. Ha. Such audacity. Who do you think you are?" Ingwuji scoffed, a hint of disdain curling his lips, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, his body reverberating with a series of explosive sounds akin to distant thunder, seemingly harboring torrents of terrifying energy. This overwhelming pressure stemmed solely from the circulation of his blood and qi, without him even employing any of his cultivated abilities. Ingwuji grinned menacingly. "Heh heh? Yi Changsheng, are you ready to meet your doom?" Yet Yi Changsheng merely replied coolly, "It is far too early to be making such declarations." He slightly parted his feet, establishing a steady stance, his face devoid of fear. To dare maintain bravado even when death is at hand. Ingwuji hissed, suddenly letting out a roar that evoked the cry of a dragon. Instantly, a layer of pale blue scales emerged on his skin, resonating with the distant Qingjiao. The tyrannical aura he emanated surged forth, causing those around him to feel a pang of trepidation. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground erupted into a small crater. His figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a flurry of afterimages dancing in the AI art. Yi Changsheng's expression turned solemn, his gaze flashing with golden light. He too charged forward without a hint of retreat, stepping swiftly thrice before launching a punch. At that moment, Ingwuji's form solidified, and he too unleashed a mighty punch, their fists colliding in midair with a thunderous roar. Du Qing'ai covered her mouth in a state of anxiety, fearing she might scream. In contrast to Ingwuji's formidable presence, Yi Changsheng appeared less imposing at first glance. Yet, only those with profound cultivation could perceive the layer of dark golden luster shimmering around him. The stark disparity in their respective energies rendered many spectators too frightened to keep their eyes open, fearing the sanguine spectacle that might unfold. Just as the crowd braced for Yi Changsheng's imminent defeat, both combatants abruptly retracted their fists. A look of astonishment crossed Ingwuji's face, while Yi Changsheng stood calmly, as if the previous clash had been of no consequence to him. "Interesting," Ingwuji remarked, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. His interest piqued. He had not anticipated that even after unleashing his full strength, Yi Changsheng would remain unscathed. The anticipation for this battle heightened. Suddenly, a deep, resounding impact reverberated, akin to the beating of a drum, causing those nearby to be momentarily deafened. The ground beneath them shattered, fragments of jade and stone erupting like lethal projectiles, creating a cacophony of sharp winds. Ye's father focused intently, his heart racing as he watched, ready to intervene should Yi Changsheng find himself in peril. As the debris settled, both combatants radiated a faint azure and dark golden glow, their fists locked in a fierce stalemate. Ingwuji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this so-called waste of a body possess such formidable physical strength, nearly rivaling his own Qingjiao form? Rage surged within him. "Step back," he bellowed, another wave of overwhelming power surging forth, intent on forcing Yi Changsheng back. However, Yi Changsheng remained undaunted, a powerful force erupting from within him as well as their energies clashed. Both were involuntarily pushed backward. Ingwuji retreated 3 steps, yet Yi Changsheng stood his ground, not yielding an inch. This equal exchange left the onlookers in utter astonishment. How could this be possible? They gasped. In the midst of the astonished cries, Yi Changsheng flicked his wrist and, flashing a bright smile, declared, "It seems the Qingjiao form of the third prince is not all that impressive after all." Before Ingwuji could retort, a clear, youthful voice rang out from the crowd of Ye's family. "Go, brother. Defeat this arrogant fool." Yi Yao had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, energetically waving her small fists and cheering for Yi Changsheng. "Go, brother, go." Her exuberant shouts captured everyone's attention, and the members of Ye's family, initially stunned, were soon swept up in her enthusiasm, their sporadic chants coalescing into a unified roar. As descendants of the Yi family, they were bound together against the humiliation of outsiders. The deafening cheers echoed through the air, bringing a smile to Yi Changsheng's face. The earlier clash had merely been a test of strength. He had held back to remain defensive. Yet now, observing Ingwuji's physical prowess, it seemed not as formidable as he had anticipated. If this was all he had to offer, then perhaps he no longer needed to hold back but could unleash his full potential. Ingwuji stared at his slightly trembling fist, disbelief etched across his face. How could this so-called waste of a body possess such incredible strength? rivaling even his own Qingjiao form. The outcome was difficult for his proud heart to accept. He had initially believed that with his overwhelming power, even if he could not obliterate this waste, he could at least severely injure him. He was the one who should be basking in the adulation of the crowd. Not this so-called waste. Damn it all. He suddenly roared, his anger threatening to consume his rationality. Lowering his body slightly, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Yi Changsheng, who had been turning to greet Yi Yao, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, sensing the impending danger of a fierce wind approaching. "Be careful, my husband," Gu Qingyi cried out instinctively. Ying Wuji's actions were akin to a surprise attack. No matter how skilled Yi Changsheng was, he could very well be injured if caught off guard in a critical moment. The gale from Ying Wuji's punch bore down upon Yi Changsheng's face. He swiftly crouched low, nearly parallel to the ground, executing a perfect iron bridge maneuver to evade the strike. Then, using the momentum, he flipped his body, bracing himself with one hand while his right leg lashed out like a whip towards Ying Wuji's back. Bang! Another jarring impact resonated, causing Ying Wuji to stagger, his robust physique absorbing the blow, though he could not help but stumble back a few steps. "You shall pay for this," he seethed. Having failed to land a surprise attack, he was consumed by rage, pivoting to unleash a torrential storm of punches upon Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng, undeterred, stood his ground, his long black hair billowing as a surge of golden light enveloped him. Matching Ying Wuji's relentless onslaught with rapid-fire responses, bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of impacts echoed like a drum, the sheer force fracturing the ground beneath them, leaving it in a state of ruin. Chapter 35. The Human Beast. The raw, explosive power was laid bare before the astonished crowd. Each part of their bodies had transformed into formidable weapons. Any ordinary person would have been reduced to broken bones with each collision. The ground was left in shambles, compelling the onlookers to retreat for safety. A red-haired, red-armored genius from the eastern continent could not help but exclaim, "Ying Wuji is the prince of the Dang dynasty. And while his physique is indeed formidable, I never expected that the so-called waste of a body could possess such astonishing strength. It is truly astounding. Indeed. After all, he is a descendant of the imperial lineage. There must be something extraordinary about him. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this clash?" I initially thought Ying Wuji would win without a doubt. However, it seems that Yi Changsheng is no ordinary opponent. The outcome is far from certain. As the talented individuals of Dongzhou expressed their sentiments, the fierce competition between the two had reached a boiling point. Ying Wuji, being a prodigy of Zhongzhou, was naturally too proud to yield. Although Yi Changsheng appeared to be languid on the surface, he possessed an unwavering sense of pride. Moreover, the task set by the system loomed before him. Should he concede and lose this battle, the supreme gift that could alter his destiny would surely slip away. The sound of strikes was thunderous, with droplets of blood oozing from the fists of both combatants. Yi Changsheng momentarily steadied his breath. Preparing to inhale, Ying Wuji suddenly seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. With his previous strength waning and new energy yet to manifest, Yi Changsheng was compelled to muster all his resolve to withstand the brutal blow that landed squarely on his chest. Thud! His ribcage reverberated, and though his feet remained planted, he was forcefully pushed back, leaving 2 deep impressions behind. Ying Wuji was instantly elated, believing he had finally drained Yi Changsheng of his strength. "Ha ha ha, you are no match for this prince," he declared, his laughter echoing as he closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Yi Changsheng. Yet, Yi Changsheng seemed to have entered a state of inertia, merely raising his arms to shield his face and vital points. Allowing Ying Wuji's onslaught to rain down upon him. Yi Fu's gaze tightened, ready to intervene at any moment, while Gu Qingyi watched anxiously, fearing for her husband's safety. The one-sided nature of the battle led most spectators to conclude that victory was all but decided. However, unbeknownst to them, the expression concealed behind Yi Changsheng's arms was not one of pain, but rather one of profound joy. It turned out that as Ying Wuji's attack struck him, he realized that the overwhelming force did not inflict deeper damage. Rather, it felt as if something was being shielded, merely circulating within his muscles and bones. Simultaneously, he experienced an odd sensation, as if something within him was being shattered by this power. A stream of warmth emanating from his very marrow. Gradually intensifying, As the invisible shackles began to break apart and the warmth flowed through his muscles and meridians, he felt his cells invigorated, as if they had encountered a miraculous tonic, resulting in an exhilarating sense of clarity and vitality throughout his being. Though uncertain of the exact nature of these changes, Yi Changxing instinctively sensed that this was not a negative development, and he had no intention of halting Ing Wuji's onslaught. The fervor of Ing Wuji's attacks escalated, transforming him into a shadowy figure that enveloped Yi Changxing, relentlessly striking with various techniques. Under such relentless pressure, he believed that even a cultivator of the cave heaven realm would succumb before him. Then, he witnessed Yi Changxing's arms drop, seemingly abandoning any defensive posture. Ing Wuji was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had finally exhausted his opponent's will to resist, and sought to capitalize on this perceived weakness to deliver a final, devastating blow. Yet, when his gaze met Yi Changxing's eyes, sparkling with excitement, he felt a sudden jolt of unease. Heh, is this all the strength you possess? You can't even move a mere cripple like me. Could it be that you've exhausted all your energy on your woman? To provoke Ing Wuji into maintaining his frenzied assault, Yi Changxing deliberately uttered such taunts, hoping to sustain the intensity of the exchange. He sensed that as long as he continued to shatter the shackles within his body, the indestructible golden body might undergo a transformation. Ing Wuji unleashed dozens of punches, while Yi Changxing would often respond with only a single blow. Yet, despite the disparity in their attack frequency, Ing Wuji felt his internal organs tremble violently, as if they were on the verge of dislocation. Seeing that Yi Changxing showed no signs of defense, as if he intended to trade injuries blow for blow, Ing Wuji became utterly frenzied. Very well, if you wish to exchange injuries with this prince, do not think I shall fear you. Come. Despite the intense pain coursing through his body, he could not swallow his pride in the face of Yi Changxing's calm demeanor. After all, he was the prince of the Dang dynasty, a genius of Zhongzhou. How could he possibly be outmatched by a mere cripple? Ing Wuji refused to believe that Yi Changxing could remain unfazed after enduring so many of his attacks. Before his words had even faded, Ing Wuji surged forward again, abandoning all defense to engage Yi Changxing in a direct confrontation. He was gambling, betting that Yi Changxing's internal condition was equally dire, and that his apparent calmness was merely a fade. He wagered that Yi Changxing would not be able to withstand his relentless assault and would fall first. As Yi Changxing felt the terrifying force continuing to descend upon him, instead of fear, he was filled with delight. If this continued, the invisible shackles within him would surely shatter completely, and the surge of warmth had intensified to a palpable degree, invigorating his entire being. Thus, he deliberately slowed his rate of return strikes, enticing Ing Wuji to persist with his onslaught, ensuring that he would not relent. Though the outside observer, it appeared as though Yi Changxing had reached the end of his rope, poised to collapse beneath the tempest of Ing Wuji's attacks at any moment. Alas, it seems the son of the Yi family has ultimately made a critical error, they lamented. Indeed, he cannot cultivate. Lacking the nourishment of spiritual energy puts him at a disadvantage from the very beginning. I concur. It seems Yi Changxing will soon meet his defeat. The onlookers from Dongzhou murmured among themselves, convinced that Yi Changxing had lost all hope of turning the tide, merely clinging to his willpower. Yet, the distinguished talents of Dongzhou, along with several highly skilled individuals, remained solemnly focused on the clash before them. Perhaps growing impatient with the chatter, one young genius from Dongzhou could not contain a disdainful snort. A bunch of short-sighted fools, utterly oblivious to the current state of affairs, blindly speculating. Although Ing Wuji appears to hold the upper hand, his footing is unsteady and his vitality waning. He is on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing remains steady and resilient. It is likely he will emerge victorious before long. Upon hearing these words, the younger generation of Dongzhou erupted in disbelief. The speaker was among the more notable talents of Dongzhou, and it was clear that his insight was sound. Moreover, the expressions of the older generation seemed to corroborate this perspective. This cannot be possible, someone exclaimed incredulously, struggling to accept that Ing Wuji could lose to an inconspicuous cripple. Ha ha ha, truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, a few talented individuals from Zhongzhou scoffed nearby. You Dongzhou folk are indeed naive. If Ing Wuji's Qingjiao sacred body possessed only such power, how could he be considered a genius in Zhongzhou? The young man in red furrowed his brow, displeased with the Zhongzhou genius's remarks. The The situation in the arena was crystal clear. Could they not see it? Ha! The Zhongzhou genius scoffed, his face brimming with arrogance and disdain. You truly lack perspective, do you not? Do you realize that the Qingjiao sacred body of the Deng dynasty was created by the ancient powerhouse, the Qingtsong Saint Emperor? A technique devised by an unparalleled figure of the imperial realm cannot possibly possess such meager potency. This statement left the Dongzhou talents utterly astonished. The Zhongzhou genius continued, listen closely, for today I shall broaden your horizons. The Qingjiao sacred body that Ingwuji cultivates is merely a minor accomplishment. The original technique, the Qinglong sacred body, is forged with the true blood of the Qinglong. Surely, you have heard of the name of this sacred beast? Only those of the Dao platform realm can endure the infusion of such blood. When fully mastered, even among imperial beings, one becomes physically invincible at the same tier, such is its might. Naturally, Ingwuji cannot bear the true bloodline of the Qinglong at present. Thus, the younger generation of the Deng dynasty first utilizes the Qingjiao bloodline to build a solid foundation before waiting to reach greater heights in cultivation to begin the authentic training of the Qinglong sacred body. Even in its diminished form, the Qingjiao sacred body allows Ingwuji to rank among the top 30 in Zhongzhou. That is the Zhongzhou genius ranking. Even those beyond the top 50 would stand out in Dongzhou. Do you truly believe that Ingwuji possesses only this level of capability? After hearing the Zhongzhou genius's explanation, many were left gasping in amazement. No wonder Zhongzhou looked down upon Dongzhou. Even the quality of their younger generation's talents was vastly inferior, making any comparison utterly futile. The young man in red begrudgingly retorted, no matter how you glorify Ingwuji, he remains at a disadvantage. Humph, a stubborn duck will only quack louder. Just watch, the Zhongzhou genius replied dismissively. Choosing not to engage further in the arena, Ingwuji was now panting heavily, his arms covered in a faint blue-scaled armor, which was now enveloped in a layer of pink mist, his own blood essence spilling forth. Yi Chongqing felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment within him, as if he had plunged into icy waters on a sweltering summer day, invigorated by a sensation of pure, exhilarating clarity. Observing Ingwuji's pause, he intentionally mocked, oh dear, could it be that the illustrious third prince of Deng possesses no greater talents? It appears that your Qingjiao sacred body is not quite what it claims to be. Ingwuji lifted his head, a sinister grin stretching across his face, now similarly covered in scales. Ha ha ha, this prince admits I may have underestimated you. You mere cripple. However, do you truly think your little ruse of playing the fool can outmatch me? Since you have chosen your demise, do not blame this prince for being merciless. As his words fell, the bloodshot eyes of Ingwuji suddenly radiated a faint azure glow. Drink, accompanied by a low shout. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying in its magnitude, abruptly enveloped Ingwuji, startling even Ye's father momentarily. Is this the aura of the azure dragon? He murmured, a flicker of concern evident in his brow. It seemed as if there existed a drop of genuine azure dragon blood within Ingwuji's body. Would Chongqing be able to withstand it? Yet, this horrifying and fearsome aura dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. Nonetheless, the onlookers from Dongzhou wore expressions of astonishment, and even the ancient beings lurking in the shadows were taken aback. Is this true blood of the azure dragon? Indeed, from the aura alone, one could not be mistaken. The Grading dynasty was indeed generous in its investment in its younger generation. After all, they were the most formidable among the 5 continents. Their reputation for affluence was well-deserved. The previously disdainful genius from Zhongzhou sneered, turning to the visibly shaken geniuses of Dongzhou. Did you see that? This is the true power of Ingwuji. If he cannot defeat this useless body, he has no right to be ranked among the top 30 geniuses of Zhongzhou. The Dongzhou talents found themselves at a loss for words in the face of Zhongzhou's ridicule. The aura that had erupted from Ingwuji was far too terrifying. Even if they banded together, they lacked the confidence to withstand it, highlighting just how formidable he truly was. Why, Yi Chongqing's expression grew serious as well. When the azure dragon aura had surged forth, he had indeed sensed an unavoidable crisis of death looming. However, this was merely due to the impact of the azure dragon's aura itself, not directly connected to Ingwuji. Let this prince show you the true form of the azure dragon's sacred body. Despite the presence of a drop of genuine azure dragon blood within him, Ingwuji did not shamelessly claim to be the azure dragon's sacred body. He understood that such a claim would only invite ridicule if it were to reach Zhongzhou. As the true blood of the Azure Dragon spread from his dantian, a series of dragon roars echoed within him. The scales covering his body seemed to be coated in a layer of paint, transforming from a light azure to a deep, rich cerulean hue, while also emanating a faint phosphorescence. The previously weakened aura surged back to life, even surpassing his initial state of peak condition. Feeling the tumultuous power swelling within him, Ing Wuji chuckled, resembling a ferocious dragon baring its fangs. Prepare to meet your end? This sudden turn of events left the Dongzhou crowd in a state of anxious suspense. It appeared that Yi Changsheng was not even a match for him. The genius from Zhongzhou continued to mock. With the nourishment of true Azure Dragon blood, the Azure Dragon body will attain a self-sustaining vitality. His endurance will no longer be an issue. How could that useless body possibly win? The Dongzhou prodigies were left speechless, watching Yi Changsheng's expressionless face with a hint of sympathy. However, Yi Changsheng felt an odd sensation. For some inexplicable reason, despite Ing Wuji's activation of the Azure Dragon True Blood, he sensed that it posed no significant threat to him. Admittedly, this assertion might seem overly arrogant, yet it was indeed his genuine feeling. Lost in thought, Ing Wuji unleashed a thunderous roar, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed seemingly enhanced beyond before. The observers were left utterly astonished by such swiftness. The speed of the Azure Dragon's sacred body was already rare. Now it was truly astonishing. Even without relying on cultivation, purely on physical prowess, he was a force to be reckoned with. Yi Changsheng's pupils constricted sharply, his arms instinctively crossing before his face to shield himself. Bang! His legs sank into the earth, carving two deep trenches. Crack! He felt a slight, brittle sound emanate from within his body, as if something had snapped. Ing Wuji's assault showed no sign of halting, offering Yi Changsheng no opportunity to catch his breath. Bang! The series of heavy impacts echoed relentlessly, with Yi Changsheng appearing utterly on the defensive, barely managing to protect himself without any capability to counterattack. Though it sounded slow, merely 6 breaths had passed since their engagement began, and in that brief span, Yi Changsheng had endured dozens of punches. He felt like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yi Changsheng paid no heed to Ing Wuji's relentless barrage. The seemingly forceful strikes inflicted only pain upon him, causing no real injury. He merely relied on instinct to shield the more perilous areas of his body. The surging heat within him had reached its zenith, and his cells craved this warmth, eagerly drawing in the flow. Simultaneously, his indestructible golden body became purer and harder, akin to iron being refined under a hammer, casting off impurities. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if he could strike down the Ing Wuji before him with a single punch. Yi Changsheng was well aware that this was merely a sensation resulting from the enhancement of his physique. Yet it also confirmed that his indestructible golden body had evolved, capable of suppressing the Azure Dragon's sacred body at the very least. After a flurry of attacks, Ing Wuji landed and took a breath. Die! He bellowed, eschewing further words and charging directly at Yi Changsheng, intent on defeating him outright. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes. After enduring so much, it was time to return the favor. Die! The fierce wind generated by his punch nearly vacuumed the surrounding air, descending with the force of 1,000 pounds. The Dongzhou geniuses were filled with dread. If any one of them were to take that punch, they would likely meet a tenfold worse fate. His father felt a twinge of seriousness, preparing to intervene at a moment's notice. The onlookers braced themselves, envisioning Yi Changsheng's gruesomely mangled fate, with some timid individuals turning away in distress. However, in the face of what seemed to be a certain kill, Yi Changsheng executed an unexpected maneuver. He withdrew his right leg a step back, then suddenly lunged forward, launching a punch. Ing Wuji's fist struck his chest in an instant. And Yi Changsheng's lack of defensive posture also benefited him, leaving Ing Wuji with little room to evade. Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously, accompanied by a distinct crack. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Yi Changsheng's mouth. After all, it was the Azure Dragon's sacred body. Enduring such a powerful attack still resulted in some injury. The victor is clear. The genius from Zhongzhou proclaimed with pride, convinced that the next scene would be Yi Changsheng collapsing to the ground. Yet the next moment, thud! Ing Wuji fell to the ground, his forehead marked with a distinct imprint of a fist. blood oozing from his 7 orifices. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Yi Chongqing let out a slow breath. Rubbing his sore chest, Ing Wuji's punch had not been without consequence. He was certain that bruises adorned his body. How is this possible? The geniuses from Zhengzhou stared, dazed, at the motionless Ing Wuji, murmuring in disbelief. This utterance served as a signal, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Ing Wuji has been defeated. He is the 3rd prince of the great Ing dynasty, and he was bested by a useless body? The uproar was akin to crashing waves, cheers and applause ringing out deafeningly. Wei Yao was beside herself, screaming with joy, her small hands red from clapping. In stark contrast, the faces of the Zhengzhou geniuses reflected shock and pallor. Ing Wuji, a genius ranked among the top 30, had been so easily defeated. Did that not imply that they too were no match for Yi Chongqing, potentially facing a similar fate? Gu Qingqi finally released the tension in her heart, her gaze towards her husband sparkling with admiration. Ye's father could not suppress the smile creeping onto his face. My son has truly brought honor to our family today. But just then, a voice emerged from the crowd, laced with concern. What if Ing Wuji hasn't moved? Could it be that Yi Chongqing has killed him? This statement fell like a bombshell, silencing the crowd. They suddenly recalled that Ing Wuji was, after all, the 3rd prince of the great Ing dynasty. Would the dynasty remain indifferent if he were to die here? Only Yi Chongqing understood the truth within his heart. The Qingjiao sacred body was indeed immensely formidable. Although his punch appeared to have claimed Ing Wuji's life, in reality, the latter was not so easily dispatched. At that moment, a sudden chorus of dragon roars emanated from Ing Wuji's body, resonating like the true voice of a Qinglong. Filled with majesty and an overwhelming sense of pressure, starkly contrasting the earlier sounds of the Qingjiao, a wisp of green light ascended from within him. Uncertain of his fate, Ing Wuji opened his eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. His clothes were tattered, blood smeared across his face, and a distinct imprint of a fist marked his forehead, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, simultaneously, waves of azure light surged from his body, and those terrifying wounds began to heal gradually. Such an extraordinary regenerative ability left the younger generation of Dongzhou gasping in astonishment. Initially, they believed that the talents from Zhengzhou, while impressive, could be somewhat compared to their own. However, witnessing the recent confrontation between the two and the horrifying vitality and recovery of the Qingjiao sacred body, they realized that any attempt on their part would merely amount to delivering themselves as offerings. In a corner, Xiao Qin's face was twisted with anger and envy. He had originally thought that with Ing Wuji's strength, he could easily subdue Yi Chongqing, but the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. The most tragic realization struck him. Had he been in Ing Wuji's place, he would likely have succumbed without even requiring the Qinglong's true blood to defend himself for long. This stark disparity ignited a fury within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. As everyone marveled at Ing Wuji's tenacity, the green light floated into the air, suddenly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The terrifying force was akin to a black hole, swiftly consuming the spiritual essence within 100 miles, creating a momentary vacuum in the heavens. With the influx of spiritual energy, the green light gradually coalesced into a massive Qinglong, spiraling majestically above. Chapter 38. The Master of Dongying. Once the fearsome dragon's head took shape, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending waves of oppressive energy cascading outward, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. A voice, grand yet filled with fury, echoed like the thunder of heaven and earth. Who dares to harm my son? Who is so audacious as to perpetrate such treachery against the great Ing dynasty? As this resounding proclamation spread, the pressure emitted by the Qinglong intensified. Those of lower cultivation found themselves overwhelmed merely by the sound, their blood surging and internal injuries manifesting. Yi Chongqing felt a tightening in his heart. Just as he prepared to flee, the Qinglong's lantern-like eyes fixed upon him. "It is you who has injured my son so grievously." As the Qinglong spoke, the air surged and whipped Yi Chongqing's hair wildly. Before he could respond, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged from all directions, enveloping him without any escape. Yi Chongqing could not restrain a chilling scream. This pressure from a mighty being was insurmountably strong, akin to a mere mortal being cast into the depths of the ocean, certain to be crushed into a bloody pulp within seconds. His body felt as though it was being compressed inward, as if his very organs would shatter at any moment. In this life and death moment, a cold snort suddenly pierced the AI Ardet. Yi Chongqing felt a gentle force emanate from his body, instantly repelling all the oppressive pressure. Simultaneously, the Qinglong's imposing weight dissipated, granting the onlookers a moment to breathe. Ye's father gazed coldly at the circling Qinglong. You are indeed tyrannical, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? The Qinglong finally took notice of Ye's father, who appeared unremarkable. What are you to speak to me thus? Do you know who my son is? He is the third prince of the great Ying dynasty. Should his life be lost in Dongzhou, I will surely gather the might of Zhongzhou to obliterate your realm. The Qinglong's demeanor was domineering, and his words rendered the people of Dongzhou pale. Though it was merely a verbal threat, they had to acknowledge that the great Ying dynasty possessed the capability to execute such a deed if they truly desired. This blatant intimidation was undoubtedly unbearable for the people of Dongzhou. However, Ye's father showed no sign of fear. What arrogance! Your great Ying dynasty is indeed overbearing, unable to discern right from wrong. Your son, relying on his status as the third prince, trespassed into another's home, coveting a woman already wed. Such disgraceful behavior, should it become known, would surely tarnish the reputation of the great Ying dynasty. Is it not just that he should receive some punishment? Yet, I never expected the great Ying dynasty to be so shameless, striking down the young only to have the old emerge. What, do you wish to disregard the facts and forcefully intervene? His words were reasoned and objective. The Qinglong's overwhelming pressure surged anew. Impudence! How dare you desecrate the great Ying dynasty? How laughable! The facts are laid bare before us. How have I desecrated your dynasty? With so many witnesses, if you doubt my words, you may ask them. You did not first investigate the truth of the matter. Yet you threaten with violence at the mere sight of me. Do you not feel ashamed? At this moment, the Qinglong finally regarded Ye's father with seriousness. He realized that his imperial pressure seemed to have no effect on this individual. A moment of contemplation passed, and as the Qinglong extended his senses, he discovered the true extent of Ye's father's cultivation, causing a flicker of astonishment to cross his terrifying gaze. Ninth grade virtual emperor? While it is known that above the sage level lies the imperial realm, it is further subdivided into several distinctions, yet few have reached such an extraordinary level. The ruler of the great Ying dynasty is among those rare few. The imperial realm above the sage level is categorized into pre-emperor, semi-emperor, heavenly emperor, and divine emperor. Only upon reaching the heavenly emperor level can one truly claim to dominate the world as a great emperor. The existence of a virtual emperor, however, is a unique realm situated between the semi-emperor and heavenly emperor stages. Ye's father's prowess was indeed astonishing. The Qinglong's tone softened considerably. I did not expect such a remarkable figure to emerge from Dongzhou. So close to stepping into the true imperial realm, Ye's father responded nonchalantly. Just fortunate. A stroke of good luck, perhaps. Alas, had it not been for the limitations of Dongzhou's heavenly Tao, you might have truly become a formidable figure of the imperial realm. The Qinglong's words carried a hint of regret, but Ye's father remained entirely composed. It is merely a natural progression. There is no sense of loss in it. Despite their calm exchange, the implications of their conversation sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of the people of Dongzhou. They were aware that Dongzhou, in comparison to Zhongzhou, suffered from a scarcity of resources and lacked the abundance of spiritual energy, making cultivation significantly more arduous. Up until now, aside from Ye's father, there had been merely 3 pre-emperors in total. Though these 3 were formidable, they paled in comparison to Ye's father, akin to fireflies beside the bright moon. It was precisely due to the vast disparity between the two parties that the people of Dongzhou naturally assumed Ye's father had reached the imperial realm. However, hearing the dialogue between the ruler of the Ying dynasty and Ye's family head, it seemed he had not truly attained the heavenly emperor level. If this revelation were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in Dongzhou. Ye's father did not deny this. The truth indeed might be as such. Yet, only he understood that although he had not truly stepped into the heavenly emperor realm due to the limitations of Dongzhou's heavenly Tao, he had spent countless years in the 9th grade virtual emperor realm, not idling away his time. He had secretly experimented with numerous methods to continually enhance his combat prowess. If he were to engage in battle, even against a legitimate 5th grade heavenly emperor, he would not feel inferior. Of course, This was merely Ye's father's personal assessment. After all, he had never truly encountered such an opponent, and without concrete comparisons and experiences, the reality remained uncertain. Upon recognizing Ye's father's cultivation, the Qinglong's oppressive aura suddenly dissipated. Ye's father smiled, retracting his imposing presence and releasing his protective barrier around the onlookers. Yi Chongqing grimaced, rubbing his chest, filled with gratitude. Had it not been for his father today, he might have truly lost his life. After all, the ruler of the Grading dynasty was a top figure even within Zhongzhou. Even a mere shadow of his pressure was beyond what his currently immature, indestructible golden body could withstand. When that overwhelming aura pressed down upon him, he nearly believed he would explode into a shower of flesh at any moment. Chapter 39. Virtual Emperor. As the two immense pressures faded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The fury of a being of the imperial realm could indeed be cataclysmic. The ire of the Qinglong's shadow seemed to dissipate in an instant, though his voice remained somber. To witness such exceptional talent in Dongzhou has genuinely taken this emperor by surprise. However, even if you are a 9th-grade virtual emperor, what of it? Our Grading dynasty has stood for countless millennia, having encountered innumerable extraordinary prodigies and powerful beings. You may reign supreme in this remote land of Dongzhou, yet do you not realize that there are always greater beings beyond your kin? The 9th-tier virtual emperor, in the presence of my Zhongzhou, is hardly worthy of notice. Moreover, you dare to deceive the younger generation of the Deng dynasty with your imperial cultivation? Do you truly believe the Deng dynasty has no one to contend with? Ye's father was momentarily taken aback, instantly comprehending what the Azure Dragon's shadow meant by bullying the weak with the strong. I am not like some individuals who shamelessly exploit their superior cultivation to intimidate juniors. Your son's current state is not a result of my intervention. He agreed with my son to compete without using cultivation, solely relying on physical strength. When he was ultimately defeated, do not spout nonsense here. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with Ing Wuji or ask anyone present to ascertain whether I have indeed bullied the weak. To his surprise, before the words could fully leave his lips, the Azure Dragon let out a cold snort. What a farce! Ing Wuji cultivates the sacred body of the Azure Flood Dragon from my Deng dynasty. Having received various prodigious treasures since childhood, his physique, not just in the Eastern continent but even in Zhongzhou, is among the elite of his peer group. Could he possibly be defeated by another peer? Truly absurd. Ye's father narrowed his eyes, his demeanor cooling slightly. I hold you in respect as the sovereign of the Deng dynasty, which is why I am speaking with you civilly. However, if you continue to pester me with such nonsense, do not assume my patience is infinite. You previously stated that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Could it not be that my son is simply more gifted and has bested Ing Wuji? If you persist in this unreasonable discourse, do not say I did not forewarn you. The Azure Dragon harbored no belief in Ye's father's words. Understanding the might of his own Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body instilled him with confidence. In this impoverished Eastern continent, even if the younger generation possesses exceptional talents and fortunes, they could never hope to rival Ing Wuji, who has been cultivated with the finest resources. The Azure Dragon's gaze flickered, inadvertently sweeping over Yi Chongqing, and just as he prepared to counter Ye's father's claims, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. A glimmer of shock erupted in his dragon-like eyes, fixed intently on Yi Chongqing. A youth devoid of any cultivation yet possessing an extraordinarily formidable physique. This resembles the indestructible golden body. His heart trembled as he recalled a prophecy from an ancient force in Zhongzhou, the Heaven-S Mechanism Pavilion. Could the individual foretold in the prophecy be this young man? Lost in contemplation, the Azure Dragon was momentarily distracted. Ye's father, frowning, inquired, "Have you come to your senses? What is it that you wish to achieve today?" This question finally brought the Azure Dragon's thoughts back to the present. After a deep gaze at the composed Yi Chongqing, he hesitated before saying, "If it is indeed the case that in the battle between the younger generation, Ing Wuji has fallen, then naturally it signifies he was outmatched, and this emperor holds no objections. If this does not involve the grievances of those ancient ones, then a defeat is simply that. You merely need to ensure Ing Wuji's survival, and I shall not pursue this matter further." His father, however, was not swayed by his reasoning. "You speak as if it is trivial, yet it was your insolent child who, lacking decorum, came to my Yi family to act arrogant. only to be defeated by my son. Whether he lives or dies is a matter of his own fate. I have yet to be bullied to such an extent that I must smile and speak kindly to him. You! The azure dragon's shadow seethed with rage, an overwhelming pressure radiating once more. Yet, Ye's father coldly regarded him, saying, "What, do you intend to resort to violence?" The azure dragon hesitated, remaining silent as the chilling aura gradually dissipated. Currently, he was merely a shadow, unable to exert much power, especially with a ninth-tier virtual emperor present. If a true conflict ensued, it could very well lead to Ingwuji's untimely demise. With this thought, the azure dragon shadow resolved, "Since it has come to this, I shall refrain from further remarks. As a master of the virtual emperor realm, you ought to maintain your dignity. I trust you will not strike at a junior. Let us conclude this matter here, permitting Ingwuji to retain his life." Though Ye's father held no fear of this individual, the backing of the Deng dynasty in Zhongzhou was a formidable concern. "Very well, I shall grant you this concession. Let this matter end here." Agreed. The azure dragon nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Yi Changxing before slowly dissipating into the AI art. Why, Yi Changxing stood there, utterly bewildered. Although he had just bested the azure dragon's son, it was ultimately a conflict among the youth. Why was the leader of the Deng dynasty so fixated on him? Could it be that he was a petty individual, plotting revenge for the future? This thought tightened his chest, intensifying his urgency to enhance his strength. As the azure dragon's shadow faded, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. The two imperial powerhouses had confronted one another with such intensity that they, mere mortals, had trembled in fear. Even the mere release of their auras was beyond their capacity to withstand. Thankfully, a confrontation was averted, resulting in a peaceful resolution. As the azure dragon vanished, a flicker of light descended upon Ingwuji, rapidly healing his injuries. Though Yi Changxing's punch had appeared terrifying, indenting his forehead, it had not claimed his life. Ingwuji said nothing, turning to approach the azure flood dragon lying nearby. "Oh, is His Highness the third prince departing?" Yi Changxing called out cheerfully from behind, only for Ingwuji to shoot him a furious glare before continuing on his way. "Today, this prince has gained insight." With that, Ingwuji mounted the azure flood dragon, leaving in a somewhat disheveled and hurried manner. Such an outcome had taken everyone by surprise. The notorious waste of the eastern continent, Yi Changxing, had actually triumphed over the genius Ingwuji from Zhongzhou. News of this would surely drop jaws across the land. This victory brought great pride to the people of the eastern continent. As cheers and accolades rang out, Ye's father approached, smiling broadly as he patted Yi Changxing's shoulder. "Good boy, well done." Yi Changxing flashed a broad grin, his white teeth gleaming. "This is all thanks to your excellent teaching, father. You little rascal, ha ha ha." Ye's father laughed heartily, filled with the satisfaction of finally seeing his son flourish. Before the two could exchange further pleasantries, the elders and clan leaders of the Yi family swarmed around Yi Changxing like flies drawn to a feast. "Changxing, how did you cultivate such a formidable physique?" "Yes, young master, with such physical talent, you can send the Zhongzhou geniuses fleeing. You are indeed the future hope of our eastern continent. Indeed, young master, you are a beacon for all the youth." The flattery came in waves, nearly overwhelming Yi Changxing, who forced a smile to manage their enthusiasm. In truth, the elders were likely more curious about how he had cultivated such a powerful body. "Enough, enough. Changxing has just endured a fierce battle. He needs rest. Let him recuperate before we discuss anything else." Ye's father's dissatisfied voice rang out, finally suppressing the excitement of the elder Yi family members. Why, Yi Changxing sighed with relief, quickly extricating himself from the throng. Gu Qingyi approached, biting her lip as she took his hands in front of so many people. "My husband, are you all right?" The tender gaze in the young woman's eyes made Yi Changxing feel a bit awkward. Yet his heart swelled with happiness and satisfaction. He did not pull away, gently squeezing Gu Qingyi's hand and softly replying, "I am fine. Sorry to worry you." A radiant smile blossomed on Gu Qingyi's face, drawing the attention of the young talents nearby. "Qingyi believes that my husband will definitely win, MMM." Just as the people of the eastern continent and the Yi family rejoiced, in a corner, Xiao Chen's resentment had almost materialized, glaring intently at the two entangled figures not far away. Still a genius from Zhongzhou, this Ingwuji is nothing but a fool. I had hoped he would eliminate that waste, Yi Changxing, but instead, He became a stepping stone for him, utterly humiliating. Yi Tu ground his teeth, saying, I never expected that Yi Changxing would hide his strength so well, unwittingly cultivating such a powerful physique. This little brat is as cunning as you. Chen Go, Xiao Qin's face darkened further at Yi Tu's words, and he turned to deliver a sharp slap to his head. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Yi Tu finally realized, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. Humph, but in the end, what does it matter how strong his physique is? He still cannot cultivate. As long as I, this divine son, diligently pursue my path, when my cultivation reaches great heights, crushing him will be but a mere gesture. At that time, let us see how he remains so arrogant. Yes, Chen Gu, you are indeed the most talented among us. As for Yi Changxing, though he basks in the limelight now, he remains a waste who cannot cultivate. It is not worth your while to compete with him, Yi Tu hurriedly flattered, finally managing to improve Xiao Qin's mood somewhat. Let us go. Watching those sycophants is utterly tiresome. Indeed, having wasted half a day, Yi Changxing finally managed to escape from the encirclement of the people from Dongzhou and the Yi family, hastily dragging Gu Qingyi back to his room. Their enthusiasm was rather excessive, far more exhausting than his fight with Wuji. Upon returning to his chamber and settling down, he eagerly closed his eyes. The system's notification had been swirling in his mind for quite some time. The task of defeating the third prince of the Dang dynasty has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. After toiling for so long, he had finally secured the greatest reward of this endeavor, and it was impossible not to feel exhilarated. Accompanied by a blinding flash of golden light in his mind, an ancient scroll began to tremble as it floated mysteriously in his consciousness. Long before Yi Changxing could approach it, he sensed a profound and archaic pressure emanating from the scroll. It felt as if it had traversed countless epochs, its mere aura evoking a sense of solemnity and depth that was hard to resist. He took several deep breaths, calming his anxious heart slightly, and slowly reached out towards the scroll. Elder brother, come out and play with me. A youthful, melodious voice echoed from afar, leaving Yi Changxing feeling somewhat helpless. Ever since his sister's confinement was lifted, she had been darting around like a maniac, persistently dragging him along. You rebellious girl, be careful, or our parents will scold you. He rolled his eyes as he watched Yi Yao dash into the room. Oh dear brother, do not say such things. I have finally been released. How can I not enjoy this delightful time? She pouted out. Isn't it because you haven't been cultivating properly? Why do you keep pulling me along? Don't you have a few good friends? Yi Yao sulked. They are just a bunch of little girls. Playing with them is no fun at all. Yi Changxing shook his head in resignation, and with no choice but to comply. He stood up. All right, I'll go with you. I really wonder what sins I committed in my past life to have a sister like you. Yi Yao paused for a moment, a mysterious glint flashing in her eyes. Brother, let me ask you a question. What is it? A monkey on a tree, and another monkey below the tree. How many monkeys are there in total? Instinctively, Yi Changxing scoffed. Either 8 monkeys or 2. That joke is far too old. Oh, you know how to answer now? However, Yi Changxing's voice suddenly trailed off, his heart racing. That was rather simple. It was merely a play on words. Who wouldn't be able to guess that? He quickly fell silent, relieved that he had not inadvertently revealed his secret. But why did Yi Yao know this classic joke from his past life? Turning to look at her, he saw her wearing a sly smile as she gazed at him. Brother, how did you come to know those 2 answers? Coughing, he replied. Such questions are too simple. One can easily figure them out with a little thought. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Yi Changxing attempted to cover up his slip, but Yi Yao clearly was not willing to let him off the hook so easily. Brother, just be honest. How did you know that phrase? Did you also come from that place? What place? He feigned ignorance. Yet Yi Yao was not inclined to let it go. Chapter 41. The turn of events, brother, just admit it. How did you know that? Wife. Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly called from outside, prompting Yi Yao to quickly shut her mouth. Yi Changxing breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to the door to greet her. Qingyi, you're back. Yu Qingyi nodded and, upon seeing Yi Yao, greeted her with a warm smile. Sister, are you here to play with your husband? Yes, sister-in-law. My brother has been cooped up in his room. He is going to grow worms, Yi Yao complained, and Yi Changxing shot her an annoyed glare. This little girl had no idea what she was talking about. He was in his room for the sake of diligent cultivation. Ha ha, sister, you do have a point. Your husband should indeed venture out more. However, I'm afraid today is not possible. Father and mother asked me to summon him to the council hall. Yi Changsheng froze for a moment, perplexed. They want me to go to the council hall? Qingyi, do you know what it's about? Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before uncertainly guessing. Perhaps it's regarding your victory over Ing Wuji? Still on that matter? Yi Changsheng sighed in exasperation. These old folks really had a lot of patience, bothering him for so many days without letting it go. Gu Qingyi smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, husband. Your previous battle was exceptionally brilliant, and now the family regards you as the pillar of the next generation. Also, the rumors about you being a cursed body have been dispelled. No one dares to use that excuse anymore. This was indeed good news, alleviating some of Yi Changsheng's resistance. Very well, I shall go and have a look. He nodded in agreement and hurried toward the council hall. Solely to escape the clutches of the clingy Yi Yao, naturally, discerned his intentions, and her resentful gaze sent shivers down Yi Changsheng's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once he had left, Yi Yao clenched her small fist and waved it vigorously. Humph, I will surely catch you off guard and make you confess, sister. What are you muttering about? Ah? Nothing, nothing. Yi Yao waved her hand and ran off under Gu Qingyi's puzzled gaze. In the council hall, all the elders had gathered, including Ye's father and mother. Upon entering, Yi Changsheng was taken aback by the atmosphere. The young master has arrived. Please take a seat. One elder smiled broadly upon seeing him, their demeanor considerably more amiable than before. Others also chimed in with greetings, which left Yi Changsheng somewhat astonished. Despite previously bearing the title of young master and imperial son, these elders had never shown him such courtesy. After the pleasantries, Yi Changsheng was seated at the foremost position, facing the grand elder. Ye's father and mother looked at their son, unable to suppress their smiles. Ahem, Changsheng, do you know why you were summoned today? Gu Qingyi had long anticipated this. Yi Changsheng naturally replied, Father, is it regarding my victory over Ing Wuji? Precisely. In the past, you bore the title of a waste body, and even within the family, there were murmurs of discontent. Now that you have defeated Ing Wuji and established your reputation, it is time to vindicate yourself. Ye's father's words seemed to carry a hint of pointedness, making several elders shift uncomfortably. Their previous treatment of Yi Changsheng had certainly not been kind. The awkwardness lingered for a few moments before Ye's father continued with a smile. Of course, all of that is in the past. Changsheng, do not take it to heart. Everyone acted with the future of the Yi family in mind. The elders quickly echoed, Yes, young master, please do not hold the past against us. We all acted for the sake of the family. The young master is of unparalleled talent and wisdom, which previously left us old men unable to see clearly. We hope for your forgiveness for any offense. The elders took turns flattering Yi Changsheng. With a smile that concealed his true feelings, Yi Changsheng replied gently, There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed elders, you all acted with the Yi family's interests at heart. After all, his father was still the head of the Yi family, and he could not make things difficult for his parents. As expected, his words of understanding elicited yet another wave of flattery. Changsheng, the reason we called you here today is to inquire how you have cultivated your physical body to this level. Not only am I curious, but the esteemed elders are as well. If this method could be disseminated, it might elevate the strength of the Yi family to new heights. Yi Changsheng understood that his prior performance had undoubtedly piqued the elders' interest in his method of physical cultivation. With so many eyes upon him, they would not easily relinquish their curiosity. If it were just his parents present, they certainly would not have pressed for answers. This matter is related to the rewards I obtained from shattering the heavenly Dao steel. As you are aware, after the heavenly Dao steel was broken, I acquired a physical cultivation technique as a reward. It is precisely because of this technique that I have managed to cultivate my body to its current state. However, this technique comes from the heavenly Dao, and there seem to be some restrictions. I cannot disclose its contents, and I hope the esteemed elders will understand. Yi Changsheng opened his mouth and spoke a lie. As he was disinclined to share his cultivation method, he was certainly no benevolent figure, and moreover, the training of the immortal body of eternal tribulation was indeed exceedingly arduous. The very foundation required was to cultivate the indestructible golden body. The elders whispered among themselves, and surprisingly, they exhibited little skepticism towards the rationale presented by Yi Changsheng. They held a profound faith in the heavenly Tao, exhibiting a kind of blind trust whenever matters pertaining to it arose. Although they felt regret upon hearing his words, they did not question the veracity of Yi Changxing's statement. Ye's father felt a surge of relief in his heart. He had genuinely feared that this foolish child might impulsively divulge such an extraordinary cultivation method. This was the very foundation upon which his future livelihood depended, and it must not be easily revealed. Everyone understood that the heavenly Tao was finite, and the cultivation method of Changxing was nearly impossible to replicate. Thus, they resolved to redirect their thoughts and seek alternative methods to bolster the strength of the Yi family. There was naturally no dissent regarding this decision, and soon they began discussing other matters. Yi Changxing listened for a while and noticed a significant change in the situation of the Yi family. Previously, due to the arrival of a genius from the central continent, the local forces of the eastern continent had all gravitated towards the powerful, severing their ties with the Yi family. However, ever since Yi Changxing defeated Ing Wuji in battle, coupled with the revelation of Ye's father's ninth-tier void emperor cultivation, these holy sects began to comprehend the vast gulf that lay between them and the Yi family. Relying solely on an ethereal power from the central continent was far less formidable than the palpable deterrence presented by Ye's father. Thus, they lowered their pride and expressed a desire to restore cooperation with the Yi family. Chapter 42. The Strange Change and the Unchanging. After a lengthy discussion, the elders unanimously agreed that this matter could not simply be left unresolved. If they did not impart a profound lesson to those individuals, they might very well become fickle again should a similar situation arise in the future. Consequently, after much deliberation, Yi Changxing found himself bewilderedly assigned an honorable task. For the next few days, he was to accompany his father to reclaim what several key forces owed to the Yi family, without a single item left behind. Initially, he was extremely reluctant to participate, but the elders persisted like bothersome flies, and Yi Changxing could only acquiesce helplessly as the meeting concluded and he left the grand hall. Yi Yao unexpectedly appeared from nowhere. Why? Yi Changxing sighed and said, "Why is it that you are everywhere, girl brother? I am your sister. Can't I ask you to play with me?" Yi Yao pouted, her expression one of dissatisfaction, almost as if she could hang onto an oil bottle. "Go play with your friends. Your older brother has matters to attend to." He waved his hand, preparing to depart. Yet, just as he turned away, Yi Yao suddenly blurted out from behind him, "Brother, strange changes are unchanging. Look closely." Yi Changxing instinctively responded, but immediately regretted it. These words seemed to be etched into his very bones, and any middle school student from his previous life could have responded without a second thought. Yi Yao dashed over, gripping his arm with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Brother, this time I heard you loud and clear. Are you still pretending to be foolish?" "No, you just wanted to say look closely at the quadrants." Yi Yao interrupted him, her expression brimming with uncontainable excitement. "You, like me, also come from that place, right?" Yi Changxing quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before sighing in relief. "You, girl, must be intent on exposing my secrets, huh? Do not speak of this carelessly. With the emergence of reincarnation, who knows if there might be other dangers lurking?" Yi Yao nodded vigorously, indicating she would not speak recklessly again. Indeed, after Yi Changxing released his grip, she refrained from mentioning those matters further. He whispered, "Let us go back to the room and talk." The two returned to their courtyard, where Gu Qingyi appeared to be busy and had already left, saving him the trouble of dismissing her. The siblings sat across from each other at the table, their expressions somewhat serious. "Yao Yao, since you've guessed, I won't hide it any longer. You are right. I am indeed a soul from another world. Your ability to pose that question proves that you must come from the same place as I do, correct?" Yi Yao took a deep breath, tears suddenly welling in her bright eyes. "Yes, brother. Like you, I have also traversed from Blue Star." Yi Changxing felt a sudden sense of camaraderie, relieved to discover he was not alone in this journey. At least he had a companion in this world. By the way, Yao Yao, what were you doing in your previous life? "I was in school. And your family?" "My parents were working, and I have an older brother." Yi Changxing's heart jolted. An older brother? He had a sister in his previous life as well. The thought sent a tremor through him. "Yao Yao, what was your name in your previous life?" "I was called Yi Yao." "Then, where did your family live?" Yi Yao appeared somewhat perplexed. "We lived at," as she recited the house number. Yi Changxing suddenly felt dizzy. "Yao Yao, I am your real brother. Yes, in this life, you are my real brother. Our blood relation remains. No, I am your brother from your past life. Yi Changxing exclaimed this in excitement, causing Yao's eyes to widen in disbelief. No, you are truly my brother? How could it be false? When you were 5, someone snatched your candy, and I stood up for you, and we both got beaten. When you were 7, you didn't do your homework, and I helped you, leading to both of us being called to our parents. And when you were 9, you and me wet your pants, and I personally washed them. Stop. No more. I know you are my true brother. Yao stared with wide eyes, the earlier excitement swiftly dissipating into a complex embarrassment. She had thought she encountered a fellow townsman, only to discover he was her brother from a past life. This only meant that all her embarrassing moments from back then were known to him. Realizing this, Yao's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. After revealing their identities, the closeness of their relationship deepened, and the sense of estrangement stemming from their otherworldly origins completely vanished. They chatted about family matters for a long time. And after embracing and crying together, Yi Changxing suddenly said, "By the way, Yao, your cultivation talent in this life is quite impressive. You must not let it go to waste. Cultivate diligently and become a strong woman so your elder brother can ride your coattails in the future." "All right." Yao hesitated. Yi Changxing noticed her reluctance and couldn't help but smile. "Is there something you feel embarrassed to share with me, little sister?" "Brother, it's not that I don't want to cultivate." Yao glanced around and leaned closer to whisper, "Brother, I actually have a system." "A system?" Yi Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Girl, what kind of system do you have?" "It isn't one for soliciting advice." "Is it?" No, it's a lying flat system I don't need to cultivate. As long as I lie flat, my cultivation will continuously grow, and I won't encounter any bottlenecks or obstacles. Damn. So you mean to say you can just coast along? Uh-huh. Yi Changxing felt a surge of imbalance within him. Why was it that both of them had traversed to this world, yet his system required him to toil and complete tasks to earn rewards? While some things he had to cultivate himself, was heaven really advocating for raising boys in hardship and girls in luxury? Silently grumbling, he forced a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "That's great. You just keep lying flat." After an open and heartfelt conversation, they solidified their future goals. To enjoy this new life, for a time, Yao busied herself, coming to Yi Changxing every day to chat about everything under the sun. After all, being a girl who had been well protected since childhood, she, despite her intelligence, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and sorrowful about such matters. Yi Changxing, the only person she could fully trust, became her best confidant and safe haven. Time flew by, and 3 days later, in the floating square of the Yi family, a jade palanquin pulled by 9 mixed-blood azure dragons stood at the center. Surrounded by elders bidding farewell, Ye's father and Yi Changxing stood beside the dragon palanquin, cheerfully greeting everyone. Chapter 43. Collecting Debts. The Grand Elder, with a serious expression, said, "Head of the family, young master, you must pay attention to safety during this journey. Although the head of the family is at the realm of the Void Emperor, carelessness may lead to unforeseen incidents." Ye's father nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, there are not many things in this territory that can threaten me." His words were delivered with such nonchalance, yet they carried an undeniable aura of confidence and boldness. The elders, upon hearing this, began to shower praises, adorning both father and son with compliments. Yi Changxing felt somewhat nauseated by the flattery and forced a smile as he reminded, "Father, esteemed elders, it's getting late. Should we not set off?" "Indeed, young master speaks wisely. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." "Correct. May the head of the family and young master have a safe journey." 2 individuals ascended the dragon carriage, soaring into the skies amidst the thunderous roar of the azure dragon. Initially, the Yi family intended to dispatch formidable forces to accompany them, intending to instill fear in the various factions. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by Yi father, who offered a rather straightforward rationale. Given the strength of the family head, any faction with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from committing such folly. Moreover, mobilizing a large army would incur significant losses, and to merely put on a show would be an extravagant waste. Standing at the entrance of those households with my son is far more reliable than an army, he reasoned. The elders pondered this and ultimately concurred with his perspective. Within the dragon carriage, Yi father hummed a light tune, exuding an air of relaxation and contentment, while Yi Changxing exhibited a slight tension. After all, this was his first venture alongside his father to demand repayment. If the other party were to resort to violence, their twosome left much to be desired in terms of confidence. Changsheng, why are you so flustered? Yi father inquired. I am not flustered. Do you doubt your father's capability? Not at all. It's just that this is my first time engaging in such matters. It gives me an unsettling feeling of being an accomplice to wrongdoing. Yi father couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Amid their casual banter, the dragon carriage arrived at the entrance of the first faction's mountain gate. The oppressive aura had long been sensed. Hence, a considerable number of individuals hovered in the air before the gate. As the dragon carriage halted, Yi father and Yi Changsheng stepped forth, their presence instantly generating a resounding ripple in the atmosphere. The head of the Yi family, accompanied by my son, has come to pay a visit to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The sheer might of his cultivation allowed this proclamation to echo across miles. Reaching every ear within the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, I in the mountains behind, several streaks of light darted towards the sky, led by a diminutive figure clad in loose robes, his visage obscured by a fearsome mask. I am Yu, the head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, greeting the great Emperor Ye.As, a premier force in the Eastern continent, renowned for its assassination prowess. The head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion displayed remarkable deference upon encountering Yi father. Yi father nodded nonchalantly, exhibiting no sign of discontent at this display of respect. No need for formalities. Thank you, great Emperor Yi. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Heavenly Shadow Pavilion today? Should there be any way we can assist, we shall do our utmost. The head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion adopted a humble stance, as they were among the first factions to sever ties with the Yi family. Yi father stated calmly, the purpose of my visit today is quite simple. 30 years ago, your Heavenly Shadow Pavilion borrowed a substantial amount of medicinal pills, provisions, and source stones from my Yi family. Agreeing to repay threefold 20 years later, it has now been a decade past that deadline. It is time for you to return what you owe to my Yi family, is it not? Upon hearing this, the members of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion fell into a profound silence. During prior discussions among their upper echelons, they had anticipated that their earlier actions might provoke the Yi family's vengeance. Yet they had not expected such swift retribution. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion slowly replied, Great Emperor Yi, rest assured that we at the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion are well aware of this matter. However, we have recently faced numerous challenges and incurred significant resource expenditures. We have yet to recover. Might I request a grace period of 5 years to gather the resources needed to repay you in full? Yi father cast a scrutinizing glance at him. His gaze, devoid of any oppressive force, nevertheless sent a tremor through the heart of the pavilion's head. I have come to notify you, not to negotiate. Do you understand? The profits gained by your Heavenly Shadow Pavilion during our collaboration far exceed the value of the resources borrowed, correct? The recent losses you incurred were due to your partnership with those from the Middle Continent, resulting in both financial and strategic setbacks. You would rather relinquish your assets to them than collaborate with my Yi family. What further discourse is there to be had? The head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's eyes flickered behind the mask, caught in a dilemma by Yi father's unwavering demands. They were indeed in the wrong, and standing before them was a figure of immense strength, a virtual emperor poised at the threshold of divinity. Although they had never witnessed him in action, the disparity in their ranks was unmistakable. Why, Yi father, growing impatient with the delay, pressed, Have you reached a decision, Pavilion Master? I have other matters to attend to. Sweat beaded upon the Pavilion Master's brow, thankfully concealed by his mask. He stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. What, do you refuse to uphold your agreement? Yi father's gaze grew icy, the subtle yet palpable aura of a great emperor weighing heavily upon the Pavilion Master, causing him to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a booming laughter broke the tension. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, it is indeed a great honor for you to grace our Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. A jovial voice interjected, alleviating the pressure that Yi father had exerted. A white-bearded elder, clad in coarse garments, stepped forward, his presence seeming to warp the very space around him, closing the distance to the Pavilion Master in mere strides. Brother Yi, how have you been? Yi father narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the white-bearded elder. Old Tianying, I have no time for idle chatter. Will you return what is owed, or not? Speak swiftly. Upon hearing Yi father's address, the members of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion erupted in excitement. They had long heard whispers of a venerable figure with unparalleled cultivation residing within their ranks, only emerging in times of peril. Little did they expect that the hidden powerhouse was none other than the founding master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The elder's smile faltered slightly upon being addressed in such a manner. "Brother Yi, I am aware that the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has wronged your family in the past. If you are willing, we would like to offer a gift in recompense for our previous collaboration cessation. What do you think?" Despite the elder's overt humility, Yi father showed no inclination to relent. "Old Tianying, I have made my intentions clear. I have come to reclaim what the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion owes my Yi family, not to negotiate for compensation. You need only return what is due. I have no interest in quibbling over the past." Chapter 44. The Eastern Continent in Turmoil. It is worth noting that the resources the Yi family lent to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion were far from insignificant. It was during this pivotal moment that old Tianying ascended to greater heights, seeking aid from various factions due to insufficient resources. Unfortunately, their history of assassination cultivated numerous enemies, and allies proved scarce, leaving them with little to show for their efforts. Ultimately, the current head of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion was compelled to approach the Yi family, promising various terms before finally acquiring the necessary provisions. Though this act of generosity was not entirely unselfish, it certainly warranted the title of benefactor. However, they not only failed to return the resources over a span of 30 years, but also betrayed the Yi family after reaping the benefits. It is no wonder that Yi father was so resolute in his stance. Old Tianying's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze upon Yi father. The amount owed was no trivial sum. Repaying threefold would indeed inflict considerable pain upon the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. "Brother Yi, we acknowledge our previous misdeeds. I have already chastised my subordinates regarding this matter. As the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. You possess great strength and wisdom. Can we not move past these minor grievances?" Yi father could not contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha, old Tianying, do you not find your words to be amusing? You owe my Yi family a debt. And after your betrayal, I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You suggest that I am fixating on trivial matters?" Yi father's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling tone. "Though you believe my Yi family to be easy prey?" Such a confrontational demeanor visibly unsettled old Tianying. "Brother Yi, I respect your formidable prowess and your position as the head of the Yi family. However, should you truly wish to drive the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion to the brink of destruction, do not expect me to remain polite." Yi father, seemingly amused by the audacity of old Tianying, erupted into laughter. Yi Changxing, too, felt that the elder was somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Although he was unaware of the full extent of the power wielded by a virtual emperor at the 9th level, he understood that even a slight difference in cultivation could lead to insurmountable gaps in strength. How could this old fool, who had not even reached the status of a virtual emperor, dare to speak such words? "Old Tianying, you truly are a fool today. I shall compel the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion to comply." "What will you do about it?" "Humph." Old Tianying snorted coldly, a shroud of dark mist enveloping him as an overwhelming aura surged forth. "I have reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, even if I am not your match. Do you think I cannot impede your advance?" Yi father's expression grew contemplative as he regarded old Tianying for a lengthy moment before shaking his head with a sigh. How true it is that the ignorant are often fearless. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Changxing suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if he were on the brink of an untimely demise. This overwhelming sense of crisis was entirely unfounded, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Glancing over his shoulder, he found that his father had extended a hand, seemingly grasping the air before him, capturing the figure of the Tianying old ghost. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, the Tianying old ghost struggled in futility, his peak quasi-emperor cultivation proving utterly useless, as he resembled a mere mortal, his face reddening and limbs thrashing in desperation. "Do you comprehend that before my true form, you are akin to an ant?" Ye's father remarked with a detached mockery, casually tossing the Tianying old ghost aside as if discarding refuse in an instant. His form vanished, only for a violent explosion to erupt from the highest peak of Tianying Pavilion. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the famed Tianying peak of Tianying Pavilion slowly fractured in two. The summit plummeting downwards, a profound silence enveloped the area, broken solely by the resounding crash of the mountains colliding. Yi Changxing's heartbeat quickened, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was the might of the Emperor realm. Even a peak quasi-emperor was rendered powerless before his father, akin to a mere mortal. The onlookers from Tianying Pavilion stared blankly at the sight of the mountain's fracture, as if their souls had left their bodies. Ye's father, with an air of leisure, clapped his hands and continued with a smile. Is your Tianying Pavilion still unwilling to repay the debts owed to the Yi family? Snapping back to reality. The master of Tianying Pavilion shivered involuntarily, hastily bowing and flattering. Your Majesty, you jest. Our Tianying Pavilion has never been one to act ungratefully. We shall certainly repay what we owe to the Yi family. It was no jest. Even their ancestor had been treated like a mere toy. Should they truly provoke this individual before them, the annihilation of Tianying Pavilion would likely be as simple as a flick of his wrist. After agreeing, the master suddenly appeared somewhat troubled. However, Your Majesty, Tianying Pavilion is presently facing a financial crunch. Even if I were sold, I could not gather the necessary resources right away. How about we compensate you with 2/3 today? Rest assured, in 5 days, just 5 days, and I will personally deliver the required items to the Yi family as an apology. Ye's father nodded with a smile. Look, the younger generation is indeed more astute. I had no intention of sparing that old wretch from Tianying. Today, I shall annihilate Tianying Pavilion. The master of Tianying Pavilion felt a chill of sweat trickle down his forehead as he hurriedly offered his apologies. Suddenly, Ye's father turned his gaze towards Yi Changxing. Changxing, I have a task for you. Will you undertake it? Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Father, what does this have to do with me? They claim they cannot produce the resources. Yet I am granting them an opportunity. You are now a renowned genius in the Eastern continent. Only through continuous combat can you hone your skills and shine brighter. The path ahead will be much easier. If you are willing, I shall have their younger generation seal their cultivation and face you solely with their physical prowess. Should they win, the triple resource debt will be waived, and they need only return what they originally borrowed. If they lose, they will adhere to the original agreement. What do you think? Yi Changxing found himself in a dilemma. He understood his father's good intentions, yet the implications for the Yi family made him anxious about bearing such responsibility. Father, it's not that I am unwilling, but this matter concerns the future of our Yi family. Is it appropriate for me to bear this burden? Changxing, the future of the Yi family does not hinge upon these resources. It resides within me, within you, and within the youth of the Yi family. His father's calm words instantly dispelled Yi Changxing's hesitations. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Ye's father beamed with delight and turned to the master of Tianying Pavilion. You heard that, did you not? If your disciples can defeat my son, they need only repay the borrowed resources. Should my son prevail, they shall abide by the initial agreement. How does that sound? Chapter 45. A Father-Son Debt Collection. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Yi Changxing's mind. Task: defeat the young talents of Tianying Pavilion, as suggested by your parents. Difficulty: relatively easy danger level. Low reward. Intermediate gift pack. He accepted the task without hesitation. Just as his father had stated, only through relentless sharpening could he advance. Relying solely on system rewards, without the experience of battle, would render him akin to a child wielding a knife, likely to inflict harm upon himself. Moreover, having now triggered a system task, it meant that victory would yield double rewards. What was there to lose? The master of Tianying Pavilion gazed at Yi Changxing with anticipation, cautiously inquiring, Young master, may I ask if? Yi Changxing nodded. I agree. As long as you can defeat me, my father will certainly keep his word. Excellent. Many thanks to the head of the Yi family, and to young Master Changxing. The master of Tianying Pavilion was now visibly excited. If they could evade the repayment of triple resources, although it would sting, it would not be insurmountable, despite the rumors of Yi Changxing's overwhelming physical prowess after defeating the genius Ingwu Jin of the central continent. The implications of a potential wheel battle hinted at a possible chance for Tianying Pavilion. With this in mind, the master of Tianying Pavilion hurriedly added, head of the Yi family, young Master Changxing. Is there a limit to the number of participants in this contest? Ye's father remained silent, leaving the decision to Yi Changxing. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changxing replied, 3 participants maximum, if they lose 3 consecutive matches. It would be pointless to add more. Yes, we shall follow the young master's decision. The master of Tianying Pavilion promptly acquiesced in a one-on-one scenario. They would indeed struggle to find anyone capable of matching Yi Chongqing's physical strength. Yet, with a wheel battle, the outcome was uncertain. With a wave of his hand, Ye's father conjured a chair for himself. Now, go ahead. You have a quarter of an hour to gather your fighters. Do not waste any time. Understood. Once the master of Tianying Pavilion departed, Ye's father turned to Yi Chongqing, his expression one of pride. Chongqing, I was once concerned that you might fall into despair due to your inability to cultivate. But now, I need not worry. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Difficulties and failures are commonplace. Do not burden your heart too heavily. Simply do your utmost. Even if you lose, it is of little consequence, as it will provide you with valuable combat experience. Do you understand? Yi Chongqing nodded solemnly. Rest assured, father. I will strive to do my best and will not let failure affect my emotions. It was no jest. He had endured countless hardships in his previous life, his heart now tempered into something exceedingly resilient. This opportunity, bolstered by his father's protection, would not weigh heavily upon him. More importantly, that unique cultivation technique seemed ripe for exploration. Before long, the master of Tianying Pavilion returned, flanked by the pale-faced Tianying old ghost and 3 solemn-faced youths. Upon seeing Ye's father, the Tianying old ghost instinctively averted his gaze, recalling how he had been so easily dispatched earlier. Shattering their iconic peak, he felt utterly humiliated. At that moment, he grasped the true extent of the disparity between them. The master of Tianying Pavilion respectfully addressed, head of the Yi family, these are 3 of my Tianying Pavilion's promising juniors. I ask that young master Chongqing offers them guidance. Ye's father acknowledged with a nod. Come, quickly pay your respects to the head of the Yi family and young master Chongqing. After ushering the 3 youths to greet them, the master of Tianying Pavilion cautiously inquired, young master Chongqing, when shall we commence this contest? Let us begin now. Yi Chongqing replied with a smile, not exhibiting any disdain for his opponents despite his father's presence. A stark contrast to his previous arrogance when defeating Ing Wujin. The group settled in the open space before the mountain gate, with Ye's father remaining seated in the imposing armchair. With a gentle wave of his hand, a binding force enveloped Yi Chongqing and the youthful talents of Tianying Pavilion, preventing them from utilizing any spiritual energy. This restriction was largely ineffective against Yi Chongqing. Once preparations were complete, the Tianying old ghost unexpectedly took on the role of referee. Fearing that Yi Chongqing might unintentionally injure his juniors, yet also wary that they might overreach and inflict serious harm upon him. Although Ye's father was present, it was not the same as witnessing it with his own eyes. Who from Tianying Pavilion will fight? The Tianying old ghost inquired, prompting the brooding youth in the black robe on the far left to step forward. I am Lei Fengxing from Tianying Pavilion, here to seek guidance from brother Chongqing. Yi Chongqing maintained his smile, revealing nothing of his thoughts, and nodded. Please proceed, brother Lei. Let the contest begin. With the Tianying old ghost command, Lei Fengxing's aura transformed into something fiercely imposing. His already somber face growing even more frigid. With a low growl, the ground beneath Lei Fengxing erupted into a massive crater, causing his figure to vanish from sight. Yi Chongqing squinted slightly, raising his right hand with a gentle motion, just in time to block Lei Fengxing's sweeping kick aimed at his calf. In their initial encounter, Lei Fengxing harbored some caution regarding Yi Chongqing's formidable reputation, treating the exchange more as a test. However, even while holding back slightly, he felt as though his leg had collided with an indestructible divine metal, sending shockwaves of pain through his bones. Failing to land his strike, Lei Fengxing quickly retreated. From this brief exchange, he discerned that Yi Chongqing's ability to defeat Ing Wuji was undoubtedly rooted in genuine strength. At that moment, he dared not be careless. Arcs of electricity flickered across his body, and the sound of whistling winds enveloped him, a testament to his training in the renowned wind and thunder body of the eastern continent. The power of thunder tempered his physique, while the essence of wind infused his being. Practitioners of this physique moved with an innate force of wind and thunder, delivering fierce attacks with astonishing speed, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yi Chongqing curiously observed the electric radiance enveloping Lei Fengxing, and a peculiar thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this individual truly be the legendary Thunder Law King? Surely, in his previous life, he would have withstood several hundred volts of high-voltage electricity. While he pondered, a fierce wind surged toward him unnoticed. Instinctively, Yi Changsheng reached out and managed to block Lei Fengxing's fist just in time. This scene caused Lei Fengxing's pupils to constrict in an instant. His wind and thunder body was renowned for its speed. Even practitioners of higher realms struggled to keep pace with such lightning-like swiftness. Yet now, not only had Yi Changsheng matched his attack, but he had effortlessly deflected it as well. With a crackle, intense and blinding arcs of electricity erupted from Lei Fengxing's arm, aiming to incapacitate Yi Changsheng with the power of thunder, seizing the opportunity to strike. However, the electric arcs that struck Yi Changsheng's body did not inflict harm. Instead, they bestowed a tingling, invigorating sensation. This feeling resembled a gentle massage, perfectly calibrated in force, prompting him to involuntarily inhale sharply in delight. How refreshing! Yi Changsheng marveled internally, even wishing that this electrotherapy from Lei Fengxing could last a bit longer. Hence he refrained from retaliating immediately. Yet, from Lei Fengxing's perspective, these expressions were misinterpreted as signs of Yi Changsheng being injured by his lightning. Suppressing cries of agony in the next moment, rather than attempting to free his fist from Yi Changsheng's grip, he swung his right fist with all his might toward Yi Changsheng's face. He was utterly convinced that if this concealed punch landed, even Yi Changsheng, with his ironclad skull, would be dazed for a moment. Teske, why does this fellow strike so recklessly at the face? Yi Changsheng mused, casually sweeping aside Lei Fengxing's fist, in the astonished gaze of Lei Fengxing. He tilted his head slightly back, and with a resounding bang, Lei Fengxing's head was violently thrown back, sending him flying several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. After patting his forehead and finding no peculiar substances, Yi Changsheng finally sighed in relief. A few members of Tianying Pavilion had already gathered around. Blood streamed from Lei Fengxing's nose and mouth. His eyes rolled back, clearly having lost consciousness from the direct impact of Yi Changsheng's headbutt. The first round concluded. Tianying Pavilion was defeated. After a few disciples carried the limp Lei Fengxing away, Tianying Laogui's lips twitched as he turned to face the remaining two disciples. Who among you will step forward next? The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, the one on the right, a burly man with a muscular physique and a buzz cut, stepped forward. I am Su Meng, practicing the fierce Meng king-bodied. I seek guidance from the esteemed young master Changsheng. This man appeared brutish and violent, yet his voice was surprisingly deep and resonant, a stark contrast to his physique. Tianying Laogui turned to Yi Changsheng and inquired, Young Master Yi, do you require a moment's rest? Me? No. Let us continue. Yi Changsheng eagerly declined, multitasking as he sensed the technique within him gradually beginning to operate. As Tianying Laogui issued the command to commence, the hearts of over 1,000 disciples from Tianying Pavilion hung in the balance. Lei Fengxing was their third senior brother, and his wind and thunder body was somewhat renowned. Yet he had been unable to land a single blow on Yi Changsheng, showcasing an insurmountable gap in strength that was somewhat disheartening. Su Meng appeared more subdued, yet when he bellowed, his booming voice startled Yi Changsheng into a slight shiver. Good heavens, Brother Su, with a voice like that, why not come serve as a foreman at our Yi family's spiritual mine? Yi Changsheng couldn't help but jest, but Su Meng remained unfazed, charging straight ahead with determination. Despite his large stature, he was surprisingly swift. Logically, such speed should render him a mere plaything before Yi Changsheng. Yet, instead of shying away from the impending assault, he took a wide step and crouched slightly, preparing his hands at his waist to gather strength. In the blink of an eye, they were upon each other. Kill! Su Meng's neck veins bulged as his massive fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtled toward Yi Changsheng accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. The ferocity of the attack resembled that of a rampaging demon. In the face of such a fierce punch, Yi Changsheng stood his ground, inhaling slightly before unleashing a powerful swing of his right fist. Crack! The collision produced a sharp, resonant sound, causing Yi Changsheng's feet to sink into the ground. In contrast, Su Meng's previously fierce expression twisted into one of agony as he fell to one knee, clutching his right arm, sweat glistening on his shining forehead. Yi Changsheng possessed an indestructible golden body, capable of clashing head-on with the Qingjiao holy body of Central Continent without yielding, even gaining the upper hand. Against someone like Su Meng, there was simply no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. The disciples and higher-ups of Tianying Pavilion fell silent, watching their promising young talent being carried away for treatment, their throats dry with unspoken doubts. Could such a terrifying individual truly be someone they could defeat? This skepticism was not limited to the younger disciples. It also plagued Lin Juing, the last of Tianying Pavilion's talented youth, who was considered among the best of the younger generation. Though Lei Fengxing and Su Meng may not have been his equals, the gap between them was not insurmountable, however. Yi Changxing's effortless victories over both of them left him feeling uneasy. Tianying Laogue naturally noticed the hesitation and slight fear in his younger disciples and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had he known the vast chasm between the quasi-emperor and virtual emperor realms, he would have refrained from offending the Yi family patriarch earlier. If they had negotiated amicably, perhaps they could have reduced the debt. Now, their top-tier powerhouses were not a match for Yi Changxing, and the younger generation had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Observing the current state of affairs, a third defeat seemed imminent. Contemplating these matters, he inadvertently exchanged glances with the Tianying Pavilion master, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Lin Juing, unlike the impulsive duo before him, approached Yi Changxing with measured steps and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Brother Yi, your talent and experience in physical prowess are beyond my reach. Thus I do not dare to hope for victory in battle. I only wish to exchange one punch with you. Should you remain undefeated after that, I shall concede." Lin Juing's tone was exceptionally gentle, entirely unlike one cultivated in an assassin's sect, instead reminiscent of a disciple of Buddhism or Taoism. Yi Changxing regarded him favorably and nodded. "Very well, Brother Lin. Your straightforwardness is commendable. I shall not dawdle. You may proceed with your strike." Lin Juing acknowledged with a sound, taking a slight step back, and suddenly, strands of deep black mist began to swirl around him. Yi Changxing's father observed this scene with mild surprise. "Tianying Laogue, I did not expect your Tianying Pavilion to produce such a promising talent. Even your Tianying absolute body can be cultivated to this extent. A quasi-emperor seems within reach." Upon hearing Yi Changxing's father's praise, Tianying Laogue's face blossomed with an uncontrollable smile. "You flatter me. The gap between Juing and Changxing is still quite significant." Initially intending to humble himself, he was caught off guard when Yi Changxing's father immediately countered, "Indeed, Dado." Tianying Laogue's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. At the mountain gate, as Lin Juing activated his Tianying absolute body, the vital energy surged towards his right palm, causing his arm to appear as though it had swollen several sizes, the veins visibly prominent. Yi Changxing's interest was piqued. Lin Juing seemed to possess some merit, unlike the previous two who fell with a mere push. "Brother Yi, be careful," Lin Juing suddenly called out, warning Yi Changxing before unleashing his attack. Absolute Shadow Palm. Accompanied by this command, Lin Juing's body erupted like a cloud of black mist, shattering into fragments. His right palm, imbued with powerful vital energy, seemed to transcend time and space, appearing at Yi Changxing's chest in the instant of his disappearance. Yi Changxing broke into a radiant smile, unexpectedly moving forward to meet the strike head-on with his chest. Boom! The overwhelming force caused Yi Changxing's calves to nearly sink into the ground, fissures spreading out behind him like a riverbed. Moments later, Lin Juing slowly withdrew his hand, his face alight with unmasked admiration. "Brother Yi is truly extraordinary. I concede." Yi Changxing chuckled, feeling the technique within him flow more smoothly than before. "You are too modest, Lin brother. Your palm certainly stung, akin to Ing Wuji's attacks." Lin Juing was well aware that this was merely a polite remark from Yi Changxing. Nevertheless, the fact that he could be compared to the prodigies of Zhengzhou filled him with joy. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, you jest. I cannot possibly compare to the talents of Zhengzhou. Thankfully, we have such an extraordinary genius like you in Dongzhou. Otherwise, those from Zhengzhou would truly run rampant." The two exchanged compliments, and the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. As the dust settled and the victor was determined, the members of the Tianying Pavilion, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to accept the outcome. Yi Changxing patted Lin Juing on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Brother Lin, if you have time, do come visit our Yi family. I would be delighted to show you around." He held a very favorable impression of this young man and wished to regard him as a friend. Lin Juing immediately brightened up, his fair face tinged with a hint of crimson. "Brother Yi, are you truly serious? Can I really visit your Yi family?" Yi Changxing couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course. Our Yi family is not a den of knives and flames. What could possibly prevent your visit?" Observing the two juniors engrossed in conversation, Ye's father revealed a slight smile. "Tianying old ghost. Brother Yi, do you have any orders?" The old man of Tianying quickly responded, not daring to show even a hint of disrespect. From now on, let that young man frequent our Yi family. Changxing seems to get along splendidly with him. The old Tianying paused for a moment before hastily smiling and replying, naturally, I will ensure that Zhuiying visits the Yi family more often. HMMs.as for the resources owed by your Tianying pavilion. Just return the principal, Ye's father stated. Without waiting for the old Tianying to express gratitude, he beckoned to Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, let us proceed to the next establishment. Yi Changsheng acknowledged and, after bidding farewell to Lin Zhuiying, was escorted by Ye's father into the dragon chariot. Brother Lin, do remember to visit the Yi family? Yi Changsheng's voice gradually faded into the distance, while Lin Zhuiying's smile was sincere and joyous. The old Tianying approached him, sighing, Zhuiying, make sure to spend more time with Yi Changsheng. It will benefit your future. Understood, Master Ancestor. The father and son of the Yi family did not conceal their movements, which drew the attention of numerous factions as soon as they arrived at the Tianying pavilion. The events occurring here were swiftly relayed back by various spies. Even the esteemed old ancestor of Tianying, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level, was defeated in a single move by Ye's father, leaving no one daring to question his strength. Those factions that had previously betrayed the Yi family grew increasingly anxious, contemplating how to mend their relationships in the future. Before long, the dragon chariot arrived at another location. This was a vast and prosperous town, constructed with the capabilities of cultivators, accommodating a population of nearly 10 million. To call it a city was perhaps an understatement. It resembled a small nation. At this moment, before a grand and magnificent mansion at the center of the town, two Pishio beasts lay quietly on the ground, their gently rising abdomens indicating they were indeed living creatures. Above the entrance, two plaques carved from spiritual jade bore the bold characters Lu Residence, radiating waves of formidable energy. This was the abode of the Lu family, the rulers of Qinya City. However, the Lu family executives, who were once held in immense esteem within Qinya City, now stood apprehensively at the entrance, hands clasped. Leading the group was a man dressed in resplendent garments. Tall and robust, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his face adorned with a prominent beard. He was Lu Haoran, the current head of the Lu family and the mayor of Qinya City. Is it true that the Yi family father and son are coming for us? An executive of the Lu family asked in a hushed tone. Lu Haoran frowned and sighed. Alas, given their direction, it is undoubtedly our Lu family they seek. Is everything prepared? There are no mistakes, are there? All is in order, came the reply. Just as they were speaking, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Lu Haoran's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the source of the sound. The azure dragon loomed, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. After the dragon chariot came to a halt, Ye's father and Yi Changxing stepped out. I, Lu Haoran, along with the Lu family, come to pay my respects to the great emperor of the Yi family and the young master. Ye's father cast a glance at him and calmly replied, Lu Haoran, you should know why I have come, correct? Lu Haoran hurriedly bowed. I certainly do. The items are prepared. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several graceful and beautiful women approached, each carrying a jade platter. Upon the 5 platters rested a ring. Great Emperor Yi, the Lu family borrowed 5 types of resources from the Yi family: medicinal pills, spiritual stones, formation plates, refining materials, and celestial herbs. I have categorized them into storage rings. In accordance with our prior agreement, I return them thrice over. Additionally, one of these is a token of goodwill from the Lu family, meant as an apology to the esteemed elders and the Yi family. Ye's father remained non-committal and turned to Yi Changsheng, saying, put them away. Yi Changsheng stepped forward to collect the 5 beautiful rings, then used his spiritual sense to inspect them briefly. Father, the quantities are correct, and there's even an extra one of them. His father nodded, turning to walk back toward the dragon chariot while stating, from this point on, the Yi and Lu families are no longer indebted to one another. Do not let me hear any more news of you targeting my Yi family. Yes, I shall certainly remember, Lu Haoran replied loudly, watching the dragon chariot ascend into the sky before finally letting out a deep sigh of relief. Master, why don't we follow the example of the Tianying Pavilion and have our young disciples duel with that young master of the Yi family? If they win, wouldn't we avoid having to pay so many resources? Lu Haoran shot a fierce glare at the speaker and retorted, if they propose it, it's kindness. If we propose it, it's provocation. Do you understand? On what grounds do you believe we have the capital to negotiate with the ninth-level virtual emperor? The speaker suddenly realized and quickly apologized in the following days. Yi Changxing accompanied his father on numerous visits to collect the resources owed to the Yi family. With the virtual emperor's presence, there was no dissent to be found. This was not merely debt collection. It was a demonstration of power in a short time. The entire Dongzhou was abuzz with the names of the Yi father and son, and all factions began to scrutinize their past dealings with the Yi family, checking for any debts owed. After visiting the final faction, Yi Changxing was finally free from the arduous tasks and could enjoy some well-deserved rest. A few days later, in the courtyard, Yi Changxing sat cross-legged on a soft couch, eyes closed and brow slightly furrowed. Today, he finally grasped how to cultivate the technique granted by the system reward. The Great Wilderness Sutra was the reward obtained from the Supreme Gift Pack after his battle with Ing Wuji. Just as he had anticipated, this reward was precisely the method he urgently needed for cultivating the ancient Tao body. The reason why the Tai Huang ancient Tao body cannot be cultivated lies fundamentally in the changes of the heavenly Tao, which have resulted in significant transformations in the rules of the myriad worlds. This has severed the path through which such a physique can absorb spiritual energy. The methods outlined in the Great Wilderness Sutra may seem simple, as they involve circumventing the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao and creating a small world within oneself. I am the world, and the world is me. By placing one's body within one's own realm, one can escape limitations. However, while this concept sounds straightforward, the execution is fraught with challenges. The endeavor to establish a small world within oneself is a feat that even his father, a formidable expert of the Void Emperor realm, would not dare to guarantee success in. Naturally, the ability to create such a realm only becomes feasible at a much higher level of cultivation, one that he is currently light years away from achieving, and thus it is not a pressing concern at the moment. At present, the utmost priority is to adhere to the teachings of the scriptures, evading the constraints of the world's rules and cultivating the unique power system of the Tai Huang ancient Tao body in order to gradually ascend to higher realms. Yet, the cultivation method detailed in the texts is rather peculiar, leaving Yi Changxing with a sense of bewilderment. To cultivate the Tai Huang ancient Tao body, one must endure continuous beatings. This will temporarily disrupt the restraints of the heavenly Tao rules within the body, gradually diminishing their impact and enabling the absorption of spiritual energy. Furthermore, once spiritual energy enters the body, it must be amalgamated with the vitality of the flesh, forming a unique force known as wilderness power, which is exclusive to the Tai Huang ancient Tao body. It is only through this process that one can stimulate the growth of internal cultivation while simultaneously breaking free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao from within. Thus, a dual approach of enduring punishment while cultivating is necessary for the continuous advancement of the Tai Huang ancient Tao body. The reason Yi Changxing agreed to duel with the genius of the Tianying Pavilion was not solely due to the task assigned by the system. More importantly, he wished to test the reliability of this cultivation method. However, it must be said that after his battle with Lin Jueying, he indeed managed to absorb a faint trace of the world's spiritual energy. This delighted Yi Changxing, who hurriedly followed the instructions of the technique to merge it with his vitality, hoping to cultivate a trace of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy he inhaled was too minuscule. Before he could even mobilize his vitality, it dissipated like smoke within his body. During this period, his thoughts were consumed by researching this matter, and at last, he began to see a glimmer of hope. Having clarified his upcoming plans, Yi Changxing opened his eyes and approached the door, instructing the maid, "If the young madam inquires about me, tell her I am cultivating in the back mountain, and that she need not worry." Yes, a few days later, a rumor suddenly circulated within the Yi family, suggesting that something had seemingly become sentient in the back mountain, causing a series of thunderous noises, likely hinting at the presence of some unnoticed ferocious beast. However, given the desolate nature of the back mountain and the fact that only those of low cultivation frequented it, these rumors did not garner much attention from the higher-ups. Yet somehow, this tale reached Yi Yao's ears. Upon hearing it from a maid, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Though burdened by a laid-back system, it would be exhausting for a vibrant young girl to remain idle. Humph, there are ferocious beasts in the back mountain? I would very much like to see what is causing trouble. Armed with a treasured sword and a plethora of magical artifacts stored in her spatial ring, she proclaimed, "As long as my spiritual energy is sufficient, I can defeat even those at the Void Return realm." In her own words, this was a strategic underestimation of the enemy, while tactically taking them seriously. Before long, she stealthily made her way into the forest of the back mountain. Every year, the Yi family dispatched powerful individuals to clear the area to prevent any dangerous beasts from lurking and posing a threat to the younger generation. Thus, aside from the gentle spiritual beasts, there was scarcely anything that could cause harm in the back mountain. Where could this ferocious beast be hiding? If it doesn't come out during the day, wouldn't I have made a fruitless trip? Yi Yao murmured to herself, her eyes scanning her surroundings. The back mountain was vast, and on her own, it would take her at least a couple of months to search it thoroughly. Just as she was fretting, her ears perked up, and she suddenly turned her head towards a certain direction. Thud, thud. Distant sounds of impact faintly echoed, suggesting the presence of something with considerable strength. "Ha ha, I've caught you," she cheered, rushing eagerly toward the source of the commotion. As she drew nearer, she gradually slowed her pace, for the sounds of impact grew clearer, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath to steady her somewhat anxious demeanor, she surmised that the creature making such a ruckus must undoubtedly be a large, ferocious beast. I must not act carelessly. I should observe from the shadows before making any moves if I sense that I cannot win. I shall return home to fetch reinforcements. Resolute, she concealed her form among the dense foliage, carefully creeping forward. An open area emerged within the forest, leading to a series of steep mountain peaks ahead. Yi Yao shielded her head with a large leaf, cautiously peering outside. But as she beheld the scene beneath the mountain, her eyes widened in astonishment. There, Yi Changsheng knelt upon the ground, his bare upper body glistening with sweat. Before him, what had once been a towering, solid rock face now resembled the aftermath of a natural disaster, riddled with craters and debris. After taking a few labored breaths, Yi Changsheng stood once more, steadied his breath, and summoned the full strength of his vitality before suddenly lowering his head and charging toward the rock face like a rampaging bull. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed repeatedly, and Yi Yao stood frozen, staring in disbelief at her brother, who appeared to be frenziedly battering himself against the mountain wall. Chapter 49. My brother has lost his mind. Moments later, feeling the faint pangs of discomfort coursing through his body, Yi Changsheng hastily retreated into his room, sitting cross-legged on the ground, breath held, as he absorbed the spiritual energy from the world around him. Just as Yi Yao contemplated stepping out to inquire about the situation, a figure gracefully descended. Jiu Qingyi landed softly, a bamboo basket in hand. "Husband, take a moment to rest and eat something." Yi Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden hue. "Thank you for your efforts, Qingyi. You bring me meals daily." He flashed a bright smile, eagerly devouring the food from the bamboo basket. Jiu Qingyi shook her head, squatting elegantly beside him, retrieving a jade vial filled with spiritual liquid. "Eat slowly, husband. There's no rush." After soothing Yi Changsheng, she hesitated before inquiring, "Husband, is this cultivation method truly effective? Hitting your head against rocks appears rather." Swallowing his food, Yi Changsheng confidently replied, "Rest assured, Qingyi, I am well aware of what I am doing. It must be effective. Otherwise, would I be engaging in such foolishness? If you don't believe me, just give it a try. Physical strength seems to have increased a bit since the last time." As Yi Changsheng extended his arm toward her, Gu Qingyi, though skeptical, channeled her spiritual energy and squeezed it firmly, astonished to discover that, indeed, his strength had noticeably improved. "See? I wasn't deceiving you." The sight of Yi Changsheng's beaming smile infected Gu Qingyi, and she couldn't help but smile back. Although her husband often seemed rather absent-minded, he was genuinely earnest when faced with challenges, far from the superficial impression he conveyed. Despite his natural inability to cultivate, his indomitable spirit and refusal to succumb to defeat were admirable and deserving of respect. If he could truly rise to prominence through sheer physical prowess, she would consider herself fortunate to have chosen the right companion in life. Lost in these thoughts, Gu Qingyi instinctively stole a few more glances at Yi Changsheng, only to suddenly turn her head shyly, rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. "Husband, your physique is truly robust." Secretly awed, Gu Qingyi suppressed her bashful sentiments when suddenly a crackling sound pierced the air. "Who?" The couple turned in unison. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed, and with a flick of her hand, she unleashed a wave of pale blue spiritual energy, obliterating several sturdy trees. Caught in the act, Yao stood frozen, her face stiffening as she slowly turned to face them, a sheepish smile gracing her features. Brother, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. You may continue. Yi Changxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You little rascal, come here. After some back and forth, Yao finally explained her intentions. Why Yi Changxing found it both amusing and exasperating. All right, there are no ferocious beasts causing mayhem in the mountains. It's merely my training. Why Yao's eyes widened. Brother, have you been struck senseless? Who in their right mind practices by smashing their head against rocks? You little girl, what do you know? This is about honing physical strength. The harder I hit now, the better I can withstand blows in the future. Yi Changxing retorted, turning away to mutter, this girl is too young. She still lacks maturity. Wai Yao dismissed him, spinning on her heel and sprinting toward the edge of the forest. You keep training. I have matters to attend to, alas. Before Yi Changxing could even call out, Yi Yao's figure vanished without a trace. This girl, always so impetuous when it comes to matters of little consequence. Gu Qingqi couldn't help but chuckle. At her age, it is only fitting for her to be so vivacious. If she were to grow up like me, it would be dreadfully dull. Yi Changxing quickly interjected. How could one compare your demeanor, so graceful and composed, to that of this wild child? Your husband simply has a sharp tongue, Gu Qingqi playfully retorted. After tidying up the dishes, she gently added, then, my dear husband, focus on your cultivation. I shall bring you your meal this afternoon. Very well, my dear, you have my gratitude. With a burst of energy, Yi Yao dashed home and made her way directly to the council hall. Peering through the door, she spotted her parents and several elders inside. Just as she contemplated sneaking away, the voice of the grand elder, tinged with mirth, rang out, Yao Yao, what are you peeking at over there? Realizing she had been caught, Yi Yao huffed in annoyance and strode boldly into the council hall. Upon seeing her unruly daughter, Yimu shot her a stern look, ready to reprimand her. Father, mother, brother has been rendered foolish by Wuji. At this proclamation, the room fell silent. Yi Fu and Yimu exchanged bewildered glances before asking, Yao Yao, clarify what is happening. I just went to the back mountain and saw brother repeatedly banging his head against the cliff. He was truly smashing it, putting all his strength into it, almost shattering that small hill. I am certain Wuji has knocked him senseless. Why not go and see for yourselves? Yi Yao's words left everyone in a state of confusion. Unable to comprehend the situation, the grand elder, in disbelief, remarked, Yao Yao, you must be mistaken. Wasn't it the young master who struck that third prince on the head? Shouldn't he be the one rendered foolish? Oh, grand elder, do not concern yourself with that. Regardless, my brother has become a fool. If you have the time, hurry and check. I have urgent matters to attend to, so you may deliberate at your leisure. With that, Yi Yao hurriedly exited the council hall, leaving her parents and the equally perplexed elders behind. The grand elder opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Sigh. This girl used to be quite well behaved. What has come over her lately, always being so reckless? Yimu sighed and shook her head, while Yi Fu chuckled heartily. I see this rather good. That girl used to prefer isolating herself, appearing disinterested in everything. Now she is eager to engage. Is that not a positive change? Yimu pondered this and found some merit in his words. Head of the family, matriarch, should we not check on the young master? Although Yao Yao's claims are ludicrous, this pertains to Changsheng, so we must be prudent and not dismissive. The grand elder's reminder snapped Yi Fu and Yimu back to reality. Indeed, you are correct. Yimu nodded, rising as she said, you continue your discussion. I shall go see what is amiss with Changsheng. Not long after, at the back mountain, Yimu followed the sounds until she arrived at a clearing. Witnessing Yi Changsheng indeed banging his head against the cliff, a sight both pitiful and amusing. Changsheng, startled by her voice, Yi Changsheng turned around in astonishment. Mother, what brings you here? With a tone of exasperation. Yimu replied, silly child. Yao Yao said you were banging your head against the rocks in the back mountain, and I was worried, so I came to check. Do not worry, mother. I am merely cultivating. Not being foolish. Yi Changsheng responded cheerfully, pausing to drink several gulps of water. You truly are something else. What kind of cultivation method is this? Are you not just tormenting yourself? Yimu chided gently, then approached him, lightly poking at his skin, which shimmered with a dark golden hue, her face displaying surprise. Is this the golden body? Since defeating Ing Wuji, Yi Changxing had ceased to conceal everything and felt that revealing some aspects to his parents would ease their worries. Indeed, mother, your insight is sharp. This is the undying golden body. Yi Changxing proudly patted his chest and quickly added, the technique rewarded by the heavenly path is remarkable. I succeeded after practicing it for a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu felt relieved but soon noticed the bruises on his body, her heart aching. Be cautious during your cultivation. Do not overexert yourself, understand? I understand, I understand. Please do not worry, he reassured her. And if you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall ensure you have it. Thank you, mother. I shall remember your words. After offering a few more words of caution, Yi Mu left. Her heart filled with joy as she saw her son striving for improvement, feeling a sense of relief as a mother. For the following period, Yi Changxing immersed himself in his cultivation, diligently advancing his progress with the Great Wilderness Wu Sutra. Half a month later, one afternoon, having just concluded his training, Yi Changxing intended to return to his quarters for a brief rest when he was intercepted by Yi Yao, who had suddenly appeared from an unknown direction. Brother, Yi Changxing chuckled. What is it? Have you been off gallivanting again? Do not speak nonsense. I am not that idler. I was attending to important matters. What important matters could you possibly have? Yi Changxing teased. But then noticed Yi Yao pulling him into a corner, glancing around seriously before whispering, Brother, I have something very important to tell you. Seeing her solemnity, Yi Changxing's interest was piqued. What is it? Do you remember that third prince from before? Ing Wuji? Yes. Yi Yao nodded, then, in a conspiratorial tone, continued, Brother, do you not find it strange? How did Ing Wuji come to know about sister-in-law's situation? Yi Changxing furrowed his brow. After all, Qingqi is the saintess of the Gu family. She has some renown even in our eastern continent. It wouldn't be difficult to inquire about her. But what about the 9-aperture spirit body? Not many are privy to that information. What do you mean? Yi Yao lowered her voice further. I have already uncovered that when Ing Wuji and other geniuses from the central continent arrived, our family's collateral branch member, Yi Tu, had clandestinely interacted with him. It was he who leaked information about you and Sister Dash and Dash Laud. Yi Changxing's frown deepened. And furthermore, wasn't there a rumor in our clan saying you are a born calamity? That rumor also originated from Yi Tu. Now, Yi Changxing had no choice but to take this information seriously. If Yi Tu was merely targeting him, that would be manageable. After all, with his parents around, his safety was at least somewhat assured. Ignoring the baseless rumors would suffice. However, if this individual had dragged Gu Qingqi into the fray, that was utterly intolerable for Yi Changxing. Even disregarding any feelings he might have developed, she was still his nominal wife. And as a man, he could not simply stand by while his wife was wronged. Moreover, after spending time together, he had begun to harbor special feelings for Gu Qingqi, making it all the more unacceptable for such matters to transpire. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changxing said sternly, Yao Yao, this is not a matter to be trifled with. You say it was Yi Tu. Do you have evidence? Yi Yao confidently patted her chest. Brother, do you not see who I am? We adhere to the principle of innocent until proven guilty, do we not? If there were no evidence, how could I dare to unjustly accuse another? I have already apprehended those who took benefits from Yi Tu to spread rumors. I have also seized some of the evidence. Yi Changxing immediately resolved, Come, we shall pay a visit to the chapel and resolve this matter swiftly. The two turned and made their way deeper into the Yi family estate. Soon, they arrived before a somber and desolate structure resembling a chapel. The entrance of this building bore two glaring blood-red characters. Chapel. It was Yi Yao's first visit to such a place, and she felt a twinge of fear, hiding behind Yi Changxing and peering out. Yi Changxing, however, felt no particular trepidation and strode confidently inside. Two cloaked figures with masks extended their hands to block their path. Their cold, mechanical voices intoning, This is sacred ground. No idlers may enter. Yi Changxing halted, calmly stating, I am Yi Changxing, the young master of the Yi family, here to report a traitor. I request passage. The guards exchanged glances, both surprised. Their young master rarely involved himself in family affairs. How had he suddenly uncovered a traitor? Yet, given his status, they dared not obstruct him. Very well, please proceed, young master and miss. The chapel elders are present. Yi Changxing nodded and led Yi Yao into this place, which loomed ominously in the hearts of the Yi clan members. Upon entering, the light dimmed significantly, and a faint, Metallic scent of blood filled the air. Faint cries echoed in the distance, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Wei Yao quickly clutched Yi Changxing's arm, fearfully asking, "Brother, there aren't any vengeful spirits or monsters hiding in here, are there? Do not worry. The clan elders are not idle. Besides, what spirits could possibly exist in this world?" Yi Changxing offered a soothing response, leading Yi Yao deeper into the corridor until they reached the end, where they entered a grand hall illuminated by flickering blue candlelight. The hall housed a colossal statue of a monstrous beast, its eyes adorned with two green spirit orbs, giving it an almost lifelike appearance. "Has the young master and young miss arrived?" a somewhat aged, chilling voice echoed, causing Yi Yao to shiver involuntarily. An old man clad in a black robe emerged from behind a pillar, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Yi Changxing saluted, stating, "The younger generation pays respects to the elder of the chapel." "Haha, the young master is too courteous. What brings you to this filthy place? Is there something you require assistance with from this old man?" The elder, hunched over and leaning on a cane, appeared as though he might succumb at any moment. Yet, Yi Changxing did not dare underestimate him. His father had once remarked that the elder of the chapel was among the most formidable in the Yi family. Chapter 51. An unexpected visit. Previously, there were rumors at home regarding the younger generation being a killer body. The elder must have heard about this, correct? The elder of the chapel regarded Yi Changxing with some surprise, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, I have heard of this matter." However, the rumors did not circulate for long. After the young master defeated Ing Wuji, they dissipated entirely, and thus the chapel did not pursue the matter. I am not well versed in the chapel's affairs. I have, however, discovered the identity of the rumor-mongers and would like to know if the chapel has any methods for handling this situation. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating. "Young master, do you have any concrete evidence regarding this matter?" Yao Yao apprehended several individuals responsible for spreading the rumors, tracing it back to the side branch of our clan. Yi Tuesday, I wonder how the chapel intends to address this? The elder looked at him with some astonishment. "Young master, is this true?" "Naturally, as there are individuals who are currently involved." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted. Since Yi Changxing had the audacity to approach, he must possess some evidence, otherwise he would not be so assertive. "What would you like the chapel to do, young master?" After a moment's reflection, the elder resolved to return the ball to Yi Changxing. It was not that he was unwilling to take action. Rather, this matter involved the currently prominent young master, and it would be wise to consider his opinion first. Yi Changxing was indeed waiting for this cue. "In that case, I have certain thoughts. Although there have been some grievances directed at me from the clan, they were neither severe nor light, which I can naturally overlook. However, Yi Tu, this treacherous rogue, not only spread the rumor that I am a killer body but also disclosed details about my Qingyi physique, leading to Ing Wuji's uproar within our Yi family. For reasons both emotional and rational, this individual must be held accountable. If the elder does not oppose, I wish to handle this matter personally." "What do you think?" The elder suddenly understood. Yi Changxing intended to take matters into his own hands to establish his authority. Previously, due to his inability to cultivate, he had never been favored within the clan. Although he had recently defeated Ing Wuji to vindicate himself, the past impressions had not entirely faded, and some individuals inevitably harbored malice towards him. The young master is destined to be the future clan leader. He naturally possesses this right. Should you require assistance, this old man can mobilize the chapel's experts to accompany you. The elder was forthright, readily agreeing. A smile spread across Yi Changxing's face. "Thank you, elder, in that case. Please send 2 individuals to accompany me to deal with the aftermath." The elder's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze towards Yi Changxing shifted slightly. "Very well, as per the young master's wishes." With a wave of his hand, 2 figures in black robes silently appeared before Yi Changxing. "You will accompany the young master and assist him in handling the aftermath." As they exited the chapel, Yi Yao let out a deep sigh of relief. "The chapel is truly intimidating. I shall not return here again. Indeed, it is a place for apprehending and interrogating criminals. It would be strange if it were not frightening." Yi Changxing replied, his expression serious as he commanded, "Yao Yao, let us bring those witnesses along and confront Yi Tu directly." "Understood." Before long, the group arrived at Yi Tu's residence, accompanied by 3 despondent family servants. After a brief inquiry, they discovered that Yi Tu was not home. Yi Changxing immediately redirected the group towards the residence of the Divine Son, Shao Qian, knowing that these two shared a close relationship, and Xiao Chun would surely know of Yi Tu's whereabouts, the Divine Sun's manner. Xiao Qian and Yi Tu sat at a table, their expressions somewhat gloomy. Chenggu, it seems we cannot deal with that rascal Yi Chongqing for the time being. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, responding with irritation. Does that need to be said? Then, what shall we do next? Take it one step at a time. Just as Xiao Chun sighed, a commotion erupted outside. Hey, 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 this is the Divine Sun's residence. You cannot barge in on the young master. Xiao Qin's expression hardened as he stood, ready to confront the intruders with anger. How dare Yi Chongqing brazenly invade his residence, before he could step outside. A large crowd surged in. Aside from Yi Chongqing's group, the remaining individuals were merely onlookers from the Yi family. Divine Sun, how have you been? Faced with the smiling Yi Chongqing, Xiao Qin's face darkened like water. Yi Chongqing, you have some audacity to invade this Divine Sun's residence with such a force. Do you truly believe that your protection grants you the freedom to act recklessly? Your assertion is somewhat flawed. I have come here for a legitimate matter. Legitimate matter? What legitimate matter could you possibly have? Xiao Chun sneered, utterly unconvinced by Yi Chongqing's words. Yi Chongqing remained unfazed, tilting his head to glance at the pale-faced Yi Tu behind him, smiling as he waved a hand. Xiao Chun, I am not here to seek you out, but rather to confront the person behind you. Yi Tu. What do you want with him? Xiao Qin's brow furrowed. An ominous thought creeping into his mind. Yi Chongqing waved his hand, and two black-robed figures from the chapel pushed the witnesses forward. These three individuals, I wonder if you recognize them. Yi Tu? Xiao Qian turned to look at Yi Tu with confusion, only to see him trembling, drenched in sweat, seemingly filled with dread. Yi Tu, do you know these people? Yi Tu cast a fearful glance at Xiao Qian, lowering his head in silence. Yi Chongqing then took the initiative to explain. Xiao Qian, it appears you are unfamiliar with these individuals. They are servants of our clan. A month ago, they were bribed by Yi Tu to secretly spread rumors that I am a natural killer body, causing me considerable trouble later. He covertly colluded with that Ing Wuji from Zhengzhou to disseminate details about my Qingyi 7 aperture Linglong body. How could you not have noticed such treachery? Xiao Qian's expression suddenly shifted as he finally grasped the nature of Yi Chongqing's so-called legitimate matter. He glanced at Yi Tu, wanting to salvage the situation, but with the chapel and so many clan members present, a poorly chosen word could easily entangle him. Empty words, do you have any evidence? Xiao Qin challenged, though his tone exuded a sense of weakness. They are all witnesses. If you do not believe me, we can go to the chapel together and let the elder demonstrate the truth using the soul-searching method. What do you say? Xiao Chun glared fiercely at Yi Chongqing, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He knew all too well that if he spoke further, he could easily implicate himself. Yi Chongqing ignored him, turning to Yi Tu with a cold smile. What are you waiting for? You have the audacity to face me without shame, do you? All eyes turned to Yi Tu, and the disdainful gazes filled him with both anger and fear. Chapter 52. The Divine Sun's Wrath. Xiao Qin's expression darkened as he glanced between Yi Chongqing and Yi Tu, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. If he remained uninvolved, Yi Tu might betray him, and neither would emerge unscathed. Yet if he intervened, such behavior would also raise suspicions. As he hesitated, Yi Tu suddenly stepped forward, fists clenched, his reddened eyes fixed on Yi Chongqing as he spat. You worthless fool, relying on your privileged lineage, squandering the clan's resources while living off others. What do I care if I despise you? Indeed, I was the one who had rumors spread, and I was the one who contacted Ing Wuji, all to deal with you, you good-for-nothing. At these words, the Yi family members erupted in a chorus of shock. Though they had harbored some grievances against Yi Chongqing, it was merely due to his status as the young clan leader and their frustrations over his perceived inaction. No one had ever dared to plot against him in such a manner. Yi Chongqing smiled, addressing the two black-robed figures from the chapel. You both heard that, right? He has confessed. We have heard it. We can serve as witnesses. One of the black-robed figures nodded in calm affirmation. Xiao Qin's heart raced, preparing to probe further into Yi Chongqing's intentions when Yi Tu suddenly remarked, Chenggu, do not worry. I will bear the consequences of my actions alone, and no one else will be implicated. From now on, you must take care of the family. With that, he turned to Yi Chongqing, pride and defiance radiating from him as he declared, Come on, let us see what you, a worthless fool, can do to me. Xiao Qin's mind finally settled, and he was exceedingly pleased with Yi-Tu's performance. The implication of his words was that he would bear all the blame alone, ensuring that it would not implicate himself, as long as he could avoid being associated with the crime. He believed that with his identity as a divine son, he could gradually devise a way to rescue Yi-Tu later on. Yi Changxing regarded Yi-Tu with a peculiar expression and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are you certain that all these deeds were orchestrated solely by you?" "Indeed. It was I who covertly plotted against you out of disdain." "Do not implicate others," Yi-Tu proclaimed with an air of righteousness, eager to gain favor with Xiao Qin. He was firmly convinced that as long as Xiao Qin did not wish for him to become the target of public scorn, he would surely find a way to rescue him. Yi Changxing turned to the two black-robed figures of the tribunal, asking, "Did you hear that clearly?" The black-robed figures nodded silently. "Good," he replied, before he could finish his sentence. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yi Changxing's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a powerful gust of wind. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and by the time everyone comprehended the situation, Yi-Tu was already sprawled on the ground, with Yi Changxing's foot firmly planted on his face. "Who gave you, a mere branch descendant, the audacity to show such disrespect to the young master and lady of the Yi family?" Yi Changxing's voice was frigid, his murderous intent unmistakable. Xiao Qin's heart raced violently. He considered himself exceptionally gifted, possessing skills that could earn him a reputation even among the young talents of the central continent. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would be unable to react at all when Yi Changxing struck. This signified that if he so desired, even if he were to replace Yi-Tu in that moment, he would likely be unable to defend against such an attack. "Since you are willing to bear the burden alone, I shall also increase the bloodshed. May you seek forgiveness in hell." Despite the calmness in Yi Changxing's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, those who witnessed the scene felt a chill run down their spines. The current Yi Changxing was a stark contrast to the timid and reckless figure they had previously known. "Cough, you dare?" Yi-Tu lay on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, struggling to utter a complete sentence. As Yi Changxing, it is said that on that fateful day, the young master effortlessly brought Yi-Tu crashing to the ground with but a single kick, leaving Xiao Xinzi so terrified that his face turned pale, rendering him motionless as he watched Yi-Tu meet his demise beneath the young master's foot. How could this be possible? Xiao Xinzi is a prodigy of our clan. Surely he would not be so intimidated by the young master. Would he? The boy who had spoken earlier suddenly brimmed with pride, declaring, "What do you know?" When Ing Wuji initially arrived, Xiao Xinzi didn't dare to confront him. It was only the young master who stepped in to defeat that man. "Ah, is that truly the case? Indeed. Do you doubt my words?" The boy continued, drawing the enthusiastic agreement of his companions. "Regardless, our Longxing young master has changed immensely. I overheard my father and uncles discussing that if this continues, the young master might well become a figure akin to the head of the family, capable of protecting our Yi clan. Is that so? The young master is indeed remarkable." A smile graced Yi Yao's lips, bringing her a sense of relief. Although her brother had once seemed lacking in various ways, he had never caused her any distress. Witnessing his transformation was a source of great joy for her. However, upon arriving at the secondary courtyard, her happiness swiftly morphed into dismay. "Sister-in-law, is my brother still crashing into rocks?" Yi Yao asked incredulously, feeling that her brother might be growing increasingly foolish. Ji Yuqingyi chuckled. "Yes, my husband insists this is a form of cultivation, so we need not worry." All right, that I was hoping to play with him," Yi Yao mumbled, finding it difficult to understand why someone with a laid-back system would work so hard. At the back mountain, a massive cliff had been dented by his relentless assault. Tio enhanced the efficacy of his training. He had even urged his mother to reinforce the rock face, rendering it as tough as iron. Exhaling a cloud of stale air, Yi Changxing felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Previously, he believed that with the protection of his parents and the Yi family, he could gradually elevate his cultivation without undue haste. However, the shattering of the rock face and the emergence of talents from Central Continent struck him like a wake-up call. In the vast expanse of the Wanyuan continent, the age-old truth remains. The weak are prey to the strong. Power is synonymous with authority and righteousness. Although he had bested Ing Wuji, it essentially amounted to offending the great Ming dynasty. Perhaps due to his father's influence, they would not openly express their grievances. But their covert machinations would undoubtedly be relentless. Only by wielding power could he safeguard his own safety and that of his family. Chapter 54. Whispers of danger. Yi Changxing understood all too well that had he truly slain Ing Wuji at that moment, the Yi family would have faced the wrath of the great Ming dynasty. Even with his parents by his side, it would likely be insufficient for his protection. Power is everything. This realization had struck Yi Changxing profoundly during this period. If he possessed enough strength, perhaps he could, like Ing Wuji, storm into the prince's estate in Central Continent and confront the princess with his innermost thoughts. Of course, he only entertained such notions. He would never engage in such unprincipled actions. While he was resting, Yi Yao's voice echoed from the woods. "Brother, are you still crashing into rocks?" Yi Changxing couldn't help but retort, "Use your brain a little." "I said I was training, not mindlessly bashing rocks." "Oh, it's all the same. By the way, I have some joyous news to share." "What is it?" Yi Yao found a stone to sit on, her excitement palpable. "Since you defeated Yi Tu last time, I've heard many people praising you, saying your methods are assertive and resolute. Brother, everyone now genuinely regards you as the young master." Yi Changxing shook his head. "What's there to be happy about? People can think whatever they like. That's not right. You are the young clan leader. Winning the people's hearts is certainly a good thing." Yi Changxing sighed. "Silly girl, if I truly wanted to win hearts, wouldn't the knowledge we acquired in our past life suffice? Don't forget, with just a little effort, what we learned is the art of slaying dragons." Yi Yao pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. Her curiosity piqued. "Then, brother, why didn't you do that back then?" "At that time, I was unable to cultivate. What would be the point of occupying the position of young clan leader?" "Well, you make a valid point. In any case, brother, your reputation is currently quite favorable. If you strive to become the clan leader, I can continue to ride your coattails." With that, Yi Yao swaggered away, leaving Yi Changxing speechless. After a period of cultivation, he had begun to generate a moderate amount of primal energy within him, gradually enhancing his realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that his Taihuang ancient body could cultivate was already the best outcome. A tranquil month passed before Yi Changxing was summoned to the council hall. Upon his arrival, he found numerous high-ranking members of the family gathered, including some significant younger generation figures. The gravity of the situation left Yi Changxing somewhat bewildered, as he silently speculated what pressing matter could have prompted such a serious assembly. Before long, everyone had assembled, and his parents emerged from the side hall. "We have called upon the family to discuss a matter of utmost urgency," Yi Father proclaimed. "This issue is grave and may even pertain to the future survival of our Yi family." Upon hearing Yi Father's words, murmurs erupted within the council hall as everyone speculated what could possibly provoke such a significant upheaval. "Elder, please elucidate the situation for everyone," Yi Father urged. The elder nodded. A troubled expression etched upon his aged face. "I believe everyone is aware of the recent incident involving the Central Continent prince Ing Wuji causing a ruckus at our Yi family. Originally, a source wall existed between Central Continent and Eastern Continent, creating a barrier that made crossing nearly impossible. Many forces in Eastern Continent believed that the fissures in the source wall would naturally heal. However, just yesterday, reports from several border factions indicated that not only had the fissures failed to heal, but they were instead widening. If the fissures in the source wall do not heal, it will inevitably lead to an influx of individuals from Central Continent into our Eastern Continent. At that point, the intervention of major forces will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the situation in Eastern Continent. As the saying goes, under a collapsing nest, there are no intact eggs. Our Yi family will not escape this fate. As one of the top powers in Eastern Continent, we will inevitably become a focal point for the forces from Central Continent. With this declaration, the council hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yi Changxing's heart raced. His initial suspicions were indeed correct. The source wall could not heal autonomously. This implied that the affair between him and Ing Wuji might invoke unforeseen complications. After all, he was the third prince of the Great Ming dynasty, and even for the sake of the dynasty's reputation, there would surely be some who would seek to address this issue. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within him. If he did not swiftly enhance his cultivation, any unforeseen circumstances could place his life and that of his family in jeopardy. As he pondered, the elder continued, "Please, quiet down." The voices gradually subsided as all eyes turned toward the elder. "Although this matter will undoubtedly cause a stir in Eastern Continent, you, as the backbone of our clan or the talented youth of the younger generation. Must not lose your composure at this critical juncture. The council and the family head had already devised specific measures, which the head of the family would now explain. Why father took the floor. His expression grave. The arrival of individuals from Central Continent into our Eastern Continent will surely be for their own gain. As the elder stated, our Yi family, being a leading power in Eastern Continent, will undoubtedly be their primary target. Therefore, in the coming period, the family guards must enhance their vigilance, preventing any unfamiliar faces from entering freely. Additionally, the family resources will be made abundantly available. Utilize whatever you need. With the primary focus on enhancing your cultivation, at this point, Yi father's gaze fell upon the younger generation, particularly emphasizing, you must hasten the elevation of your strength. You all witnessed Ing Wuji's performance last time. If it weren't for Changxing's intervention, our younger generation would have lacked any capable defenders. Should the talents from Central Continent emerge, it will be challenging for us older generations to intervene. And the reputation of the Yi family will rest upon your shoulders. Do you understand? Understood. The young individuals, somewhat confused, agreed with a hint of excitement on their faces. After all, it is an age imbued with fervor and impulsiveness. Possessing the talent to secure a place here is commendable, and everyone aspires to be the unrivaled peer among their contemporaries. Yet, only Yi Changxing bore a serious expression, his heart heavy with gravity and pressure. It was only after engaging in combat with Ing Wuji that he comprehended the terrifying prowess of the talents from Central Continent. Ing Wuji alone could be regarded as an invincible figure among his peers, let alone those prodigies ranked even higher. Were it not for his unique circumstances, the previous confrontation with Ing Wuji might have resulted in a significant loss of face for the Yi family. However, such thoughts were best left unspoken, lest he inadvertently bolster others' ambitions while diminishing his own prestige. The youthful vigor of the young men was commendable. It was crucial not to extinguish their fervent enthusiasm. After Ye's father and the Council of Elders made some detailed arrangements, the meeting came to an end. Chapter 55. News from Central Continent, although the news was conveyed to the higher-ups and young talents. Ye's father emphasized the necessity of confidentiality before their departure. Should the information leak, it would pose a tremendous threat to the stability of the family and potentially incite various other issues. Just as Yi Changxing was about to leave, the Grand Elder called out to him. Alongside him were several chosen disciples being groomed for prominence within the clan. Once others had departed, the council did not move, indicating there were matters not suitable for broader discourse. You can likely surmise that your presence here is due to other vital information we wish to discuss. The Grand Elder sighed before continuing. According to reports from our informants, although the fissures in the cliff continue to widen, a formidable suppression still exists, preventing those ancient beings from Central Continent from crossing over. The forces from Central Continent covet our Eastern Continent's resources, prompting various factions to expend considerable resources to dispatch some young prodigies here. Their intention is to subdue the next generation of Eastern Continent's talents, thereby facilitating the establishment of strongholds in our territory. The situation, indeed, was far more dire than previously articulated. The young talents' expressions turned grave. Having reached their current stature, they were not foolish and understood the implications of the influx of young prodigies from Central Continent. Ye's father suddenly turned to the pensive Yi Changxing. Changxing, you are the only one from our Yi family who has engaged in direct combat with the talents of Central Continent. What is your assessment of Ing Wuji's strength? Yi Changxing paused momentarily, reflected deeply, and then shook his head at as all of you are aware. Ing Wuji ranks only around 30 among the young generation of Central Continent. You also know that while my physical prowess is formidable, I lack the ability to cultivate. Yet, based solely on physical strength, I dare say there is no peer within the Eastern Continent who can rival me. While such a statement may seem arrogant, most present agreed. As Yi Changxing's track record spoke for itself. Aside from defeating Ing Wuji, during the last debt collection endeavor with his father, he had sparred with numerous Eastern Continent talents without ever tasting defeat, thus earning the right to make such claims. Indeed, I can also assure you that Changxing's physique is unparalleled in the Eastern Continent. Ye's father interjected, a transcendent expert of the Void Emperor realm, whose discernment was certainly not lacking. However, it must be noted that although Ing Wuji was defeated by me, he did so without utilizing his full cultivation. The Qingjiao sacred body is equally formidable. and all present have witnessed its terrifying regenerative capabilities. Should he truly unleash his full power, I fear there would be no prodigy from the eastern continent capable of matching him. Yi Changxing's solemn words cast a shadow over the gathered young talents. At that moment, an incongruous voice cut through the tension. Yi Changxing, are you implying that you are so intimidated by the talents of Central Continent that you deliberately exaggerate their prowess? Yi Changxing frowned and turned to see Xiao Qian sneering at him. Ha! While your physical strength is impressive, your lack of cultivation experience raises doubts about your ability to accurately gauge Wuji's strength, he continued. Others also harbored some skepticism, given that Yi Changxing had never cultivated before, which could lead to misestimations. Yi Changxing's gaze instantly turned frigid. Though I cannot cultivate, this formidable physique has been honed through my own efforts. If you do not believe me, I challenge you to a duel. I promise you, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will concede that I have exaggerated my claims and relinquish the position of young master to you. What say you? The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. He dared to wager the position of young master, a clear testament to his unwavering confidence. Xiao Qian clenched his teeth, a surge of anger compelling him to accept. Yet a flicker of rationality urged him not to act impulsively, lest he find himself in an even more precarious predicament. The physical prowess Yi Changxing exhibited in his battle with Wuji was certainly beyond Xiao Qian's current capabilities. To wager the position of young master meant he must present a corresponding stake. A defeat would be a significant blow to him. He lacked the courage and confidence to contend with Yi Changxing in a physical confrontation. Enough, enough. Changxing, do not act rashly. Xiao Qian, refrain from speaking further. The young master has first-hand experience in battle with Wuji, and his insights are undoubtedly credible, the second elder interjected, attempting to defuse the escalating tension. Yi Changxing huffed disdainfully, his tone dripping with contempt. Though I lack cultivation, I am still willing to stand firm for the Yi family in times of peril, unlike some who only possess empty words. Xiao Qian, fists clenched tightly, lowered his head, unwilling to respond. Should he dare to speak again, Yi Changxing would certainly seize the opportunity to retaliate. Elders, it is not that the younger generation seeks to undermine the talents of Central Continent. The disparity in strength between both sides is evident, and no matter how much I downplay the abilities of those from Central Continent, when it comes to battle, strength and cultivation will ultimately dictate the outcome. I advise you all to remain vigilant and dedicate this time to rigorous training. There is no challenge insurmountable for those with determination, even if we currently fall short of their prowess. Diligence and effort will ultimately yield rewards. However, to place our hopes on the fallibility of Central Continent's talents is a fool's errand, and we may end up with nothing but disarray. With that, Yi Changxing rose and bowed to his father and the elders. Father, elders, I have spoken my piece. Those who wish to listen may do so. Those who do not need not concern themselves, I offer this warning. And now, I am weary. Please continue your discussions. With that, he turned and departed, unwilling to squander any more time on such matters. Once he left, the assembly hall fell silent for a moment before Ye's father sighed. Changxing may have spoken harshly, but his words reflect the reality we, the Eastern Continent and the Yi family, must face. After you return, you must train diligently. The clan will not skimp on resources. Utilize as much as you can. You, the younger generation, are the future and pillars of the Yi family, and you must not falter. Do you understand? The young generation quickly acquiesced, though their expressions remained grave. The talents of Central Continent loomed over them like a dark cloud. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Yi Changxing made his way to the back mountain once more. It was a serene place free from disturbances, ideal for his training and contemplation. Sitting before the hollow in the mountain wall, Yi Changxing closed his eyes and began to ponder deeply. Currently, he had cultivated the ability of illusionary power through the method of colliding with the mountain wall. Yet there remained a significant gap compared to those who absorbed spiritual energy through conventional means. To accelerate his training, it seemed he would need to rely on combat with others. More critically, he had begun to experience some issues within his body during this period. Chapter 56. Hidden Injuries. The cultivation method of the Great Wasteland Sutra is rather peculiar. It necessitates the continual infliction of physical strikes upon the body, allowing the fusion of vital energy and spiritual essence. Recently, he had engaged in mutual sparring with those prodigies, coupled with relentless impacts against stone walls, resulting in significant advancements in combat prowess while simultaneously inflicting considerable harm upon his body. Although these injuries were not overtly severe, they were deeply concealed and intricate, accumulating over time to harbor hidden afflictions within him. Typically, these injuries do not manifest themselves, however, should he become careless, especially during future battles or when his cultivation reaches greater heights. They could inevitably become a perilous landmine waiting to detonate. To address this predicament, Yi Changxing pondered for several days and had consulted Gu Qingyi as well as his parents, yet he could not find a viable solution. According to their assessments, his body was currently in excellent health, thereby rendering both spiritual nourishment and medicinal herbs ineffective in penetrating the depths of his flesh. The only recourse lay in a comprehensive body tempering. However, having achieved the indestructible golden body, the difficulty of such tempering was exceedingly high. And even his father had little assurance of success. The good news was that the Great Wasteland Sutra contained some recorded methods for dealing with such situations, suggesting the use of medicinal substances to gradually nurture the body, thus alleviating the hidden injuries nestled deep within. Yet, this brought forth a significant challenge. The herbs documented in the scriptures were either entirely unfamiliar to him or exceedingly rare, to the extent that even the Yi family's esteemed lineage did not possess them. Assembling a sufficient quantity of tempering herbs seemed an endeavor destined to stretch into the distant future. After much contemplation, Yi Changxing found himself at an impasse. Most critically, he hoped to receive assistance or guidance from the system. Yet it seemed as if the system had entered a state of dormancy, offering no response to his various inquiries and tests. Resigned, Yi Changxing set this matter aside for the time being. While the eastern continent was rife with an atmosphere of impending storm, the Yi family remained in a state of tranquility. After all, they were backed by a powerful Void Emperor, which granted them a degree of confidence not found in other factions. In another courtyard, Yi Changxing gazed at the mountain of medicinal herbs before him, his expression one of helplessness. As the young master, he naturally had access to his own cultivation resources, particularly after demonstrating remarkable physical aptitude, leading to a greater allocation of family resources. However, these spiritual herbs and elixirs held little significance for him, as they could not aid in the cultivation of his wasteland energy, nor could they resolve the issue of his internal hidden injuries. In the midst of his inner turmoil, Gu Qingyi entered the room. "Husband, Qingyi, you're back. Were you busy with matters at the spirit field?" Gu Qingyi sat down, shaking her head. "It wasn't particularly busy. I merely offered my opinions on some minor issues. The overall direction is under my mother's guidance, so there shouldn't be any significant problems. That's good." With a sigh, Yi Changxing stared blankly at the table laden with dissipating spiritual resources. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Gu Qingyi took the initiative to ask, "Husband, is there something troubling you?" Yi Changxing snapped back to reality and nodded. "Yes, some cultivation issues. By the way, take these resources for yourself. They will help you break through sooner." Yu Qingyi was taken aback. "Husband, these resources are meant for you to cultivate. I have my own share and cannot utilize them. Moreover, you are the young master of the Yi family, bearing a greater burden. An early breakthrough would benefit both you and the family. My situation is somewhat unique. These resources are of little use to me. Qingyi, please keep them." Yi Changxing replied with a wry smile. Observing Gu Qingyi's hesitant demeanor, he continued, "Rest assured, Qingyi, I am most aware of my circumstances, and these resources truly won't benefit me. You should take them. After all, you possess the 9 apertures exquisite sacred body, so your cultivation speed is no less than that of those prodigies from the central continent." Seeing his earnestness, Gu Qingyi reluctantly gathered the resources on the table. "Husband, is there truly no way to resolve your issues? I've already consulted my parents, and they currently have no effective solution, so try not to dwell on it." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi could not help but say, if even her parents, who were experts, had no immediate remedy, her concerns would indeed be futile. Gazing at Yi Changxing's troubled expression, Gu Qingyi offered words of comfort. "Husband, there's no need to rush. Let us think of a solution together." As she spoke, she gently grasped Yi Changxing's hand, wishing to provide him solace. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, but could not help but smile. "Understood, Qingyi. There's no hurry regarding this matter. You should find peace." Gu Qingyi still bore the responsibilities of Spirit Field Island, and with the current tumultuous season, she could not afford to remain idle. After a brief while, she departed the room, Why Changxing couldn't he help but call out once more in his mind. System? System Big Brother? System Daddy? Please respond to me. Unfortunately, the system remained silent, as if truly offline, offering no reaction whatsoever. With a long sigh, Yi Changsheng leaned on the table, lost in a haze of thoughts. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed into his mind. During his battle with Ing Wuji, he had nearly shattered his skull with a single punch, yet despite that, he had not been able to finish him off. Moreover, upon regaining consciousness, his injuries had healed remarkably quickly, and in no time, his breath had stabilized. It was from that moment that he truly comprehended the formidable prowess of the Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body. What if he could obtain the cultivation techniques of the Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body? With its formidable restorative capabilities, it could undoubtedly mend the hidden injuries within his body. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Changxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the joy was short-lived, as he soon deflated like a punctured balloon. The Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body was the core secret manual of the Daqing dynasty. His chances of obtaining it were virtually non-existent. What a pity! A path he had painstakingly discovered had once again come to an abrupt end. Yet, he couldn't help but fantasize. If the Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body was so powerful, how extraordinary would its advanced version, the Azure Tsong's sacred body, be? Just the thought of it made him yearn for that technique immensely. Alas, given the current circumstances, such aspirations could only remain in the realm of fantasy. Since there was no immediate solution, Yi Changxing resolved to devote his time to cultivation. The generation of wasteland energy was considerably more challenging than other cultivation methods, resulting in a correspondingly slower pace. However, he had privately experimented and found that this power exerted an immense suppressive force on cultivators of spiritual energy, evoking a sense of breaking through myriad laws with sheer strength. In due time, as his cultivation deepened, he might truly reach such a level. While he immersed himself in the Great Wasteland Sutra, an unexpected piece of news surfaced. I am still in the process of learning and cannot answer this question at the moment. Please try rephrasing your inquiry. Chapter 57. The Visit of the Crown Prince of Daqing in the Courtyard. Yi Changxing gazed gravely at the somewhat pale-faced Gu Qingyi, filled with concern as he asked, Qingyi, how do you feel now? Gu Qingyi forced a weak smile. Husband, do not worry. It's just a bit of stomach pain, nothing serious. Nothing serious? Yi Changxing could not help but widen his eyes, his tone growing more intense. You were sweating profusely from pain last night. If I hadn't been awakened, would you have just endured it indefinitely? Saying this, he took hold of Gu Qingyi's hand and gently reassured her, rest assured. I have already informed my parents about this matter. They are currently sending for a renowned healer from the Eastern continent. It won't be long before you feel better. Though he spoke with optimism, Yi Changxing's heart was far from reassured. Gu Qingyi's ailment was exceedingly strange. Every night, she would suffer from unbearable abdominal pain that lasted for about half an hour before subsiding. The family's healer, a highly skilled individual, had examined her repeatedly yet failed to identify the issue. Even his parents had personally investigated her condition, but still, no cause could be discerned. Consequently, the Yi family had exhausted their options and decided to invite esteemed healers from all corners of the Eastern continent, hoping one of them could uncover the root of Gu Qingyi's affliction. Yi Changxing had ceased his cultivation, remaining by Gu Qingyi's side to care for her day in and day out. Within a few days, over a dozen esteemed healers from the Eastern continent had visited the Yi family, but the results were disheartening. Though they possessed exceptional medical skills, none had encountered a condition where the cause remained elusive. The situation had reached a stalemate, intensifying Yi Changxing's anxiety. If this continued, Gu Qingyi might genuinely face life-threatening dangers. The Yi family also placed great significance on this matter. Not to mention that Gu Qingyi was the saintess of the esteemed Gu family in the Eastern continent. Her 7 apertures exquisite body alone warranted the Yi family to invest enormous resources to save her. While the Yi family pondered strategies to rescue Gu Qingyi, an unexpected guest appeared unannounced. The crown prince of the Daqing dynasty, Ing Wuji, had come to visit the Yi family. His clear voice rippled through the air, resonating so that the entire Yi family could hear him distinctly. Above, a more massive and menacing azure flood dragon coiled in the sky, far grander than the last time it had appeared beneath Ing Wuji. Beside the azure flood dragon stood 2 expressionless elders. The senior members of the Yi family emerged one after another to investigate, their expressions grave. The Grand Elder gazed at the formidable azure flood dragon suspended in the air and could not help but let out a soft sigh. The eastern continent is about to witness a storm. After a sigh, the Grand Elder rose into the air, smiling politely as he said, "Ah, it turns out that the Crown Prince of the Great Ing Dynasty has graced us with his presence. The Yi family is truly honored." The young man on the Qingjiao was strikingly handsome and valiant, clad in deep crimson spiritual armor, exuding an air of confidence and disdain with every glance. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me, esteemed elder, that I apologize for my impudent visit. I hope the Yi family will forgive my intrusion." Although the Crown Prince of the Great Ing Dynasty acted flamboyantly, his words were measured. Appearing exceedingly courteous compared to Ing Wuji, the Grand Elder nodded with a smile. "Your Highness is too kind. The Yi family is but a humble abode. I hope you will pardon any shortcomings in our hospitality. I am the Grand Elder of the Yi family. Please, Your Highness, come inside for a discussion, of course, of course. May I inquire if the Great Emperor Yi is at home?" The family head is indeed present, although I cannot say whether he is busy. "Not at all, not at all. If the Emperor is preoccupied, it is only fitting for me to wait." The two engaged in exceedingly courteous discourse, the atmosphere far more amicable than their previous encounter. Upon entering the Grand Hall, several important elders of the Yi family came forth to welcome Ing W.as the Crown Prince of the Great Ing Dynasty. He held a distinction that markedly set him apart from the third prince Ing Wuji, allowing him to represent the face of the Great Ing Dynasty to some extent. Once the hosts and guests were seated, they exchanged pleasantries, and the Grand Elder tentatively inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, what brings you to the Yi family?" Ing Wuji chuckled softly and replied in a calm manner, "I have come primarily to pay my respects to the Great Emperor Ye.as for the other matter. It is best discussed once the Emperor is present." Suddenly, Ing Wuji left them in suspense, causing the elders to furrow their brows in concern. Just then, a serene voice resounded from the central seat of honor. "I have arrived. Speak your mind." Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared in the previously empty seat. It was the head of the Yi family, a ninth-rank void emperor. The expressions of the two elders behind Ing Wuji grew grave. The Yi patriarch glanced at them, taking note of the two saintly figures guarding him, affirming that the foundation of the Great Ing Dynasty was indeed extraordinary. Ing Wuji immediately rose and respectfully bowed. "I am Ing Wuji, here to pay my respects to the Great Emperor Yi." The Yi patriarch raised a hand. "No need for formalities. How fares your father?" "Thank you for your concern, Great Emperor. My father is well." "What brings you to the Yi family?" The Yi patriarch was not one to beat around the bush and directly questioned Ing Wuji's intentions. Momentarily taken aback, Ing Wuji's smile deepened as he stated, "I have come to visit the esteemed Great Emperor and also to apologize on behalf of my brother Wuji. Having grown up outside the palace, my father and mother were somewhat negligent in his upbringing, leading him to develop a rather unruly temperament. He previously offended the Yi family and esteemed elders, and I hope you will all show leniency." As he spoke, he placed a spatial ring on the table. Smiling as he added, "Inside is a small token of my appreciation. I hope the Yi family will not refuse it." The Grand Elder glanced at the Yi patriarch, who showed no particular reaction, and waved his hand to retrieve the ring. Upon probing it with his divine sense, even he could not suppress his astonishment. Indeed, the wealth and resources of this entity were unparalleled. The value of this gift alone could nearly rival the Yi family's annual income. And he felt the ring was almost too hot to handle. However, the Yi patriarch had no objections, so he suppressed his astonishment. "You have a good heart. Young people are bound to make mistakes. As long as they can repent, it is never too late." Ing Wuji chuckled, "The broad-mindedness of the great emperor is admirable. I will certainly relay your teachings to my father upon my return." The Yi patriarch nodded, closing his eyes and saying nothing further. Deep down, he understood well that if the crown prince of the Great Ing dynasty were truly here merely to apologize, it would be akin to the sun rising from the west. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, Ing Wuji suddenly spoke again. "Esteemed elders, you should have all received news regarding the unhealable rift in the rock wall, correct?" The Grand Elder's brow furrowed immediately. "Indeed, this matter has only just come to our attention," he responded, eager to discern Ing Wuji's true intentions. "Haha, it is only natural for the Yi family, as a top-tier force in Dongzhou, to be well informed. Since you are all aware of this situation, you likely understand what it means for us in Zhongzhou. Do you not?" Chapter 58. The ambitions of Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted. They were acutely aware that the widening rift in the rock wall signified that those coming from Zhongzhou would face increasingly less resistance. And even those profound cultivators might eventually cross over. It was precisely for this reason that the Yi family had made such tense preparations recently. However, with Ing Wuji bringing it up now, could it be a veiled threat against the Yi family? The Yi patriarch narrowed his eyes, calmly observing Ing W. As their gazes met, Ing Wuji quickly averted his eyes, feeling a tremor of trepidation. The pressure contained in the gaze of a being who had one foot poised at the threshold of the heavens was enough to instill fear. Since all esteemed elders are aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The major forces in Zhongzhou have prepared and intend to dispatch representatives to Dongzhou for a thorough exchange. The Yi family stands as a leading force in Dongzhou. With the great Emperor Yi as an unparalleled stronghold, they are undoubtedly the dominant figures in this land. Our great Ing dynasty, having a semblance of reputation in Zhongzhou, also plans to send representatives for discourse in Dongzhou. However, we are unfamiliar with the terrain and may encounter unforeseen complications. If we could count on the Yi family as an ally, it would greatly facilitate our endeavors. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals finally grasped Ing Wuji's intentions. He had come with a desire to recruit the Yi family. With the great Ing dynasty's presence in Zhongzhou and the Yi family and esteemed elders suppressing matters in Dongzhou, the two families could support each other, solidifying Dongzhou into an unassailable fortress. What do you all think? Ing Wuji's words sounded quite appealing, speaking of alliances and mutual support, yet the Yi patriarch understood all too well that with the Yi family's stature, there was no basis for partnering with a force of the great Ing dynasty's caliber. What he called mutual support was likely a veiled demand for the Yi family to submit and ally. Such significant matters were not for the elders to casually discuss, and their gazes converged on the Yi patriarch. Ing Wuji similarly awaited his response with anticipation. If the Yi family and a top-tier powerhouse from Dongzhou were to join forces, the great Ing dynasty would gain a decisive advantage in Dongzhou. The other forces in Zhongzhou would need to concede substantial benefits to the great Ing dynasty if they hoped to divide the spoils. Thus, the Yi patriarch's stance was of utmost importance. A tense silence lingered as the Yi patriarch sat, a faint smile gracing his lips. The great Ing dynasty is indeed a top-tier force in Zhongzhou. While my Yi family, in comparison, is but a firefly beside the bright moon, my son has a saying. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The Yi family was well aware of their own circumstances. They had no grand ambitions. By the way, I am curious, do you enjoy tea, Wuji? My Yi family possesses a superior branch of the Enlightenment tea tree, yielding a modest harvest each year. Perhaps you would like to sample it? Ing Wuji's expression turned slightly bewildered, unsure of the sudden shift in the conversation's topic. Yet, being a being of the Emperor realm, the Yi patriarch's words undoubtedly held significance, warranting careful consideration. Could it be that the Enlightenment tea signifies the great Emperor Ye's goodwill? That he is willing to collaborate with the great Ing dynasty? No, that cannot be right. If that were the case, he would not have made those earlier comments. Ing Wuji's mind raced with speculation. While the Yi patriarch cheerfully shifted the discussion to another subject, Grand Elder, I heard that your third daughter's son is soon to be wed. I wonder which young man has caught her fancy? The Grand Elder cast a strange glance at the silent Ing Wuji, then at the inquisitive Yi patriarch, hesitating for a moment before responding. It is the Zhang family from Linyuan Valley. Although a modest family, they have cultivated their younger generation quite well. My granddaughter has taken a liking to the Zhang family's young master for his integrity, and thus she wishes to marry him. That is splendid. As the saying goes, a beautiful maiden deserves a hero. Grand Elder, you might encourage the younger generation to interact more with the Zhang family, as we are, after all, the maiden's family. The two appear to be engrossed in their conversation, leaving Ing Wuji feeling somewhat sidelined. Despite their prior discussion on alliances, the Yi patriarch had suddenly veered the conversation elsewhere. He wished to interject, but recognized the need to adhere to the expected decorum within their domain. After a quarter of an hour, the Yi patriarch continued chatting with the Grand Elder about trivial matters, seemingly oblivious to Ing Wuji's presence, denying him any opportunity to speak. Finally, seizing a moment when the Yi patriarch paused for tea, Ing Wuji urgently exclaimed, "Great Emperor Yi, I have another message to convey." The Yi patriarch paused momentarily, setting down his teacup with a warm smile. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten about you, my nephew. Please, share your news." King Wuji could not help but feel a twinge of frustration internally. This Yi patriarch was rather audacious. He referred to himself as a junior, and the man actually took the bait. Great Emperor Yi, you must surely be aware that our Wanyuan continent is comprised of Zhongzhou and Dongzhou, correct? Ye's father furrowed his brow, faintly sensing that the matter was far from simple. The Grand Elder, somewhat astonished, interjected. This issue is not a secret. Aside from our two continents, there are also the western, southern, and northern continents. However, since the formation of the rock walls, communication among them has been completely severed, resulting in scarce information regarding their circumstances. Ingwudi nodded, then articulated each word with precision. Are you aware that not only have fissures appeared in the rock walls between the eastern continent and the central continent? He continued. The rock walls separating the western, southern, and northern continents from our central continent have also developed cracks. What? The Grand Elder could not help but exclaim, staring in disbelief at Ingwudi. Initially, they had presumed that only the rock walls between the eastern and central continents were problematic. But now it appeared that this issue directly implicated all 5 continents. Ye's father narrowed his eyes, inquiring, are you suggesting that the central continent has already investigated these areas? The fact that Ingwudi could openly discuss this matter indicated that the information was not regarded as a secret within the central continent. Given the nature of those individuals, they would naturally seize such an opportunity to exploit resources and secure benefits. Ingwudi chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, our central continent has indeed explored these 3 locations. I wonder if the esteemed elder would be interested in hearing about their findings. A tumult of emotions surged within Ye's father, yet his countenance remained composed. Please, go on. Noticing his lack of reaction, Ingwudi felt a twinge of disappointment. Tio discussed these 3 continents. It is essential for you to have a general understanding of our central continent first. I wonder how much the Yi family is aware of our central continent situation. Chapter 59. The Yi family faces a dilemma in response to Ingwudi's probing question. The members of the Yi family exchanged glances, revealing their collective ignorance on the subject. Ye's father frowned slightly. The other continents had been out of contact with the eastern continent for a long time, leaving the Yi family with limited knowledge about their circumstances. Ingwudi's smile widened. I had surmised as much. For no one could have anticipated that the rock walls, which have stood for over 10,000 years, would suddenly develop cracks. Since you are not well informed, allow me to provide a brief overview of their situation. Ingwudi surveyed the assembly, his gaze tinged with suppressed disdain. Don't understand the other 3 continents. You must first comprehend the nature of our central continent. First, let me state a fact. How do you all feel about this? The central continent is the most powerful among the 5 continents. Do any of you disagree? Upon hearing this declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence. Although Ingwudi's words were audacious and arrogant, the assembled individuals could not help but acknowledge the truth of his statement. Ye's father raised an eyebrow, prompting, what exactly are you trying to imply? Ingwudi chuckled softly, his expression suddenly turning serious. In the central continent, the strongest powers are the Divine Temple, the Tianshi Pavilion, and my great Ing Dynasty. At this point, a look of pride illuminated Ingwudi's face. These 3 factions represent the pinnacle of strength in the central continent. However, in the other 3 continents, formidable powers exist that rival our 3 factions. This revelation struck the Yi family like a thunderclap, leaving them dumbfounded. Even Ye's father was astonished by this news. Such powers exist in the other 3 continents? An elder queried incredulously, struggling to fathom the implications. Ingwudi nodded nonchalantly. Naturally, in fact, fissures in the rock walls between the central continent and the other 3 continents appeared even earlier than those on the eastern continent. Therefore, we dispatched individuals to gather intelligence for a longer period, allowing us to ascertain their circumstances. The most prominent power in the western continent is the nation of 10,000 Buddhas. This faction is exceedingly mysterious. Despite our extensive inquiries, we have yet to uncover precise details, only knowing that they primarily practice Buddhist cultivation. Even our divine temple treats them with the utmost respect. Based on the calculations of our wise men, the nation of 10,000 Buddhas may not rival the divine temple in strength, but the difference is negligible. The expressions of the Yi family were a mixture of solemnity and bitterness. If the western continent could boast such a power, it was likely that the other 2 continents were similarly formidable. In contrast, the Yi family, despite being among the leading factions in the eastern continent, paled in comparison to the likes of the great Ing dynasty. Were it not for the extraordinary talent of their own emperor, the great Qing dynasty might not even deign to engage with them. Opting instead to simply dominate, Ing Wudi continued his exposition. Aside from the western continent, the southern continent boasts the Desolate Palace, while the northern continent is home to the Sea King Palace. These two factions dominate their respective territories, rivaling our great Qing dynasty without a hint of inferiority. You can imagine how formidable they are. Though these statements appeared straightforward, they struck the Yi family like a tempest. They sorrowfully realized that even as the Yi family stood among the elite forces of the eastern continent, they were but insignificant players compared to their counterparts. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. As a cultivator at the emperor level, he had been privy to many secrets unknown to others. He had suspected that the other three continents might surpass the eastern continent. Yet he had never anticipated such a stark contrast. The eastern continent's weaknesses stemmed from deficiencies in its rules and the inadequacies of the heavenly Tao, which rendered it exceedingly challenging for its inhabitants to cultivate and advance. Once, the eastern continent had only been slightly weaker than the central continent, teeming with powerful figures. Yet, following an unprecedented war that swept across the eastern continent, countless extraordinary talents had been drawn into the fray, ultimately resulting in devastating losses. This cataclysm had showcased the prowess of several top-tier experts, shattering a portion of the heavenly Tao in the eastern continent, with a significant number of elite individuals lost and the heavenly Tao in disarray. The path of cultivation had grown increasingly arduous, leading to the present state of stagnation. It was no wonder the cultivators from the central continent acted with such arrogance in the eastern continent. Compared to the other three continents, the eastern continent appeared painfully impoverished. Reflecting on this, Ye's father could not suppress a sigh of despair. He had initially thought this was merely a matter between the eastern and central continents. Yet the situation across the entire Wanyuan continent had escalated to such a tense degree. No wonder, the moment the rock walls cracked, individuals from the central continent rushed in. For those factions, the eastern continent resembled a lawless territory. Whoever could seize control would reap abundant resources and benefits, thereby strengthening their own power. Fortunately, the existence of the rock walls had temporarily hindered the arrival of those ancient beings from the central continent, granting the various factions in the eastern continent a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Noticing the contemplative silence that enveloped the assembly, Ing Wudi cleared his throat and continued, "Now, you all should comprehend the current situation on the Wanyuan continent. With myriad factions vying for dominance and an influx of talent, a great era of competition is imminent. You must prepare in advance. So, are you not considering exploring alternatives?" Though Ing Wudi's words seemed directed at the entire assembly, they were, in truth, a probe into Ye's father's stance. As the most powerful figure in the eastern continent and the head of the Yi family, his opinion essentially represented the will of the Yi family. Should they manage to win the Yi family over, the great Qing dynasty would gain a significant advantage in this region. However, recalling the current state of the dynasty, Ing Wudi could not help but feel a twinge of unease. Observing that Ye's father remained silent, the Grand Elder took the initiative to steer the conversation. "Your Highness, this matter holds profound implications for our Yi family. It is not a decision we can make hastily. We must deliberate thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion." Ing Wudi smiled, turning to Ye's father. "Yi Emperor, my father has prepared fine tea, awaiting your arrival." Ye's father chuckled lightly, resting his elbow on the armrest. Propping his chin on his hand, "Please convey a message for me. I appreciate your father's good intentions, but as a local, such fine offerings do not suit me. It would be best not to squander such kindness." Ing Wudi was momentarily taken aback. The head of the Yi family had made his refusal quite clear. Disappointment flickered across his face. "Why, Yi Emperor, as the saying goes, mutual benefit arises from cooperation. This arrangement would be advantageous for both parties. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider?" Ye's father simply smiled and gently shook his head, offering no response to the inquiry. The Grand Elder seized the opportunity to intervene. "Your Highness, this matter demands careful consideration. We must engage in thorough discussions before reaching a decision." Chapter 60. Secrets of the Dynasty. Ing Wudi nodded, refraining from pressuring the Yi family to express their stance. He was a wise individual, well aware that haste would only yield adverse results. If he were to rely solely on the formidable might of the great Qing dynasty to coerce them, it would only serve to alienate the Yi family further. Regrettably, were it not for the difficulties at home, he would not have to tread so cautiously, infused with a sense of compromise. When the fissures appeared on the cliffs of the other three continents and the central continent, the Great Qing dynasty, confident in its abundant heritage, deemed this desolate land unworthy of exploration, thus neglecting the matter at hand. It was only after the other two families communicated with the factions on the three continents that news began to circulate, revealing that these lands were not as barren as initially thought and possessed forces comparable to their own. The temple and the heavenly mechanism pavilion engaged in exchanges with these factions, reaping considerable rewards. By the time the Great Qing dynasty realized the situation, they had already missed the opportune moment for engagement. At that juncture, the other two families had established relatively stable connections with the forces of the three continents, further solidifying their trust in the temple and the heavenly mechanism pavilion. The Great Qing dynasty's attempts to insert itself into this scenario were thwarted, as the forces of the central continent were unwilling to allow it, and the factions on the three continents were equally distrustful. Thus, the dynasty found itself in a precarious predicament, bordering on a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the emergence of the Eastern continent as a breakthrough, the Great Qing dynasty might have gradually declined, ultimately to be carved up by rival forces. For other factions, the Eastern continent may not hold significant importance, as they had partners in the other continents. The Great Qing dynasty, however, could only seek to extract its own interests from the Eastern continent, thus placing an extraordinary emphasis on it. Consequently, Ingwudi felt compelled to regard the Yi family with utmost seriousness, as their relationship would influence their plans in the Eastern continent. Nevertheless, Ingwudi had anticipated this scenario. If persuading the Yi family were as simple as he wished, the Great Qing dynasty would not have found itself in its current predicament. Given that the Yi family had yet to express their willingness to comply, he chose to remain silent on the matter. By the way, how is the health of the young mistress these days? As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The irritable second elder snapped, "Silence. I initially believed you to be a person of reason and propriety, yet you resemble your brother in such a manner. While the Yi family may not rival the Great Qing dynasty, it is not a family you can bully repeatedly." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Ingwudi felt as if a tremendous weight had been placed upon him, causing him to involuntarily stoop. Wai father regarded him with a cold and piercing gaze, warning, "Your Great Qing dynasty must not overstep its bounds." The two guardians behind him wore grim expressions, straining to assist their prince against the pressure from Yi father. Yet, the vast difference in their realms rendered resistance futile. The gap was insurmountable, akin to a chasm. Ingwudi hastily waved his hands. No, you misunderstand my intentions. I harbor no ambitions towards the young mistress." Upon hearing this, Yi father slightly eased his pressure, though his aura remained dangerously potent. "Then why do you inquire about my daughter-in-law?" The second elder scoffed, emboldened by Yi father's presence to question the prince of the Great Qing dynasty. Ingwudi exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly clarified, "The Yi family has been searching for renowned apothecaries across the Eastern continent in recent days. I inquired and learned that the young mistress seems to be experiencing some discomfort." Wai father restrained his aura and asked flatly, "What do you mean by that?" With the threat of imperial pressure lifted, Ingwudi regained his composure. He chuckled softly, speaking unhurriedly. "According to the information I've received, the young mistress has been suffering from excruciating abdominal pain, especially severe during the night. Is this true?" The elders tensed immediately. How could Ingwudi be so well informed about the young mistress's condition? Yi father furrowed his brow and asked, "So, what exactly do you intend to do?" There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. I genuinely wish to assist the Yi family." Ingwudi continued. "Surely you are aware that the Great Qing dynasty has considerable expertise in unique constitutions, in this regard, even when considering the other continents. The Great Qing dynasty is undoubtedly at the forefront. As he spoke of this expertise, a sense of pride illuminated Ingwudi's demeanor. Indeed, the Great Qing dynasty had made significant strides in this area, justifying his confidence. Yet, did not your third prince suffer a defeat at the hands of my house's young master? The second elder interjected, somewhat begrudgingly. Ingwudi, unfazed, smiled amiably and nodded. Indeed, the young master of the Yi family has surpassed expectations. His talent is truly commendable. It is true that he has been somewhat spoiled, leading to a certain arrogance in his actions. However, He did not speak falsely when he claimed that our research on unique constitutions is unparalleled. Hearing of the young mistress's situation, I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the couple. Thus, I wish to convey that the Great Qing dynasty possesses methods to address the young mistress's issues. And I hope you will consider this carefully. Yi Father's eyes brightened slightly. Are you certain? Ing Wudi replied solemnly. I would never dare to mislead you on such a significant matter. The Great Qing dynasty indeed has the capability to resolve this issue. Seeing his certainty, Yi Father felt a flicker of hope. They were thoroughly pleased with Gu Qingyi as their daughter-in-law. Not only was she a good person, but she had also somewhat alleviated Yi Changxing's fear of women. If there were a solution to her troubles, even a hefty price might be deemed acceptable. And what is the proposed solution? At Yi Father's inquiry, a subtle smile crept across Ing Wudi's lips. As expected, once a need was established, the Yi family would inevitably draw closer to the Great Qing dynasty. With this thought in mind, Ing Wudi adopted a serious expression and replied, Esteemed elder, the specifics of the solution are known only to the esteemed elders of the Great Qing dynasty. As they pertain to secret arts, I hope you can understand. However, I did consult with the elders at home, and to resolve this issue, it is imperative that the young mistress be brought to the central continent, where the Great Qing dynasty possesses abundant resources and personnel to address her concerns. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of posturing on my part. While the dynasty can indeed resolve the young mistress's issues, the resources and costs involved should not be underestimated. Such expenditures would be quite burdensome for the Great Qing dynasty as well. If you are willing, the Great Qing dynasty would not shy away from assisting in addressing the young mistress's plight. The choice lies in your hands, esteemed elder and the Yi family. You may deliberate as you see fit. Chapter 61. Family Conflicts and Tests of Affection. After Ing Wudi's statement, the countenances of the elders darkened considerably. The significance of the young mistress to the Yi family was self-evident. Setting aside her current prominence as the young master's wife, her inherent talent and constitution alone warranted the Yi family's utmost regard. Ing Wudi had only presented this matter as a bargaining chip after his proposal for cooperation was rebuffed, clearly intending to leverage it to compel the Yi family to acquiesce to his demands. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Ing Wudi seemed to deduce their thoughts and rose with a smile, saying, Rest assured, esteemed elders, I have no intention of using this matter to coerce the Yi family. However, the costs to the Great Qing dynasty for treating the young mistress would indeed be substantial. As a mere prince, I cannot make decisions on behalf of the dynasty. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. I trust you all agree. Though the members of the Yi family felt somewhat uncomfortable, they could not deny the validity of his words. Ing Wudi stood, declaring, Ultimately, the choice resides with you. I have merely brought this matter to your attention. Whether to agree or not is entirely at your discretion and that of the great Emperor Yi. I have other matters to attend to and shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, he turned and strode out. Leaving the Yi family members exchanging glances, the Grand Elder sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. Patriarch, how shall we resolve this matter? Ing Wudi's intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to compel the Yi family to accept his terms. The other elders voiced their agreement, believing that Ing Wudi's purpose was indeed this. Yi Father sighed internally and waved his hand. Let us not rush. I shall discuss this with Changxing before making a decision. Ing Wudi's visit intensified the urgency among the Yi family's leadership. The impending upheaval in the eastern continent was imminent. Without seizing the opportunity to elevate themselves, they risked being cast aside by the tide of change. As the Yi family prepared with great urgency, Yi Father seized an opportunity to visit the Gu family directly. His imperial realm of cultivation allowed him to remain undetected by the Gu family, releasing only a hint of his aura for Gu Jingshan to sense. Before long, Gu Jingshan arrived alone in the reception hall. In-law, why have you come alone? You could have informed me to prepare for your arrival. Gu Jingshan greeted with a smile, inviting Yi Father to take a seat. Sighing, Yi Father expressed his concerns, leaving Gu Jingshan somewhat bewildered. In-law, what troubles you? You seem quite pensive. Yi Father shook his head before nodding in agreement. It's not like that, old Yi. What do you mean by this? Gu Jingshan found himself utterly bewildered and, unable to maintain any semblance of formality, called out to his friend directly, Yi Fu, he sighed heavily, leaving Gu Jingshan speechless. Come now, if you have something to say, just say it. Why all this sighing? Is the sky about to fall? Yi Fu glanced at him and finally spoke. Old Gu, as you know, Qingyi has not been in good health lately. The Yi family has sought numerous physicians during this time, yet we have yet to uncover the cause of her ailment. Ji Jingshan's expression turned somber, and he sighed in response. I am well aware of this matter. If even your cultivation cannot discern anything, my anxiousness is of little consequence. The Yi family has consulted so many physicians without results, and I cannot offer any assistance from the Gu family. I am indeed worried for Qing Yi, but there is little we can do at the moment. Yi Fu nodded, and then revealed the purpose of their visit. Old Gu, a few days ago, the crown prince of the Grading dynasty visited our Yi family. He informed me that the Grading dynasty has extensive research on unique physiques and could potentially treat the issues afflicting Qing Yi. However, he mentioned that to proceed with treatment, Qing Yi must be sent to Zhongzhou. I cannot make a decision on my own, so I intended to gauge your thoughts on the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingshan let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, Old Yi, individuals from the Great Ming dynasty previously approached the Gu family regarding this matter. Did they speak to you as well? Yi Fu inquired, somewhat taken aback, quickly realizing that Ing Wu Di had ulterior motives. Ji Jingshan nodded. Indeed, they sent someone to communicate with me. The situation is now quite clear. That scoundrel Ing Wu Di seeks to sow discord between our families, which is why he has conveyed messages to both sides. He likely assumes we do not share information, which emboldens him to employ such schemes. But, Gu Shtong, what is your stance on this? Should we allow Qing Yi to go to Zhongzhou? Upon hearing Yi Fu's words, Gu Jingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Yi, what nonsense are you speaking? Setting aside the fact that the Grading dynasty's intentions are to create a rift between our families for their convenience. Even if Qing Yi is not yet married, as her father, I would never permit her to go to Zhongzhou. Have you not grasped the attitude of the Great Ying's third prince? The Grading dynasty is fixated on Qing Yi's exquisite physique. If she were to go to Zhongzhou, would that not be akin to sending my own daughter into a pit of fire? I suspect that Qing Yi would share the same sentiments if she were aware of this. She has married into your Yi family, becoming the wife of Chang Sheng. How could I ever entertain such an idea? Yi Fu hastily reassured him, please, do not be so agitated. I came to inquire about your opinion because, after all, you are Qing Yi's father, and it is only natural to feel concerned for your daughter. Humph, Old Yi, you seem to underestimate me. I would rather see Qing Yi perish in the eastern continent than allow her to be coerced and humiliated in their territory. Yi Fu quickly apologized, lowering his stance as a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Void Emperor. Once he calmed Gu Jingshan's temper, Yi Fu helplessly suggested, if that is the case, shall we return and seek Qing Yi's opinion? She must make her own decisions regarding her health. We cannot impose our thoughts upon her. He continued, moreover, Qing Yi is such a wonderful child. I cannot bear to witness her demise. If she consents to go to Zhongzhou, I shall persuade Chang Sheng to dissolve their engagement. If that occurs, we can only blame Chang Sheng for being unworthy of such a remarkable wife. Ji Jingshan was resolute in his stance. Rest assured, I know Qing Yi's character far better than you do. She will unequivocally refuse this matter. It is the same regardless of who asks. After concluding their discussion, the two hurriedly departed for the Yi family. Not long after, Gu Qing Yi, who had been busy managing matters on Lingtian Island, suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. Qing Yi, Chapter 62. United as one, their strength is unbreakable. Ji Qing Yi turned around and saw her father and father-in-law approaching. Gu Jingshan cheerfully exclaimed, my daughter, I have come to see you. Father, father-in-law, Gu Qing Yi greeted respectfully. After inviting them to sit, she inquired with curiosity, what brings you both here together? Father, has something happened in our Gu family? Gu Jingshan quickly shook his head. No, nothing has occurred at home. I came with Old Yi to discuss something and seek your opinion. Yi Fu interjected. It is about your recent health issues. Qing Yi, we have consulted many physicians, yet none could identify the problem, and I noticed nothing unusual. Recently, the Crown Prince of the Grading dynasty visited us and mentioned that they have conducted research on your unique physique and could address your condition. However, they require a certain price and insist that you travel to Zhongzhou. Your father and I have come to ask for your thoughts on this matter. Ji Qing Yi was taken aback. Finally understanding that their visit was prompted by her health concerns, she quickly clarified, Father-in-law, father, you need not worry about this matter. My husband has already assisted me in resolving my troubles. Ah, Chang Sheng helped you? Yi Fu exclaimed, his mouth agape, momentarily finding it hard to believe. Indeed, it was my husband who aided me. For the past few days, I have not experienced the excruciating pain I once felt, so it seems his efforts have indeed yielded results. Yi Fu and Gu Jingshan exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Qing Yi, this is no trifling matter. I am well aware of Chang Sheng's capabilities. While his physical cultivation is impressive, he has never studied medicine. How could he possibly resolve your issues so simply? Yi Fu questioned, his concern evident, fearing that Gu Qingyi was fabricating excuses to avoid going to Zhongzhou. Gu Jingshan, equally astonished, pressed, that rascal Chang Sheng truly managed to help you. Quickly, tell us how he resolved your troubles. Gu Qingyi, feeling a sudden surge of embarrassment, lowered her head, unable to meet their eyes. You need not concern yourselves with the method. Suffice it to say that my husband has indeed resolved this matter. Please do not worry. Yi Fu, growing anxious, insisted. No, Qingyi, you cannot remain silent about your affliction simply to protect Chang Sheng. Even I and numerous physicians could not identify the issue. This ailment could potentially threaten your life. We must not be careless. Gu Qingyi quickly shook her head. Father-in-law, please rest assured. I understand the gravity of the situation and would never speak lightly. My husband has genuinely helped me resolve my troubles. Oh dear, but how did he do so? Could you share it with us? We must ascertain whether his method is reliable. Yet no matter how persistently Yi Fu and Gu Jingshan pressed her, Gu Qingyi, blushing fiercely, steadfastly refused to divulge any details, leaving them with no choice but to relent. Finally, Yi Fu resignedly stated, since you are unwilling to share, we shall respect your wishes. However, Qingyi, remember this. If you experience any discomfort, you must inform me and your mother. Understood? The Yi family values you. You did not marry into the Yi family to endure hardships in silence. Jiu Qingyi promptly nodded. Thank you, father-in-law. I shall remember your words. Well then, Yi Fu sighed in resignation, turning to the equally puzzled Gu Jingshan. Since Qingyi does not wish to elaborate, we shall respect her wishes and refrain from further inquiries. Agreed, Gu Jingshan replied. Then turned to Gu Qingyi, advising, Qingyi, your in-laws are kind individuals. If anything arises, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not keep it bottled up inside. Understood? Understood, father. You need not worry. I am not a child anymore. With that, the two departed, their minds heavy with questions. Walking along the path, Yi Fu could not suppress his unease. Should I perhaps ask Chang Sheng again? Until I clarify this matter, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Gu Jingshan, however, appeared quite amused. I think it would be best if you refrain from probing further. Chang Sheng is no ordinary individual. He possesses the ability to shatter the Dao steel with a single punch. So it would not be surprising if he has some unique capabilities. If you continue to press for answers, it may adversely affect the relationship between the young couple. Yi Fu pondered for a moment and then suddenly clapped his hands, resolutely declaring, No, I will not rest until I have clarity. Are you coming with me? If not, I shall ask him myself. I will accompany you, Gu Jingshan conceded. Did you not say you would not pry? I am merely curious. Do not mention that Yi Changsheng settled into a rattan chair in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, feeling as if the world was a beautiful place. Even the matters of cultivation and hidden injuries seemed to fade from his mind. The source of his joy was, of course, the resolution of Gu Qingyi's troubles. After her incident, Yi Changsheng had been equally anxious. With his father and the Yi family at a loss, he was compelled to turn his attention to the mysterious system, seeking a solution. Initially, the system, which had been as unresponsive as if it were offline, unexpectedly issued a task last night. The suggestion from the system was, share a room with Gu Qingyi to resolve her physical troubles. Difficulty? None. Danger level? None. Reward? None. Upon seeing this task, Yi Changsheng nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. This wretched system either remained silent or, upon activation, issued such frivolous tasks. How could it be taken seriously? Yet now, it was his only hope. No one else could offer assistance, and even the specifics of Gu Qingyi's condition remained unclear. The system provided a potential remedy, and considering Gu Qingyi's life was at stake, along with the system's past reliability, Yi Changsheng resolved to give it a try. After much mental preparation and overcoming the remnants of his lingering fear of women, he finally decided to test this approach. Then, amidst Gu Qingyi's astonished and bashful expressions, the golden needle pierced the peach blossom core, and the mandarin ducks fell asleep beneath the moonlight. The night was fleeting, and as the sun rose high, he returned, leaning on his staff with a sigh. Yi Changxing awoke in the afternoon, having slept soundly for the first time since completing his immortal body cultivation. He had never felt this fatigued. Just as he hummed a cheerful tune and picked up a spirit fruit to savor, a chilling voice interrupted, "You little rascal, still have the mind to eat fruit? You better confess honestly." Qingyi said you helped her resolve her internal troubles. How exactly did you accomplish that? Speak the truth, or I will see how I deal with you today. The sinister tone sent a shiver down Yi Changxing's spine, and the fruit he intended to eat was placed back on the plate as he obediently stood and turned around. "Father, oh, esteemed father-in-law, you have arrived as well." Gu Jingxin and Ye's father stood side by side. With the latter's usual stoicism vanishing, his eyes now sharp as knives directed at him. "Ha ha ha, my dear son-in-law, no need for excessive formalities. Your father and I have come to inquire how you resolved Qingyi's troubles." Ye's father snorted coldly. "Humph, you better speak the truth, you little rascal. This concerns Qingyi's life, and you mustn't act recklessly, understand?" Yi Changxing quickly nodded. "Father, esteemed father-in-law, rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Qingyi is my wife. If I hadn't genuinely resolved her troubles, I wouldn't dare to say so." "Then tell us, what method did you use to heal Qingyi?" Ye's father pressed, making Yi Changxing feel momentarily awkward. Father, this method, it's hard to explain." "Nonsense. Just tell us straightforwardly how you treated Qingyi." Ye's father, now agitated, stared at him fiercely. Yi Changxing felt utterly speechless. With Qingyi's father present, did he truly need to disclose that sharing a room with his daughter had cured her ailments? Even if he had the courage, he lacked the face to do so. "No, father, the matter isn't insurmountable. However, to solve it, one must identify the core issue, right? To grasp the main contradiction, it isn't about a one-size-fits-all solution. We must consider the circumstances, wouldn't you agree? I think." Ye's father's face darkened like a pot bottom. "Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Changxing could only plead for mercy. "Father, esteemed father-in-law, it's not that I don't wish to tell you. It's just that it's quite inconvenient to discuss." Internally, he lamented. Both of them had experienced such matters. Could they not deduce anything from the couple's evident embarrassment? Were parents truly asking about their son's intimate affairs in this day and age? They continued to question him, but Yi Changxing remained tight-lipped, resolutely refusing to speak. With no other options, Ye's father delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. "You little brat, you better know your limits. If anything happens to Qingyi in the future, you'll see how I deal with you." Yi Changxing hastily nodded and bowed. "Father, rest assured, I guarantee that Qingyi's issues have truly been resolved. You needn't worry." Seeing this, Ye's father decided to temporarily set aside his desire to clarify the situation. They exited the courtyard, discussing as they walked. "Brother Gu, my son is poorly disciplined. I apologize for the embarrassment." Gu Jingxin smiled. "Brother Yi, isn't it good that the young couple is united? What is there to worry about? In my view, you needn't fret. Since Qingyi and Changxing are so certain they have resolved her troubles, they must have their reasons. Let the young ones handle their matters. We shouldn't interfere too much." "Alas, it seems that is the only course of action," Ye's father sighed, then suddenly shifted the topic. "Since Qingyi's internal troubles have been resolved, we need not pay heed to the threats from the Deng dynasty." Gu Jingxin, suddenly irate, replied, "Humph, those people are no good. They appear respectful on the surface, but behind the scenes, they harbor malice. Their intent is to drive a wedge between our families, fostering mutual hostility to create an opportunity for themselves. It's utterly despicable." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Ye's father's eyes. Now that the problem was resolved, their leverage was diminished. "We shall remain calm and observe what tricks they can still play." "Indeed," Gu Jingxin concurred, but then expressed concern. "However, with the Deng dynasty's domineering nature, once they set foot in Dongzhou, they will undoubtedly show us no mercy. Once they gather enough strength, they might very well tear off the mask." Ye's father agreed with Gu Jingxin's assessment. "Indeed, this matter requires vigilance. However, as long as the cliff remains intact, they cannot send too many people over here in the short term. We still have time. Now that Qingyi's issue is resolved, we can afford to delay. The ones who should be anxious are them." Gu Jingxin nodded. "Yes, that is my thought as well. Brother Yi, let us keep Qingyi's recovery news under wraps for now to avoid raising the Deng dynasty's suspicions. In due time, they will be the ones in a hurry. When that moment comes, regardless of how they act, we will maintain the upper hand." "Indeed, Brother Gu speaks wisely. I will keep the news contained on the Yi family's side. You must also ensure secrecy on your end. Rest assured, I am quite discreet. Before long, Gu Qingyi hurried back. Yi Changxing opened his eyes, smiling gently. Qingyi, have you finished your tasks? Please, take a seat. Upon seeing the smile on his face, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but blush. Oh, by the way, my husband, earlier, my father and your father came over to ask how I resolved my issues, but I didn't disclose anything to them. Ha ha ha, I knew your disposition. They came to find me as well, but I didn't say anything either. Yi Changxing laughed heartily, winking as he grasped her hand. You know, we truly are in sync as a couple. Yu Qingyi felt even more bashful. Lowering her head, murmuring softly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked up and asked, by the way, husband, why is it that sharing a room can resolve my internal issues? Yi Changxing pondered for a moment, then explained, incorporating his understanding of the system's explanation. This matter is relatively simple. Qingyi, you possess the 9 orifices Linglong body, which has a Shaoyin attribute. This leads to your rapid cultivation speed, but your spiritual energy is cold in nature. Over time, it forms cold poison within you. If the cold poison accumulates excessively, it will induce various discomforts in your body. My physique is robust, filled with vital energy, and I embody the yang attribute. Additionally, I possess little spiritual energy, which does not exacerbate your cold poison. When our powers meet, they will counterbalance and dissolve, transforming the cold poison into spiritual energy. Once the cold poison is resolved, your ailments will naturally be cured. Gu Qingyi's eyes widened in realization, and she joyfully remarked, husband, you are so knowledgeable. After our encounter, my cultivation has significantly increased, and my spiritual energy has become much more refined. This must be the reason. Chapter 63. The Dynasty's Pressure. Yi family's response strategy. Yi Changxing nodded. Indeed, this is one aspect of it. He is most acutely aware of his own feelings regarding this matter. Merely the union from last night has significantly enhanced the primal energy within him. Of utmost importance is the fact that, under such circumstances, Gu Qingyi's spiritual power has permeated throughout his body, alleviating most of the hidden injuries sustained from cultivation and combat, thus addressing Yi Changxing's most pressing concern at present. If this continues, even if his hidden injuries cannot be completely healed, at the very least, he will be able to cultivate without hesitation. Yu Qingyi, with a bashful smile, nodded and said, this is the best course of action. By the way, my husband, since my cultivation has improved, you must have reaped some benefits as well? Naturally, my cultivation has also progressed, and many of my hidden injuries have healed considerably, he replied. It's quite remarkable. This dual cultivation, it benefits us both. Yu Qingyi felt a great sense of relief. That's good to hear. I was worried that you, my husband, would be too exhausted and it would harm your health. Humph, you underestimate me, my dear. This is merely the beginning, the common flaw of men, their stubbornness. After saying this, Yi Changxing's eyes twinkled as he suddenly chuckled. Chink, yes, look, since dual cultivation is so beneficial, shouldn't we practice it more often? Oh, my husband. There's no time like the present. Let us try it right now. No, my husband, not in broad daylight. Smack. The courtyard door was shut, and Gu Qingyi, without allowing the use of spiritual power, placed a small restriction. By the afternoon, Yi Changxing emerged from his room, a mix of fatigue and satisfaction evident on his face as he rubbed his waist and grinned widely. After stretching vigorously, he exhaled deeply. Goodness, that was truly exhausting. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the room and asked, Qingyi, are you hungry? Shall I have someone prepare some food? Yes, I'm quite hungry, she replied. Her cheeks flushed, and strands of hair on her forehead dampened with sweat. A look of contentment and inner happiness graced Gu Qingyi's face. After indulging in the sweet fruits of their labor, Yi Changxing had spent several days in delightful debauchery with Gu Qingyi before gradually returning to a normal routine. The primary issue was that his stamina was beginning to wane. However, the results of his recent cultivation were indeed gratifying, with his primal energy nearly doubling, and his hidden injuries healing significantly. Yet, everything must be done in moderation to avoid excessive indulgence. Yi Changxing resumed his previous rigorous training, spending each day striking stones in the back mountains. The once solid rock face had been transformed by his efforts into a cave several meters deep. To further hone his body, he specifically requested a reinforcement array from his mother. Thus, the stones became as hard as steel, greatly benefiting his physical cultivation. As time passed, Both Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi noticed that the effects of their dual cultivation were gradually waning. Especially for Gu Qingyi, her cultivation level surpassed that of the male protagonist, resulting in her receiving less reciprocal benefit. It resembled the flow of water, where spiritual energy often moved from higher to lower realms. Yi Changsheng understood this principle, and thus began to slow down their dual cultivation, allocating more time to self-training. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Yi residence. Esteemed members of the Yi family, I come as a representative of the Dang Empire to inquire about the meaning behind the recent statements made by His Highness the Crown Prince. Today, with Ye's father absent, the Grand Elder led 4 other elders to host the guest. It is only natural that the Crown Prince's suggestion is remembered by our Yi family. However, this matter ultimately requires the consent of the young mistress herself. It cannot be resolved hastily. The 3rd elder wore a kindly smile, while the 2nd elder pushed the responsibility onto Gu Qingyi. The young mistress is, after all, a member of your Yi family. If you persuade her more, she will naturally agree. Bear in mind that the Crown Prince has the best interests of your young mistress at heart. Our Dang Empire does not possess the patience to wait indefinitely. The golden-robed man's expression turned icy, revealing evident dissatisfaction. The Grand Elder smirked inwardly, yet maintained a facade of neutrality. Indeed, the esteemed envoy speaks wisely. Our clan is deeply concerned for the young mistress's well-being, but alas, her resolve is quite steadfast, and it will take time to sway her. The golden-robed man's demeanor grew colder, and though he felt an urge to erupt in anger, he restrained himself, considering Ing Wudi's instructions. Very well, in that case, we shall grant you more time to persuade your young mistress. The Grand Elder quickly responded, Thank you, esteemed envoy, for your patience. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to counsel the young mistress. Let us hope so, the golden-robed man scoffed, rising to depart. After sending the envoy away, Ye's father silently appeared in the council hall. Elders, what did he say? The Grand Elder sighed. Nothing of consequence, merely urging us to hasten the young mistress's decision. Ye's father chuckled coldly. It appears they are growing anxious. We need not concern ourselves, he continued. If members of the Dang Empire come again, simply dismiss them as you did today. After all, it is not we who are in a rush. They will eventually reveal their true intentions. Understood. The Grand Elder complied, though he voiced his concern. Patriarch, considering the Dang Empire's stature, might our treatment provoke their ire? Ye's father remained unfazed. What of it? Even if we anger them, the fissures in the source wall will take time to repair. They cannot dispatch powerful figures to us immediately, so we need not worry too much. Hearing the Patriarch's words, the Grand Elder felt considerably reassured. Very well, we shall act according to your guidance. Days turned into weeks. A month swiftly passed. The Dang Empire seemed to grow increasingly impatient, sending envoys 3 or 4 times to urge the Yi family for Gu Qingyi's decision. Yet, the Yi family's stance remained unchanged, neither agreeing nor refusing, always maintaining a somewhat ambiguous position. As the Dang Empire's pressure intensified, the Yi family assessed the situation. It appeared that the Dang Empire was becoming more desperate. Soon, they would likely have to reveal their true motives. One day, outside the Yi residence, the roar of exotic beasts echoed as a formidable army of cultivators came to a halt. The leader was none other than the golden-robed man who had visited previously. The elders, upon receiving the news, rushed out to welcome him. The esteemed envoy graces us once more. It is truly an honor for the Yi family. The Grand Elder wore a warm smile, resembling a friendly old neighbor. The golden-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face, no longer exuding the previous air of intimidation. There is no need for such courtesy, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder frowned slightly. Despite the envoy's veiled sarcasm, he chose not to engage and simply smiled. You are too humble, esteemed envoy. Please, come inside. Within the resplendent council hall, the atmosphere turned heavy. The golden-robed man scanned the faces of the seated elders, forcing a stiff smile as he stepped forward. Today, I come to ask you one question. Does the Yi family still care for the safety of your young mistress? His tone was sharp, like a piercing icicle. While our Dang Empire is willing to lend a helping hand, we will not allow you to take us lightly. When will Gu Qingyi be sent to Zhengzhou? We require a definite answer today. The elders exchanged glances, silently communicating before the Grand Elder stepped forward to respond. Esteemed envoy, this matter is of great significance. The young mistress is of utmost importance to our Yi family. In the future, she will wield the power of the family. We cannot act hastily. Furthermore, even if all the clan members agree, we must respect the young mistress's wishes. This matter cannot be rushed. Applying pressure will only be counterproductive. Silence! The golden-robed man's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier calm evaporating, fury blazing in his eyes as he pointed at the Grand Elder, gritting his teeth. Each time I visit, you use this ambiguous rhetoric to evade my inquiries. I see that you are not being cautious but are deliberately toying with my Dang Empire. Esteemed envoy, this is a grave misunderstanding. How could our Yi family have the audacity to slight your empire? The Grand Elder feigned alarm, hurriedly defending, attempting to quell the envoy's wrath. However, the golden-robed man ignored him entirely, his finger jabbing towards him with every word striking like nails. I offer you one final opportunity. Will the young mistress be saved or not? The Grand Elder's face revealed distress, inwardly lamenting that he had pushed the envoy to his limits. Should he refuse outright, the Dang Empire might discern that the Yi family had quietly resolved the young mistress's predicament, thereby understanding the delays thus far. Yet, if he continued to use vague language to stall, it was clear that the envoy would not accept it at this moment, just as he furrowed his brow. Pondering a strategy, a detached voice floated down from above, like a chilling wind sweeping through the hall. Are you attempting to force the Yi family to send her to Zhengzhou immediately? The crowd turned as one to see the patriarch of the Yi family seated in the main position. Propping his chin on one hand, his icy gaze piercing through the golden-robed envoy. Faced with the pressure of the Void Emperor, the golden-robed man's anger dissipated instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Esteemed envoy of the Dang Empire, you must have encountered Yi Dadi before. The patriarch's deep voice resonated, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Answer my question. Ying Fan hurriedly shook his head and respectfully said, How could I dare? I have no intention of pressuring the Yi family. It is merely that I have visited numerous times regarding the matter of treating the young mistress, yet the Grand Elder has consistently failed to provide a definitive response. As you are aware, Your Majesty, in order to save the young mistress, the Central Continent has mobilized various resources and made meticulous preparations. This delay not only jeopardizes the young mistress's life, but also leads to the unnecessary expenditure of vast resources by our great Ying. Yi father nodded slightly, acknowledging, You do have a point. However, Qingyi need not travel to the Central Continent for the time being. What? Why? Ying Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening as he looked at this virtual emperor. The true body has already found a temporary method to suppress the cold poison within her. Moreover, she herself has yet to decide whether to go to the Central Continent, so there is no need to rush this matter. If your dynasty cannot afford to wait, then this matter can be disregarded. Ying Fan's heart trembled violently. The Yi family emperor had actually found a way to suppress the cold poison, he asked. Half convinced, Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Our great Ying dynasty has studied various special physiques for many years and understands that the cold poison within the 9 apertures Ling Long is no trivial matter. How did you manage to temporarily suppress it? Furthermore, even if it is temporarily suppressed, if the cold poison is not eradicated, it will eventually accumulate within the young mistress. Once her cultivation reaches a certain level. If it erupts, it may be beyond remedy. Yi father's gaze turned icy, sharp as a blade. How I administer treatment is not something you need to concern yourself with. Ying Fan immediately realized his previous words had been offensive and hurriedly bowed in apology. I misspoke. It was merely out of concern for the Yi family and the young mistress. Yi father snorted lightly, appearing somewhat displeased. The cold poison in Qingyi has indeed been suppressed, without a doubt. She is the young mistress of our family, and whether she goes or stays should be her own decision, with no one else having the right to interfere. Should the cold poison recur in the future, I will personally travel to the Central Continent to meet Ying Wudi. But, Yi Emperor, the situation in the Central Continent, this matter ends here, and there is no need for further discussion. If there is nothing else, you may return and report to Ying Wudi. Yi father interrupted Ying Fan's argument, gesturing for him to leave. Ying Fan hesitated, glancing at the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding elders, ultimately choosing to close his mouth in frustration. An endless wave of indignation surged within him. It turned out that the Yi family's previous delays were merely perfunctory. He had thought the issue lay with Gu Qingyi, yet it had culminated in this situation. He had intended to compel the Yi family into submission, but unexpectedly found himself the one mocked. Remembering the unfavorable news he was about to bring back to Ingwudi, he could not help but tremble slightly. It is well known that the Crown Prince Ingwudi, despite his gentle and refined appearance, possesses ruthless and cold methods, especially within this royal family. The long lifespan and profound cultivation render human hearts even more indifferent. Now that the matter had come to this, he could only return in silence. Then, I shall take my leave. Ing Fan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, casting a complex glance at Yi father before turning to depart. Once his figure vanished, the Grand Elder spoke with concern. Patriarch, by refusing the great Ing dynasty, I fear they may seek retribution. Yi father remained unfazed, a proud smile curving his lips, even if they harbor resentment. What can they do? The ancient relics of the great Ing dynasty cannot traverse here. In this eastern continent, no one is my opponent. Let anyone who dares to be reckless come forth. This audacious and domineering confidence invigorated the elders present. Thankfully, the Yi family possesses such a prodigious talent capable of altering fate and achieving the status of a virtual emperor with a fragmented path of heaven. Otherwise, the perilous situation today would have likely plunged the Yi family into turmoil. Chapter 65. The invitation to the talents gathering. With Ing Fan's departure, the high-ranking members of the Yi family increasingly felt the urgency of time, prompting them to strictly supervise the training of their younger generation. Yi Changsheng was likewise methodically adhering to his established training plan, steadily climbing upward. On the back mountain, a resounding thud echoed from the rock wall, causing the ground to tremble. Even the fortified rock wall, reinforced by formations, showed signs of wear and collapse under his continually enhancing cultivation and physical strength. Currently, the primal force within him had accumulated significantly, rivaling the peak of spirit transformation practitioners in terms of quantity. However, the quality of primal force was far from comparable to spiritual energy. Even when facing practitioners at the transformation stage, or even the cave heaven realm, he could rely on its unique properties to break through their spiritual techniques. Coupled with his formidable physique, his combat power was certainly not to be underestimated. Husband, are you there? Gu Qingyi's voice called from outside the cave. Yi Changsheng shook off the dust from his bare upper body. With fragments of stone falling to the ground, stepping out of the cave, he found Gu Qingyi waiting outside. Seeing his dusty and injured appearance, Gu Qingyi looked at him with concern. Husband, you must be careful while cultivating. Don't push yourself too hard, understood? Haha, don't worry, my dear. I know what I'm doing. Yi Changsheng flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and the term wife made Gu Qingyi's face slightly flush. His husband had inexplicably decided to refer to her as wife, claiming that such a title made her feel more special in his heart. Husband, father wants me to ask you to go to the council hall. The council hall? Yi Changsheng was somewhat puzzled as he allowed Gu Qingyi to gather water to wash his body while he inquired. Do you know what this is about? Gu Qingyi shook her head. I'm not sure. However, before coming here, I saw several elders present, along with many young talents from our clan, so it seems to be something significant. I see. Since it was a summons from his father, he had no reason to refuse. After washing up and getting dressed, the two of them headed directly to the council hall. Inside the hall sat a dozen elders, with the 10 divine sons of the Yi family seated at the back. The foremost among them was Xiao Chun. Upon seeing the couple's arrival, Xiao Chun snorted coldly and turned his head away to father. Yi Changsheng greeted Yi father. Then he and Gu Qingyi took their seats. Once they were settled, Yi father smiled and said, The reason for calling you here today is to discuss an important matter. Grand Elder? Yes. The Grand Elder acknowledged, then took out a letter from his bosom. This letter was sent by a messenger from the great Ing Crown Prince. It states that the talents from the central continent wish to hold a grand gathering to exchange and cultivate friendships with the geniuses from our eastern continent. This matter has been rumored for over 10 days, and I believe some of you have heard about it. The talents invited from the central continent are primarily the holy sons and daughters of various families, the leading figures of the younger generation. Our Yi family is likely to be represented by the young master. As he spoke, the Grand Elder turned to Yi Changsheng, smiling broadly. Young master, if you attend this gathering, it would be a great honor to have you bring along the young talents of our clan to broaden their horizons. What do you think? Yi Changsheng, feeling somewhat speechless, was in the midst of a critical training phase and did not wish to be disturbed. Just as he was about to refuse, Yi father suddenly spoke. That's a good point. Changsheng, You cannot always confine yourself to closed-door cultivation. It would be beneficial to see the world. The words of refusal that had just formed on Yi Changxing's lips were swallowed back down. Since you put it that way, I'll go to, he reluctantly agreed, yet felt puzzled as to why the system had not issued any tasks this time. The Grand Elder cheerfully handed the letter to Yi Changxing. Inviting him to open it as he unfolded the letter and glanced at it, his expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. This invitation is not for me. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. The Grand Elder was equally astonished. How is that possible? Young master, you have defeated even the third prince of the central continent. Could it be that there is an even more talented individual in the Yi family? Yi Changxing, feeling utterly baffled, handed the letter over. You can take a look for yourself. The Grand Elder took the letter, concentrating as he read it carefully. After a few moments, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. It truly is not addressed to the young master. Now everyone in the council hall was left in a state of confusion. If the letter was not for Yi Changxing, then who could it possibly be for? The Grand Elder turned to the young talents and then lightly tossed the letter in the air. Xiao Chen, this invitation is for you. As he watched the letter land in his arms. Xiao Chen's heart leapt. He quickly picked up the letter and read it carefully. Tio the Great Ing Crown Prince Ing Wudi. I have heard of the Yi family's renown in the eastern continent. And with the presence of such extraordinary power as Yi Xian, it is certain that the younger generation of your clan consists of true dragons and phoenixes. As the barrier between realms has cracked and interactions have become more frequent. I, the Crown Prince, along with the divine charioteers of the Divine Palace and the Tianji Pavilion, am jointly hosting a gathering for the young talents. I hope that the young generations of the Central Continent and the Eastern Continent can get to know each other and strengthen their bonds. It is said that there is a peer of Xiao Qian in the Yi family, possessing outstanding talent and remarkable skills. I hereby extend a special invitation to Brother Xiao to attend the gathering. And I sincerely hope you can be present. As he read the clearly written name Xiao Qian on the letter, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Indeed, the talents from the Central Continent had keen insight. Not placing the name upon the head of the waist that was Yi Changxing. After finishing the letter, he put the parchment away and looked at the elders. I did not expect the letter to truly bear the name of a junior. I wonder what the patriarch and esteemed elders think. Should I attend? The younger generation cast peculiar glances at the beaming Xiao Qian, then at Yi Changxing, who seemed lost in a reverie while huddled in his chair. A flicker of suspicion crossed their minds. Likely, it was due to Yi Changxing's earlier victory over Ing Wuji, coupled with the Yi family's less than favorable demeanor towards the Great Ing dynasty, that the Crown Prince of the Great Ing had subtly sought to embarrass Yi Changxing. The Grand Elder, seemingly in a quandary, looked at Yi Changxing before turning to inquire, Patriarch, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yi Father furrowed his brow. Since the invitation was addressed to Xiao Chen, it was only fitting that his opinion took precedence. Xiao Chen, the junior is here. You should ponder this matter thoroughly after you leave. And provide me with a response by tomorrow. Understood. Xiao Chen readily acquiesced, appearing to have already formulated a plan. Yi Father glanced again at the bored Yi Changxing, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Changxing, you? Yi Changxing abruptly interjected, smilingly stating, since the invitation is extended to Xiao Chen, let him go. It is best if I am not involved. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I shall not delay any further. Chapter 66. Overlooking the pinnacle of the kingdom, prelude to the battle of talents. With that, he cheerfully rose, heading outside with Gu Qingyi. As they passed Xiao Chen, Yi Changxing suddenly turned back, patted his shoulder, and grinned. Xiao Shensi, do put forth a commendable performance. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Yi family. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that he would initiate conversation. However, with so many onlookers, he did not wish to leave an impression of being narrow-minded before his elders. Thus, he expressionlessly nodded in acknowledgement. After their departure, the Grand Elder offered Xiao Chen a few more words of advice before allowing the younger generation to disperse. Patriarch, Ing Wudi's invitation likely harbors ill intent. Having been defeated by our young master, he now invites Xiao Chen. Could it be that he wishes to sow discord among the younger members of the Yi family? The Grand Elder speculated on Ing Wudi's motives, appearing somewhat troubled. Yi Father, however, remained indifferent. It matters not. If he chooses not to invite Changxing, then so be it. After all, a meeting between the young people of Dongzhou and Zhongzhou may not necessarily be advantageous. Since Changxing himself does not care, There is no need for us to fret unnecessarily. Let us observe how Xiao Chun decides. If he wishes to attend, he may select a few stable and mature young companions. If not, then let it be as if he did not see the invitation. Upon hearing Yi Father's words, the Grand Elder's concerns were considerably alleviated, and he cheerfully acquiesced in the back mountain. Gu Qingyi elegantly seated herself upon a large stone. Observing Yi Chongqing as he removed his attire once more, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Husband, are you not upset?" "Upset about what?" "You have vanquished Ing Wudi and are still the young master of the Yi family. Logically, those from Zhengzhou should be inviting you instead. Why is it that the saints and saintesses from other factions are acknowledged as young masters, yet it is different in your case?" Yi Chongqing chuckled. "It is just as well that I am not invited. We are spared the trouble. Besides, I have no desire to be in the limelight. Let whoever wishes to go do so." Seeing that he truly did not mind the matter, Gu Qingyi felt reassured. "Since you have said so, let us remain peacefully at home." This indeed simplifies things considerably. While the two enjoyed their leisure, Xiao Chen found himself embroiled in a dispute. "Senior, since the invitation has reached my hands, I ought to meet these talents from Zhengzhou." In his mind, Xiao Chen's resolve was unyielding. The sage of Kanglin expressed his displeasure, stating, "Xiao Chun, this is a prime time for you to focus on cultivating your foundation and enhancing your cultivation. How can you divert your attention to such matters? You still have a distance to cover before you can rival the talents of Zhong'a." In response to the sage of Kanglin's admonition, Xiao Chun remained calm, saying, "Senior, this matter should not be viewed in such a light. Consider this. The world is in upheaval with the cracking of the cliffs. It is likely that in the near future, not only talents from Zhengzhou will arrive, but possibly those from the other 3 continents as well. When that time comes, they will deplete Dongzhou's resources, making survival increasingly difficult for the forces of Dongzhou. To pursue higher realms and tread the path of emperors, how can one succeed without resources? Furthermore, although I bear the title of Divine Son within the Yi family, I am ultimately an outsider and find it challenging to earn true trust. When resources become scarce, the Yi family will assuredly lean towards Yi Chongqing. How then shall I navigate my path?" The sage of Kanglin fell silent, reflecting on Xiao Chen's words, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Xiao Chun continued, "Moreover, if I participate in this gathering of talents, I can showcase my abilities, potentially attracting interest from various factions and forging beneficial connections for myself. This event is hosted by the 3 major powers of Zhengzhou, and should I befriend any of them, the road ahead would undoubtedly widen. Even if I fail to achieve that, establishing good relations with other talents from Zhengzhou is still a commendable option. For the sake of the present, if I can display my talent at the exchange and enhance the reputation of the Yi family, my status will naturally rise. Whether to contend with Yi Chongqing or to secure resources, it would be far more convenient, would it not? Considering both present and future, I firmly believe I should attend this gathering of talents. What do you think, Senior?" Xiao Chen's reasoning prompted the sage of Kanglin to fall into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed. "Since you have made your decision, then go ahead. Just remember to exercise caution. After all, those are the most formidable talents from Zhengzhou, and one must not be careless when competing with them. Rest assured, Senior, I am confident in my ability to tread the path of emperors, and I will not falter here," Xiao Chun declared with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision a bright future ahead. The following morning, the Grand Elder received Xiao Chen's response, affirming his willingness to attend the upcoming gathering of talents. Consequently, the younger generation of the Yi family, excluding Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi, assembled, from which the elders selected several individuals of commendable cultivation, talent, and character to accompany Xiao Chen to witness the prowess of their peers. In the floating square, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Chen, accompanied by several young individuals, boarded a beastly war chariot. Exuding an air of vigor and confidence in the shadowy depths of the back mountain, Yi Chongqing repeatedly struck the unyielding stone wall, his resolve as steadfast as iron, unwavering as a clock, amidst the envious gazes of many young onlookers. Xiao Qian donned the azure battle armor bestowed by the Grand Elder and, with a wave of his hand, proclaimed, "Let us depart." The war chariot soared into the air, leaving behind a dazzling ripple of spiritual energy. Dongzhou is traversed by a grand river that stretches nearly 100 miles at its widest and narrows to 4 or 5 miles in some places. Such a magnificent river appears almost indistinguishable from the sea to the eyes of mortals. The cultivators refer to it as the Hangjiang, symbolizing its eternal existence since time immemorial. In the eastern region of Hangjiang stands a celestial mountain known as Kanjingshan, the ideal location for ascending heights and gazing down upon the picturesque riverscape. Atop this mountain lies the Linjing Pavilion, a favored resting place for cultivators. However, this once bustling pavilion has been closed to outsiders since a few days ago due to the arrival of a certain individual, who must be treated with utmost courtesy even by Wudi, the prodigious charioteer of the Zhongzhou Divine Temple. Despite being one of the talents from the three major powers of Zhongzhou, Charioteer has always favored solitude, leading a rather secretive life. Upon his arrival in Dongzhou, he has become increasingly reclusive, rarely seen even by his counterparts from Zhongzhou. At this moment, atop Linjing Pavilion, amidst swirling mists and crystal-clear waters, one could gaze into the distant horizon, where the boundaries seemed unfathomable. Wudi hastily ascended the stairs, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. Brother Charioteer, tomorrow marks the gathering of talents. Many young factions from Dongzhou have already arrived at Kanjingshan. We shall undoubtedly make a formidable impression this time. At the railings of the pavilion stood a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, hands clasped behind his back, long hair cascading to his waist, fluttering in the breeze like an ethereal being. Chapter 67. The mysterious charioteer demonstrates might. It is but a trivial matter. Why such excitement? The low, magnetic voice resonated as the man with long hair turned, revealing extraordinary features with sword-like brows and starry eyes. At the center of his brow rested a glistening red mole, akin to a gem, twinkling with a mesmerizing light. Wudi spread his hands with a smile. That is not entirely accurate. This gathering serves as the official introduction between our Zhongzhou and Dongzhou. It presents a perfect opportunity to showcase the might of Zhongzhou, allowing the people of Dongzhou to recognize the magnitude of the disparity. In doing so, whether it be for collaboration or conquest, the resistance we face will be significantly diminished. Is that not a splendid outcome? Charioteer, with eyes as dark as ink, scrutinized him with a smile that was neither here nor there. It seems the convenience is not for Zhongzhou, but rather for your grading dynasty. Am I correct? Wudi felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat and gesturing dismissively. Well, it benefits everyone, of course. In any case, this gathering is laden with advantages. By the way, as the initiator, you shall be in attendance, correct? Charioteer nodded. Naturally, I too wish to see if there are any worthy adversaries amidst the land of Dongzhou. The following day, a splendid rainbow arched across the sky above Wangjiang Mountain, intermittently pierced by the formidable roars of various mythical beasts. The prodigies from the major powers of the eastern continent converged, eager to partake in this grand assembly of talents. Surrounding the Linjiang Pavilion were numerous guards, ensuring that the security measures were executed with utmost precision. Those who arrived here were the future heirs of the forces from both the eastern and central continents. Any untoward incident would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the land. Above the celestial mountain, ethereal mist swirled, and maidens, their skirts billowing like butterflies, flitted between tables, serving exquisite dishes and fine wines. These culinary delights were crafted from spiritual beasts and celestial flora, imbued with pure and gentle spiritual energy, a rare delicacy for the average cultivator. The main seat. 3 sets of tables and chairs were arranged, undoubtedly reserved for the representatives of the 3 great powers of the central continent. Xiao Qian strode in, flanked by 3 younger members of the Yi family, exuding confidence and charm, his demeanor strikingly exceptional. Once led to their designated seats by a maid, Xiao Qian discreetly transmitted a message to the 3 behind him. Observe more. Speak less. The individuals here hold exalted statuses. Do not provoke unnecessary troubles. The 3 nodded earnestly, sitting upright as they watched the arrival of various talents. Suddenly, a voice from a nearby table broke the silence with a surprised inquiry. Xiao Chun, why is it you from the Yi family, and not Yi Changsheng? A cold glint flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes, though his face betrayed no displeasure. This is an invitation from the Crown Prince of Ding. I too am unaware of the reasons. I see. The speaker nodded, preparing to inquire further, when a magnetic voice resonated from a distance. Yi Changsheng is merely a waste. What qualifications does he have to be invited to this gathering of prodigies? The crowd turned in astonishment to see a young man clad in black robes approaching, his aura seemingly non-existent, akin to an ordinary mortal who had inadvertently wandered here. Yet, Anyone present could not possibly be a mere commoner. His concealed prowess suggested either exceptional mastery of breath-holding techniques or a cultivation level surpassing that of others. The Central Continent's talents rose in unison to pay their respects, Brother Che-chan. The Eastern Continent's attendees soon realized that this individual was the instigator of the Grand Assembly, the enigmatic prodigy from the Divine Hall. He casually approached his seat, leaning back with grace, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. You Easterners seem intimidated by the Yi family, hesitant to voice your thoughts regarding that waste. But the Divine Hall fears nothing, nor do I doubt a mere waste does not warrant an invitation. His words rang with an audacious arrogance, laying bare his disdain for Yi Changsheng. Yet, spoken from his lips, they carried an inexplicable conviction. The three young members of the Yi family behind Xiao Chun could not help but feel a surge of indignation. After all, Yi Changsheng was the young master and had previously triumphed over the Central Continent's genius, Ing Wuji, in front of so many witnesses. It was unjust to label him a waste. However, as the leader, Xiao Chun remained silent, and they dared not speak out of turn. The Eastern attendees awaited Xiao Chen's response, yet he acted as if he had not heard Che Chen's remarks, pouring himself a cup of wine. Brother Xiao, as the son of the Yi family, you have achieved the true indestructible golden body. Such a talent deserves the title of genius, Che Chen added with a jovial tone, raising his cup towards Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, please. Xiao Chen lifted his cup in a distant salute, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Che Chen's words were indeed pleasing to him. He felt he was hardly inferior to Yi Changsheng. After all, the latter merely had advantageous parents. Even if representing the Yi family, it should have been him in the spotlight. As he pondered this, his regard for Che Chen grew, feeling an affinity akin to finding a kindred spirit. In truth, Che Chen's actions stemmed from a degree of dissatisfaction with the Yi family, as a distinguished talent of the Divine Hall. Upon arriving in the Eastern Continent, countless forces had sought him out. Yet the Yi family remained conspicuously silent, which irked him considerably. Moreover, after Ing Wudi's personal visit, his attempts to secure a definitive response had been met with silence, further souring his opinion of the Yi family. What right did this provincial power have to act so arrogantly before him? His earlier remarks, while ostensibly justifying Xiao Chen's invitation, were, in fact, a warning to the Eastern powers present. The three families of the Central Continent held little regard for the Yi family, and it was imperative for these attendees to discern their standings. With the three families establishing dominance in the Eastern Continent, the Yi family's status had significantly declined. Other forces needed to make their choices swiftly. In essence, Che Chen's veiled disparagement conveyed a clear message to the Eastern attendees. The Yi family was on the decline, and soon the world would belong to them. Following this brief interlude, the invited prodigies had nearly all arrived, and the banquet commenced in earnest. Ing Wudi and the enigmatic Kong Yin from the Tianji Pavilion flanked Che Chun, representing the three most formidable forces of the Central Continent. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly congenial amidst the clinking of cups. Che Chun set down his glass and surveyed the room, turning to Ing Wudi. Wudi, isn't it time to commence the next event? Ing Wudi hesitated, then realized the implication of his words. Indeed, the time is indeed ripe, he acknowledged with a nod, clearing his throat lightly. Strangely, this subtle cough resonated in everyone's ears, ensuring they heard it distinctly, causing them to instinctively shift their gazes towards him. Upon recognizing Che Chun, the Eastern talents felt a surge of trepidation. This individual possessed profound cultivation, evidenced by his remarkable control over spiritual energy. Allowing everyone to hear him clearly, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he began to formulate his thoughts. Esteemed guests, today, we have gathered the illustrious prodigies of the Eastern Continent with the hope that we may forge future collaborations. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed presence. As the murmur in the banquet hall subsided, the Eastern prodigies heightened their vigilance, eager to hear his intentions. We are all young aspirants, climbing the arduous path of cultivation. I believe that each of you harbors the ultimate ambition to tread upon the road that dominates an era, ascending to the throne and commanding the Tao, unrivaled in heaven and earth. Merely contemplating this evokes a fervent passion. Surely, you too aspire to achieve such heights one day? His words ignited fervor among the central talents, who eagerly echoed Che Chen's sentiments. The Eastern prodigies, too, felt a pang of desire, though they refrained from expressing their thoughts openly due to their status. However, as my elders once advised, isolating oneself in a closed-door approach is unwise. To tread the imperial path, one must seek experiences with the heroes and prodigies from all corners of the world, engaging in exchanges and clashes to glean greater wisdom. Now that we have this rare opportunity, why not allow the talents of the central continent to engage with the distinguished guests of the eastern continent in friendly competition? With this shift in tone, Chei-Chun finally revealed his true intentions. The martial philosophies of the two continents diverged, yet mutual exchanges might spark inspiration, fostering enlightenment. An auspicious prospect indeed, as his words echoed. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence. The Eastern attendees quickly grasped that Chei-Chun's orchestration of this prodigy gathering was likely to establish his dominance. However, they were not cowards either. The central talents had long exhibited arrogance in the Eastern continent, treating many respected and revered prodigies with disdain, which had left a lingering resentment in the hearts of many. Now, with an opportunity to confront them openly, few were inclined to shy away. In fact, many were eager to showcase their abilities, seeking to defeat the central talents and restore pride for themselves and the Eastern continent. The central side had long anticipated this development and raised no objections. Thus, Chei-Chun smiled and inquired of the Eastern talents, "Esteemed guests, are you willing to engage in a friendly exchange?" As soon as he finished speaking, a burly Eastern talent, bare-chested, coldly responded, "Brother Chei is right. It is through competition and exchange that we enhance our martial arts." Though the Eastern continent may not match the Central in strength, they were not averse to confrontation. "Let us engage in a contest. I wholeheartedly support it." His resolute words instantly drew attention. The Eastern talents, influenced by his boldness, began to voice their agreement. Chei-Chun maintained his composure, smiling as he addressed the young man. "Brother, your generosity is commendable. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Han Lai." Merely hailing from an inconsequential minor power, the young man replied coldly, his eyes brimming with combativeness. "Han Lai?" Chei-Chun pondered briefly and immediately recognized the origin of this individual. Han family of Feiyun Mountain. While not a first-rate power, it was among the top-tier second-rate forces, holding significant standing in the Eastern continent. Defeating their prodigy would greatly bolster the Central continent's prestige. Since Brother Han has spoken, I wonder who from the Central continent dares to accept the challenge. I shall. Chei-Chun's words had barely left his lips when a gruff voice boomed in response. The crowd turned to see a similarly robust man, his visage fierce as he grinned widely. "From the Hongshan of the Central continent, I seek your guidance." Chei-Chun laughed heartily. "Excellent. You all truly embody the spirit of the youthful prodigies. Such combativeness is worthy of admiration." As he spoke, he waved his robe sleeves, and suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged in the sky. "This place is the spirit combat realm, forged by the elders of my temple, designed for the youth to train and spar. The two of you may engage in battle without concern for damaging anything." Hongshan chuckled softly, bending his knees slightly before launching himself like a cannonball, shooting straight towards the spirit combat realm. Han Lai, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind, leaping into the air with equal fervor. After they landed, Chei-Chun waved his hand once more, and an image tilted in midair materialized, clearly displaying the scene within the combat realm. The vision depicted a vast desert, with swirling yellow sands as far as the eye could see, its expanse seemingly stretching hundreds of miles, more than sufficient for combat. Moreover, it appeared that some spatial principles had been employed. From the outside, it looked merely like a small courtyard, yet inside, it was a world of wonders. Esteemed guests, let us relish this magnificent battle together," Chei-Chun said with a smile, his gaze transfixed on the image. Within the combat realm, Han Lai and Hongshan stood facing each other like distant black dots, their formidable auras tightly locked onto one another. Despite being 100 meters apart, such distance was negligible for cultivators of their caliber. Taking a deep breath, Han Lai's expression turned icy as his massive form surged forward with terrifying speed, launching the initial attack. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Hongshan, his fist, the size of a cauldron, crashing down with great force. In stark contrast, Hongshan stood utterly unmoved, his smile growing even more sinister. "Come on," he roared, and suddenly, a wave of dark energy erupted from his body. He then retracted both hands to his waist and boldly slammed his chest against Han Lai's fist. Han Lai's pupils constricted in an instant. Boom! The sound resonated through the air, and everyone present heard the dull thud of impact. The yellow sand scattered explosively, creating a towering wave of sand several meters high. The talented individuals from Dongzhou gasped in astonishment. Han Lai practiced a method inclined towards physical cultivation, boasting a remarkably strong physique. Yet, Hong Shan, seemingly indifferent, recklessly received the blow with his body point. One could only wonder if he was blindly confident or truly assured of his strength. As the sand settled, the image became clear once more. Han Lai's fist pressed against Hong Shan's chest, his face flushed and grimacing, while Hong Shan's smile remained unchanged, his entire figure appearing as if soaked in ink, enveloped in an ominous blackness. This darkness, however, reflected a brilliant sheen, visually reminiscent of polished metal. Winning Invincible cast a glance at the shocked expressions of the Dongzhou talents, smiling as he explained, Hong Shan is a disciple of the Fire Peak Cave from Zhongzhou, and his proud technique is the dark gold dominant body. This physique, once cultivated, is exceptionally formidable, only slightly inferior to mighty Ying's Azure Flood Dragon sacred body. He added, frankly, I was unaware that he had achieved such a physique. Keeping it hidden from us all, Chapter 69. The contest between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou winning Invincible feigned reproach, yet his smile nearly reached his ears, a clear indication of his delight. Hong Shan, resembling a charred coal, remained unfazed in the face of Han Lai's punch, causing the Dongzhou talents to worry for him. Within the combat realm, Han Lai, realizing his attack bore no fruit, prepared to retreat. The opponent's physique was incredibly robust. His nearly 80% strength had yielded no desired results. Although his Gung-Jin fierce body was formidable, the opponent's constitution seemed even more impressive. Just as he contemplated withdrawing, Hong Shan, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly struck like lightning, seizing Han Lai's wrist. Not good. A chill ran through Han Lai's heart as he swiftly threw his left fist towards Hong Shan's head, while his inner spiritual energy erupted violently in an attempt to break free from the grasp. However, Hong Shan ducked his head, allowing Han Lai's punch to narrowly miss. With a powerful yank, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Han Lai to stumble towards him. That single misstep, Han Lai's heart sank as he steadied himself for defense. Yet, during his moment of instability, his chest was left wide open, and Hong Shan's right fist, like a venomous serpent, slipped through. With no way to evade, he resorted to mimicking Hong Shan, channeling all his spy rai as Qiu Xingyi gracefully called out. Her hands moved with remarkable swiftness. A barrier of pink, spiritual energy coalesced above her head, perilously deflecting the incoming assault. Retreat. With a single strike thwarted, Ouyang Chun suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Even through the screen, it felt as though the crowd could hear this booming voice, reverberating and numbing their ears. For Qiu Xingyi, who faced this roar directly, the impact was even more profound. Her delicate face reflected a moment of bewilderment, as though she had momentarily lost her wits before she could regain her composure. Ouyang Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly approaching with layers of electric light. Chapter 70. Lin Zhuiying steps forward. Qiu Xingyi gasped, and with a gentle flick of her jade hand, the pink gauze enveloping her body instantly swirled around her. The gauze formed a circular barrier, concealing her figure from view. Crack! The lightning struck fiercely against the gauze, unleashing a cacophony of electric arcs that spread wildly, mercilessly lashing the ground. However, the overwhelmingly destructive power of the thunder seemed to lose its target upon encountering the gauze, dissipating its formidable energy into the ether. Ouyang Chun cautiously attacked a few times, but his strikes landed on the gauze without any leverage, failing to inflict further damage. He, dear brother, you truly are fierce. However, I find myself rather fond of your bold and formidable demeanor. Came Qiu Xingyi's playful laughter from behind the gauze, causing Ouyang Chen's expression to grow grave. Enough banter, let us rely on our own abilities, he retorted sharply, as thunder coalesced in his palm, shaping into a spear intended to pierce through the gauze's defenses. Dear brother, you wound my heart, Qiu Xingyi's alluring voice echoed once more, this time resonating deep within his soul. Ouyang Chen immediately felt a wave of tension surge within him. Yet, before he could react, the gauze suddenly parted to the sides, unveiling an extraordinarily enticing scene. several enchanting beauties, clad in minimal garments that veiled only the most essential parts, began to display an array of irresistibly seductive poses. Ouyang Qian felt a rush of warmth surge from his dantian to his forehead, and his expression became increasingly dazed, his smile growing more unrestrained and exaggerated. In the distance, the onlookers from the eastern continent gazed aghast at Qiu Shengyi, who danced behind the gauze. Even though Ouyang Qian was a young prodigy with an extraordinary mental fortitude, he appeared entranced by her bewitching dance, his murderous intent and aura gradually waning. Some of the less skilled observers felt their own blood surge merely from watching the performance. Ing Wudi's smile grew even more radiant. It seems Shengyi's demonic dance has reached new heights, he remarked, his praise further invigorating him as he scanned the eastern continent's crowd, relishing their dismayed expressions. Indeed, the eastern continent was an impoverished region, and their inferiority was painfully evident compared to the central continent. As Qiu Shengyi's dance continued, Ouyang Qian's complexion flushed deeper until he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough, he spluttered, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, taking a moment to regain his bearings. Dear brother, you have lost, Qiu Shengyi teased, having stealthily approached him from behind, her hand lightly caressing his face and then drifting down to his chest before she playfully retreated a few steps. Will you concede? Faced with her playful mockery, Ouyang Qian's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, his teeth gritting audibly in a moment of carelessness. He had allowed her to close the distance. The blood he had just coughed up was his essence, a true injury to his core. With his current state deteriorating, continuing to resist would only prove futile. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and bitterly conceded. I yield. Ha ha ha. Ing Wudi laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph as he secured 2 consecutive victories, casting disdainful glances at the eastern continent's participants. Though the eastern prodigies felt a sense of grievance, the stark disparity in strength left them with no choice but to accept their fate. Before long, the 2 combatants returned from the arena. Ouyang Qian, pale and dejected, hurried back to his seat, ashamed to have been defeated by a woman, and in such a manner devoid of resistance, far more humiliating than a fight to the death. As he settled into his seat, a gentle voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Brother Ouyang, you have borne quite a burden. An injury to your essence is a serious matter. Here, take this spirit-nourishing pill. Ouyang Qian looked up in surprise, not expecting anyone to speak to him. The speaker was none other than Lin Juiying, the eldest disciple of the Tianying Pavilion, who had previously crossed paths with Yi Changsheng. His expression was sincere as he placed the pill on Ouyang Qian's table. Brother Ouyang, do not let a momentary defeat sow seeds of resentment. The road ahead is long. This is merely one of life's many tribulations. Ouyang Qian could discern that this young pavilion master genuinely cared for him. Thank you, Brother Lin. Not at all. No need for formality. After their brief exchange, Lin Juiying returned to his position, casting a sympathetic glance at the expressions of the central continent prodigies. He couldn't help but sigh. The eastern continent had long been impoverished and weak, compounded by the incomplete heavenly Tao restrictions. It was only natural that they fell short in comparison. Yet, the feeling of being trampled upon was disheartening for anyone. With 2 consecutive defeats, the morale of the eastern prodigies had significantly dwindled. However, the central continent was determined to ensure they truly grasped the harsh reality of their situation and the vast chasm in strength. Thus, the sparring continued. This time, the combat level was slightly elevated. As the eastern contingent comprised juniors from first-rate factions, their strength not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, in comparison to the central continent, they still fell short. Before long, the eastern side suffered a 5th consecutive loss. The central prodigies grew increasingly brazen in their taunts. Tsk. So these are the people of the eastern continent. I thought their prior arrogance was backed by some real skill. Yet they can't win a single match. There are many hard-headed individuals in the world, but few can see their own limitations. One must simply get used to it. The crowd exchanged jibes, their words openly belittling the eastern participants. Despite their seething anger, a loss is a loss, and speaking up now would only invite further ridicule and mockery. Ing Wudi took the initiative to provoke further. Which of you from the eastern continent will step forth? This time, the central prodigies exchanged glances, and for a long moment, no one dared to speak. The jeers from the central prodigies grew louder, prompting many to lower their heads in embarrassment. just as Ing Wudi began to lose hope. Thinking he had thoroughly crushed the pride of the Eastern prodigies, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, "I shall." Everyone turned in unison to see Lin Juiying rise, his expression calm and composed as he stepped forward. "I am Lin Juiying from the Tianying Pavilion. Which one of you wishes to offer guidance?" The chief from the central side narrowed his eyes. Lin Juiying's record in the Eastern continent was sparse, leaving the central side uncertain of his strength. However, he was well known for having once sparred with Yi Changsheng, conceding defeat after a single exchange. It remained unclear whether Yi Changsheng was simply too formidable, or if Lin Juiying's abilities were merely mediocre. At that moment, a figure from the central side stepped forward. Qing Feng from Lingyun Temple, here to seek instruction from Brother Lin. Chapter 71. Xiao Qin's Ambitions and Opportunities. Lingyun Temple is a renowned Taoist temple in the central continent. Albeit merely a second-rate faction, hardly noteworthy. In contrast, the Tianying Pavilion is one of the few first-rate factions beneath the Yi family of the central continent. The willingness of such a person to step forward speaks volumes about the confidence of the central prodigies. Lin Juiying said little, turning to soar into the arena. The Taoist Qing Feng, with a whisk in hand, cheerfully followed him into the arena. The Eastern prodigies held great hope for this battle. If Lin Juiying could not secure a victory, their prospects would appear even more grim. As the battle commenced, Lin Juiying immediately activated the Tianying Absolute Body, intending to launch a fierce offensive to swiftly overpower Taoist Qing Feng. The clash between the two was far more thunderous than before, their myriad of divine abilities and techniques on full display, showcasing their profound cultivation. However, after observing for a while, the Eastern prodigies were taken aback to realize that although Taoist Qing Feng was not particularly renowned, he seemed to possess greater strength than the previous fighters. Even with Lin Juiying exerting all his might, he appeared to be nearing exhaustion. Ultimately, the battle concluded in a relatively stable manner. Lin Juiying was drained, while Taoist Qing Feng, though somewhat disheveled, fared better than his predecessors. Thus, the Eastern continent faced its sixth consecutive defeat. On the central side, laughter and merriment echoed, while the Eastern side descended into despondency. This grand gathering of prodigies had opened the eyes of the Eastern participants to the stark disparities of the world. "Is there truly no hope for us?" One Eastern prodigy spoke up, his voice filled with confusion and bitterness. "Alas, the people of the central continent are too powerful. We simply cannot match them. Indeed, if there were to be anyone capable of rivaling them, it would likely be the gaze, intentional or not, of the prodigies from the Eastern continent as it fell upon Xiao Chun. As the scion of the Yi family, he holds the highest status among those present and, by extension, ought to be the most formidable force among them." A flicker of excitement coursed through Xiao Qin's heart. At last, the moment of utmost attention had arrived. Rising to his feet, he turned to face Che Chen, who occupied the esteemed position at the head of the table, amidst the eager eyes of the Eastern prodigies. "Brother Che, though I may lack talent, I possess a modicum of confidence in my abilities. I would be honored to request your guidance in a sparring match. What are your thoughts on this?" His words struck like thunder, plunging the banquet into an immediate silence. Both the central and eastern continent denizens regarded Xiao Chun with expressions akin to bewilderment. How could he presume to challenge someone of Che Chen's caliber who held sway among the three great powers? Yet, a fraction of the onlookers pondered if perhaps this was a matter worth anticipating. After all, Xiao Chun was indeed a top-tier prodigy of the eastern continent, hailing from the Yi family, and with a formidable virtual emperor overseeing him, their disdain for the three great powers of the central continent might just allow Xiao Chun to surprise everyone after all. However, this astonishing declaration bore a different interpretation for the central continent prodigies. By directly bypassing so many to seek a contest with Che Chun, Xiao Chun implied that he considered himself a peer to Che Chun and his companions, simultaneously displaying contempt for them. Yet Che Chun remained silent, and they could only cast icy glares at Xiao Chun. Che Chun found himself momentarily stunned by Xiao Chun's audacious request. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. This fool, clearly oblivious to the implications of his actions, had unwittingly included himself in a game he was ill-equipped to play. It was precisely because he had been treating Xiao Chen with such courtesy that he hoped to suppress the Yi family's influence through his status. Little did he expect this arrogant fool to attempt to drag him down. Should he engage now, it would seem beneath him, casting a shadow on his own reputation as a renowned genius. To mix with someone like Xiao Qian, regardless of the outcome, would only serve to elevate the latter's notoriety. Tio Che Chun, Xiao Qian was as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of his attention. Yet, failing to act could also lead to complications. Rumors might spread that he feared Xiao Qian, and the carefully cultivated image of a humble gentleman could easily shatter. After all, it was Xiao Qian who had approached him first, and to refuse would come across as a blatant disrespect. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly turned to Ing Wudi beside him. "Your Highness, why not engage in a spar with Brother Xiao?" Ing Wudi was taken aback, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Che Chun, seeking to evade direct confrontation, had passed the burden to him. Moreover, there was no hierarchy between them. As the crown prince, he felt belittled by such a suggestion, as if he were being commanded. Yet, the event was indeed under Che Chin's auspices, and it was undeniable that Che Chin's prowess surpassed both his and Kong Yan's. However, to decline would be to slight Che Chun and reveal a lack of unity before the Eastern audience, potentially inviting ridicule. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. "Very well, I shall test the caliber of the Eastern prodigies." Xiao Qian, equally displeased, had initially believed Che Chun's earlier support indicated a mutual respect, a camaraderie among heroes. Yet, upon proposing the challenge, he found himself brushed aside. Ultimately, it was clear that Che Chin regarded him with disdain. Were it not for the need to uphold the Yi family's reputation, he would have stormed away in indignation. "Since the crown prince is willing, I shall have no objections," Xiao Qin replied, masking his discontent. Ing Wudi, as the crown prince of the Great Ing, had taken up the mantle, and he could not afford to refuse without incurring the wrath of both Che Chun and Ing Wudi. Ing Wudi sighed inwardly, at a loss for words regarding Xiao Qin's folly. This man seemed utterly unaware of his own limitations. He had mistaken Che Chin's tolerance for admiration. Were it not for his ambitions concerning the Yi family, Xiao Qian would not have warranted his presence at all. Nevertheless, appearances had to be maintained. Brother Xiao is indeed a top-tier prodigy of the Eastern continent, and I too hope for a fruitful exchange," Ing Wudi said, maintaining a facade of cordiality. Xiao Qian nodded and, with a swift motion, summoned the sword that hung at his waist, its form becoming a radiant arc in his grasp, with a cup of wine in his left hand. He stepped toward the head table. "It is a great pleasure to encounter so many prodigies from the central continent today. This opportunity is rare indeed, and I would like to toast Brother Che, whose efforts have made this gathering possible." As he spoke, his aura surged, escalating in intensity and causing those of lesser cultivation to struggle for breath. Xiao Qian was acutely aware of his strategy. To gain recognition and respect from the Yi family and the central continent, he must first best Ing Wudi, then challenge Che Chun directly. Only thus could he pave the way for a prosperous future. Chapter 72. The Defeat of the Prodigy. Ing Wudi's domination in the face of Xiao Qin's advancing presence, his aura intensifying with each step. Ing Wudi rose from his seat, a frown etched upon his face. Anger simmered within him. Not only had Che Chun thrust him forward as a shield, but Xiao Qin's audacity was beyond comprehension. Did he not realize his own insignificance? To flaunt such arrogance in front of so many was a fool's gambit. Could he not wait until they were within the confines of the dual realm? Xiao Qian believed he had orchestrated his plans well, leveraging the opportunity of toasting to project his spirit, thus inflating his combat intent while subtly aiming his challenge at Che Chun. If he could defeat Ing Wudi, he would carry the momentum of victory to compel Che Chun into a confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, it would leave a profound impression upon the hearts of the central continent denizens. Even in defeat, he could claim that his diminished spiritual energy led to a narrow loss, elevating his reputation, at the very least standing shoulder to shoulder with Che Chun. Ing Wudi's smile vanished, his expression now a stoic mask as he regarded Xiao Qian, who was closing in with relentless determination. "Ing Wudi, I seek your guidance." With the words barely leaving his lips, Xiao Qian's gaze hardened as he ascended the steps, his overwhelming aura surging forth like a blazing inferno. Ing Wudi appeared unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he observed Xiao Qian's approach. Upon Xiao Chun reaching the first step, Ing Wudi finally spoke. "Xiao Chun, though your talents place you among the elite of the Eastern continent, today, I must impart a lesson. There are always those greater than oneself." As he finished speaking, Ing Wudi's demeanor shifted, and a resonant roar echoed from within him, reminiscent of a dragon's call. allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Azure Flood Dragon's tear. With a low growl, two brilliant green orbs ignited within Ing Wudi's gaze, and simultaneously, the ethereal energies of the banquet seemed to still, halting their flow. Xiao Qian's footfalls froze, an instinctual chill of impending doom washing over him. Roar! The dragon's roar intensified, causing Xiao Qian's pupils to constrict in terror. The two green lights in Ing Wudi's eyes transformed into dragon-like apparitions, lunging towards Xiao Qian's visage. Instinctively, he summoned his entire reservoir of spiritual energy for defense. Yet those ethereal dragons felt as if they were mere illusions, effortlessly penetrating the swirling tempest of his spiritual force and barreling towards him. With a sickening thud, Xiao Qian expelled a mouthful of blood. His wine cup shattered, its contents spilling across the ground. Struggling to maintain his footing, the excruciating pain and weakness coursing through him left little room for resistance. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. As countless astonished gazes bore witness to his fall, from the elevated steps, Ing Wudi cast a downward glance, akin to a god surveying a mere mortal, coldly observing the pallor that overtook Xiao Qian's features. This is the true Azure Flood Dragon's tear. Silence enveloped the room. The Eastern prodigies stared in disbelief at the fallen Xiao Qian, who struggled to rise, their shock palpable. How could such a top-tier prodigy from the central continent falter against a mere gaze from Ing Wudi? Xiao Qian's face turned ashen. His body ached, yet his heart ached more profoundly. It was all over. Everything he had envisioned for his future lay in ruins, shattered by a single glance. It was merely a gaze. Xiao Qian's mind was a chaotic mess, akin to being struck by several heavy blows, leaving his thoughts in a state of utter disarray. He dared not contemplate how others would regard him in the future. Backed by one of the premier families of Dongzhou, and being a prodigious talent in his own right, he had suffered a crushing defeat under a mere gaze. The ensuing waves of doubt, ridicule, derision, and abuse were thoughts he could scarcely bear to entertain. Regret and panic surged within him like a relentless tide, completely engulfing every corner of his heart. Winning Invincible stood before him like a regal monarch, exuding an aura of cold ferocity, as the golden dragon embroidered on his robe seemed almost alive. Xiao Qian lay prostrate on the steps, which, though merely 9 in number, felt like an insurmountable height he would forever be compelled to look up to. It was vital to remember that Xiao Qian's past achievements had been nothing short of illustrious. He had once fought to a standstill against the most formidable of opponents within the same realm. Engaging in battles beyond his level had been as effortless as eating or drinking, and even in defeat, he had never suffered such an embarrassing loss. Yet, the disparity between him and Winning Invincible was merely 5 minor realms apart. Xiao Qian had harbored confidence in his ability to mount a counteroffensive. Even if he could not prevail, a draw seemed the least he could expect. However, reality delivered a brutally harsh blow, shattering all his illusions to pieces. The gap between geniuses was indeed vast. After surveying Xiao Qian for a moment, Winning Invincible finally smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, it was merely a sparring match. Do not take it to heart. Theo have only spat blood under the true might of my Azure Serpent's rending strike is a testament to your status as a prodigy of Dongzhou." His words flowed with an air of casualness, akin to an elder comforting a younger peer. Yet, given their similar ages and status as contemporaneous talents, it only underscored that Winning Invincible had never regarded Xiao Qian as an equal. The repeated emphasis on the Azure Serpent's rending strike stemmed from Winning Invincible's previous defeat at the hands of the young master of the Yi family, which had unjustly tarnished the reputation of the Daing dynasty's divine technique. This had led the people of Dongzhou to lose a measure of their reverence for the Daing dynasty, casting doubt on its strength. Since Xiao Qian had presented himself so willingly, Winning Invincible saw no harm in sacrificing this insignificant insect to restore the dynasty's honor. Though the exchange seemed lengthy, in truth, it had taken only a few breaths from the moment Xiao Qian descended the steps until Winning Invincible spoke. The chasm between them was as pronounced as the gulf between a firefly and the bright moon, filling the hearts of Dongzhou's prodigies with a sense of helplessness. If even the talents of the Yi family fell before a single glance, what resistance could they muster? On the contrary, those from Zhongzhou were effusive in their praise, lauding Winning Invincible as one of the foremost prodigies, a display of strength that commanded respect. Feigning warmth, Winning Invincible descended the steps. Extending a hand as if to assist Xiao Qian, "Brother Xiao, It was merely a sparring session. Let us not allow it to sour our relations. Chapter 73. The stunning entrance of Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi. This statement struck Xiao Chun like a dagger to the heart. The implication that it was merely a sparring match suggested that he had not even faced winning Invincible's full strength. Yet, despite this, he had suffered a defeat so clean and thorough that the weight of being a top prodigy felt like an immense mountain. Threatening to suffocate him, he shuddered at the thought of how this incident would be relayed back to the Yi family, bracing himself for the inevitable mockery and scorn. After a moment of silence, he struggled to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity, refusing to take winning Invincible's hand, instead propping himself up with his spiritual sword as he unsteadily rose. "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Chan concedes. These few words drained nearly all of his strength. A glimmer of coldness flickered in winning Invincible's eyes as he withdrew his hand, chuckling lightly as he returned to his seat. A harsh voice suddenly pierced the air from Zhengzhou's side. "So this is the extent of Dongzhou's top prodigy?" Xiao Chen halted, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat, which he could no longer suppress after a few moments of struggle. The Dongzhou crowd glared angrily, but how much of that anger was rooted in powerlessness? "Everyone, it was merely a sparring match. There is no need to take it so to heart," the previously silent Che Qian interjected with a smile. Addressing Xiao Qian with gentleness, "Xiao Shensi, we have prepared a skilled healer in the pavilion. Might you wish to seek treatment first?" "No need." Observing Xiao Chun's stubbornness even after his defeat, Che Chen lost interest in him and addressed the people of Zhengzhou. "Friends, it is evident from this sparring session that there remains a considerable gap between the talents of Dongzhou and Zhengzhou." Such words were already quite diplomatic, having suffered 7 or 8 consecutive defeats. The disparity was not a mere gap but rather a complete overwhelming. The Dongzhou people themselves dared not believe the divide was slight. Noticing the crowd's lack of enthusiasm, Che Chun abruptly shifted his tone. "However, speaking of which, with the rupture of the source wall, the flow of resources between Zhengzhou and Dongzhou is now possible. This means that resources from Zhengzhou can now reach Dongzhou, providing everyone with greater opportunities for cultivation and advancement." The eyes of Dongzhou's prodigies flickered with interest. Although the two sides appeared to be in opposition, Che Chen's words held a kernel of truth. Dongzhou was far more barren than Zhengzhou. And while they sought to exploit this land, it also promised broader horizons and opportunities for exchange. Perhaps the dawn of a new era was not so bad after all. Che Chen's remarks dispelled much of the disappointment and gloom among Dongzhou's talents. Their presence here was a testament to their talent and intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have reached such heights as long as they could access resources from Zhengzhou, or even break free from the constraints of Dongzhou's incomplete heavenly path to ascend to Zhengzhou. Their future remained bright. Of course, such thoughts were kept private. No one dared to risk being condemned by the masses by defying righteousness. Observing the expressions of the Dongzhou crowd, Che Chun could not help but smile. After all, these individuals from a lesser region were easily swayed by both coercion and inducement. Subduing them was not a difficult task. Lin Juiying sighed at the excitement in the eyes of his fellow Dongzhou prodigies. How naive they were. Did they truly believe that aligning with Zhengzhou would yield a favorable outcome? If Zhengzhou had sufficient resources to spare, why would they covet the already impoverished Dongzhou? If they didn't scrape the land clean, it would already be considered a sign of great mercy from Zhengzhou. As for cultivation resources, why would they share what they themselves did not need with the latecomers from Dongzhou? Yet, even though everyone understood this truth, private desires and ambitions would still drive them to take a gamble. The allure of Zhengzhou's cultivation resources and the promise of a complete heavenly path were temptations few could resist. Che Chun continued, "As long as you all can coexist peacefully with Zhengzhou, we shall all have a promising future." He raised his cup. "Let us toast to our bright future." The Dongzhou prodigies raised their cups in acknowledgement, signaling their acceptance of Che Chen's words. Just at that moment, a somewhat flippant and arrogant voice echoed from beyond the mountain gate. "I have heard that young Master Che invites the younger generation of Dongzhou to Wangjiang Mountain. Yet we, as a couple, have not received an invitation. I ask this not a slight against us." Such audacious words instantly drew the ire of Zhengzhou's prodigies, while the Dongzhou crowd buzzed with curiosity, speculating about the identity of the speaker. After all, the tone suggested they might be from Dongzhou. Only Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened in shock and confusion. "Why Yi Changxing? How did he arrive? Wasn't it said that he would not attend without an invitation?" As footsteps approached, An exceptionally handsome pair emerged at the edge of the square. Yi Chongqing, rarely seen in fine attire, wore a blue spiritual robe adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. His long hair was tied back with a simple ribbon, giving him an air of carefree elegance. Beside him stood an enchanting beauty in an ice blue gown, her ethereal presence reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Evoking visions of divinity, Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi, exclaimed someone, recognizing their identities. Indeed, Yi Chongqing's renown in Dongzhou surpassed even that of Xiao Qin. After all, he was once infamously known as a waste, and everyone enjoyed the spectacle of his rise amid the intrigues of the top powers. As he surveyed the astonished expressions of the crowd, Yi Chongqing maintained an air of nonchalance, even as his heart cried out in despair. Upon hearing that the prodigies would be inviting Xiao Qin, he had felt a surge of delight. He had never cared much for such gatherings, especially knowing Zhongzhou's intentions were anything but benevolent. Whether to show off or face humiliation was not a path he wished to tread. Initially, he had assumed that, given the system's nature, it would assign him a task to attend. To his surprise, no notification had come during the council, allowing him a moment of respite. However, shortly after his return, the familiar, cold voice of the system had rung in his ears, assigning him the task of participating in this gathering of prodigies. Yi Chongqing's heart brimmed with reluctance, yet upon seeing the rewards listed, he found himself powerless to resist. The ultimate gift, a cultivation method for the Azure Dragon's sacred body. The moment he laid eyes on the reward's title, he couldn't help but grimace in frustration. If not for the system's usual chilliness, he might have suspected it was indulging in some cruel humor. Clearly aware of his reluctance, he nonetheless placed the very thing he needed most as a reward, which seemed rather cruel. Reluctantly, he accepted the task with great inner turmoil. However, since it was a chance to shine, he felt somewhat awkward going alone and managed to persuade Gu Qingyi to accompany him. Chapter 74. The heir of the Yi family's bold provocation. Initially, Gu Qingyi was not in agreement. After all, she had not been invited to the Tianjiao conference, and her quiet disposition led her to wish to avoid such affairs. Yet, unable to withstand Yi Chongqing's persistent coaxing, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the couple made their joint appearance at the Tianjiao conference. Cai Chen gazed at Gu Qingyi's enchanting visage, momentarily lost in the illusion of having encountered a celestial being. He had witnessed many stunning beauties, yet none could compare to the ethereal grace that Gu Qingyi exuded. Meanwhile, Wudi finally grasped why his inept brother, despite enduring a beating, remained infatuated with that lady. After all, she was a true talent from Zhongzhou. Cai Chen, momentarily dazed, soon regained his composure. However, before he could speak, those from Dongzhou began to murmur among themselves. What is Yi Chongqing doing here? Who knows? He's just a useless body incapable of cultivation. Isn't he merely seeking humiliation in a gathering of prodigies? The incessant whispers of criticism fell on deaf ears as Yi Chongqing remained fixated on the trio at the center. Noticing Cai Chen's peculiar gaze, instinctively, he grasped Gu Qingyi's hand. Raising an eyebrow in a display of pride towards the three, Cai Chen felt a surge of anger, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Yet, maintaining his cultivated gentlemanly facade, he had to uphold that image he had carefully crafted over time. With a gentle wave of his feather fan, Cai Chen smiled and remarked, "Brother Yi, your words are misguided. It is not that I did not invite you. It is merely that there are rumors in Dongzhou suggesting you have no interest in martial arts. How could I be so ignorant of the times?" This statement was a thinly veiled jab at Yi Chongqing's perceived inadequacy, albeit expressed in a more genteel manner. Humph, what was true in the past does not hold in the present. I, the young master, have developed an interest in martial arts, with those knaves from who knows where eyeing my Qingyi. If I do not take action soon, some may truly think me an easy target. This utterance caused Wudi to frown deeply. Who else could be coveting Gu Qingyi but his own brother, Wuji? Yi Chongqing's words were clearly aimed at Wuji, showing a blatant disregard for both him and the Daring Empire. However, what followed next caused everyone to question Yi Chongqing's sanity. Furthermore, why would I not showcase this unparalleled physique of mine? To do so would be a waste of such a gift. With that, he paid no mind to the bewildered expressions surrounding him, pulling Gu Qingyi along as he surveyed the area, ultimately arriving at Lin Zhuiying's table. Brother Lin, after such a long journey, I find myself rather famished. Would you mind if I partake of a few morsels here? Before Lin could respond, Yi Chongqing had already taken a spirit fruit and began to devour it. Lin Juiying was left speechless. Shifting his position to allow Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi to sit down, then quietly sighed, "Brother Yi, you may have acted a bit recklessly." Yi Chongqing was unbothered, patting Lin Juiying on the shoulder with a cheerful laugh. "Fear not, Brother Lin. Remember, we were able to crush Ying Wuji's head. With the finest physique in the world at my disposal, what is there to worry about? Right, my dear wife?" He suddenly posed the question to Gu Qingyi. Winking playfully at her, Gu Qingyi instantly understood the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, her bashful demeanor drawing the attention of the men around her. Yet, this remark piqued many people's interest. They had initially come merely to spectate, but his words inadvertently rekindled their memories. After all, Yi Chongqing had defeated Ying Wuji. If he were not deemed a genius, then what did that make Ying Wuji and those beneath him? Ying Wuji's expression darkened considerably, his gaze towards Yi Chongqing laced with a hint of murderous intent. Such words were a blatant disregard for the dead Ying Empire. Just as he was about to speak, Che Chen interjected, "Brother Yi, you exaggerate. I was unaware of your interest in martial arts. Since you have come of your own accord, adding a few more seats is no trouble. Bring them in." "Wait a moment." Yi Chongqing interrupted, casually tossing the fruit pit across the table into the midst of the Zhongzhou prodigies. Amidst their exclamations of outrage, he smirked, "I have no need for extra seats. I am not particularly fond of such ostentatious displays. Today, I merely wish to inquire why, having spent time in Dongzhou, you have yet to pay a visit to my Yi family? Has the Divine Temple been so preoccupied with your cultivation that they neglected to teach you proper etiquette?" Che Chen's smile instantly froze. Such audacious words flowed from Yi Chongqing without the slightest hesitation, as if he were oblivious to Che Chen's expression. He continued munching on the fruit while casting sidelong glances. It should be noted that he was addressing a prodigy from Zhongzhou. Xiao Chun could not withstand a single blow beneath Ying Wuji's hand, let alone the formidable Che Chun who seemed to dominate the scene. Yi Chongqing's audacity was astounding. Was he not afraid of being struck down on the spot? Ying Wuji occasionally cast glances at Che Chun, his eyes questioning. At this moment, Gu Qingyi finally shook off her bashful memories and instinctively echoed, "Indeed, as a junior, why have you not come to visit the Yi family elder?" Che Chen's heart skipped a beat, forcefully suppressing his fury. "Ha ha, young Master Yi is jesting. I am new here and not well versed in the customs of the Yi family. To show up unannounced would be rather presumptuous, so I intended to wait until I was more familiar before paying a visit." Though he maintained a cordial exterior, internally he seethed, wishing to flay Yi Chongqing alive. He had orchestrated this grand gathering precisely because the Yi family had not visited, intending to invite Xiao Qian to vex them. To his surprise, Yi Chongqing had preempted him. How could he possibly take the initiative to visit? The atmosphere among the crowd grew tense, the realization dawning upon them that Yi Chongqing was not there to partake in the Tianjiao conference, but rather to provoke. Che Chun had the backing of the Divine Temple, and if he were to be angered, it could spell disaster. After a moment of silence, Che Chun managed to force a smile. "Brother Yi, you jest. I am rather pressed for time and cannot afford to waste it. I had planned to visit the Yi family once this matter concluded, yet you have arrived sooner than anticipated." A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. It appeared Che Chun had opted for a more conciliatory approach. The outcome of a confrontation between the two was uncertain, but the smaller factions certainly did not wish to get caught in the crossfire. Chapter 75. The Winds of Change in the Yi family. Ultimately, the Yi family boasted a formidable presence with a powerful figure at the Void Emperor level, making them not easily trifled with. Presently, with the source wall imposing significant restrictions and the elite of Zhongzhou unable to venture forth, the head of the Yi family stood as their greatest asset and a bastion of strength. Indeed, the prodigious talents of Zhongzhou often overlook the Yi family. Yi Chongqing responded with a smile. The mockery in his words unmistakable, fury boiled within Che Chun. As a prodigy of the Divine Temple, he had never faced such open mockery in Zhongzhou, let alone in this insignificant Dongzhou. Were it not for his caution regarding the Yi family's Void Emperor, he might have been tempted to skin this insolent wretch alive. Taking several deep breaths, Che Chun managed to force a smile. "I must remain calm. I must think of the greater picture." Reassuring himself repeatedly, Che Chun finally maintained his composure. "Ha ha, young Master Yi is joking. I am hardly a strong dragon, nor do I dare to act recklessly before the Yi family. After all, Your family has long held dominion over Dongzhou. How could a newcomer from Zhengzhou compare? My divine temple intends to collaborate for mutual benefit with the various families of Dongzhou. I do not wish to be overly entangled with any one entity. Correct? The words spoken by Chechen are imbued with a malevolent intent. On the surface, they seem to signify a concession to the Yi family, yet in reality, they covertly incite discord among various factions. As the saying goes, a tree that stands tall among the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. The Yi family has maintained its position at the pinnacle of Dongzhou for many years, and countless individuals and powers have yearned for its dramatic downfall, eager to feast upon the remains of this colossal entity. The subsequent remark, "It is not necessary to cling to a single tree," serves as an implicit threat to Yi Changsheng, suggesting that ascending to dominance in Dongzhou does not necessitate the Yi family as a proxy. Simultaneously, he conveys to the talents of Dongzhou that the era of the Yi family's unchallenged supremacy has irrevocably faded. With the involvement of Zhengzhou, those lurking in the shadows can now comfortably engage in their petty schemes without the prior need for caution. It must be said that these words have indeed borne fruit. Many in Dongzhou now regard Yi Changsheng with veiled eyes, their thoughts unknown. If one is not careful, this situation could very well plunge the Yi family into peril. However, Yi Changsheng's expression remains unchanged, even displaying a leisurely demeanor as he feeds a grape to Gu Qing'e. TSK, Master Che, your words are quite serious. The Yi family hardly qualifies as a local tyrant, certainly not on par with the formidable forces of Zhengzhou. Moreover, since Zhengzhou looks down upon us, the Yi family is not one to eagerly offer servitude. By the way, I almost forgot to mention something. During a conversation with my father, he mentioned that he still maintains some connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas in the West. I find this rather intriguing. If Master Che has any information regarding the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, I would appreciate any insights you might share. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chechen and others visibly shifted. Yet, Yi Changsheng appeared oblivious, turning his attention to Xiao Chun, his smile fading entirely. Are you not going to leave? Do you wish to linger here and wallow in humiliation? Xiao Chun clenched his fists, the anger and frustration within him nearly overwhelming his reason. He was the son of God, representing the Yi family at the gathering of heroes. It was already humiliating enough to be wounded by Ying Wudi's mere gaze. Now this scoundrel had the audacity to publicly berate him in front of so many. His fists tightened and then loosened repeatedly, yet in the end, he begrudgingly bit his lip and swallowed his resentment. This gathering of heroes had not yielded any of the splendid futures he had envisioned. In fact, he now bore a tainted reputation. Being gazed upon as if he were gravely wounded would surely become a laughingstock once word got out. Failing to leap over the Dragon Gate, he feared his status and resources within the Yi family would be significantly impacted upon his return. With this crushing defeat, he might lose all that he once possessed. At this very moment, the vanquished had no voice. After beckoning to his companions, Yi Changsheng disregarded the expressions of those around him and strode confidently towards the exit. Jiu Qingyi linked her arm with his, walking beside him, while Xiao Chun, pale-faced, followed along with 3 younger members of the Yi family. All eyes were diverted to Chechen and his companions. How could Yi Changsheng, so brazenly provocative, not face some repercussions? Chechen gazed at Yi Changsheng's retreating figure, his eyes dark as if peering into an abyss. His thoughts were consumed by the matters concerning the Yi family. The implications of Yi Changsheng's words were clear. The Yi family had evidently aligned themselves with the grand vessel of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. If Zhengzhou were to exert further pressure, the Yi family would undoubtedly turn to that side. Though uncertain of the truth behind this assertion, Chechen was hesitant to take the risk, and thus, while he felt a strong aversion to Yi Changsheng's arrogance, he found himself at a crossroads, with his face ashen. He watched as Yi Changsheng and his entourage prepared to depart. Finally, Ying Wudi could no longer contain himself and muttered, "What are we to do about this?" Chechen's heart seethed with anger. What else could he do? That scoundrel Yi Changsheng must die. He absolutely must, however. More pressing was the need to stabilize the situation. Despite his apparent glory as a figure among the divine, even the crown prince of the grading had to afford him a measure of respect. Yet the reality of the situation was known only to Chechen. The divine palace was not akin to other factions. Its rules were so stringent they bordered on inhumane. His ascension to this position was not merely due to his exceptional talent, but also because he had repeatedly accomplished the tasks assigned by the divine palace. Consequently, his hands were stained with blood, and he understood all too well the grim fate that awaited the vanquished. For the divine palace, the only force in Dongzhou worth noting was the Yi family. They held little regard for the others. Therefore, Chechen's mission in Dongzhou was to draw the Yi family into alignment with the divine palace. To take action against Yi Chongqing would signify the palace's stance and declare this mission a failure. Perhaps he could indeed eliminate Yi Chongqing and withstand any retribution from the Yi family. Yet the consequences of a failed mission within the divine palace were exceedingly severe, likely requiring a sacrifice of his own life. Such an outcome was certainly not worth the price. As long as he did not wish for a mutual destruction with Yi Chongqing, there was only one path forward, to fulfill the divine palace's task. After a prolonged silence, as Yi Chongqing and his companions vanished from sight, he finally exhaled, the frostiness in his gaze gradually dissipating. Let them go. Chapter 76. The decision of Tianying Pavilion. Wudi was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Chechen. Are you truly certain you wish to let them go? The previously silent Kong Yin finally spoke, her cold eyes beneath the veil revealing a trace of doubt. She too understood Chechen, making his choice all the more unexpected. Chechen could naturally sense the skepticism of his companions. What good would it do to not let them go? My mood is already soured by Yi Chongqing's public affront and ridicule. And now you too are casting doubts upon me. His tone bore hints of irritation and impatience. Wudi's expression darkened. If Yi Chongqing has upset you, do not take it out on us. If you truly have the capability, go and kill him instead of yelling at us. Kong Yin added soothingly, there is no need for such anger, Brother Che. Why let these matters get you so worked up? Though unspoken, her words clearly supported Wudi's stance. After being confronted by Wudi's fiery retort, Chechen finally regained his composure. Listening to their displeasure, he took a deep breath and said, let us put this matter to rest. I do not wish to dwell on it further. You both know well that the Yi family is of great significance to Dongzhou. Without their cooperation, it would be quite difficult to ascend to power here. Therefore, do not attempt to provoke me with such rhetoric. I will fulfill my obligations. Now, what we should be most concerned about is whether the Yi family truly has connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. If so, we must adjust our strategy in Dongzhou. Wudi and Kong Yin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Yi Chongqing held Gu Qingyi's hand, admiring the magnificent scenery. My husband, you spoke so boldly just now. Do you think he will seek revenge? Yi Chongqing chuckled and shook his head. Rest assured, Qingyi, he will not. Why is that? Gu Qingyi asked, curious about the source of his confidence. Given that the Yi family hardly seemed a match for the divine palace, Yi Chongqing pointed upward and remarked, my father has informed me that the rules of the divine palace are exceedingly strict, and failing to complete a task results in severe punishment. Chechen has come this far. He certainly would not willingly forfeit what he has gained. Moreover, his primary mission from the divine palace is likely to win us over. Should he kill me, our family would be locked in a deadly struggle, and this task would inevitably fail, subjecting him to the palace's retribution. Furthermore, let us not forget that our father is a master of the Void Emperor realm. Even if he were to kill me, he could not escape Dongzhou. Even in the unlikely event he managed to flee, the divine palace, in deference to my father's reputation, would undoubtedly execute him. A frenzied Void Emperor would be a formidable adversary, even for the divine palace. Hence, from any angle, there is no necessity for him to eliminate me. Jiu Qingyi's eyes brightened with understanding, and she couldn't help but smile, praising, so my husband is such a wise person. I had thought you were merely impulsive. Yi Chongqing feigned displeasure. You little rascal, did you truly see me as a mere brute before? Not at all, Himph. You know in your heart how it is. If I am not pleased, you shall surely be punished when we return. Ah? How does my husband intend to punish me? A dual cultivation session would suffice. As the couple Yi Chongqing departed, the grand gathering of the prodigies came to an abrupt conclusion. The objectives of Chechen were scarcely fulfilled. Aside from establishing a reputation in the eastern continent, their efforts were largely in vain. Yi Chongqing's sudden appearance successfully sowed discord within the Yi family. And more significantly, the hints he subtly dropped regarding a possible connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas caused the eastern forces, who had just begun to entertain other thoughts, to retreat into silence. If the central continent could not act as a solid backing against the pressure from the Yi family, very few among the eastern forces dared to defy them. In an era of great contention, even a slight hesitation could lead to a cascade of missteps, and no one was willing to take that risk. Thus, the influence brought by the gathering of prodigies waned swiftly, instead further amplifying Yi Chongqing's renown. With the stark contrast presented by Shao Chun, he faced the three great powers of the central continent with neither humility nor arrogance, even daring to mock them, which earned him countless praises from the people of the eastern continent. One wished to see their homeland completely subjugated. The affairs of the eastern continent should be determined by its own people. However, at the same time, numerous factions grew increasingly apprehensive. After all, the Yi family had offended the central continent's divine hall and had some grievances with the Grading dynasty. With the exception of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, which had no direct communication, it was essentially a matter of two major factions antagonizing another. Yet, despite this, the central continent, lacking formidable experts, dared not take action against the Yi family, resorting instead to subtle machinations in the shadows, hoping to incite the various eastern factions to ostracize the Yi family, thereby isolating them. In the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Juiying, after watching the Divine Hall's entourage depart, inquired of the Pavilion Master, "Master, do we truly need to involve ourselves in this matter?" The Pavilion Master hesitated, sighing uncertainly. "I am also at a loss. Let us consult the ancestor before deciding." It must be said, the terms presented by the central continent were indeed enticing, making it hard not to be tempted. "By the way, what do you think, disciple?" Lin Juiying furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before speaking gravely. "Master, I believe we should not sever ties with the Yi family." "Oh? What is your reasoning?" Lin Juiying raised three fingers. "Firstly, we are a force of the eastern continent. Our roots are firmly planted in this land, and we must continue to reside here. If we choose to ally with the central continent, it would not bode well for our reputation. Secondly, the Yi family is indeed the pinnacle clan of our eastern continent, and rumors abound regarding their connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The central continent is, after all, an external force. Their foundation cannot be as deep as that of the Yi family, and when true conflict arises, who knows who will prevail? Thirdly, and most crucially, if the conditions from the central continent are as favorable as they claim. Master, have you not considered what their ulterior motives might be in coveting the eastern continent? The promised resources are almost double what we possess ourselves. Can they genuinely afford to part with such treasures? This scheme of empty-handed deception warrants careful consideration." Upon hearing Lin Juiying's analysis, the Pavilion Master furrowed his brow. "So, according to your reasoning, we truly cannot easily consent to cooperate with the central continent?" Lin Juiying shook his head. "This matter is of great importance to the Pavilion. I dare not make decisions independently. Only you and the ancestor possess the authority to decide. However, I feel that for the long-term development of the Shadow Pavilion, we should approach this matter with caution and not hastily lean towards the central continent." A few days later, the actions of Yi Chongqing at the gathering of prodigies spread far and wide. The undeniable reality of his consecutive victories left various factions anxious, growing increasingly fearful of the central continent's overwhelming might. Yet, simultaneously, the resolute stance Yi Chongqing exhibited on behalf of the Yi family rekindled a flicker of hope among them. Despite the central continent's might, as long as the Yi family stood firm, the eastern factions could unite and resist. Naturally, there were those who speculated that this was merely a strategic maneuver by the Yi family. The connections among the various states had existed for a long time, and there had never been any prior exchanges. What right did the Yi family have to establish ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Two schools of thought clashed incessantly across the eastern continent, rendering the situation even more chaotic. Nevertheless, Yi Chongqing's reputation had undoubtedly soared, dispelling the mockery and derision he had previously endured due to his perceived weakness. There were both admirers and detractors, but no one dared to question his intellect any longer. The three great forces of the central continent, during this period, adopted an unusually low profile, no longer behaving as arrogantly as before. Yet, everyone understood that their temporary withdrawal was likely a prelude to a more significant conspiracy. After all, given the strength of the central continent, if they truly resolved to take action against the eastern continent, there was no need to overly fear the distant kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The Yi family, Cheng Gu, I have matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you further. Focus on your cultivation. A young man who had participated in the gathering of prodigies alongside Xiao Qin cheerfully declined Xiao Qin's invitation to converse further. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Qin's expression darkened, his chest heaving with emotion. Once upon a time, individuals like him would have only obeyed without question in his presence. How dare they so brazenly refuse his invitation today? TSK, their relationship had been quite amicable before. How had it soured so? Who knows? However, I heard it was related to the last gathering of prodigies. Our Xiao Shenxi initially sought to make a name for himself, only to be rendered speechless by a single glance from the crown prince of the great Ying dynasty. It was only after the young master intervened personally that he was brought back. What? That can't be true. Isn't Xiao Shenxi the strongest prodigy of our eastern continent? Yes, he was once the strongest. But that was merely the young master concealing his true strength. Remember how he defeated Ying Wuji? Xiao Qian not only dared not engage him, but also relied on the young master to regain his face. Some people are just bullies at home. When faced with real challenges, they crumble. Such individuals cannot support the future of our Yi family. Xiao Qian had never before felt such intense hatred for his own keen senses. He absorbed every word of the discussions and derisions from his kin, emotions of anger, resentment, and jealousy swirling within him, making him wish to vanish from the Yi family entirely. Yet, his desire to enhance his cultivation was inextricably linked to the support of the Yi family. Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng. This name clung to his mind like a curse, tightening its grip each time he encountered matters concerning this person, assuring nothing but unfavorable outcomes. Why Yi Changsheng? I swear I will kill you. He roared in his heart, his expression as grim as a storm cloud as he stormed into the courtyard, slamming the door behind him. The saint of Kanglin within the ring sighed deeply before offering comfort. Xiao Qian, do not allow fleeting emotions to disrupt your path of cultivation. Xiao Qian remained silent, uncertain if he had absorbed the words. Though you have faced a setback, it may not be entirely detrimental. In this vast realm of Wanyuan, it is entirely natural for exceptional talents to emerge. It is unnecessary to harbor grudges over transient victories or defeats. One must understand that those who tread the path of the emperor are not merely endowed with exceptional talent. They must also possess unwavering spirit and intellect. After a sincere counsel, Xiao Qian reluctantly acknowledged with a sound, but fell silent once more. The saint of Kanglin understood the profound impact this incident had on Xiao Qian and ultimately could only rely on him to find his own way through. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, the elders gathered, with Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi also in attendance. The grand elder cheerfully remarked, the young master performed exceptionally well this time, allowing our Yi family to vent some pent-up frustration. Indeed, our Yi family is no mere plaything. How could the central continent presume to manipulate us? Absolutely. If not for the young master, our Yi family would have truly lost face this time. Various praises echoed. Yet Yi Changxing found the clamor to be nothing short of a nuisance. Were it not for his father's insistence that he attend, he would have been busy cultivating on the back mountain instead. However, while he held no particular views on the matter, the rewards garnered from successfully completing the task were indeed tangible. Presently, the cultivation method of the Qing Tsang sacred body resided within his mind. As long as he dedicated time to training, he would undoubtedly be able to fully heal the hidden injuries within him. Lost in thought, Yi Changxing heard his father's voice break through. Changsheng, based on your observations, what is the stance of the Divine Hall and the Great Ying dynasty regarding this matter? Yi Changxing returned to his senses, pondering for a moment before hesitantly replying. At that time, Chechen did not take action against me. It seems they were wary of our Yi family's connection to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas.